The faith power that Spring was supplying Lin Yuan astonished him. He never imagined a life form would ever supply him with such a volume of faith power. Lin Yuan could tell that Spring's goodness towards him was unconditional. There was no way she could be faking such a magnitude of goodwill. But at the same time, he could sense that she was intentionally hiding many things from him. Lin Yuan did not interrogate her about this because this volume of faith power already answered the question he had. He knew that he could trust Spring unconditionally. It was likely that the other members of Epic God Palace were also supplying him with such an immense amount of faith power. Lin Yuan could not begin to guess what he had done in his previous life to earn this much faith from these lifeforms. He believed that all these questions would eventually be answered. At that time, he would know everything that he wanted to know. Spring, you must know where Tower Cannon's vestiges are. Once we are done helping Green Vine evolve, I will take a trip around the main world's factions and seize to harvest resources and look at the damage done by the Dead Spirits crisis. Once I'm done with the trip and have cleared out the resources left behind by Tower Cannon, I'll go with you to Epic God Palace. This visit should tell me a lot of information I don't currently know, right? Spring was silent for a moment before she said seriously, Lord Saint, the birth horoscope you will be enlightening is the one from your present life. If you want to know more about the past, the four of us can tell you what we know once we're all gathered together. A large reason for our existence is to keep records of your happenings and circumstances, but it goes without saying that you can choose not to dig into your past. After all, your current and past lives are separate. Lin Yuan nodded. He still thought it was ridiculous for him to be the reincarnation of the saint, but he did not disbelieve it. If he was not the reincarnation of the saint, why would Epic God Palace go so far for his sake? Spring's attitude toward him was an indication of how the rest of Epic God Palace would treat him. However, if the choice was truly up to him, Lin Yuan did not want to chase after his past memories. He would rather live life to the fullest now. While conversing with Spring, Lin Yuan read through the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Green Vine's true data. The new World Emperor ability was called Climbing Vine Armor Transformation. Climbing Vine Armor Transformation was similar to Tool Transformation for other phase, but it would not cause Green Vine to transform into a tool. Instead, it would transform into an armor of vines that Lin Yuan would put on and would link their bloodlines. When Green Vine was in the armor state, its bloodline would be boosted by Lin Yuan's bloodline. This boost would only take effect after Green Vine stopped using Climbing Vine Armor Transformation and was no longer an armor of vines. This was an ability that linked Lin Yuan and Green Vine. Lin Yuan could share his Mermaid the Arch bloodline with Green Vine, enabling it to unleash its might. However, this would not be a significant improvement for the current Green Vine. This boost would only become more significant after the Mermaid bloodline in Lin Yuan's body grew stronger. When Lin Yuan came into contact with dragon species phase in the past, he realized that his bloodline did not reject the dragon species phase bloodlines. He could sense that if he absorbed the dragon species bloodlines, they would become a part of him and have no negative impact on his Mermaid bloodline. Green Vine's ability Climbing Vine Armor Transformation gave Lin Yuan the incentive to use his bloodline to absorb even more bloodlines. Presently, Lin Yuan did not know if this idea was feasible. Green Vine returned to Lin Yuan's side after it completed its transformation. Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that because of their contract, he had a faint link to Green Vine's divine kingdom. Because of this link, Lin Yuan no longer resisted the temptation of Green Vine's divine kingdom. Lin Yuan sensed his consciousness entering a narrow space. This space was desolate. It was even more barren than when the Spirit Lock spatial zone first started out. It was clear that this was Green Vine's divine kingdom. There was a small tree sprout growing in the ground. From true data, Lin Yuan knew that this tree sprout was a result of Green Vine's bloodline abundant harvest. After phase reached the divine kingdom level, they would not gain any new exclusive skills. Instead, they would gain something called the Divine Kingdom ability. It was clear that every lifeform's Divine Kingdom ability was linked to their life and abilities. Green Vine's Divine Kingdom ability was linked to its bloodline. The tree sprout growing in this small space was the divine tree growing in Green Vine's Divine Kingdom. The divine tree could consume the bloodlines of dead lifeforms to produce fruits with the bloodline powers. The concentration of bloodline powers in the fruits was linked to the aura of faith power supplied by the divine kingdom to the divine tree. The more faith power was supplied, the stronger the bloodline powers in the fruits. Green Vine's divine kingdom ability was a production ability. This type of ability would be useful to both Lin Yuan and Green Vine. Spring also saw through Green Vine's divine kingdom ability and did not look surprised. Lin Yuan had nurtured it. Regardless of how outstanding its divine kingdom ability was, it would seem ordinary to Spring. Although Spring did not express shock after seeing Green Vine's divine kingdom ability, she knew that it would definitely send waves through the sky beyond the clouds once Lin Yuan arrived there. Bloodline Abundance Harvest could strengthen a lifeform's bloodline. Many species in the sky beyond the clouds used bloodline power as their main source of power and the measure by which they ranked the various species. Moreover, Green Vine's bloodline abundance harvest could support Lin Yuan when he used his body of all spirits to absorb the bloodlines of other species. As long as it could be of service to Lin Yuan, Green Vine was considered a useful fae. Now, Lin Yuan understood the difference between his divine kingdom and Green Vine's divine kingdom. The fountain of faith had not even formed in Green Vine's divine kingdom. Green Vine's divine kingdom would only expand once it attained a large amount of faith power and produced the fountain of faith. Green Vine could represent regular fays. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom was much more advanced than Green Vine's divine kingdom. He would only be able to discern the exact size of the gap after observing the development of Green Vine's divine kingdom. Spring knew that Lin Yuan was unaware of the distinctions between the divine kingdom abilities, and began to explain, "Lord Saint, all divine kingdom lifeforms will gain divine kingdom abilities. As their divine kingdom develops, not only will they gain more divine kingdom abilities, but the abilities will strengthen continuously as well. Amongst all the divine kingdom abilities, the domain types are the most exceptional. This is because domain-type divine kingdom abilities can influence the divine kingdoms of other lifeforms. The major factions will seek after every lifeform with domain-type divine kingdom abilities. The factions are all willing to invest resources into these lifeforms. After investing resources into this lifeform, they will be able to receive significant profits after its power evolves. Compared to combat dash, defense dash, and control type divine kingdom abilities, production type are very variable. The combat dash, defense dash, and control type divine kingdom abilities can easily be categorized based on their potential. Once the potential has been decided, it won't change unless an opportunity arises to change this divine kingdom ability. But production-type divine kingdom abilities are able to produce varying amounts of resources. Some production-type divine kingdoms are useless and negligible, while others can complement domain-type divine kingdom abilities or even surpass the domain-type divine kingdom abilities. Green Vine's bloodline abundant harvest deserves to be deemed equal to domain-type divine kingdom abilities. Faith power is a very precious type of energy. Aside from you, anyone else is unlikely to possess this much faith power to grow the bloodline fruits. The most scorned type of divine kingdom ability in the sky beyond the clouds is the expanding type. This kind of divine kingdom ability mainly targets the divine kingdom's development. But in order to develop a divine kingdom, sufficient power is a prerequisite, followed by sufficient resources to sustain the divine kingdom. It's difficult for others to increase their own power and obtain resources. Even the species that are brimming with resources are unwilling to spend them on an ostensibly bottomless hole. There are 6 main types of divine kingdom abilities. The others are categorized under these 6. Spring's explanation gave Lin Yuan a full grasp of divine kingdom abilities. Green Vine's divine kingdom ability was essentially useless in the main world because there was no way for Lin Yuan to get his hands on a large number of corpses from different species. It would only be useful in the sky beyond the clouds. After Red Thorn and Silver Corona's powers increased, Lin Yuan needed to swap out the weapons controlled by the tongues of Relinquish and Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers. Those that did not meet his standard could be buried in Green Vine's divine kingdom. Green Vine's successful World Emperor/Divine Kingdom evolution allowed Lin Yuan to know he could also use his resources to evolve his other phase to this level. However, he would first have to head to Epic God Palace's returning St. Pool to enlighten his birth horoscope. Lin Yuan now knew the difference between his own divine kingdom and that of other lifeforms. After storing Green Vine in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan started helping the Sea Clan experts evolve. Once again, Lin Yuan harvested a large pile of Spirit Chi crystals that he could tap into whenever he saw fit. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, which managed the Spirit Lock spatial zone, started working hard again. Spring continued to protect Lin Yuan from the shadows to prevent any harm from coming to him. Regardless of how powerful he became or whether he was capable of solving his issues, Spring saw it as her duty to safeguard him. She took her role of being his follower with utmost seriousness. The life forms from the Sea Clans had witnessed Green Vine's evolution and had unending respect for Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan had the Mermaid the Arch bloodline. Hence, the Sea Clan lifeforms naturally felt affection for him. There were many more Sea Clan lifeforms than humans. Lin Yuan did not provide the Sea Clans with too many resources. The vast sea labyrinth gave the order that all Sea Clan experts who were fantasy breed and above had to seek Lin Yuan's help before evolving their grades and qualities. This was why so many Sea Clan lifeforms that needed to evolve had gathered together. The potential of the sea was on display. Lin Yuan sought out Ice Flow. He interacted with Ice Flow, the most out of the three rulers of vast sea labyrinth. Aside from Ice Flow, Lin Yuan also called over Silver Umber Black, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty to assist Ice Flow in distributing the resources. After the incident in the manor in the North District of the Radiance Federation's royal capital, Lin Yuan no longer gave away his trust as easily. With the 4 Emperor-class experts helping Ice Flow distribute the resources to the Sea Clans, Lin Yuan could accumulate resources while ensuring the resources he spent did not go to waste. Lin Yuan felt very wealthy and assured when he gathered resources from the sea. During his journey, Lin Yuan investigated the various happenings across the main world. Lin Yuan thought, "It's a good thing that I handled things in the nick of time. If he was any later, the death aura would have infected the energy ores and altered them. Without the energy ores, the foundation of the entire world would be shaken. Now, after summer extracted the death aura and the demon insects consumed it, the death aura's effect would be eliminated." Lin Yuan spent almost 7 months collecting the Spirit Chi crystals. If he returned to the Radiance Federation during the 7 months and harvested resources from there, he would possess even more Spirit Chi crystals than he did now. Spring did not even bat an eye at Lin Yuan's wealth. This wealth would be enough to stun any faction in the sky beyond the clouds, but it was nothing to the saint. Back then, Lin Yuan's gathering of resources triggered a memory for Spring. She wanted to speak but eventually chose to keep her mouth shut. Lin Yuan received a message from the Moon Empress that said that many federations wanted to use the major federation union to situate themselves in new locations. Hence, many human federations had decided to migrate after the Dead Spirits crisis was quelled. It was not convenient to collect resources at such a time. Hence, Lin Yuan decided that it was time to search for the remnants of Tower Cannon. Spring. Where are the remnants of Tower Cannon? They should contain a resource that I urgently require. I need to search for these resources in the vestiges of Tower Cannon. Spring pointed southwest. If you head in this direction, you will eventually be able to see an island in the sea. There is a castle on the island. The entire island can be considered Tower Cannon's old nest. However, there is more to the island than what meets the eye. The bottom of the island has been altered to be linked to the ley lines. Tower Cannon has injected the roots of a Class 3 world's dimensional world into this Class 1 world. The Class 3 world's dimensional world's roots continue to affect this Class 1 world even after it was promoted to Class 2. It's clear that Tower Cannon has been nourishing this Class 3 world's dimensional world's roots. After you've collected all of the secrets of the dead and combined them into tomes, you will probably be able to control and manipulate the dead world's roots. At that point, you'll be able to use the dead world's roots to specifically nurture a type of dead dimensional lifeform. Lin Yuan nodded. Kira had already told him that, just not in this much detail. There was no question that Lin Yuan was going to take control of the dead world's roots. He already knew that the dead world and main world's root energies repelled each other, causing the bond between the two worlds' roots to be tenuous. Hence, if Lin Yuan could use the dead world's roots to nurture a special dead-dimensional life form, he would be able to avoid unnecessary waste. The dead spirit's crisis brought disaster to the main world. Yet, Lin Yuan did not truly detest these life forms. Rather, the battles against the dead spirits allowed Lin Yuan to see the strength of these life forms. Lin Yuan was very willing to learn about all types of life forms. However, Lin Yuan still did not know which type of dead spirit he was going to strengthen with the dead world's roots. Kira had captured almost every type of dead-dimensional life form and analyzed their roots. If Lin Yuan sought Kira's opinion, she would definitely be able to give him an answer he was satisfied with. He summoned the kill food sky butterfly and flew southwest where spring had pointed towards. Meanwhile, in Epic God Palace, a handsome young man and elderly man began trembling after listening to what the girl in front of them said. Tears sprang to both of their eyes. "Summer, are you sure that your information is sound?" When she heard what the elderly man said, Summer knew that Winter was overwhelmed with surprised delight. Otherwise, he would never doubt her. Moreover, she would never falsify information regarding Lord Saint. Although she was being doubted, Summer understood how Autumn and Winter were feeling. She and Spring had slowly confirmed Lin Yuan's identity. Still, tears filled their eyes the moment they became certain. What Autumn and Winter needed now was her affirmative answer. Summer told Autumn and Winter with utmost seriousness. "It's true that we've found Lord Saint. He is wearing Lord Totem God on his wrist. There's no mistaking this. Spring is currently sticking by Lord Saint's side to protect him. I only returned to let the two of you know about this." At this point, Summer turned to Autumn. "You previously came into contact with Tower Cannon. It was Lord Saint's enemy and has been completely wiped out. With Spring by Lord Saint's side, no harm can come to him. Soon, I must return to the Startling Lines continent to funnel the death aura in the ley lines, so I can't stay for long. Autumn, it won't be long before Spring brings Lord Saint back to Epic God Palace so the returning Saint Pool can enlighten his birth horoscope. Since you have nothing better to do, why don't you help Winter to open the path to the sky beyond the clouds?" Neither Autumn nor Winter had any issues with Summer's arrangement. Both of them were wondering when Spring would be able to bring Lin Yuan back to Epic God Palace. They badly wanted to stand in front of him and greet him. They had waited for such a long time. But now that they knew they were about to meet him, they became impatient. Summer did not stay in Epic God Palace for long. She left for the Startling Lines continent immediately after delivering the news to Autumn and Winter. During her time in the Startling Lines continent, redirecting the death aura in the ley lines, Summer observed Red Thorn and Silver Corona. She supplied them with pure death aura at a rate that matched their rate of absorption. Additionally, Summer used her own methods to increase the purity of the death aura. It would take a very long time for these two 8-winged fairies to evolve their bloodlines by absorbing death aura. Summer decided to inform Lin Yuan of this when he went to Epic God Palace. Even if the two fairies were supplied with a large amount of death aura, they also needed to be supplied with a large amount of pure spirit chi in order to raise their chances of successfully evolving their bloodlines. With Lin Yuan's body, pure spirit chi was a common good. Lin Yuan and Spring never stopped conversing during their journey. The more they spoke, the more comfortable they became with each other. This made Spring feel as though she was receiving special favor. For example, Lin Yuan had handed her a piece of roasted meat when he had his meal. Spring was so thrilled that she did not know what to do with herself. As Lin Yuan looked at the azure sea below him, he once again sensed vigorous signs of life. Spring paused to sense the sea before saying, "Lord Saint, you should be able to sense that all the death aura has been drained from the ley lines below this sea. This means that we are very near to Tower Cannon's old nest. Although the 8 pages of Tower Cannon are dead and the chanters under their control would have already died along with them, this does not mean that there are no more dangers in their old nest. If you need anything, you should leave it to the afterlife realm demon or me." Lin Yuan nodded. He had almost been assassinated by Crimson during their battle and did not see Tower Cannon's old nest as a safe place at all. Lin Yuan had experience clearing out a faction's treasure trove after conquering it. Each time, his harvest had been plentiful. But Lin Yuan was really looking forward to clearing out Tower Cannon's old nest. Standing on the kill food sky butterfly's back, Lin Yuan could already make out the silhouette of the island. There were various colored gems embedded on the surface of the island. Each one of these gems was considered priceless in the outside world. Yet, these fist-sized gems were scattered on the beach like worthless garbage. These gems would be excellent both as accessories or used in potions. There was no reason for Lin Yuan to let these gems go to waste. Lin Yuan instructed the kill food sky butterfly to land on the edge of the island, and the source sand's main body appeared by his feet. The source sand began rapidly generating sand. It produced close guard sand that changed the environment of the ground under them, and the sand soon began spreading out underground. The source sand was skilled at searching and gathering resources, so it collected all the gems on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the source sand had covered the entire island. Aside from these gems, the source sand did not collect anything else from this island. As the source sand dug deeper, Lin Yuan noticed that the gems and sand were just for superficial appearances. After a depth of 30 meters, the source sand hit a rock layer that had been fortified. The rock extended deep under the island and probably reached the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to break this layer of rock. However, he realized that the source sand did not have the ability to do so. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan decided to enter the castle first. He would investigate the space under the island later. Spring clearly knew something about this and began explaining. There are so many gems accumulated here because Tower Cannon intentionally sent people out to gather these resources. Unlike life forms with the giant dragon bloodline, dead dimensional life forms aren't interested in shiny trinkets. Tower Cannon has likely been using these gems as a vessel for a special energy source. They are using these materials from fey corpses to extract wills and laws. Then, they used the wills and laws to speed up the fusing of the dead world and main world's laws. Lin Yuan understood what Spring was trying to say. The wills and laws comprehended by fays came from the main world. Using them as mediums would indeed be able to speed up the fusing of the two worlds' roots. Lin Yuan could easily use the sacred sword-wielding queen to collect these wills and laws. Hence, he had no need for the vessels that Spring had mentioned. However, not everyone had the sacred sword-wielding queen. This type of vessel would be very beneficial to Lin Yuan both in the main world and in the sky beyond the clouds. After entering the castle, Lin Yuan and Spring found the interior to be very dark and dank. The 8 black coffins were continuously sucking out the light from the environment. The only light in the castle came from the chains of birth horoscopes hanging from the ceiling. Lin Yuan pointed at the birth horoscopes and a stream of sand wrapped around these makeshift lanterns. The sand rapidly started to break down the birth horoscopes, as well as the eternal hearts, immortal bodies, and the like that also comprised the lanterns. These lanterns in the castle could be described as the graves of experts. If a birth horoscope expert died and learned that their birth horoscope was going to be used as a light bulb, how would they feel? Spring had never come to Tower Cannon's old nest before. She did not know that the interior decoration would be so simple. Spring pointed at the 8 black coffins and exclaimed, "The 8 pages of Tower Cannon actually found a resource like the reincarnation gold jade. They even turned the reincarnation gold jade into 8 vessels for their own benefit and left their individual imprints on them." Spring had been curious to find out why Tower Cannon had managed to awaken 6,000 years after she severely injured them. It turned out that it was due to these 8 black coffins made of reincarnation gold jade. By any reasonable standard, the 8 pages of Tower Cannon were already dead. Lin Yuan had battled the 8 pages of Tower Cannon, but the soul imprints they had placed on the reincarnation gold jade had yet to disappear. As long as the reincarnation gold jade was supplied with sufficient energy, the 8 pages could use the remnants of their souls to reincarnate even after hundreds or thousands of years had passed. The reincarnation gold jade was viewed as a treasure in the sky beyond the clouds. How did those dead spirits get their hands on it? It seemed that the 8 pages of Tower Cannon had a fair number of secrets of their own. It was likely that these secrets would slowly be revealed as they explored more of the castle. When Lin Yuan heard what Spring said, the words reincarnation gold jade, were seared into his brain. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Spring took it upon herself to remove the marks on the 8 black coffins left by Tower Cannon. It was only at this moment that the 8 pages of Tower Cannon truly died. Lin Yuan was silently shocked when he saw this. Luckily, these black coffins made of reincarnation gold jade did not have warning alarms. Before the imprint was activated, it would be in a state of primal chaos. Otherwise, he would have been exposed when he killed Eyeshadow. Lord Saint, you can store away these 5 items made of reincarnation gold jade. From now on, you can leave the imprints of other lifeforms on these 5 vessels made of the reincarnation gold jade. If the chosen lifeforms die, they can be reincarnated in this vessel. This revival does not refer to just that of the physical body. The soul can also be revived with all the previous memories intact. At that point, Spring could not stop herself from warning Lin Yuan. Lord Saint, the reincarnation gold jade is not without its drawbacks. Once a soul forms a contract with it, the reincarnation gold jade will be imprinted on the lifeform soul until they are killed and their soul is destroyed. Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan stored the 8 coffins in the spatial equipment. He would pick suitable people to place imprints on the black coffins made of reincarnation gold jade later. Almost everyone around Lin Yuan had formed contracts with the lifespan mice. Those that had yet to do so would eventually be able to. Hence, those around him all possessed virtually endless lifespans and did not need to use the black coffins made of reincarnation gold jade to extend their lives. As such, the best use for the 8 black coffins would be to give them to his companions, who were always out on dangerous missions. This would be a form of safety net for them. Suddenly, an idea popped into Lin Yuan's head. Spring, since these 8 black coffins are just vessels made of reincarnation gold jade, can I repurpose the reincarnation gold jade into vessels of different sizes? Each black coffin was almost 3 meters tall and could fit 3 people with no issues. If the vessel was made smaller, more vessels could be made from the same volume of material. If anyone else had asked Spring this, she would say that it was impossible. However, Lin Yuan had the totem god with him, and the totem god could easily melt down all the metals in the world. If Lin Yuan used Morbius' ability to melt this reincarnation gold jade, he could turn the reincarnation gold jade into spatial equipment of various sizes. However, Spring felt that there was no need for Lin Yuan to do this because it would be a waste of the totem god's energy. The totem god's energy was much more valuable than the reincarnation gold jade. Furthermore, once he went to the sky beyond the clouds, there would be other metal spiritual ingredients of the same level as the reincarnation gold jade. It was considered average among World Emperor metal spiritual ingredients. After pondering for a moment, Spring told Lin Yuan softly, Lord Saint, the resources you possess are limited by this Class 2 world and Tower Cannon's dimensional worlds levels. Once you arrive at the sky beyond the clouds, you will realize that there are far more precious treasures. I advise you to wait until your horizons have been broadened by the sky beyond the clouds before making any further plans. At this point, Spring hastily bowed to Lin Yuan. She believed that, as his follower, she had overstepped the boundaries by giving him a suggestion. Lin Yuan was the type to listen to the opinions of those around him. This was especially so after he accepted this identity. It went without saying that Lin Yuan would not listen to these opinions blindly. After hearing them, he would do his own deep contemplation. Lin Yuan found her words to be reasonable. With his horizons constrained by not being there himself, he could not properly grasp the entire scope of the sky beyond the clouds regardless of how much information he learned. Lin Yuan still had not decided who he would give these 8 black coffins made of reincarnation gold jade. These 8 black coggins were not urgent resources to him. As such, he decided to store them away for now. The source sand rummaged through the hall, and Lin Yuan emptied the castle of almost all of its resources. Spring softly told Lin Yuan, Lord Saint, this castle is only meant to exhibit these 8 black coffins. After the 8 pages of Tower Cannon woke up, they moved all their resources into their respective towers. I will go with you to organize the resources in those towers before heading below the castle to organize the situation there. Tower Cannon slept for 6,000 years. They depleted their resources continuously while using their black coffins to recover their injuries. Moreover, it took a substantial amount of resources to combine the dead world's roots with the main world's roots. I don't think Tower Cannon has much resources left. If Tower Cannon had a large amount of resources, fusing the dead world's roots with the main world's roots wouldn't have taken so long. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard that. Lin Yuan had not hoped to gain a large amount of resources from Tower Cannon's old nest. If Lin Yuan was fully fixated on resources, he could have plundered resources from the main world, like the 8 pages of Tower Cannon had done. Not only did he not do this, but he even used his own resources to foster the main world's development. Lin Yuan mainly wanted to search for Tower Cannon's towers and the Gardner Konjak's ortets. Tower Cannon had used metals that were at least on the same level as the reincarnation gold jade to build the towers. Morbius had already broken down 5th page Falling Rainbow's tower into its metal materials, and they were stored in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan and Spring did not take long to sweep through the towers. Although the profits were not significant, there were still profits nonetheless. Lin Yuan found many spiritual ingredients that contained pure death aura. These spiritual ingredients did not have any benefits for the main world. So Lin Yuan decided to feed these spiritual ingredients to Silver Corona and Red Thorn. Lin Yuan then melted down these towers. Morbius was only calcifying the metals. If it did not activate the metal's abilities, it did not have to use up much energy. After cleaning out these towers, Lin Yuan shifted his attention to the base of the castle. There was a dark door to the entrance of the castle's 1st floor. The dark door was sealed tightly and could only be opened by energy that contained death aura. Spring did not wait for Lin Yuan to take action and punched through the dark door with her left fist. The door shattered with a thunderous bang. When Spring smashed the dark door, she sensed the death aura that radiated endlessly from below the door. This death aura could cause violent spiritual fluctuations and would have a large impact on a lifeform's body and intelligence. Compared to pure death aura, this death aura that contained a large number of dead souls was far more precious. Spring circulated the energy in her body, and a vortex of wind appeared in front of her. Spring began compressing the death aura that contained dead souls. Lord Saint, let me go on ahead to block any possible dangers. You can stay here to collect resources. This circular space extends deep into the ground and ends very close to the ley lines. The deeper you go, the more concentrated the death aura that contains these dead souls. If you don't clean this place, this death aura and the pure death aura will culminate in new types of dead dimensional lifeforms in a few years, and they will begin spreading anew. There is a piece of knowledge that all experts of the sky beyond the clouds are aware of. After fighting dead dimensional lifeforms, one must clear the battleground immediately after the battle ends, regardless of how bad one's injuries are. There are a few famous cases in the sky beyond the clouds where there was no time to clear the corpses of dead dimensional lifeforms and the remaining dead souls. As a result, the dead spirits rose up again and launched a successful counterattack. On his way here, Lin Yuan saw that one level had been turned into a garden. However, the garden did not have a pleasant appearance at all. Spring was continuously collecting the death aura in the environment. Hence, the concentration of the death aura was falling, and a few plants that relied on the death aura withered. The only living plants in the garden were those with large leaves covered with scars that Lin Yuan was familiar with. Lin Yuan found these startling scars to be fascinating. These plants were the Gardner Konjak that enabled Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish to mutate. The Gardner Konjak was a fae that could depend on death aura or spirit chi to survive. Lin Yuan had encountered the Gardner Konjak seeds not only in Jifeng's body but also obtained one from Whale Ocean Commerce. Could be said that Lin Yuan understood the Gardner Konjak well. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to carefully dig around the Gardner Konjak's roots before he summoned 400 questions beasts and instructed them to store the Gardner Konjak away. Lin Yuan did not intend to let Red Thorn consume the Gardner Konjak immediately. Instead, he was going to use a few of the 100 questions beasts to analyze it before nurturing it. Then, he would be able to feed the Gardner Konjak to Red Thorn regularly. Through this, it was likely that the tongue of relinquish would be able to evolve continuously. If the day came that the Gardner Konjak was no longer able to help the tongue of relinquish evolve, Lin Yuan could just destroy the Gardner Konjak. If the gardener Konjac could not be of help to him, Lin Yuan would not allow a plant like that to continue living in the main world's environment. Once the gardener Konjac was allowed to spread, it would wreak as much havoc as a carcinoma fey. This trip to collect Tower Cannon's resources had met Lin Yuan's expectations. He felt no motivation to send the source sand to look for more resources. Lin Yuan communicated with his phase in his mind. He noticed that genius had been so busy of late that it was no longer as clingy as it used to be. Instead, Merciful Soul frequently called him out for a chat. Although Lin Yuan had robbed Merciful Soul from Luo, he had already formed a contract with it. Lin Yuan treated Merciful Soul the same way that he did his other phase. He did not make it feel like it was any different from the others. While Lin Yuan was chatting with Merciful Soul, Spring suddenly said, "Lord Saint, I know how Tower Cannon managed to activate the Dead Spirits Crisis. I used to think that they were able to do so because the Dead World's roots were healthy and relatively complete. But it turns out that I was wrong. Tower Cannon was collecting calamity and turning it into curses. They were cursing the ley lines to weaken them and make them more susceptible to being infected by death aura." Spring was about to describe a solution when she saw Lin Yuan raise his hand and summon a strange small beast. Lin Yuan let Merciful Soul out, and it immediately pounced onto his shoulder and wrapped its tail around his neck before nudging his face with its own soft one. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Merciful Soul. Fey name: Death Demon Concubine Beast, Fey species. Demon Concubine Beast species / Faceless Beast species. Fey grade: Suzerain, 10 out of 10. Fey type: Curse, Spiritual, Soul. Fey quality: Myth 2. Abilities: Death. Make a judgment on the target's willpower, soul, spirit, and mind power. If the judgment decides that the combined power of the 4 powers is weaker than it, the life form will not be able to attack it. Heart words cross disaster, placing a voiced curse on the target. The strength of the target's spiritual energy will determine the strength of the curse. Under the influence of the curse, if another curse is placed on the target's mind, the effects of the curse will multiply, and the target's soul will start to corrode. Demon Concubine's Promise. The Death Demon Concubine can turn its heart into a pill that can be gifted to a target. The target will become the Death Demon Concubine's dependent, and their lives will be tied together. Heart Stolen Soul Photographed. After disaster, heart curses the target's soul, it can enter the target's body and use its soul to control the target's body. Deepened Curse Imprint. Magnify the effects of the curse on the target and bewitch the target's mind, soul, and spiritual energy simultaneously. Steal the fate of a nation. If it can influence the fate of a country that sits upon a certain area of the earth, the fate can be stolen. The price of this ability is the burning up of one's lifespan. Demon Concubine's Chaos. When affecting the fate of the nation that the territory belongs to, a chaotic destiny can be injected into the territory. The chaotic destiny will cause all the life forms on the ground to be afflicted by bad luck. The effects of the bad luck will be linked to the strength of the chaotic destiny. Exclusive skill. Faceless Appearance. Set a target and absorb its bloodline, spiritual energy, and soul. It will then assume the appearance of the target and obtain all of its abilities. Fate of Chaos. Absorb the fate of the ground it is present on. The fate can be used to enhance the effects of its abilities. Payment in Life. Use its lifespan to investigate the lifespans of other targets. If its own lifespan is sacrificed, it can take away another's lifespan by touching the target. Merciful Soul had reached Suzerain X/Myth 2. It was a rare curse type / spiritual type / soul type Fey. Merciful Soul was skilled at using curses and could bring misfortune to others. But at the same time, calamity and curses were the best nourishment for it. If what Spring said was true, Merciful Soul would be the biggest beneficiary of this trip to Tower Cannon's old nest. Spring was slightly stunned when she saw Merciful Soul. This was firstly due to Merciful Soul's abilities. It was rare to come across a Fey like Merciful Soul that could absorb calamity and change the fate of an environment. Fays with such abilities were also rarities in the sky beyond the clouds. Spring was curious to see what Divine Kingdom ability Merciful Soul would gain after it evolved to World Emperor / Divine Kingdom. Given Merciful Soul's current state, it was likely that its divine kingdom ability would be related to curses and fate. Moreover, Spring had seen the image of Merciful Soul on the wall illustration in her palace. Otherwise, she would never show such an expression regardless of how outstanding a suzerain/myth fae was. When she saw that Lin Yuan was about to send Merciful Soul to absorb the calamity and curse power around the dead spirit pools in front of them, Spring hurriedly said, "Lord Saint, I suggest that you leave the calamity and curse power alone for now. They will not dissipate after being sealed here. You can send your fae to absorb the calamity and curse power after the returning Saint Pool enlightens your birth horoscope. This will not only facilitate the evolution of your fae's bloodline, but the strength of this calamity and curse power might even enable your fae to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom." Lin Yuan pursed his lips and asked Spring, "How long will it take for me to head to Epic God Palace and enlighten my birth horoscope in the returning Saint Pool?" Lin Yuan had asked Spring the most pressing question in his mind. The main world was in the midst of rebuilding after the Dead Spirits crisis. All sorts of issues could crop up at such a time that would require Lin Yuan to step in to address them. Lin Yuan was well aware that he was only an A-rank spirit chi professional, so there was a large gap between him and the birth horoscope level. It would take too long if he used the returning Saint Pool to cleanse and enlighten his birth horoscope. It was likely that the main world would have already changed drastically by the time he was done. As things stood, Lin Yuan could not leave the main world alone. Moreover, he still had resources to collect from the main world's lifeforms. He would be using the resources he collected from the main world's lifeforms to return benefits to them. If he fell into a state of slumber, this positive circulation of resources would halt. Spring seriously told Lin Yuan, "Lord Saint, the returning Saint Pool is root energy compatible with your body. Bathing in the returning Saint Pool will improve your body. The enlightening of your birth horoscope is only a side effect of improving your body and won't take too much time. You will only need to spend less than a month bathing in the returning Saint Pool. Once you emerge from the returning Saint Pool, you will realize just how incredible your body has become." Spring could not tell Lin Yuan all this if he did not ask. But since he had asked, Spring could not give him a detailed explanation. It went without saying that Spring was only divulging all this information because she was certain that Lin Yuan was the saint. If Lin Yuan was not the saint and entered the returning Saint Pool, the energy in the returning Saint Pool would short-circuit his body and cause it to explode. The body of all spirits was one of the 5 pinnacle body types. It contained more energy than regular phase could even fathom. The energy in the 5 pinnacle body types repelled each other and could never be properly fused. Lin Yuan relaxed when he heard that. He could spare a month. After the returning Saint Pool enlightened his birth horoscope, his phase would be able to evolve their grades and qualities without limits. He would wait until then to allow Merciful Soul to absorb the calamity from here so it could evolve. After that, he could begin his second round of resource collection and use the spirit chi crystals he harvested to evolve the powers of his other phase. As Morbius' grade increased, the number of phase it could spirit lock increased as well. However, Lin Yuan was in no rush to spirit lock these phase. He would wait until he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds before he made subsequent plans. "Spring, I've made my decision. Take me to Epic God Palace. I want to enlighten my birth horoscope." Delight spread across Spring's face. "Lord Saint, if you want to head to Epic God Palace, allow me to lead the way. Summer has probably already told Autumn and Winter about you. They should be close to exploding with impatience now." This was not the first time Lin Yuan was hearing Spring bring up Autumn and Winter. He knew there were the 4 rulers of Epic God Palace. Of the 4 rulers, Winter was slightly stronger than the rest, but the other 3 had comparable levels of power. Even now, Lin Yuan did not comprehensively understand Spring's power. He did not know exactly what level she was at. All he knew was that she had killed Crimson with no trouble. Crimson had essentially been helpless against Spring. Lin Yuan could not wait to arrive at Epic God Palace and meet with the rest of his followers. Firstly, meeting with Autumn and Winter would allow Lin Yuan to gain a large amount of faith power that he could use to develop his divine kingdom. Furthermore, they were part of his pillars of strength. Before he made contact with the members of Epic God Palace, Lin Yuan had been conservative in making his plans for his development in the sky beyond the clouds. He was wary of being targeted. But now, although he would still develop his power cautiously, he no longer had to worry about being targeted in the sky beyond the clouds. Even if he did catch negative attention from a faction, spring, summer, autumn, and winter would step in to handle the trouble. Lin Yuan enjoyed the feeling of having powerful followers to protect him. This would resolve a considerable number of concerns in future tasks. Although he had decided to go to Epic God Palace to enlighten his birth horoscope, Lin Yuan and Spring continued to clear out the space below Tower Cannon's basement. Lin Yuan collected a fair volume of resources from the castle, but they were only useful to dead-dimensional lifeforms and were too niche. Lin Yuan would have to wait until he took control of the dead world's roots and decided on a lucky dead-dimensional lifeform to nurture before these resources could be used. Just as Spring predicted, the bottom of the castle reached the ley lines. The main world's ley lines were originally milky white and emanated a lustrously pure spirit. But after being infected by the dead world's roots, the ley lines had turned grayish-black and radiated the cold and barren loneliness of death. Spring paused next to the ley lines for a moment before she said with a smile, "Lord Saint, it's just as I predicted. Tower Cannon indeed lacked the power to fuse the dead world's roots with this Class 2 world's roots. It's a good thing that you evolved this Class 1 world to Class 2. Otherwise, the complete fusing of the dead world's roots with the main world's roots would have caused severe damage to the main world's roots. Even if they are separated later on, there will still be problems with the main world's roots." Lin Yuan's eyes flashed before he asked, "Spring, based on what you just said, does this mean that it's still possible to extract the dead world's roots?" Spring pressed her hand on the ley line and said a moment later, "Lord Saint, give me 5 days, and I'll be able to fully extract the dead world's roots. You can temporarily store the dead world's roots after being extracted. After enlightening your birth horoscope in the returning Saint Pool, you can then pick a dead-dimensional life form and nurture it with the dead world's roots." Lin Yuan knew that the death aura in the ley lines would lose their source once Spring extracted the dead world's roots. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he asked, "What if I don't use the dead world's roots to nurture a dead-dimensional life form? Instead, I'll feed it to my two-phase. What do you think?" Spring shook her head, saying seriously, "Lord Saint, I know you want the two fairies to evolve their bloodlines. The two fairies are able to absorb death aura as a source of energy. That's why I suggested that you use the death aura to nurture them. However, the dead world's roots are very different from death aura. If you use the dead world's roots to nurture your two-phase, their fairy bloodlines might mutate and their future development might be affected. The best way for fairies to increase their power is for them to absorb fairy bloodlines stronger than their own. Fairy bloodlines are easily obtainable in the sky beyond the clouds through trading with factions. If you still want to nurture your two fairies, then you can use your resources to trade for fairy bloodlines with a powerful faction." As such, Lin Yuan discarded the idea of using the dead world's roots to nurture Red Thorn and Silver Corona. Kira had already recommended dead-dimensional lifeforms he could consider nurturing. There was a dead-dimensional lifeform called the Parasite Death Dark Infant. When it was triggered, it would mutate 2 to 3 times in succession. It was a dead-dimensional lifeform that mutated easily. The Parasite Death Dark Infant would attach itself to other lifeforms and begin using its own root energy to decay the main body's roots. Then, it would take over the body and gain control over the host's soul and mind. The Parasite Death Dark Infant had very strong imitating abilities. After taking over its target, it would retract its own energy and imitate an energy similar to the target's own. This made it very difficult for other lifeforms to notice the Parasite Death Dark Infant's presence. There were many good choices for targets among the dead-dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan thought about choosing the Parasite Death Dark Infant because his next trip to the sky beyond the clouds would also be his first one, and he did not know anything about the place. The Parasite Death Dark Infant would allow Lin Yuan to take control of other targets there and use these targets to gain information. Rather than being attracted by the Parasite Death Dark Infant's power, he was interested in its abilities. For the past few months, Lin Yuan's main objective was collecting resources. People from all over the main world wanted to interact with Lin Yuan, but he did not have the time to speak with every single one of them. For the next few days when spring was absorbing the dead world's roots, Lin Yuan could find the time to speak with these people. These people were not looking for Lin Yuan because of urgent matters. If they were, Lin Yuan would have replied to them regardless of how busy he was. The Moon Empress sent a weekly message to Lin Yuan to confirm his condition. This weekly correspondence had become embedded into their relationship. After a long voyage, Waluan finally arrived at the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had asked the Moon Empress to be at the harbor to receive Waluan. Waluan was even more useful for the main world's development than Lin Yuan was. While Lin Yuan was the main world's protector, Waluan was the driver of structural change in the main world. With the power of the Radiance Federation and the relationship between the humans and sea clans, the change to human voyage could take place without any issues. In just the short span of a few decades, there would be no imbalance of power between the federations. Boats were a tool that could easily be used to conduct migration and resource trading. This would allow all the federations to enter a period of rapid development. Lin Yuan thought deeply before deciding on the main world's development. Different regions in the main world produced different resources. Some of these resources were not compatible with human existence. Nonetheless, humans stubbornly insisted on staying there. The development of trading would save these impoverished regions and would allow the main world's lifeforms to be connected through their resources. In Lin Yuan's previous life, the trading of live resources led to the introduction of invasive species. However, this would not happen in the Fey world. There were differences in power between Feys that deterred overt fights. The biggest issue with trading was the possibility that it would lead to invasions. The yoke of authority was securely in the hand of the Radiance Federation. It had the power to prevent such invasions from taking place. Waluan had communicated any and all ideas he had to Lin Yuan. After pointing Waluan in the right direction, Lin Yuan did not interfere with Waluan's plans. If Waluan's ideas were constrained, his creativity would not surpass that of Lin Yuan's previous life. Lin Yuan never assumed that a world's development would immediately take the best and optimal form. It was possible that Waluan's creativity would surpass the development of the world in Lin Yuan's previous life. This world's oceanic development was only just beginning. Everything was still in the early stages. For the next few thousands of years, the people from this world would explode with boundless imaginative creativity that was linked to oceanic development. With the Moon Empress level and intelligence, she understood the importance of oceanic development. Without Lin Yuan having to provide too much of an explanation, the Moon Empress placed great importance on Waluan's presence. The Moon Empress would provide Waluan with an abundance of resources. The main world's territory expanded when it was promoted to Class 2. When the main world was combined with the five-dimensional worlds, the humans gained a large amount of land to develop. The Moon Empress encouraged the federations to develop the land and expand themselves. The Radiance Federation's territory would also expand. After the Moon Empress found out about the matter of Mang Shui, she did not comment on account of Tianfeng. However, she began taking a personal interest in the manor in the North District. She also sent a tea attendant, 5 moon envoys, and Mystic Moon to personally check and ask about the manor's situation. This would guarantee that a similar situation never took place again. The Moon Empress had interacted with Mang Shui in the past. Her impression of him was that he was careful and cautious while also being capable and thoughtful. Without such a disposition, Mang Shui would not be so heavily used by Tianfeng, the most eccentric of all the members of royalty. People who could catch his eye had to be a cut above the rest. Tianfeng was also aware of the importance of the manor in the North District. He had sent Mang Shui there because he felt that Mang Shui was reliable. However, Mang Shui had changed beyond Tianfeng's control. This allowed the Moon Empress to witness how temptation and desire could change a person. Once such a change took place, it would lead to extremely negative consequences unless it was reined in time. This change usually took place in those who possessed power. The Moon Empress would be investing a lot of energy into this issue from now on. There was no one better than Iron Prison to handle this matter. However, there was no question that Iron Prison could not handle this alone. Night-leaning moon was also suited for this type of job. However, as the chief guard of the spirit guards, night-leaning moon was always extremely busy. She did not have time or energy to spend on this matter. After thinking for a moment, the Moon Empress decided to set up an organization in the main world where its members would keep others in check. Given the current circumstances, the entire main world would be split into 4 factions. They were the human-led federations, the sea clans under the vast sea labyrinth, the Fays in the heavenly family cottage, and the dimensional lifeforms led by the afterlife realm dictators. The 4 factions could be split into further categories. The humans could be divided into their individual federations, the terrestrial Fays into their species, the sea clans into their individual clans, and the 5-dimensional worlds that were not fully united despite having fused with the main world. With the main world's factions as complicated as they were, it was impossible for the vast main world to be supervised by just 1 or 2 people. A small number of people would be unable to oversee the entire main world, and it would be inevitable for incidents of favoritism to arise. Unfairness was the beginning of devolution into chaos. With such circumstances, the best method would be to pick representatives from each faction and allow the factions to keep each other in check. This method would be the most effective at preventing unfairness. However, this endeavor was not simple and required a significant amount of effort. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress was willing to invest her time and energy into this matter. Once this group was functioning smoothly, the main world would enjoy an extended period of balance and peace. There were more than 37,000 human federations. It was clear that it was impossible to pick representatives from each federation. When trying to establish fairness, there were other considerations aside from fairness itself. If the humans sent out thousands of representatives, it would be too complicated for them to look after each other. Ever since the Major Federation Union was established, the federations no longer cared about the Major Federation meeting. Nevertheless, the Moon Empress felt there was still a need to hold the Major Federation meeting. After the Dead Spirits crisis came to an end, the entire world would enter a period of martial prosperity. The Moon Empress planned to raise the rewards for the Major Federation meeting. The Major Federation meeting would be hosted by a different human federation every 3 years instead of being held on an uninhabited island like it used to be. As long as there were boats that could be used for long voyages, the Major Federation meeting would bring new human traffic to the federations and boost their tourism industry. In the past, there was only tourism in the big cities of each federation. But now, any federation chosen to be the host would be able to receive substantial profits. Hence, all the federations would be clamoring to host the Major Federation meeting. Becoming a federation envoy was the highest honor for a member of the younger generation in a federation. They should not become symbols of an era. With this thought, the Moon Empress sought out Iron Prison. Iron Prison had expected the Moon Empress to come to see him. Lin Yuan had picked up on the incident in the North Manor in time and used the method of handling Mang Shui to send a warning to all those who had similar thoughts. However, the incident still left a significant impact on the Radiance Federation. After all the fighting they had recently done, there were many factions who continued to be ready to brandish their swords at any moment. In Iron Prison's eyes, this was a very bad sign. Negative incidents of factions fighting with each other had been breaking out, and Iron Prison was constantly dealing with them. If the Moon Empress did not seek him out in these 2 weeks, Iron Prison would go and see her about this matter. Iron Prison was always aware of the gap between him and the Moon Empress. Despite both of them being members of the Radiance Federation's royalty, she used to be a Class 5 Creation Master and was now a Class 6 Creation Master. During imperial meetings, the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch sat on the same level as the other members of royalty. But in actuality, the 3 of them were of a higher status than the other members of royalty. This was especially so now that the Moon Empress was supplying all of the Radiance Federation's resources. Her disciple was also the one who enabled the main world to evolve. Hence, Iron Prison changed the attitude he took toward the Moon Empress to one of respect. It went without saying that Iron Prison's respect did not only stem from the Moon Empress' strength, but also because he acknowledged her. Otherwise, not only would he refuse to submit to her, but he would even stubbornly oppose her. When the Moon Empress saw the state that Iron Prison was in, She poured out a cup of tea for him before saying solemnly, "Iron Prison, I have focused on dealing with the dead spirits crisis of late and neglected the management of the Radiance Federation. You must be aware of the Radiance Federation's circumstances. I hope that you'll tell me everything as it is. After the dead spirits crisis ends, the most important matter will be that of the Radiance Federation's internal management. I don't want any similar incidents to appear again in the future. I also don't want the Radiance Federation's factions to always be ready to attack each other." Iron Prison understood the Moon Empress meaning. He also knew why the Moon Empress had come to see him. Iron Prison said seriously, "It won't be easy to change the current situation among the Radiance Federation's factions. We can ensure that the factions won't clash again but can't dissolve the resentment and animosity that has already built up. You might not be aware of this, but there are many factions that are fighting even more ferociously than in the manner in the North District. Blood was spilled in many other places. There are factions declaring blood feuds against each other daily. It has gotten so serious that I was forced to close the ultimate fighting ground. It will take at least a few decades to comb out all the relationships between the factions and restore the previous state of harmony." Dealing with Meng Shui was indeed a way of warning some people, but this warning is far from enough. A longer period of control and management is still necessary. Iron Prison's tone became sterner as he continued. "The resources from your disciple are far too startling. Even we members of royalty have never had the opportunity to receive such resources, much less the other factions." After hearing what Iron Prison said, the Moon Empress knew that there was no need for her to elaborate because Iron Prison shared her thoughts and could understand her meaning immediately after hearing her decision. "Iron Prison, I'll give you 2 years. In these 2 years, first sort out the combative environment among the factions. 2 years later, I will establish a mutual supervision group made up of factions across the main world. You will represent the group from the Radiance Federation. With your abilities, 2 years should be enough to accomplish this. If you agree, I will announce this decision at the Imperial meeting 3 days later." Iron Prison could sense the trust that the Moon Empress had in him. Iron Prison was well aware of his bad temper. Aside from Cicada Song, Iron Prison did not have deep ties with the other members of royalty. It could be said that he had the worst interpersonal ties among all the members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. There even used to be animosity between Iron Prison and the Moon Empress because of Cheng Wu. However, neither Iron Prison nor the Moon Empress had brought up the incident since then. Later, when the Moon Empress' lifespan was endangered, Iron Prison decided to use his own sacred source life form to extend her life. It was only then that their relationship improved. The Moon Empress still did not like Iron Prison, but this did not mean that she did not admire his character. The Spacetime Elder had given Iron Prison such an arrangement in the past because it prevented his talents from going to waste. The Moon Empress was going the same now. There were many members of royalty with free time. However, the Moon Empress deemed Iron Prison to be the most suitable of the lot. She believed that he would be willing to take on this task. "Moon Empress, I have no reason to turn down this task you're giving me. I will make sure to get the Radiance Federation's surface layer under control. Enabling the Radiance Federation to come off as peaceful isn't a challenge for me at all. The method of keeping each other in check is effective at managing not only the entire main world but the Radiance Federation as well. I will pick some elites from the members of royalty's subordinates and manage the Radiance Federation through them. The elites belonging to the camps of different members of royalty will also supervise each other." After he was done speaking, Iron Prison did not stay long. He did not even finish drinking the cup of tea the Moon Empress had poured out for him. This did not bother the Moon Empress because she knew that this was just his personality. Iron Prison did not have much of an EQ, but he did have the character befitting of a member of royalty. The Moon Empress intended to have a talk with Tianfeng after the next imperial meeting ended. She was going to tell him not to overly blame himself for his erroneous decision, but to focus on the future development of the Radiance Federation instead. This dead spirits crisis allowed the Moon Empress to see the importance of Cultivated Garden. Cultivated Garden was the source of supply for the Radiance Federation's foundational resources. These foundational resources could not be replaced by high-quality resources. High-quality resources were beneficial for spirit chi professionals who already had some power, while low-quality resources were meant for the millions of regular people who lived in the Radiance Federation. The burden of responsibility on Tian Feng's shoulders was a very heavy one. Tian Feng was not the kind of person who could be convinced through advice. Once he became bogged down by his thoughts, it would take some time for him to regain his footing. While the Moon Empress was handling the Radiance Federation's affairs, Spring had finished gathering the dead world's roots. She stored them inside a special amber bottle. Spring placed this bottle in Lin Yuan's hand and said earnestly, "Lord Saint, the dead world's roots are of a very high level. It will have a large impact on life forms below the divine kingdom level. Do not use the dead world's roots on other life forms without careful consideration." Lin Yuan nodded seriously, making a mental note of Spring's words. "Spring, I will seek your help when I decide to use the dead world's roots to nurture or strengthen other life forms. I already have a target in mind." Spring could tell that Lin Yuan trusted her, and she could not help but smile brightly. "Lord Saint, you can give me instructions whenever you want as long as you need me." After removing the dead world's roots from the ley lines, Spring used her energy to seal Tower Cannon's castle. She would immediately be alerted if anyone tried to enter the castle. Spring knew that Lin Yuan was going to use the calamity in the castle to strengthen Merciful Soul in the future. Lin Yuan followed Spring to Epic God Palace. With Spring leading the way, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of Epic God Palace very quickly. As he looked at the mountain with the 4 seasons clearly distinguished on it, Lin Yuan could not help but feel both a sense of familiarity as well as amazement. The Snow Celestial Mountain had been far from as majestic and mystical as this mountain. Spring saw Lin Yuan looking at 4 Seasons Mountain and said seriously, "Lord Saint, this 4 Seasons Mountain has the potential to become a higher fairy. However, even after being promoted to a Class 2 world, this world can't handle the heavens trial of a higher fairy. If you want to take this 4 Seasons Mountain with you when you leave for the sky beyond the clouds, there will be no need to continue suppressing the 4 Seasons Mountain's bloodline, and it will be able to evolve into a higher fairy. The appearance of a higher fairy in the sky beyond the clouds will immediately lead to a meeting with the people from Fairy Institution. Then, you'll be able to use 4 Seasons Mountain to become acquainted with Fairy Institution. Although Fairy Institution is a faction made up of fairies, they have never been against interacting with other factions. But if any harm comes to a fairy, they will bring down their wrath with no mercy. Fairies are the strongest species in the sky beyond the clouds. This is largely related to the unity of the fairies." Lin Yuan looked at 4 Seasons Mountain in surprise. He had not expected it to not only have the potential to evolve into a higher fairy but already be ready for the evolution. The only reason it had yet to evolve was that its grade was being suppressed. Lin Yuan really liked listening to Spring talk about the sky beyond the clouds. Although he was present in the main world, this allowed him to gain a better understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was very willing to interact with Fairy Institution when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Through his interactions with Celestial Sight and Begin Lady, Lin Yuan had a very good impression of the fairy species. Moreover, it seemed that his body composition naturally attracted fairies. At that moment, Lin Yuan sensed 2 powerful auras emanating from within Epic God Palace. These 2 aura were heavily permeated by emotion. Normally, experts with such auras should not appear now. Summer was currently extracting Death Aura from the Startling Lines Continent's ley lines. The only entities in Epic God Palace who were willing to reveal their auras to Spring were Autumn and Winter, who were also rulers of Epic God Palace. Autumn and Winter were also followers of the Saint. It was clear that they were releasing their auras in response to his arrival. While Lin Yuan was thinking of the right way to address Autumn and Winter, 2 figures appeared and knelt in front of him. They performed the same greetings that Spring and Summer did when they first showed themselves to him. Just as Lin Yuan was about to help Autumn and Winter up, Spring said softly, "Lord Saint, let them finish their greetings. They have been waiting for many epochs to pass just to see you." Spring understood how Autumn and Winter were feeling. They were feeling the same way she felt when she first saw him. Autumn had been blaming himself recently, especially after he heard Summer talk about Lin Yuan. Tower Cannon had almost assassinated Lord Saint, and his life was almost in danger of coming to an end. This information caused Autumn's heart to start thumping rapidly. Autumn was Epic God Palace's first representative to contact Tower Cannon. He truly regretted not eliminating Tower Cannon then, and giving them the opportunity to harm Lord Saint later. Winter was the first of the followers to join Lord Saint's side. When he saw Lin Yuan and sensed Morbius aura on Lin Yuan's wrist, Winter could not prevent tears from springing to his eyes. After sincerely greeting Lin Yuan, the two of them stood up and joined Lin Yuan behind Spring. Regardless of how overwhelmed they felt, the two of them restrained themselves. As followers, they did not have the right to initiate communication with Lin Yuan. They could only engage with him when he asked them questions. Lin Yuan did not have social anxiety, especially when he was aware of the status of Autumn and Winter. Lin Yuan immediately asked, "Where is the returning Saint Pool? Take me there now. Firstly, I need to enlighten my birth horoscope to verify my identity. Secondly, I need to increase my power as soon as possible." When Spring followed Lin Yuan, she responded immediately to his questions. But now, she gave Autumn and Winter the opportunity to communicate with Lin Yuan instead. Autumn was the first to speak. "Lord Saint, the returning Saint Pool is at the center of the four palaces. If you want to head there, I will take you immediately." Autumn immediately began leading the way. Normally, Autumn was very respectful toward Winter, who was an elder. He always gave way to him, but now that he had the chance to interact with Lin Yuan, Autumn was not going to give way like he usually did. Rather, he seemed to have competitive intentions. Winter took out a crystalline object. This crystalline item looked solid but moved between a wispy cloud-like state and a tangible state in Winter's palm. Winter carefully held up this crystalline item in front of Lin Yuan. "Lord Saint, this is pure soul energy that I tempered using my soul. Any life form can absorb it. The life form might not benefit from absorbing the soul energy and might even be negatively affected. I'm not trying to ask you to absorb my soul energy. You can use this energy to activate the returning Saint Pool's water. This will shorten the time taken for you to enlighten your birth horoscope." Spring and Summer looked at Winter poignantly. Winter was the strongest of the four of them. He was also the only one who had reached the level of being able to temper his soul into a nourishing supplement. Winter began tempering his soul when Epic God Palace first arrived in this world. This energy was a heartfelt gesture from him. Lin Yuan frowned slightly but did not immediately reach out to receive the soul energy. Firstly, Spring clearly said that it would only take him around a month to enlighten his birth horoscope in the returning Saint Pool. A month was not a long time for Lin Yuan, and he could spare the time. Hence, he did not need to shorten the time it took to enlighten his birth horoscope. This item that Winter had condensed from his soul had to be very precious to him. "Winter, if you absorb the item in your hand, will it be able to evolve your soul because the energy came from your own soul? Or will there be drawbacks?" Winter was slightly stunned. Lin Yuan's words allowed Winter to see that this iteration of the saint had a very different personality from the previous one. The previous saint would never turn down such an offering. Yet, despite this being their first meeting, this saint was already thinking for his sake. Regardless of how his personality changed, it made no difference to Winter as long as it was confirmed that Lin Yuan was the saint. Winter said candidly, "If I absorb this ball of soul energy, my soul will be significantly nourished. I will be able to heal 2/3 of the damage my soul suffered from being tempered." Lin Yuan told Winter sincerely, "If that's the case, you can absorb this item. Don't do anything like this that harms yourself again. Even if you want to help me, you don't have to do it by depleting yourself." While he spoke, a thought struck Lin Yuan. Throughout their journey together, he had not asked Spring what resources she used to increase her power. Now that Spring, Autumn, and Winter were in front of him, Lin Yuan admired the beauty of Epic God Palace while asking, "Spring, Autumn, Winter, what kind of resources do you usually need to increase your power?" In this enormous main world, there did not seem to be any resource that was of a particularly high level. The resources that Lin Yuan produced on his own had already reached the peak of the main world. It seemed as though he could also secure a monopoly over the sky beyond the clouds. Autumn had already communicated with Lin Yuan. Although Autumn really wanted to continue interacting with Lin Yuan, he decided to give the chance to Winter. Winter said seriously, "Lord Saint, the four of us have very different body compositions, but as long as we have sufficient pure spirit qi, our bodies will be able to evolve however we like." Lin Yuan did not immediately take out the spirit qi crystals because he did not know the purity of the spirit qi that Winter was referring to. Lin Yuan would not assume that the spirit qi he produced could meet Winter's expectations. Although Lin Yuan had the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Green Vine, he could not fathom Winter's level. "What is the percentage purity of spirit qi that you require?" Spring, Autumn, and Winter all understood Lin Yuan's intent. It was clear that he wanted to provide them with resources. In this regard, Lin Yuan was the same as the previous saint. Spring, Autumn, and Winter were all Lin Yuan's followers. It was normal for followers to use their master's resources. Winter did not beat around the bush and said, "What we need now is to increase the purity of this world to 94% and above. Then begin absorbing the spirit qi. Spirit qi that is less pure than that won't benefit our power. Instead, it will contaminate our bodies and increase the impurities within our bodies. Because of this reason, our faction has been increasing our power very slowly. I am the only one who has achieved a breakthrough." Lin Yuan was surprised to hear this, but at the same time he relaxed. He had not expected an expert of Winter's level would only require spirit qi with a 94% purity. This was much lower than the concentration of spirit qi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan normally used spirit qi of at least 98% purity to evolve his phase. This allowed Lin Yuan to recognize just how powerful Morbius was. Lin Yuan took out 4 wooden chests. The heavy chests thumped when they landed on the ground, each containing 10,000 spirit qi crystals. "During the time that I'm in seclusion, the 3 of you can each take a wooden chest and use the spirit qi crystals within it to evolve yourselves. One of you will deliver the 4th wooden chest to Summer." Normally, he would not have given away these many resources regardless of how generous Lin Yuan was. He was only giving away such a large amount of resources now because he was certain they were his followers. Just like how Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter needed to verify Lin Yuan's identity. Lin Yuan also sensed solid faith power flowing into him from Autumn and Winter the moment he met them. Faith power could not lie. The 4 rulers of Epic God Palace were Lin Yuan's strongest combat power. The stronger they were, the more protection Lin Yuan would have in the future. Moreover, 40,000 spirit qi crystals did not put a large hole in Lin Yuan's pocket. Lin Yuan would continue to supply the 4 of them with spirit qi crystals. Lin Yuan was only providing them with 10,000 spirit qi crystals this time because he wanted to gauge the ability of spirit qi crystals to enable experts like Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter to evolve. Spring, Autumn, and Winter performed a ritual of respect toward Lin Yuan. Each of them picked up a chest filled with spirit qi crystals. The 3 of them were only able to reach their current level of power because they used the resources they received from the saint. The saint was also the one who had helped them to activate their body compositions. The 3 of them were very familiar with spirit qi crystals. After such a long time, the 4 of them could finally receive this level of resources again. With these spirit qi crystals, they could finally increase their power again despite being in a Class 2 world. Spring was silent for a moment before she picked up the last box of spirit qi crystals on the ground. "Lord Saint, I will deliver the spirit qi crystals to Summer while you head to the returning Saint Pool to enlighten your birth horoscope. Then, I will stay to gather the death aura in the ley lines with Summer." Lin Yuan nodded. Autumn had already led Lin Yuan to the cross between the 4 large palaces. There were white jade pillars erected here. Each pillar was draped in a special veil. The layers of gauze floated in the wind and shrouded the space between the pillars. As Lin Yuan stood here, he felt his soul shudder. Something within the space was calling him forward. Autumn bowed and made an ushering gesture. "Lord Saint, this is considered forbidden ground. Aside from you, no one else is allowed to enter." If you want to enlighten your birth horoscope, all you need to do is step in. While you're enlightening your birth horoscope, the water in the returning saint pool will temper your body and soul. You have already tempered the impurities in your body, spiritual energy, and soul, so you should know about the pain you will need to endure during the process. If you can't endure the agony, you can call us in to help you. Lin Yuan shook his head. As long as his life was not in danger, he could handle pain. He was not the type to shy away from agony and hardship. Rather, he appreciated the opportunity to temper his body, spiritual energy, and soul. Lin Yuan looked forward to the growth he would receive from the returning saint pool. Once he enlightened his birth horoscope, he would be able to distinguish himself even among the older generation. Not many of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had enlightened their birth horoscope. Luckily, Lin Yuan was there to provide resources to the members of royalty, and it would not be long before another birth horoscope expert emerged from the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. Lin Yuan stepped through the layer of gossamer. The nearer he walked to the returning saint pool, the more he felt a sense of innate intimacy. It was as though he was facing himself. At that point, Lin Yuan no longer doubted that he was the saint. The tent was spacious, and the main space was very wide. There was a large pool that had yet to transform into a spirit pool at the center of the space. It was clear that this pool was the returning saint pool that was going to enable him to enlighten his birth horoscope. Lin Yuan quickly stepped forward, and the returning saint pool turned a beautiful amber that resembled a pool of tea. Lin Yuan squatted down and placed his hand in the pool. He noticed that the pool was almost the exact same temperature as his body. Rather than seeming like water, the pool water seemed like an entity that would not contaminate his hair and skin. Even if Lin Yuan sank his entire arm into the pool, his sleeve remained dry after he lifted his arm out. Lin Yuan could sense that a portion of the abilities in the pool water had entered his body through his palm. A warm and comfortable wave washed over Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan jumped into the returning saint pool. The depth of the returning saint pool just happened to reach right below his nose. Lin Yuan was able to breathe comfortably, even with his mouth closed. At the instant that he jumped into the returning saint pool, the amber fluid sprayed jets of fluid resembling flower petals, while Lin Yuan seemed to be the flower's core. The amber fluid moved outward around Lin Yuan, and streams of amber fluid formed mysterious patterns. Lin Yuan's eyes were currently open as he watched the changes take place. But it was not long before he clenched his jaw tightly. Lin Yuan felt warm and comfortable when a wisp of energy within the returning saint pool entered his body. But when buckets of the energy were pouring into his body, he felt as though he had turned into a sealed jar. Not only was his body growing increasingly warmer, but he also had to endure piercing pain shooting through his spirit and soul. This pain was only climbing. At first, the pain seemed like the pricks from needles. But in less than 2 minutes, Lin Yuan felt as though his soul and spirit were being ground by something. Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly as he silently endured all this. He knew that his spirit and soul were only feeling this way because they were being destroyed and reconfigured over and over again, thereby evolving through this process. Normally, the pain in his soul and spirit were more excruciating than the pain in his body. But in the returning saint pool, the pain of Lin Yuan's body was much more intense than the pain of his soul and spirit. Lin Yuan's body was like a piece of soap that was melting in the returning saint pool. But at the same time, the returning saint pool activated his genetic model and allowed his body to be remolded rapidly. Hence, his body was maintained in a perfect state. Lin Yuan was using this method to trade the energy within himself and that of the returning saint pool. It was as though the returning saint pool was a part of Lin Yuan's body. It was both itchy and agonizing for Lin Yuan's body to constantly melt and be remolded. Pain was an endurable feeling to gnash one's teeth and endure as long as one was strong enough. However, itchiness could easily cause a person's willpower to crumble. Anyone who had experienced being cut by a knife knew that the itchy part of wound healing was much more salient than the pain. Lin Yuan's body was being externally remolded, but the itchiness permeated his entire power. Even with Lin Yuan's willpower, he could not help but let out a groan. Lin Yuan's body shuddered under the pain and itch. Lin Yuan had never been in such a sorry state ever since he arrived in this world. Lin Yuan bit his lip forcefully to stave off the itchiness. His teeth almost immediately tore his lip. Fresh blood dripped from Lin Yuan's lips and spread out in the returning Saint Pool. Lin Yuan had not noticed that his blood had turned golden red. The golden red blood even had a jade-like sheen. Lin Yuan curled up his body, hugged his legs, and sank to the bottom of the returning Saint Pool in this fetal position. When he instinctively entered this state, he felt the pain and itch alleviate considerably. However, the exchange of energy between the returning Saint Pool and his body sped up significantly. It did not take long before Lin Yuan clearly sensed that his body had improved. When Lin Yuan circulated his energy, he realized that in the short span of an hour, the energy in his body now circulated at more than 7 times its original speed. Moreover, the energy could spread to many more channels in his body. When Lin Yuan circulated his energy, the rate at which spirit qi was purified in his body also increased substantially compared to before. Aside from improvements in his body, Lin Yuan's spirit and soul had also become much more powerful than before. This especially applied to his soul power. At the same time, Lin Yuan could sense that his 2 souls were showing signs of fusing. Lin Yuan was certain that this was due to the returning Saint Pool. Lin Yuan had heard about birth horoscope experts from the Moon Empress. Birth horoscope experts nourished their birth horoscopes with their souls. It was likely that 2 souls did not fit with the usual conditions for a birth horoscope expert. Now that the 2 souls were showing signs of fusing, it seemed that it was an inevitability. Indeed, a lifeform's birth horoscope represented its fate. There should not be the existence of 2 fates in a stable lifeform. However, Lin Yuan felt the twinge of dilemma. The existence of 2 souls allowed Lin Yuan to contract more sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan was concerned that he would be forced to lower the number of sacred source lifeforms he could contract once his souls were fused. Spring allowed Lin Yuan to understand something. Even experts from the sky beyond the clouds contracted sacred source lifeforms, and they were also limited in the number of sacred source lifeforms they could contract. The 12 stars of sacred source lifeforms were the mechanism by which lower-class worlds categorized the strengths of sacred source lifeforms. At the sky beyond the clouds, there was another way to distinguish the levels of sacred source lifeforms. After sacred source lifeforms broke through past 12 stars, they would reach a level called Divine Kingdom Banner. It was divided into 10 levels. It was given this name because sacred source lifeforms needed to have their own divine kingdom in order to break through past 12 stars. The experts whose sacred source lifeforms had yet to reach the divine kingdom would not be able to experience such a breakthrough. Hence, being able to contract sacred source lifeforms was also a good thing in the sky beyond the clouds. While these thoughts were running through Lin Yuan's mind and he was awash in conflicted feelings, Morbius' voice appeared beside Lin Yuan's body. Morbius was no longer in a semi-solid state when it materialized in reality. In terms of looks, it was almost an exact carbon copy of Lin Yuan. Morbius had a colder and sterner expression if they really had to be compared in detail. Its eyes were not as gentle as that of Lin Yuan. Partner, fusing your 2 souls to awaken your birth horoscope won't weaken the quality of your 2 souls. Instead, they will be improved. At that time, you will still be able to contract more sacred source lifeforms than the average person. When your 2 souls become one, they will become more resistant to damage when you're in danger. This is a good thing for you. Based on my unlocked memory, it's true that you're the reincarnation of the saint. I am also the totem god they are referring to. I know what you've been worried about. Being a reincarnation doesn't mean that you have to become someone else. As the saint, you can continue being as kind as you've always been. The only thing that has been combined is your memories from both lives. Those memories have always been in you. You should be hoping that you won't have anything holding you back in the road ahead, and can march forward to wherever your heart takes you. After speaking, Morbius injected a portion of its root energy into Lin Yuan's body. Morbius' main body on Lin Yuan's wrist released a blinding reddish-brown light and seemed to transform into a fish that began swimming around the returning Saint Pool. When Morbius injected its root energy into his body, Lin Yuan's mind throbbed. Much of the pain and itch had disappeared. However, Lin Yuan could tell that they had not truly disappeared but were being shared by his companion Morbius. Morbius was also experiencing the same pain and itchiness he was feeling. Lin Yuan was about to say something when he saw Morbius smile warmly at him. "Partner, I can do more than share the good times with you. Let me share the pain with you. This won't affect the awakening of your body composition in the slightest. I really want to walk alongside you, just like how you've been helping me to evolve my grade. The energy in the returning Saint Pool is only just beginning to be activated. You will still have to remain here in the returning Saint Pool for a very long time and will have to endure an extended period of pain. So you better compose your mind now. Otherwise, you might run out of steam and fall into a state of slumber. If that happens, the returning Saint Pool won't be able to evolve your spirit and soul." Morbius' words touched Lin Yuan. Felt good to have a companion to walk through life with. Lin Yuan took out spiritual ingredients that could bolster the spirit and held them in his mouth. After the returning Saint Pool enlightened his birth horoscope, his power would skyrocket. In the eyes of the main world, an A-rank spirit chi professional was the equivalent of an emperor-class expert. But once an expert awakened his birth horoscope, he would gain power beyond the eternal level. At that point, Lin Yuan would have crossed over the creation, immortal, and eternal levels. It was highly possible that such an opportunity only came along once in a person's life. Hence, Lin Yuan was going to do everything he could to grab a hold of it. Even if the pain in his body, soul, and spirit increased to 5 times its current level, and he had to remain here for 5 months, Lin Yuan would press on without hesitation. Lin Yuan was confident of this even if he was alone, much less now that he had Morbius' support. Time slipped by day. During this time, spring, summer, autumn, and winter were using the resources provided by Lin Yuan to increase their powers, while they waited for Lin Yuan to emerge from the returning Saint Pool. Once Lin Yuan stepped out of the returning Saint Pool, his body of all spirits would be fully awakened. At that point, he could use his body to control any species' bloodlines. Their body of 4 seasons could be linked to the body of all spirits once it was awakened. At that time, they could transfer their energy to the body of all spirits and enable the body of all spirits' bloodline to be tempered. The 4 of them preferred to be of help to Lin Yuan rather than staying by his side to protect him. After absorbing the last spirit chi crystal, Autumn opened his eyes. He could not remember the last time he absorbed spirit chi of such high purity. Even in the sky beyond the clouds, only Lin Yuan could coordinate his body composition with the totem god to produce spirit chi of such high purity. With his body nourished by such pure spirit chi, Autumn could feel that the locks on that gate were finally budging. When Winter absorbed the last spirit chi crystal and opened his eyes as well, Autumn glanced in the direction of the returning Saint Pool and asked Winter with a hint of concern in his voice. "Winter, Lord Saint must endure considerable pain while using the returning Saint Pool to enlighten his birth horoscope and awaken his body of all spirits. Do you think?" Before Autumn could finish speaking, he was sharply interrupted by Winter. "Autumn, don't forget your place. All you need to do is fulfill the tasks of your station. Don't think about other things you don't need to consider. There is no way that Lord Saint will fail to enlighten his birth horoscope and awaken his body composition. There's no need for you to worry. I have already opened the path to the sky beyond the clouds. Once Lord Saint steps out from the returning Saint Pool, he can decide to go to the sky beyond the clouds at any time. I know you are the most anxious of the 4 of us to return to the sky beyond the clouds. But you have to understand one thing, which is that Lord Saint is the one who decides when and if we'll return to the sky beyond the clouds. We cannot use our actions or words to influence him toward any sort of decision. You should be aware of this. All of them had different personalities. Winter and Autumn had spent countless epochs together, and Winter knew Autumn's character well. Autumn would never do anything that harmed Lin Yuan. As his follower, he shared the same attitude and thoughts as the rest of them. However, Autumn's personality needed to be slightly mellowed. Lord Saint needed steady people by his side. Autumn nodded ardently when he heard what Winter said. It was not true that Autumn had not improved in the slightest after all the epochs that had passed. He was also constantly growing. Autumn was always aware of his own issues. When he interacted with spring, summer, and winter, Autumn consciously worked on correcting his issues. Although he had not caused any direct trouble for Lin Yuan, it was true that he had affected Lin Yuan's judgment. A small smile appeared on Winter's face when Autumn nodded. Spring has gone to help Summer handle the death aura in the ley lines. It won't take the two of them long to work together to gather all the death aura in the ley lines. The people we've sent out have already fully understood this Class 2 world circumstances. You are aware of how Lord Saint feels toward the natives of this world. I think that Lord Saint will remain in this world for almost a century to help it to develop. Rather than thinking about going to the sky beyond the clouds now, we should think about how we can help Lord Saint to develop this Class 2 world. Before we confirmed Lord Saint's identity, you could take this Class 2 world lightly. But now, this Class 2 world is Lord Saint's homeland. Given our understanding of Lord Saint, this place will eventually become the sacred ground of the sky beyond the clouds. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lin Yuan endured a mix of pain and itchiness. There were countless instances where he was on the brink of giving up. It was just as Morbius said. The first day's pain and itchiness were nothing but a small appetizer. In the subsequent days, the agony increased by at least 3 times of that of the first day. Luckily, he had Morbius there to share the load with him and endure the month together. Now, Lin Yuan had successfully awakened his body composition and enlightened his birth horoscope. He was now a certified birth horoscope expert. The amber fluid returned to its original transparency when Lin Yuan stepped out of the returning saint pool. If Lin Yuan did not control his body, the spirit qi would have gathered around his body like a tsunami to nourish him. Furthermore, after his body was tempered and condensed, his 2 souls had fused into one. A birth horoscope with 12 dots of light circled Lin Yuan's soul. The birth horoscope embedded itself above his divine kingdom and shone like a gem above the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the quality of his soul had improved. Additionally, his spiritual energy had been significantly improved. Lin Yuan enjoyed this feeling of an improved body. The current condition of his body made him feel like the past month of agony had been worth it. The mermaid, the arch bloodline in his body was no longer entangled with his own bloodline. Lin Yuan's bloodline was now the main pillar while his mermaid, the arch bloodline was only a small branch. It was as though the mermaid, the arch bloodline was nothing compared to his bloodline. This feeling was very strange for Lin Yuan. Previously, the mermaid bloodline dominated his own bloodline. But now, his bloodline had been improved in the returning Saint Pool and was suppressing the mermaid, the arch bloodline. It was as though he could now manipulate the mermaid, the arch bloodline at will. Previously, Lin Yuan still had some suspicions about whether he was truly the saint as spring, summer, autumn, and winter claimed. But now it was ascertained that he was indeed the saint. Lin Yuan turned to look at the now colorless returning Saint Pool. The moment Lin Yuan saw his reflection in the returning Saint Pool, his entire body froze. His facial appearance had not changed drastically and still resembled his previous self. However, his features and bone structure had changed slightly in the returning Saint Pool. Previously, his features and bone structure were considered near perfect. But now they were absolutely exquisite. Regardless of how much favor the Creator showed a particular life form, they would not allow any life form to have features and a bone structure similar to the one that Lin Yuan had now. Lin Yuan already had an extremely outstanding deportment. With the support from his deportment, Lin Yuan's aura could no longer be described as elite. The description heavenly tyrannical was not an exaggeration when it was directed at his features and bone structure. Lin Yuan took out a piece of casual wear made from moonbeam brocade from his spatial equipment. Most of Lin Yuan's clothes were made by Wen Yu, and only a few of them had been sewn by the Moon Empress. This piece of casual wear happened to be one of the few. When Lin Yuan wore this set of clothes, he looked as though he was draped in moonlight. Lin Yuan circulated the energy in his body and realized with shock that the amount of spirit qi that passed through his body each second was comparable to the volume of one spirit qi crystal. After being strengthened by the returning Saint Pool, Lin Yuan's spirit chi production ability was now just as strong as Morbius. Epic God Palace sat atop 17 spirit veins. If all of them were mined, hundreds of tons of energy ores would be produced. One of the reasons for spring, summer, autumn, and winter deciding to build Epic God Palace there was its favorable environment. Additionally, they wanted to prepare resources for Lin Yuan so he could harvest and use them when they finally found him. Otherwise, if Tower Cannon or the humans happened to discover this place during such a long passage of time, they would definitely begin mining the resources for their own benefit. Due to the presence of the 17 spirit veins, this environment was highly concentrated with spirit chi. Lin Yuan did not rush to leave the returning Saint Pool. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and began carefully examining both the phase he had spirit-locked and those he had contracted. Phase like Shiny, Genius, Chimey, and the rest needed to absorb other resources aside from spirit chi. Hence, they could not evolve their grades solely using spirit chi or by having pure spirit chi injected into their bodies. However, this was possible for Blackie and the Jasmine Lily. The praying universe soul whale needed to absorb soul energy, while the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom needed to absorb fire elemental energy. Lin Yuan had plenty of fire elemental energy. Lin Yuan would have regarded soul energy as a rare and scarce resource 6 months ago. He could not start a war to collect the souls of millions of people just to nurture Rememberling. But now, with the Dead Spirits crisis, there was a large number of souls floating around in the main world. After absorbing these souls, Rememberling's grade and quality would be able to evolve rapidly. Lin Yuan did not have time to take Rememberling around the main world to absorb energy. However, he could send experts like the Abyss Great Emperor to take Rememberling around the main world. Rememberling would be taken to wherever there was the most number of souls. Aside from spirit chi and earth elemental energy, the source sand also needed some special earth-type treasures. It was just as difficult to evolve the source sand as it was dark blue. It was even more difficult to evolve purple afterglow's grade and quality. It needed at least a few years to stabilize. Hence, the only phase Lin Yuan had that could increase their power rapidly were the Jasmine Lily and Blackie. With that thought, Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily first. He intended to use this elegant environment to evolve the Jasmine Lily and Blackie's grades and qualities. Although doing this would lower the concentration of spirit chi in the environment, Lin Yuan believed that spring, summer, autumn, and winter would not mind him doing so. After the Jasmine Lily evolved to suzerain/myth and proliferated as well as fasciated, it mutated into an obstinate leaf style. It was now only around the size of Lin Yuan's palm. Even the Emperor Green Jade that Lin Yuan had glimpsed once in his previous life could not hold a candle to the Jasmine Lily's color. There was a small bright red main flower on the Jasmine Lily's short, round, and moist leaves. The top of the main flower looked as though it had been carved from red jade. There were 3 buds of mountain jade on the carved red jade flowers. The crystallized buds of mountain jade resembled opal and shone with a mottled glow. They looked even more brilliant than a wildflower-covered mountainside. Lin Yuan had not had any time recently to address the Jasmine Lily. This was the first time he was summoning the Jasmine Lily in months. He could not hide the amazement in his eyes. Fey name, Jasmine Lily, bud of mountain jade. Spirit life-form species. Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus. Fey grade. Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type. Wood. Fey quality. Myth 2. Abilities. Heal. Fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized main flower. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of mountain jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its bud of mountain jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Mountain jade imprint. The mountain jade imprint will compress the pollen and vitality within the bud of mountain jade to combine the two. A special imprint will be formed. When applied to a target, the healing effects will be greatly raised. Healing transfer. When the mountain jade imprint is healing a target, if the vitality being injected into a target exceeds the amount that the target requires, the vitality will explode and heal the other life forms in the area. Alternatively, it can transfer the vitality to other targets that have the Mountain Jade imprint applied on them. Life-protecting soul. When a target is being healed, the vitality can form a protective layer over the soul to help the target's soul defend against external attacks. Red Crystal Jade Drain. When using the crystallized main flower to carry out reverse healing on a target, the effects of draining vitality and the negative impacts to the spirit senses will be magnified. If the enemy target has the Mountain Jade imprint applied on it, it can drain the target's vitality. Mountain Jade Prayer. Once the fasciated flower stand is activated, layers of jade will be produced, and the vitality within the body will be rapidly released. There is no distance limit, and the targets with the Mountain Jade imprint on them will receive healing. This will enable the friendly targets with the Mountain Jade imprint on them to recover their vitality to the maximum level. Revived muscle and bone. If the target's body has lost its genetic model, the Mountain Jade fluid in the buds of Mountain Jade can use the target's damaged body to analyze and create a replica of its genetic model. Exclusive skill. Recovery imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that is released by the Jasmine Lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Generated wedge. Vitality will be poured into the target's body and used to bless the target. Before the vitality is used up, the target will not die regardless of how serious the injuries it sustains are. The Jasmine Lily that had been growing in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had already successfully evolved from Suzerain/Myth I to Suzerain/Myth II. It was only a step away from evolving to Myth 3. Lin Yuan was anxious to evolve the Jasmine Lily to Myth 3. At that point, it would be able to change into human form. When the Jasmine Lily evolved to Diamond Grade, Lin Yuan confirmed that the Jasmine Lily was male. Plant-type phase could pick their gender when they transformed into human form. Since the Jasmine Lily had already made its decision, it would not have to struggle with indecision when it transformed like other plant-type phase did. It would be difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the Jasmine Lily directly to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan personally saw Green Vine take on heaven and earth when it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The main worlds had not wanted a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform to appear in this world and restrained the evolution of its own accord. Additionally, meddling from spies outside of this world made the trials even harder to handle. Lin Yuan would not be alone when he decided to evolve the Jasmine Lily to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. He would ask Autumn and Winter for help. Normally, Lin Yuan liked to use spirit chi crystals when he evolved his phase. But this time, instead of doing that, he picked up the Jasmine Lily with his right hand and circulated the energy in his body. The Jasmine Lily's grade and quality began climbing rapidly as though they were being powered by an engine. As the sea of pure spirit chi was injected into the Jasmine Lily's body, it became increasingly crystalline. The world cleansing appeared above the returning Saint Pool. By now, Lin Yuan had summoned the Abyss Great Emperor and was waiting for the world cleansing to descend. But in the end, the Abyss Great Emperor did not need to step in as the world cleansing was intercepted and blocked by Autumn. Autumn had already anticipated that Lin Yuan would evolve his phase after he was done enlightening his birth horoscope. Autumn and Winter were already waiting to help Lin Yuan to block these attacks. Lin Yuan's lips curved, and he felt even more confident that the Jasmine Lily's evolution would be successful. But now, the Jasmine Lily was no longer seated in Lin Yuan's hand. Instead, it had transformed into a handsome man who was slightly taller than Lin Yuan. This man had short hair that resembled the Jasmine Lily's short and small obstinate leaves. The Jasmine Lily in human form not only had jade green hair on its head, but its eyebrows were also the same color. There was a pair of big doe eyes right below its eyebrows. In terms of its looks, the Jasmine Lily could not match up to Blackie and Chimey. However, it did have a fresh and natural aura that resembled that of Lin Yuan's own. Before the Jasmine Lily in human form could say anything to Lin Yuan, the trial of world creation descended. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the Jasmine Lily's back and said seriously, "Jasmine Lily, the opportunity to increase your power is here. I will do my best to enable you to evolve to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Don't hesitate to tell me if any issues crop up or if you feel uncomfortable in any way. Do not try to endure it on your own. The jasmine lily shook its head sincerely. When the jasmine lily transformed into human form, its main body transformed into a lantern in the shape of a lotus flower. This was clearly a weapon that the jasmine lily's main body had transformed into. Lin Yuan was in no hurry to check on the jasmine lily's data. Instead, he decided to wait until its grade and quality were fully evolved before he checked on it. The jasmine lily really liked this feeling of rapid evolution. Lin Yuan injected spirit qi into the jasmine lily's body so that it could absorb the spirit qi. It seemed that the spirit qi Lin Yuan produced from his own body was even better than the spirit qi crystals produced by Morbius. Lin Yuan gazed at the weapon formed from the jasmine lily's main body. The lantern had a short base that could only be seen from a side view. The jasmine lily was not holding up the lantern with its hand, but had hooked one finger through the handle. The lantern was the same jade green as the jasmine lily's leaves, while the center of the lantern was bright red. A blinding white flame burned within the lantern. When the white flame burned, one could sense the solid vitality in the lantern. It took much longer to evolve the jasmine lily than green vine. 8 days eventually passed. Lin Yuan could sense that the now eternal 12/spirit fire jasmine lily had reached a gate. Lin Yuan was not unfamiliar with this gate. He had also encountered it with green vine. Despite having sufficient spirit qi crystals, the jasmine lily was still stuck at this gate for some time. As long as the jasmine lily could cross this gate, it would become Lin Yuan's second world emperor/divine kingdom Fei. The jasmine lily would also be able to attain a divine kingdom ability. Lin Yuan did not rest even for a moment during the 8 days. In the past, his body would be exhausted and on its last legs. But after emerging from the returning Saint Pool, Lin Yuan noticed that his body would naturally absorb spirit qi to replenish itself. He would not feel tired unless his body was completely drained of energy. Layers of fluffy clouds clustered together around the top of a palace. The entire palace towered like a mountain and was surrounded by thousands of square meters of various captivating flora and fauna. Purple leaves filled the boughs of trees. With each passing breeze, the branches swayed with a hypnotic beauty. At that moment, a man with short grayish-brown hair was kneeling in the hall, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. His face was scrunched up with anxiousness. Fan Lu was Honor Absent Palace's newest Boundary Patrol envoy and led the 6th Boundary Patrol team. Although he was not considered part of Honor Absent Palace's management level, he did have a respectable status. Out of the 3,000 Boundary Patrol teams, the 6th Boundary Patrol team was one of the best performing ones. Every 10,000 years, Honor Absent Palace renumbered its 3,000 Boundary Patrol teams. The numbers were assigned according to the ranking the teams had achieved in the past 10,000 years. At first, Fan Lu wanted to enable the 6th Boundary Patrol team to become one of the top 5 teams. The Boundary Patrol envoys that led the top 5 teams would not only be able to obtain more resources from Honor Absent Palace but could receive an Honor Absent token. The Honor Absent token was a symbol in the East universe. Even the most inferior white Honor Absent token symbolized considerable status. However, the Team Fan Lu managed caused trouble a few days ago. In actuality, every Boundary Patrol team was dishonest to a certain degree. The Boundary Patrol envoys needed to generate income when they patrolled lower worlds. The members of Boundary Patrol teams did tedious work and needed some incentive to motivate them. Honor Absent Palace closed one eye when it came to these matters. Not long ago, Fan Lu received a letter of resignation. One of his subordinates had lost his life treasure while supervising a lower world. Every member of a Boundary Patrol team was a Divine Kingdom lifeform who had all activated their Divine Kingdom abilities. When their life treasures descended to the worlds, they would cause significant impacts even in a Class 3 world, much less a Class 1 world. Fan Lu was the type to treasure relationships. Nonetheless, in order to keep the transgression under wraps, he accepted the resignation. At first, Fan Lu thought about holding a meeting with the 6th Boundary Patrol team to discuss this matter and give the other members a warning. They were in their busy period. Due to an unknown reason, almost 1/3 of the 4 universes' fate had been drained. Fate could be recovered, but it would not be easy to restore the amount of fate to its previous state. Most importantly, the dominant factions of the four universes and all the species had worked together to investigate this matter but came up empty. This bothered the dominant factions and species of the four universes immensely. Any misstep at such a juncture could lead to one's doom. If he revealed this matter, it was inevitable that it would be leaked to the members of other teams. The teams were rivals, so they only appeared to be on good terms on the surface. But behind closed doors, they often used dirty tricks to undermine each other. The team that Fan Lu led had been tripped up by others numerous times. There was an infinitesimally small possibility of a fairy appearing in a Class 1 world. There was no need to pay attention to such anomalies. At this moment, Fan Lu regretted not bringing this matter up. If he had strictly and strongly emphasized this matter, there would have been so many members of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team who secretly spied on the Class 2 world when one of its lifeforms evolved to the World Emperor grade, the Divine Kingdom level. They all ended up killed by a lifeform in that Class 2 world. The 6th Boundary Patrol Team was now 3/4 of its original size. It was true that he was the Boundary Patrol Envoy who was the acting leader of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. However, despite being under his management, the members of the Boundary Patrol Team were not truly his subordinates. Every Boundary Patrol Guard was an official staff in the territory owned by Honor Absent Palace. If anything happened to a member, it had to be reported and addressed. Regardless of how capable Fan Lu was, he could not keep such an enormous matter under wraps. Hence, he had no choice but to seek punishment from Honor Absent Palace. A seated, beautiful girl toying with a gem in her hand frowned when she heard this. What? So many members of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team have died. Moreover, a life form in one of the Class 2 worlds under the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's jurisdiction has evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Fan Lu, I am always generous with you. Are you here to crack jokes with me? This girl threw the gem forcefully on her chair's armrest. How could a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform appear in a Class 2 world? The world rules don't permit the existence of such a lifeform. Is it possible that the 6th Boundary Patrol Team once again received private benefits from a faction or individual and ended up making a mess? Fan Lu's kneeling body jumped when he heard the sound of the gem slamming onto the chair's armrest. He did not know how to explain himself to this beautiful girl. Fan Lu also found it bizarre and did not understand how a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform could have appeared in a newly promoted Class 2 world. This event indeed went against all reason. It was true that Fan Lu and the Boundary Patrol teams he led in the past had accepted benefits from other factions and species. Each under-the-table operation earned staggering profits for Fan Lu. Each time he received resources, he would share a portion of it with this girl. This girl had always been the one watching out for him in Honor Absent Palace. Otherwise, despite being a Boundary Patrol envoy, Fan Lu would never be assigned to manage such an outstanding team. Lordess Kong Huan, even if I did do something extra, how could I ever hide it from you? You have always been taking care of me. Even at the cost of my life, I would never step over the rules. If you don't believe me, you can investigate personally. It's true that a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform has appeared in a Class 2 world. I don't know why that Class 2 world's wills did not restrain this lifeform's evolution. Fan Lu paused before he continued. Lordess Kong Huan, in truth, this Class 2 world received 2 heavens trials even when it was only a Class 1 world. When the enraged girl heard what Fan Lu said, she could not stop herself from sitting straighter. Fan Lu, you claimed that a Class 1 world managed to produce 2 fairies. Are you lying to me? Fan Lu hurriedly began defending himself. Of course not. It's true that a Class 1 world birthed 2 fairies, and these 2 fairies successfully overcame the heavens trials. One of them even successfully evolved into an intermediate fairy. Kong Huan stood up. At first, she intended to investigate and find out what was different about this Class 2 world personally. However, this Class 2 world had produced an intermediate fairy when it was only Class 1. This matter concerned the powerful fairy institution, so Kong Huan could not look into it too deeply. Kong Huan decided to report this matter. As long as one of the higher-ups took over this report, there would be no need for her to take responsibility for future repercussions. Fan Lu, I am aware of everything. You can leave. Remember, do not allow your boundary patrol team to cause any other mishaps. Otherwise, not even I will be able to protect you. I will allocate members to the 6th Boundary Patrol Team before the assessment. Fan Lu relaxed when he heard Kong Huan's response. This matter seemed to be very messy but was very simple to address. The first option was for Kong Huan to throw him to the dogs and allow him to take on all the responsibility and blame. He would then be captured by Honor Absent Palace's punishment department for questioning and sentencing. Once he admitted to his crime, the executioners would immediately eliminate him. Many of the Boundary Patrol team captains who did not have anyone supporting them ended up with such fates. Alternatively, Kong Huan could take on the blame on his behalf. This incident was not serious enough to shake her position in Honor Absent Palace. However, he would have to compensate her in whatever way she asked for in the future, even if it came at the cost of his life. When Fan Lu left Honor Absent Palace, he decided that he would hold a meeting and sternly rein in the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. They should not take off running in the hopes of receiving unconfirmed benefits once anything happened in one of the worlds. Fan Lu had it all planned out, but when he returned to the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, he saw that another 6 members of his team had died. This was exactly the same as what had happened previously. Fan Lu cared a lot about the image he portrayed. However, at that moment, he could not stop himself from roaring, "Ling Gu, what is the meaning of this? You are the deputy captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Don't you know that you are in charge of managing these idiots when I'm not present?" The skinny and tall man named Ling Gu pulled back his neck and said, "Boss, another World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform has appeared in that Class 2 world. The 4 of them insisted on checking it out and..." Before Ling Gu could finish speaking, Fan Lu's body started to tremble. Nonsense. They had all gone off the rails. He had just finished giving his report to Lordess Kong Huan. Now, another 4 members of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team had died. What was he going to tell her now? Lin Yuan did not know that the Jasmine Lily's evolution had caused such a giant scene in the sky beyond the clouds. He used true data to check on the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Jasmine Lily. Fey name, Jasmine Lily, bud of Mountain Jade, spirit lifeform species, Crassulaceae genus/Eonium genus, Fey grade, World Emperor, 1/10, Fey type, wood, Fey quality, elementary Divine Kingdom grade, miniature, abilities, heal, fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized main flower. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of Mountain Jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its Bud of Mountain Jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Mountain Jade Imprint. The Mountain Jade Imprint will compress the pollen and vitality within the Bud of Mountain Jade to combine the two. A special imprint will be formed. When applied to a target, the healing effects will be greatly raised. Healing transfer. When the Mountain Jade imprint is healing a target, if the vitality being injected into a target exceeds the amount that the target requires, the vitality will explode and heal the other life forms in the area. Alternatively, it can transfer the vitality to other targets that have the Mountain Jade imprint applied on them. Life Protecting Soul. When a target is being healed, the vitality can form a protective layer over the soul to help the target's soul defend against external attacks. Red Crystal Jade Drain. When using the crystallized main flower to carry out reverse healing on a target, the effects of draining vitality and the negative impacts to the spirit senses will be magnified. If the enemy target has the Mountain Jade imprint applied on it, it can drain the target's vitality. Mountain Jade Prayer. Once the fasciated flower stand is activated, layers of jade will be produced and the vitality within the body will be rapidly released. There is no distance limit and the targets with the Mountain Jade imprint on them will receive healing. This will enable the friendly targets with the Mountain Jade imprint on them to recover their vitality to maximum level. Revived muscle and bone. If the target's body has lost its genetic model, The mountain jade fluid in the buds of mountain jade can use the target's damaged body to analyze and create a replica of its genetic model. Life-healing flower eye. Flower eyes will be left on the body of targets. Before the flower eyes are activated, the target's injuries will be healed. After the flower eyes are activated, the vitality in the flower eyes will spread outwards like a fountain and heal the area around the target. Healing resonance. Each time a target is being healed or recovered, the jasmine lily receives a certain amount of energy replenishment. If the jasmine lily's energy limit is reached during the resonance process, the healing will achieve explosive effects. Spirit restoration. The combination of faith power and healing energy will recover the divine kingdoms of other targets. The target's divine kingdoms will be nourished and restored. Exclusive skill. Recovery imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that is released by the jasmine lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Generated wedge. Vitality will be poured into the target's body and used to bless the target. Before the vitality is used up, the target will not die regardless of how serious the injuries it sustains are. Imprint creation. All the energy in the jasmine lily's body will be used to create an imprint. The imprint's effects will be multiplied momentarily. Extending life, returning light. A few of its leaves will be sacrificed. The energy in the leaves will enable the target to return to its prime state even if it started on the brink of death. However, the target will also be filled with the jasmine lily's poison, and their vitality will be continuously depleted until it dies. Mountain jade protection. The bud of mountain jade will bless and protect the target. When the target is attacked, it will only undertake a small amount of damage, while most of the damage will be blocked by the energy in the bud of mountain jade. The blessing state will be weakened as time goes on. Accordingly, the damage suffered by the target will continuously increase until the target eventually takes on the full extent of the damage. Divine Kingdom abilities. Postponed birth. The target will be put into a birth state. After the target dies, it will be able to be revived for a temporary period of time. When the birth state is activated, the target will be drained in various ways, and its potential will also be affected. When a Fae evolved from normal to elite to bronze then to world emperor, it would obtain a total of 10 abilities. When it evolved from normal to legend to fantasy breed to myth breed, then to divine kingdom, it would gain a total of 6 exclusive skills and 1 divine kingdom ability. The jasmine lily gained the abilities life-healing flower eye, healing resonance, and spirit restoration. Life-healing flower eye was considered a very strong functional type healing type ability. The jasmine lily could place flower eyes on a target. Before the flower eye was activated, it would only heal the target. But once the flower eye was activated, it would become a moving healing spring that could heal all the entities in the target's vicinity. The jasmine lily could use life-healing flower eye on many targets at once. This would allow the jasmine lily's healing abilities to become more comprehensive and multidimensional. The jasmine lily would be able to heal many targets at once during battle even if Lin Yuan did not summon it directly. When this healing ability was paired with severed limbs growth, it would reach the peak of healing effects. Healing resonance was simultaneously an endurance and boosting ability. Currently, the jasmine lily's main endurance ability was recovery imprint. However, Lin Yuan used recovery imprint as a foundational ability. He would only use such a foundational exclusive skill when the situation was absolutely dire. Hence, the jasmine lily rarely had endurance when it was using its normal healing abilities. But now that it had healing resonance, the jasmine lily would receive a certain degree of energy replenishment when it healed other targets. The jasmine lily's healing could be activated on a large scale. With such large-scale healing, it was easy for the energy in the jasmine lily's body to reach its limit. This would keep the jasmine lily's energy level full, and its healing would be able to produce explosive effects easily. The explosive effect would cause the healing effects to multiply while using up a small portion of energy. This effectively raised the jasmine lily's healing abilities. These 2 abilities brought great joy to Lin Yuan. The endurance of healing resonance enabled the jasmine lily to handle the job of meeting Lin Yuan's healing needs during combat even without relying on the recovery imprint. Lin Yuan could stop using Recovery Imprint as an endurance ability but as a real secret weapon that he would only use when he was on the brink of death. This would give Recovery Imprint the chance to endlessly accumulate vitality. However, these two abilities could not be compared to Spirit Restoration. As the environment changed, the definitions of the levels of entities would change. There were many foundational abilities in the main world that became insignificant in the sky beyond the clouds. However, the Jasmine Lily's Spirit Restoration would continue to be seen as foundational even in the sky beyond the clouds. It would even be considered one of the top foundational abilities. This was not because Lin Yuan was overly confident in his phase abilities, but because Spirit Restoration truly reached this level. There was a giant gap between Spirit Fire and Divine Kingdom lifeforms. Divine Kingdom lifeforms were the most afraid of their Divine Kingdoms being damaged. Once their Divine Kingdoms were damaged, their ability to take in faith power would be affected. When Lin Yuan was communicating with Spring, the latter mentioned that once a Divine Kingdom expert's Divine Kingdom was damaged, it would be very difficult for him to continue improving for the remainder of his life. There were methods in the sky beyond the clouds to heal Divine Kingdoms, but these methods required a large amount of rare ingredients that regular Divine Kingdom experts could not afford. Even if the Divine Kingdom expert in question belonged to a large faction, the faction would have to weigh his value to the faction before deciding if they were worth the cost of so many rare resources. Spirit Restoration would combine faith power and healing energy to heal and nourish damaged Divine Kingdoms until they were restored to their original states. When they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, the Jasmine Lily would be able to use this ability to be of great help to Lin Yuan. This would give him the chance to gain many Divine Kingdom expert subordinates. The Divine Kingdom experts under Lin Yuan would not have to be worried about being left vulnerable when their Divine Kingdoms were injured during battle. Lin Yuan felt that this ability was even more precious than some Divine Kingdom abilities. Aside from abilities, the Jasmine Lily also gained 3 new exclusive skills: Imprint Creation, Extending Life, Returning Life, and Mountain Jade Protection. Imprint Creation would allow the Jasmine Lily to use all the energy in its body to create an imprint. Its effects could be multiplied temporarily. When Lin Yuan saw this exclusive skill, he instinctively thought of the Recovery Imprint. If Lin Yuan used Imprint Creation at the same time he used Recovery Imprint, the latter's effects would be temporarily raised. Lin Yuan would then be able to tap into more vitality to use to overcome obstacles. This increased the strength of Lin Yuan's secret weapons. Extending Life, Returning Life allowed the Jasmine Lily to sacrifice its obstinate leaves and use the energy in the obstinate leaves to restore a target to its prime, even if it was on the brink of death. The Jasmine Lily was a Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus Fae. Could heal targets, but its body also contained extremely potent poison. There were many people who, out of starved insanity, consumed Crassulaceae genus plants and died. Extending Life, Returning Life would allow the target to recover a large amount of vitality, but its body would also become filled with the Jasmine Lily's poison. Subsequently, the replenished vitality in the target's body would be depleted. It was not impossible to remove the negative effects of Extending Life, Returning Life. All that was needed was to remove the poison in the target's body immediately after it was healed. Presently, Lin Yuan did not have many techniques to neutralize poison. It was difficult for regular Fays to neutralize the poison of a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform. The only way to find such a Fae would be to search in the sky beyond the clouds. Frankly, there were also Fays in the main world that could neutralize the poison of Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus Fays of the same level. However, there was no way Lin Yuan would evolve another Fae to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom just to neutralize the poison. Despite having the resources, Lin Yuan would not be so wasteful. The stronger Lin Yuan became, the more aware he became that resources needed to be spent wisely. This was the only way to enable him to improve to the greatest extent. The Jasmine Lily had obtained Mountain Jade Protection. Rather than calling it a healing ability, it was a defensive ability that came with strong healing energy. It would not only use the bud of Mountain Jade to boost targets but also protect targets at the same time. As a result, the targets would only have to suffer a small portion of the damage that was directed at it, while most of the damage would be blocked by the energy in the bud of Mountain Jade. Although the boosting state would weaken over time and the target would have to suffer an increasing share of the damage, Mountain Jade Protection would defend the target from various forms of damage countless times. This would allow the target to survive a barrage of attacks. Assault troops were used in various battles. They often had to sacrifice themselves. Assault troops were a very rare resource in any faction. Only those with absolute loyalty were willing to become an assault troop, and assault troops needed to be nurtured using a large amount of resources. Mountain Jade Protection would ensure the safety of the assault troops to the greatest extent. Compared to abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan was more excited about the Jasmine Lily's Divine Kingdom ability. Spring had already told Lin Yuan about the different types of Divine Kingdom abilities. The Jasmine Lily's Divine Kingdom ability, Postponed Birth, was clearly a functional type 1. Lin Yuan already had more than one revival technique. However, Postponed Birth was the only one that Lin Yuan could use in battle. Lin Yuan felt that Postponed Birth could complete Mountain Jade Protection. When the Jasmine Lily used Postponed Birth to put a target in a birth state, the target could be revived within a certain period after its death. It was an amazing ability. However, these abilities came with negative effects. The negative effects were not directed at the Jasmine Lily but the target that was put in the birth state. Each time the birth state was activated, the target would be drained in various ways. This potential might even be severely affected. Once a target's potential was affected, its future would come to a screeching halt. It would be even more difficult for powerful targets to advance further. Once their potential was cut off, they might not be able to move forward for the rest of their life. However, in the sky beyond the clouds where danger was abound, being alive was better than being dead. This especially applied to assault troops. It was clear that the Jasmine Lily's appearance had changed significantly from before. The current Jasmine Lily looked more divine. The Jasmine Lily walked over to Lin Yuan and transformed back into its original form before landing on Lin Yuan's palm. The Jasmine Lily had social anxiety and preferred to appear as its main body rather than its human form. The Jasmine Lily was more comfortable and carefree in its main body. Lin Yuan played with the Jasmine Lily for a while before he returned it to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Jasmine Lily could be nourished by pure spirit chi there. It was extremely important for recently evolved World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms to be nourished by pure spirit chi. Hence, powerful species from the sky beyond the clouds always fought for blessed territories with a high concentration of spirit chi for the sake of their younger generation. Each time a blessed territory appeared, intense fighting would ensue. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie. Lin Yuan had no idea that when he summoned Blackie with the intention of evolving it, Fan Lu, who was the leader of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, was once again visiting Honor Absent Palace. He was brimming with nervousness as he prepared to meet with Kong Huan again. Before he came, Fan Lu held a meeting in Honor Absent Palace and repeatedly emphasized the situation. Normally, Fan Lu would not throw such a big tantrum toward his subordinates. These people under him all had similar portfolios. As long as they did not make grievous errors, they could all continue being boundary patrol guards. He would still have to give them orders in the future, so offending them was not a smart choice. All the intelligent Boundary Patrol envoys had mindsets similar to Fan Lu's. The Boundary Patrol envoys who went on power trips would only diminish the morale of their team and lose support. However, Fan Lu could not help himself this time. Fan Lu's fury caused the members of his team to become terrified. This was not because they were afraid of him, but because they also realized the seriousness of this matter. Despite knowing that there was something off about this Class 2 world, they did not dare to investigate it any further. Benefits were indeed important, but these Boundary Patrol guards cared more about their lives than benefits. None of them saw their lives as things to toy with. Fan Lu was nervous and cursed his bad luck. This matter was clearly unrelated to him, yet he had to take responsibility for it. With so many members of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team dead, Kong Huan was already livid. Now that another 4 had died, he felt as though he was provoking her. She would definitely blow her top once she found out about this matter. After he was done with his explanation, Kong Huan might allow him to keep his life, but she would not favor him as heavily in the future. There were 30 members of every Boundary Patrol team. Once more than 1/3 of the members were lost, this had to be reported to the honor-absent parliament. This matter had clearly reached the level that necessitated reporting. Fan Lu had been a boundary patrol envoy for some time. He could not figure out how a seemingly ordinary Class 2 world had become so special. This matter would definitely gain attention from the big shots once it was reported during an honor-absent parliament meeting. It was likely that they would all fix their attention on this Class 2 world to investigate and understand its circumstances. Although this Class 2 world was under the jurisdiction of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, there was no way he would receive any of the future benefits. However, receiving benefits did not matter. What mattered was that Fan Lu found out whether this Class 2 world was hiding anything sinister. How did it manage to cause him to shoulder such a heavy sin? This feeling was not comfortable in the slightest. Fan Lu was one of Kong Huan's people, and not many people knew about this. Kong Huan always took care of herself and her own. As a member of honor-absent parliament, Kong Huan's decision could influence their decisions to a certain extent. Kong Huan also had many rivals. If their relationship was exposed, someone of Fan Lu's standing would definitely put a dent in Kong Huan's reputation. However, those around Kong Huan knew that she fully supported Fan Lu. His past few years of hard work had also brought Kong Huan significant benefits. Fan Lu had just angered Kong Huan, and she was hurriedly cleaning up his mess. Why was Fan Lu back again? Was it possible that Fan Lu knew that he had made an error and was trying to get on her good side? It was not easy to appease a hopping mad Kong Huan. Kong Mu came from the same species as Kong Huan and served her since they were young. When Kong Mu saw that Fan Lu was back again, she knew that Kong Huan's mood would be affected when she saw him again. Kong Mu walked up to Fan Lu and looked him up and down before saying seriously, "Fan Lu, you should be aware of Lordess Kong Huan's temperament. If you know that you've made a mistake, just make sure not to repeat it again. When Lordess Kong Huan sees you again, she will punish you if her anger is still lingering. Don't blame me for not warning you." Kong Mu and Fan Lu were acquainted with each other. In Kong Mu's eyes, Fan Lu used to be very intelligent. Why was he acting so stupidly now? Even with the relationship that existed between Kong Mu and Kong Huan, Kong Mu needed to avoid showing her face to Kong Huan when she made mistakes. She was doing Fan Lu a favor by giving him this reminder. With her status, it would serve Fan Lu well to listen to her. Kong Huan had spent less than 1/3 of her time in the past 1,000 years in honor-absent palace. For the remaining 2/3 of the time, Kong Mu was the one handling the affairs from honor-absent palace on Kong Huan's behalf. Fan Lu smiled bitterly before clasping his hands together. "Your Grace Kong Mu, I know of Lordess Kong Huan's temper. However, I have a reason that necessitates my meeting with Lordess Kong Huan." Kong Mu looked surprised. For Fan Lu to come despite knowing of Kong Huan's temper, this matter had to be serious. Based on Fan Lu's expression, he was not bringing good news. Since it was not good news, there was no need for Kong Mu to participate and put herself at risk of being burned. Fan Lu never stopped thinking and pondering while he was speaking with Kong Mu. Should he tell her about this matter? Although Kong Mu was Kong Huan's servant and would never do anything that went against Kong Huan's benefits, Fan Lu believed that she would plead for mercy on his behalf as long as Kong Huan's benefits were not impacted. As long as he was able to convince her to speak up for him in front of Kong Huan, he would not have to bear the full brunt of Kong Huan's rage. As long as he remained a boundary patrol envoy and led the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, he could earn whatever resources he had to cough up now. Fan Lu sighed sadly. He was well aware of Kong Mu's greedy nature, but he had no choice but to beg her now. "Your Grace Kong Mu, we have known each other for tens of thousands of years. I have always shown you the greatest of respect. Can I ask for your help this one time? If you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you the harvest of a miniature spirit chi mine for the next 10,000 years. Fan Lu's words were strung together very well. Although he did not explicitly play the emotional card, emotions permeated his words. He even dangled tempting profits in front of Kong Mu. His heart was pricked by reluctance when he promised such profits to her. He believed that these profits were sufficient to persuade Kong Mu. There were times when Kong Mu could make decisions on Kong Huan's behalf. However, all the offerings had to go to Kong Huan, and Kong Mu could only take a very small cut. Kong Huan was not generous, even to longtime servants like Kong Mu. As greedy as Kong Mu was, she was also smart. 10,000 years of harvest from a miniature mine was not a small sum. Fan Lu had spent almost all of his assets in order to obtain the rights to develop this miniature spirit chi mine. The fact that Fan Lu was willing to give her such resources meant that he had committed a serious blunder. Even with these profits within reach, Kong Mu did not agree immediately. Instead, she cautiously asked, "Fan Lu, it's true that we have known each other for a long time, but you can't just ask me for help. You need to tell me exactly what you need help with. I can't be of help in everything. You need to keep this in mind." Since Fan Lu was asking Kong Mu for help, he could not hide the truth from her. He began to describe the situation in detail. "Your Grace Kong Mu, you should be aware of my reason for coming to see Lordess Kong Huan now." Kong Mu nodded. She was aware of the matter. She did not think that Fan Lu had done anything wrong, just that he was down on his luck. It was true that there was something off about that Class 2 world. Kong Huan would definitely investigate that Class 2 world after settling this issue. There was a case in the past when a few big shots managed to obtain a fair amount of outstanding resources from a low-class world, enabling them to improve significantly. When Kong Mu nodded, Fan Lu did not provide more of an explanation and got right to the main point. "When I returned to my team, another 4 members had died. This happened because another world emperor/divine kingdom appeared in that Class 2 world. They didn't learn their lesson from the last time and decided on their own accord to investigate that world. I didn't have the chance to stop them. I hope that you'll be able to speak up on my behalf in front of Lordess Kong Huan, so she doesn't punish me too heavily." Kong Mu was momentarily stunned when she heard what Fan Lu said. She never anticipated such a thing to happen. She was momentarily at a loss about what to say next. Kong Mu now knew why Fan Lu had returned so soon. This was the reason. However, once Kong Huan heard of this matter, she would definitely vent all her fury on Fan Lu. This was not because Kong Huan was unable to understand Fan Lu's position. Fan Lu was an innocent who had been dragged into this matter. However, there was no way that Kong Huan would let Fan Lu off easily because this matter caused her to lose unquantifiable profits. She might have also lost a major opportunity. If a boundary patrol team lost 8 or 9 of its members, Kong Huan could use her own means to cover up the matter. But now that another 4 members had died, this matter absolutely needed to be reported to the honor-absent parliament. Once honor-absent parliament found out about this matter, one could only imagine how many people would try to claim a share of the loot. It was true that Kong Huan was a member of honor-absent parliament, but she could not be considered a big shot. If she truly wanted to punish Fan Lu, it would be because she was upset that she had lost such an opportunity. Hence, it was not plausible for Kong Mu to help Fan Lu with this matter. However, Kong Mu did not say this clearly and gave her a verbal tentative agreement. "I will make a note of this. If Lordess Kong Huan is still angry, nothing I say will work. But once she's done, I will definitely speak up for you and do my best to help you keep your position as a boundary patrol envoy. You won't be held back by just one incident. You don't need to give me 10,000 years of harvest from the miniature spirit chi mine. 8,000 years will do. I will also only be taking 70% of the profits. You already say that we are old friends. I care more about helping you than receiving those resources." Despite knowing that she could not be of help in any way, Kong Mu still played the old friend card. After all, Fan Lu had no way to check if she did end up helping him. As long as she said she did help, it would mean she had. After saying that, Fan Lu would owe her an enormous favor if he survived. If Fan Lu died, his resources would all go to Kong Huan and have nothing to do with Kong Mu. If she took 10,000 years of harvest from Fan Lu's miniature spirit chi mine, Fan Lu would eventually become resentful toward her. Fan Lu would become more attached to her if she volunteered to take less profits. In the future, she could make life easier for Fan Lu as he continued to remain a part of Kong Huan's camp. Then, he would definitely compensate her with profits of his own. Kong Mu had used this method to build bridges with many people over the years. She enjoyed the feeling of using her authority to manipulate others. Otherwise, with Kong Huan's stingy character, Kong Mu's power would never have increased so rapidly. Fan Lu never thought much of Kong Mu in the past, but now he felt indebted to her. She was essentially sending assistance during his time of need. Before this, Fan Lu had no idea that being sent assistance during his time of need was such a warm feeling. When Kong Mu saw the way that Fan Lu was looking at her, she could not help but smile broadly. Ah, another fool that was falling to this method of manipulation. She could only hope that this fool had better luck. If his luck was bad and Kong Huan killed him in a fit of rage, she would have no means of extracting profits from him in the future. When it came to using emotions to manipulate a person, the crux was hitting the iron while it was hot. Now that Fan Lu was feeling grateful toward her, she needed to deepen this gratitude. As a member of the alluring fox species, Kong Mu was gorgeous. She walked over to Fan Lu and adjusted the two accessories hanging on the front of his attire. Later, try to emphasize that Class 2 world's uniqueness. Do not lie to Lordess Kong Huan. The more you talk up that Class 2 world, the less likely Lordess Kong Huan will direct her rage at you. Fan Lu earnestly took note of what Kong Mu said. She was telling him how to preserve his life. Could be said that no one knew more about this Class 2 world than Fan Lu. As long as the Class 2 world was seen as sufficiently exceptional, Fan Lu's understanding of the Class 2 world would become useful to Lordess Kong Huan. Kong Mu really hoped that Fan Lu would survive. If he survived, he would become a useful resource to her. How could an outstanding member of the alluring foxes lack a crowd of men around her? Lin Yuan looked at the flying blackie and checked on it with true data. Fey name: 5-clawed spirit dragon, Fey species. Clawed dragon species / 5-clawed dragon genus, Fey grade. Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type: water, Fey quality. Pinnacle myth breed. Abilities: spirit injection. Restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Spirit roar. Let out a roar to control the direction of the flow of spiritual power. It can choose to boost or drain the spiritual power of the targets in a given area. Endowment spirit rain. The bloodline can be used to gather the clouds and release rain that contains spiritual power. The targets that make contact with the rain will be able to replenish their lost spiritual power. Spirit channel system. The spirit chi in the body can be released into the environment. A perfect and invisible channel system will be formed through the spirit chi. The channel system will not only recover its own spiritual power but decrease the rate at which its spiritual power was diminished. Spirit judgment imprisonment. Pick a target and judge the concentration of spirit chi within the target's body. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is higher than its own, all of the spirit chi in its body will be emptied out. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is lower than its own, the target's spiritual power will be imprisoned. Spirit wrath. The dragon aura will be unleashed. The dragon aura will burn off all of the spirit chi in the area and cause the surrounding environment to be empty of spiritual power. True Spirit 5 changes. Release the dragon claws. Every dragon claw will become a clone. The clones will possess all the abilities of the main body. They will not disappear after being attacked and will share spiritual power with the main body. Exclusive skill. Spirit Chi Imprint. The spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that does not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit essence explosion. Gather the spiritual power into a single point and explode all the energy. The spirit essence explosion can only be applied on places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Emperor Spirit Control. An Emperor Spirit inscription will be formed within the dragon claw. There can only be one Emperor Spirit inscription in each claw. Each Emperor Spirit inscription will allow the amount of spirit chi in the body to be multiplied. While in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Blackie had successfully evolved from Suzerain I/Myth I to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth. It was on the precipice of evolving. Blackie had experienced way too much hardship on its journey of evolving from a regular spirit siphon goldfish to a five-clawed dragon. Each evolution involved Blackie's body being reconfigured. The five-clawed dragon was considered to be excellent. Lin Yuan was not certain which direction Blackie's bloodline would take during this evolution. Clawed dragons were already a very strong type of main dragon. It was possible that Blackie's evolution to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom would enable it to surpass the category of main dragon species to reach a new life rank for dragon species phase. Lin Yuan and Spring had not yet discussed Blackie. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have an estimate of how Blackie's bloodline would evolve. He had no choice but to wait for Blackie to evolve until he did a comprehensive analysis of it. Based on the level of Blackie's bloodline, Lin Yuan would be able to make a general estimate of the sky beyond the clouds level of dragon species Fey bloodline. This would be very important in helping Lin Yuan to understand the species in the sky beyond the clouds. Although Spring had not yet introduced the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom dragon species bloodline to Lin Yuan in detail, she had mentioned that there were hundreds of thousands of dragon species in the sky beyond the clouds. None of them dropped below the top 100 in the rankings of any of the universes and even cracked the top 10 of the South universe's ranking once. After flying a few rounds in the sky, Blackie changed into human form and landed in front of Lin Yuan. Unlike the Jasmine Lily, Blackie was more comfortable in its human form. It was a Fae that preferred to stay in its human form. However, Lin Yuan needed to ride on Blackie on most occasions. Hence, it usually accompanied him in its original form. In its human form, Blackie presented some female dragon traits. However, this did not dampen its dashing demeanor. Blackie's aura was elegant, and every movement and smile was gentle. But compared to its aura, Blackie's voice was even more gentle. It was so gentle and soft that one would never be able to tell, based on just its voice, that Blackie was a dragon. In the main world, dragons were the most amorous and emotional type of Fae. They were very strict and picky when it came to choosing a mate. Even after deciding on a mate with whom they had agreed to start a family, they would not hesitate to abandon that mate if a better option came along. Almost all male dragon species Faes liked mates with gentle dispositions like the one that Blackie had. The female dragons, who were built like muscular tanks and had the dispositions of female warriors, had little to no prospects. Could be said that Blackie was the ideal dragon of the main world. This was why Blackie was willing to appear in its original form. Just like how dragons like to collect wealth and shiny trinkets, they also like to put themselves on glorious display. Blackie, you have always suffered the most out of all my Faes. Not even genius has had as tough of a time as you. I don't know if this transformation will put you through the same experience as the previous ones. But don't worry, I'll be able to protect you regardless of what happens. No matter how serious the problem is. Lin Yuan spoke confidently. This was firstly because autumn and winter were right outside to help him fend off the evolution's trials. Additionally, the Jasmine Lily had evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, drastically improving its healing abilities. Lin Yuan could continuously supply Blackie with pure vitality during its transformation to treat any injuries. Blackie gently hugged Lin Yuan and rested its chin on his shoulder. As his Fae, Blackie naturally wanted to be near its contractor. This intimacy was a bridge between a spirit chi professional and their Fae. For Duan He, there was no difference between supporting his Fae and supporting his wife. He only lavished more and more love on his Fae of a wife. Recently, when Duan He asked Lin Yuan for resources, he always hoped to obtain more of various types of elemental energy. There were even times he specified the type of elemental energy he wanted. Lin Yuan was well aware of Duan He's thoughts and intentions. He was trying to take advantage of the sea demon snake's various different personalities to periodically swap out his wife's personality. Where was the harm in this? Duan He was Lu Jie's closest aide during the White-Clothed Followers' external training operation. He could be said to be one of the pillars of Sky City. Lin Yuan was more than happy to meet his requests. Lin Yuan was already used to his Faes showing him affection. Blackie said gently, "Yuan, honestly, I felt like I was going to die during all the previous evolutions. Each time I was certain that I wouldn't be able to hold on any longer, You pulled me out of death's grasp. This time, my bloodline is once again shackled. My bloodline will only be able to qualitatively improve if I break through the limits of the claw dragon species. So this time won't be easy either. As long as I have you by my side, I'm not afraid of evolving. Blackie hugged Lin Yuan tighter before letting him go. Lin Yuan knew that Blackie was fully ready. Lin Yuan could sense Blackie's unconditional trust in him. He loved this feeling of being trusted by his phase. Lin Yuan circulated the energy in his body, and a large amount of spirit chi entered Blackie's body. It did not take long for Blackie's grade to evolve from Suzerain/Myth 2 to Myth 3, and then continue to evolve further. 2 dagger fists appeared on Blackie's white hands. They had very odd shapes, as there were 5 sharp protuberances on the interior. They resembled 5 spread-out dragon claws. One of the dagger fists was sharp while the other was thick. They would be able to produce extremely different effects during combat. Between support and combat, Blackie chose combat. Lin Yuan had anticipated Blackie to make this choice. Blackie preferred to fight opponents than provide support during combat. Lin Yuan realized that all the Fays he nurtured were ambitious and driven to distinguish themselves. He did not know whether he was supposed to be happy or vexed by this. Blackie's pure support abilities were Spirit Injection, Spirit Roar, Endowment Spirit Rain, and Spirit Channel System. Aside from these 4 support abilities and the exclusive skill, Spirit Chi Imprint, the other abilities and exclusive skills were all geared toward combat. These 4 abilities and exclusive skill were already sufficient to provide support during combat. The exclusive skills that a Fae gained from evolving their quality would dictate their development direction. Most of Lin Yuan's Fays were functional type, and almost none of them were as strong of a combat beast as Blackie. If Blackie could only evolve into a combat beast, it would make up for this gap in Lin Yuan's team of Fays. Every Spirit Chi professional had different directions. If a Spirit Chi professional was solely in charge of combat, a combat beast would be the best choice for them. However, this was not the case for Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan picked his Fays, he usually leaned toward functional type ones. They could continue to be the main type of Fae that he contracted from then on. An exceptional functional type Fae would bring significant benefits to a faction. Functional type Faes only had one drawback, which was that they had an enormous requirement for resources. Given Lin Yuan's wealth of resources, he could support the needs of these Faes. Morbius' new exclusive skill, 14 Totem Seeds, would also allow Lin Yuan to pick species to support in the sky beyond the clouds. Before Lin Yuan arrived there, he had no way of knowing what species he would be supporting in the future. While Lin Yuan was evolving Blackie, Kong Huan returned to her palace again. Upon returning, she spotted a squirrel of Fan Lu standing there, clearly with something to say. Kong Huan frowned. She knew that something had definitely happened again. Otherwise, Fan Lu would never dare to show up there. She did not have a pleasant temper at all, especially when her subordinates had caused her trouble. There was no way that Fan Lu had come with good news for her. However, Kong Huan did not get angry before she heard the bad news that Fan Lu brought her. This was because she had already settled the previous matter and already planned on asking Fan Lu a few questions. Just what was special about this Class 2 world? Kong Huan had some ideas about this special Class 2 world. Not only could this Class 2 world birth world Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms, but it had even killed so many Boundary Patrol guards. All of the Boundary Patrol guards had produced their life treasures. Being employed by Honor Absent Palace was much better than trying to make it on their own in private factions. There had to be something special about this Class 2 world for all of this to happen. Kong Huan was increasingly interested in this Class 2 world and really wanted to investigate it. However, she dared not act recklessly. Despite being much stronger than the Boundary Patrol guards, she could not guarantee that whatever was in that Class 2 world would not be able to affect her. Fan Lu, you should be managing the 6th Boundary Patrol team now. Why are you here looking for me? As a member of the upper echelon, Kong Huan did not have to ask Fan Lu directly when she needed to speak to him. If Fan Lu was smart, he would tell her all about the Class 2 world of his own accord. Kong Huan came up with many possibilities but never expected Fan Lu to bring her news that would ruin her thoughts and plans. Fan Lu knelt by Kong Huan's feet and lowered his head to the ground. When Kong Huan saw this, she immediately knew that he had caused major trouble. Otherwise, he would never act in such a manner. Just what had happened that was causing him to put on such a display? Kong Huan turned to look at Kong Mu. The latter wanted Fan Lu to explain the situation to Kong Huan. However, Kong Huan did not give Fan Lu the chance to speak, but looked at her directly. Now, it seemed that she could not keep herself clean even if she wanted to. There was no way that she could not respond to Kong Huan. It would be fine if she did not know anything about the situation. Alas, she knew everything about the matter. She should not have stayed there. Kong Mu gnashed her teeth and said nervously, "Lordess Kong Huan." When Fan Lu returned to his team, he found out that another 4 boundary patrol guards of the 6th boundary patrol team had died. This happened because another life form in that world has evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. While Kong Mu spoke, she could sense fury spilling out from Kong Huan. She increased her rate of speech and continued. "Lordess Kong Huan, there are many special traits about this Class 2 world. Fan Lu can tell you about it in detail. This Class 2 world is far too dangerous. It led to the deaths of so many boundary patrol guards. Anyone who tries to investigate this Class 2 world will put themselves at considerable risk." Kong Mu threw in the last statement to increase her chances of survival. However, she did also speak up on Fan Lu's behalf. Fan Lu lifted his head to look into Kong Huan's furious eyes and voiced his daring guess. "Lordess Kong Huan, I suspect that this Class 2 world is linked to Fairy Institution. Otherwise, it wouldn't have produced 2 fairies back when it was still a Class 1 world. One of the fairies even has an intermediate bloodline." Fan Lu used his life-preserving safety net right off the bat. Kong Huan looked visibly shocked when she heard what Fan Lu said. However, when did the Fairy Institution that came from the South Universe and West Universe gain such a far reach? Moreover, why did they need to interfere in a Class 1 world? This did not make sense at all. However, there was no way that Fan Lu would lie to her. One of the alluring fox's talents was to discern lies. When Kong Huan heard what Kong Mu said, she held herself back from crushing to death the idiot Fan Lu, who had ruined her plan. But now, Kong Huan knew she could no longer suppress his matter. Once this matter was reported to the honor-absent parliament, she would have to head to this Class 2 world with the other executive members and share the loot with them. The leader of the boundary patrol team in charge of this would act as the guide. Kong Huan still wanted to keep Fan Lu around, so he could gather more benefits for her. With that thought, Kong Huan suppressed her temper and seriously said, "Fan Lu, all of this started from your management failure. With such an error, you can't make up for it even by sacrificing your life, much less merely giving up your position as a boundary patrol envoy. Now, tell me every morsel of information you know about this Class 2 world. I want to know every detail about this Class 2 world. Then, I will take you with me to the upper domain of Honor-Absent Palace to participate in the Honor-Absent Parliament. You will report this situation clearly to the Parliament. I need you to put your best foot forward and try to obtain the opportunity to become the guide. As long as you achieve this, I will forget about your mistake and won't take your life after this matter is over. If you become the guide, you can help me to obtain some benefits from the Class 2 world. Not only will I share some of the benefits with you as a reward, but I'll even let you keep your position as a boundary patrol envoy." Kong Huan was saying this to give Fan Lu a burden as well as a chance. This was the only reason she would spare him. Fan Lu hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Lordess Kong Huan, I will definitely do a good job. My management wasn't strict enough in the past, but most of the actions were done by the boundary patrol guards on their own accord. As long as it's something I can accomplish, I definitely won't let you down." Although the 6th Boundary Patrol team had made a mess of the matter, Kong Huan still believed in Fan Lu's individual competencies. Moreover, Fan Lu was fully under her control. Even if she gave him an opportunity and he became the guide for the exploration of this Class 2 world, he would never dare to step a toe out of line. Fairy Institution was a faction established by higher fairies. Fairy Institution had been working toward gathering all the fairies and protecting their rights. If a Class 1 world was able to produce an intermediate fairy, that Class 1 world deserved to be called a blessed ground. As long as the two fairies were born from that world itself, the world's chances of producing a higher fairy after being promoted to Class 2 world would also be raised. Due to the strong reputation that fairy institution had built over the past thousands of years, the other factions dared not rear fairies like they used to do. They no longer made use of fairies to create positive environments to strengthen themselves. If they could obtain natural habitats from this Class 2 world that could evolve fairies, they could bring them to the sky beyond the clouds to be nurtured. Fairies that were not born from natural means were everything to creators. Since they were produced from the creator's resources, not even fairy institution could force them to give the fairies up. Although another 4 members of the 6th Boundary Patrol team had died and this matter needed to be reported to the honor-absent parliament. Doing so would enable Kong Huan to share some of the risk. However, Kong Huan was rather despondent. It was said that wealth and honor were found in danger. Kong Huan could accept taking on some danger in exchange for opportunities. But now, the right to choose was taken out of her hands. As opposed to Kong Huan's melancholy, Kong Mu and Fan Lu were delighted. Fan Lu had essentially saved his life. Kong Mu was happy because she had helped Fan Lu with such a big favor and given him a direction for the future. He only managed to move Kong Huan by listening to her advice. Her receiving the harvests from the miniature spirit chi mine was one matter. More importantly, after Fan Lu used his link to Kong Huan to become the guide for the Class 2 world, Kong Mu would definitely be able to obtain benefits as well. Without Fan Lu, she would never be able to get her hands on such benefits. Lin Yuan did not notice that after his dip in the returning Saint Pool, using his body and resources to evolve the Jasmine Lily and Blackie caused such a giant commotion. Although Lin Yuan did not pick up on this, Autumn and Winter, who were guarding the returning Saint Pool, did. However, the two of them were unbothered. Rather, they were upset by the spying attempts. Through Lord Saint's wide guidance, we confirmed that he would reincarnate into this Class 2 world. This Class 1 world is in the East Universe. Back then, the East Universe was the messiest of the 4 universes. We didn't want Lord Saint to reincarnate into an unstable environment, so we used the name of 4 Seasons Divine Palace to secure Honor-Absent Palace's position in the East Universe and enable them to command the East Universe. The species in the East Universe are no longer fighting with Honor-Absent Palace. Yet, the East Universe is now trying to target Lord Saint. I heard from Spring that Lord Saint has obtained the life treasure of a stupid snake. At that time, we weren't with Lord Saint. Luckily, Lord Saint is blessed. Otherwise, his reincarnation might have been delayed by the stupid snake's life treasure's hidden sabotage. Autumn's expression was full of anger while he spoke. As a life form that had lived for many years, Autumn was Lin Yuan's follower and servant. However, relative to others, he was an undeniable elite. Back then, in order to achieve their objectives in the sky beyond the clouds and make it easier for them to serve Lin Yuan, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter established 4 Seasons Divine Palace. By the time they came to this Class 1 world and established Epic God Palace as part of their waiting for the Saint to return, 4 Seasons Divine Palace had already become legendary in the sky beyond the clouds. Regardless of how the epics changed, 4 Seasons Divine Palace would never lose out to Fairy Institution in terms of the might they wielded in the sky beyond the clouds. However, the mention of Fairy Institution could strike real fear, while the mention of 4 Seasons Divine Palace was now akin to bringing up a cherished memory. As a leader, Autumn understood the way that subordinates sought profits for themselves. This was not wrong. However, it should not affect Lord Saint. While Lin Yuan was evolving Green Vine, Spring did not hold back against the spies. Now, Autumn and Winter were taking the same attitude toward those spies. In fact, Autumn was even harsher than Spring. She had only killed the fellows that released their life treasures while Autumn obliterated every single entity that was attempting to spy. There were many times when Winter felt that Autumn was unreliable and did not think things through. But in this matter, Winter did not think that Autumn was doing anything wrong. If Autumn had not killed these audacious fellows, Spring would have done it. Autumn, it looks like Lord Saint intends to continue evolving his phase. There will definitely be more spies coming. You don't have to pull your punches with them. I believe that it won't be long before some authoritative figures from the West universe begin paying attention to this matter. Do you think they will break the rules and open a path to this Class 2 world before making their way here? Autumn revealed a small smile. They will come seeking opportunities. But they have no clue that not coming would be a much bigger opportunity. We made so many preparations for Epic God Palace. It is still considered part of the West universe's authoritative figures, Autumn said furiously. If those fellows are still authoritative figures in the West universe and are daring enough to descend onto this Class 2 world to attack Lord Saint, they will truly be ungrateful scum. I will definitely kill as many of them as I can get my hands on. Winter shook his head. Autumn, have you forgotten the right course of action after waiting for Lord Saint for such a long time? If people from the sky beyond the clouds really arrive in this Class 2 world, Lord Saint should be the one who decides what to do next. We don't have the right to make any decisions. The description, ungrateful, was appropriate. However, the authoritative figures from the West universe were still ignorant of that. Those in the West universe who had the right to know of the legend of the saint and found out that Lin Yuan was the saint would put on their most humble demeanor to come to greet him. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Autumn's face. The native dragon species Fae that Lin Yuan was nurturing in this world had evolved its bloodline to the true dragon. It was rare even in the sky beyond the clouds for a dragon species Fae's bloodline to reach true dragon at the same time Blackie evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. But when he remembered that it was Lin Yuan nurturing this Fae, the surprise vanished from Winter's eyes. Lin Yuan witnessed Blackie's transformation. It could be said that Blackie's transformation had refreshed his understanding of Faes. Although Lin Yuan had used the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Jasmine Lily to heal Blackie, the latter almost did not make it through its dangerous bloodline transformation. Luckily, Lin Yuan eventually decided to use the Jasmine Lily's Vitality Imprint and Recovery Imprint on Blackie. He also used his body composition to support Blackie. All of this together enabled Blackie to successfully achieve its transformation. Blackie remained in its original form during the transformation. Blackie's appearance did not change significantly from before, but its black and gold skirt had turned a shining milky white. Blackie's aura was even more gentle and graceful than before. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Blackie. Fae name: Spirit Clawed True Dragon, Fae species. True Dragon species/Spirit Dragon species. Fae grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fae type: Water, Fae quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities: Spirit Injection. Restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Spirit Roar. Let out a roar to control the direction of the flow of spiritual power. It can choose to boost or drain the spiritual power of the targets in a given area. Endowment Spirit Rain. The bloodline can be used to gather the clouds and release rain that contains spiritual power. The targets that makes contact with the rain will be able to replenish their lost spiritual power. Spirit Channel System. The spirit chi in the body can be released into the environment. Through the spirit chi, a perfect and invisible channel system will be formed. The channel system will not only recover its own spiritual power but decrease the rate at which its spiritual power was diminished. Spirit Judgment Imprisonment. Pick a target and judge the concentration of spirit chi within the target's body. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is higher than its own, all of the spirit chi in its body will be emptied out. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is lower than its own, the target's spiritual power will be imprisoned. Spirit Wrath. The dragon aura will be unleashed. The dragon aura will burn off all of the spirit chi in the area and cause the surrounding environment to be empty of spiritual power. True Spirit 5 changes. Release the dragon claws. Every dragon claw will become a clone. The clones will possess all the abilities of the main body. They will not disappear after being attacked and will share spiritual power with the main body. Spirit Dragon Guide. Its bloodline energy will become a guide to boost and influence other dragon species lifeforms. The other dragon species lifeforms will thus evolve towards true dragon species/spirit dragon species. The effects will be magnified when used on a life form with the same genes and bloodline. Spirit Ability Blessing. Its bloodline will boost the target, which has spiritual power as its root energy. At the same time, the spirit chi capacity and spirit chi activity of multiple targets can be raised. True dragon spewing breath. Dragon breath imbued with its bloodline will be spewed at a target to cause damage to the target. The dragon breath's attributes will follow that of the spirit-clawed true dragon's PWN. Water-type true dragon spewing breath effect is obliteration. Exclusive skill. Spirit chi imprint. The spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that does not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit essence explosion. Gather the spiritual power into a single point and explode all the energy. The spirit essence explosion can only be applied on places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Emperor Spirit Control. An Emperor Spirit inscription will be formed within the dragon claw. There can only be one Emperor Spirit inscription in each claw. Each Emperor Spirit inscription will allow the amount of spirit chi in the body to be multiplied. Calling all spirits. Its own spirit chi will be injected into the environment to trigger all the spirit chi in the surroundings to move towards it. If its spirit chi's ability to control energy is stronger than that of other phase in the environment, the spirit chi in nearby target lifeforms can be extracted. Dragon breath support. The energy in the dragon breath will be used to support a body part, either defensively or for combat. Alternatively, various streams of dragon breath can be compressed to launch a powerful attack at the target. True dragon concealing spirit. In an environment full of spirit chi, its own body will be fully fused with the spirit chi environment. Before the spirit chi in the environment disappears, it can hide its presence. In its hidden state, it can rapidly recover its depleted energy. Divine Kingdom abilities. Turbid spirit cleansing. Its breath will create a territory in which injured lifeforms will be cleansed by special spirit chi. The lifeform's root energy will be transformed into spirit chi. Blackie had evolved from a main dragon into a true dragon. Lin Yuan had never heard of this dragon species bloodline level before and did not know what it implied. But when Lin Yuan saw Blackie's Divine Kingdom ability, he knew it was one of the rarest types, the domain type. Furthermore, Blackie's domain type ability was very special. It used its own aura to create a territory in which lifeforms that did not have spirit chi as their root energy would be cleansed, and their root energy would be transformed into spirit chi. In the sky beyond the clouds, spirit chi was the highest form of energy. Most of the upper echelon lifeforms in the sky beyond the clouds had spirit chi as their root energy. Lin Yuan had heard from Spring that there were treasures in the sky beyond the clouds that could alter a phase root energy. Aside from special species like the blood species, dead lifeforms, and elemental lifeforms on whom these treasures had no effect, these treasures were highly sought after by the other species. Treasures like this that could alter roots always came with danger and a low probability of success. Yet, they were seen as foundational treasures in the sky beyond the clouds. Compared to these treasures, Blackie's turbid spirit cleansing was much more advantageous. Firstly, unlike those treasures, when Blackie's turbid spirit cleansing created a territory to change the root energy of other lifeforms, the lifeform's roots would not be damaged. Moreover, Blackie's Divine Kingdom ability only used up its own energy and faith power. This was not a high cost to change the root energy of other lifeforms. With this Divine Kingdom ability, Blackie could create unimaginable value for Lin Yuan. Aside from this Divine Kingdom ability, the new abilities and exclusive skills that Blackie gained were also outstanding. The sovereign ability it gained was called Spirit Dragon Guide. It enabled Blackie to use its true dragon bloodline to affect dragon species phase in its vicinity. It would guide all the dragon species phase bloodlines to evolve toward true dragon species / spirit dragon species. With that ability, Blackie was now a master at nurturing dragon species phase. As long as they were within Blackie's vicinity, any dragon species bloodline that was below Blackie's own would benefit. If the dragon species Fae happened to share the same genes as Blackie, the bloodline evolution effects would be magnified. This immediately led Lin Yuan to think of the spirit-tide ink flood dragons in submerged flood dragon lake. All of them used to be spirit siphon goldfishes. Lin Yuan had been using the spirit siphon goldfish's essence blood to enable their bloodlines to transform, and his efforts were finally showing signs of paying off. However, it required an unimaginable amount of resource wealth to evolve these spirit-tide ink flood dragons' bloodlines to the next level. Lin Yuan did not want to spend such a mountain of resources on the few hundred spirit-tide ink flood dragons. Although Lin Yuan possessed a large amount of pure spirit chi now and was willing to spend it, he preferred using the resources to nurture experts rather than the spirit-tide ink flood dragons. The experts would even be able to repay Lin Yuan with a large amount of spirit chi crystals during their growth process. But now, Lin Yuan could use Blackie's bloodline to influence the spirit-tide ink flood dragons and guide them toward evolving to true dragon species / spirit dragon species. These spirit-tide ink flood dragons had a similar gene base to Blackie. As such, their bloodlines would skyrocket. Once Lin Yuan confirmed the range of efficacy of spirit dragon guidance, he would be able to cultivate and evolve an even larger batch of spirit siphon goldfish. Due to environmental limitations, the submerged flood dragon lake in the Return from Faraway mansion could not house many spirit siphon goldfish. But once he went to the sky beyond the clouds, he could create a spirit dragon lake specifically suited to the utilization of spirit dragon guidance. All he needed was to invest sufficient resources, and he would be able to create a scene of thousands of dragons soaring in the sky. The spirit chi released by phase with the dragon species bloodline would be able to increase the rate at which the spirit chi imprint accumulated spiritual power. There were many potential benefits. The high sovereign ability, spirit ability blessing, was a blessing ability. However, this blessing did not increase the rate at which targets recovered their spirit chi or their spirit chi activity, but rather the target's spirit chi capacity. This form of blessing was very rare. It could significantly increase the target's endurance during combat. This was because the target usually needed to evolve their grades in order to increase their body's energy capacity. Moreover, Spirit Ability Blessing could target multiple targets at once, thereby raising the strength of an entire team. True Dragon Spewing Breath was an ability that suited all true dragons. Dragon Breath was the strongest combat technique for all dragon species phase. Being a water-type fae, Blackie's Dragon Breath would cause obliteration effects. The breath of water-type true dragons was part of the top 3 true dragon breaths. Blackie's exclusive skills raised its combat abilities to a far greater extent than its abilities did. Calling all spirits allowed Blackie to inject its own spirit chi into the environment and call all the spirit chi in the environment toward it to recover its depleted energy. This exclusive skill could bring almost unlimited energy to Blackie in an environment brimming with spirit chi. Aside from being able to recover Blackie's depleted energy, when Blackie's own energy had stronger control over spirit chi than the other life forms in the environment, spirit chi could be extracted from surrounding targets and absorbed by Blackie. True dragons naturally possessed extremely high dominance. Moreover, Blackie was a spirit dragon that excelled at controlling spirit chi. It was very unlikely that phase of the same grade would be able to exert stronger control over spirit chi than Blackie. Only phase of higher levels would be able to exert stronger control than Blackie. However, such control could only target lifeforms that had spirit chi as their main energy. If their main root energy was not spirit chi, calling all spirits would lose its effectiveness. Between Dragon Breath support and True Dragon Concealing Spirit, Lin Yuan favored Dragon Breath support. As the strongest form of combat technique for dragon species phase, Dragon Breath was very violent in its execution. Dragon Breath support would allow Blackie to wield its Dragon Breath in a wider range of avenues during combat. Its Dragon Breath could be used as armor or applied to a weapon. When it was paired with Spirit Essence Explosion, it would be able to generate extraordinary effects. Additionally, Dragon Breath support could compress multiple streams of Dragon Breath to cause added damage to targets. This gave Blackie the ability to fight above World Emperor / Divine Kingdom. The other World Emperor / Divine Kingdom phase would be green with envy over this ability. The eternal exclusive skill, True Dragon Concealing Spirit, was not bad. It allowed Blackie's body to be fused into the environment and for Blackie to remain in a concealed state as long as the spirit chi did not disappear. It could even recover its depleted spirit chi while in the concealed state. This exclusive skill clashed against spirit ability blessing to some extent. Blackie was already able to use spirit chi imprint to create an environment with a high concentration of spirit chi. Moreover, Lin Yuan would definitely protect Blackie, a functional type Fey. It was almost impossible for Blackie to ever find itself in danger. As the saint of Epic God Palace, Lin Yuan had spring, summer, autumn, and winter protecting him at all times. While Lin Yuan was observing Blackie, the latter was also serenely surveying itself. When it sensed the transformation of its bloodline, 2 gem-like droplets of tears fell from the corner of its eyes. The spirit siphon goldfish was the most inferior type of dragon species bloodline. Blackie's journey thus far had been a tangle of emotions. However, as a Fey that spent a lot of time with Lin Yuan, Blackie did not stand on ceremony with him. Blackie had been with Lin Yuan ever since it gained intelligence. In its eyes, Lin Yuan was no different from its parent. After Lin Yuan evolved Blackie, he did not intend on nurturing any other phase for the foreseeable future aside from allowing Merciful Fowl to absorb the calamity that was sealed off in Tower Cannon's old nest. Although Lin Yuan had used his own body's composition to evolve the Jasmine Lily and Blackie, he still used up a considerable amount of its store of spirit chi. His pile of spirit chi crystals was much smaller than before. Lin Yuan checked the time. He had spent a little over a month enlightening his birth horoscope in the returning St. Pool, and almost a month combined evolving the Jasmine Lily and Blackie. These 2 months had been spent very fruitfully. Both his own power and foundation had utterly transformed. Lin Yuan really liked this feeling of evolving continuously. Lin Yuan smiled at Blackie and said, "Blackie, you haven't had a chance to return to your original form yet. Let me take a look at what your original body looks like now." Lin Yuan was certain he would be shocked by the sight of a true dragon. Blackie let out a loud dragon roar. This dragon roar was clear and elegant but also carried a unique dominance. Blackie rose to the sky, and all that could be seen was half a tail and a slender leg beneath the misty clouds. There were 7 dragon claws on the foot. Lin Yuan gently stomped his left leg, and 6 pairs of black wings appeared on his back and carried him up into the sky. As a birth horoscope expert, Lin Yuan could fly with ease and was no longer as awkward as king-class experts. However, Lin Yuan was accustomed to using the source sand for flight. Lin Yuan saw Blackie's curled milky white dragon body that extended thousands of meters. Its whiskers radiantly and majestically adorned its face while resting atop the breeze. The scales were no longer as sharp as before. Instead, they had a watery transparency. Lin Yuan was stupefied when he saw the image of Blackie flying. Autumn and Winter also admired and were amazed by Blackie. The same thought entered both their minds. This was truly a Fey that was personally evolved by Lord Saint. It was remarkable. Neither of them disturbed the interactions between Lin Yuan and his Fey. They only went over to Lin Yuan after he returned Blackie to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Winter told Lin Yuan everything that had happened and did not hide how the experts from the sky beyond the clouds had tried to spy on this Class 2 world. When Lin Yuan heard this, he realized that he had been careless. While helping Greenvine to evolve, he had witnessed the experts from the sky beyond the clouds turning their attention to the main world and attempting to investigate the happenings in the main world. Spring had killed all of them. After that experience, he should not have allowed the main world to continue attracting attention. If an expert from the sky beyond the clouds truly decided to target the main world, this would likely spell disaster for the main world. When Winter saw the worried expression on Lin Yuan's face, he knew that Lin Yuan was concerned for the main world's safety after hearing what he just said. Winter hurriedly began explaining, "Lord Saint, even if someone from the sky beyond the clouds truly tries to continue spying on or pay a visit to the main world, we will be able to ensure the main world's safety. So there is no need for you to be worried. Even if a scheme is cooking up in the sky beyond the clouds, it won't come into play immediately. These matters usually require extensive discussions between multiple parties who will eventually collectively send people to this Class 2 world." Lin Yuan nodded. He did not know Winter well. However, he naturally felt a strange closeness to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Moreover, Winter was very dependable and would never lie to him when it came to such matters. Spring and Summer were done gathering the death aura in the ley lines. The death aura was gathered below the startling lines continent C, where Red Thorn and Silver Corona would be able to absorb it. Spring and Summer turned the death aura that could not be collected into death aura crystals. When the death aura crystals were buried in the ground, they could form dead spirits' wells. After returning, Spring and Summer bowed to Lin Yuan upon seeing him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before handing Merciful Soul to Spring and instructing her to take it to Tower Cannon's fortress so it could absorb the calamity there. Spring had already told Lin Yuan it would take a considerable time for Merciful Soul to evolve by absorbing calamity. It would only be done in 3 to 5 years. Lin Yuan could not spend the next few years in Tower Cannon's old nest just to accompany Merciful Soul while it evolved. Previously, Lin Yuan intended to wait until he set his spirit fire alight before he went to the sky beyond the clouds. At the time, he believed he still had a long way to go before he set his spirit fire alight. However, after emerging from the returning Saint Pool, he was now a birth horoscope expert. He was not at beginner birth horoscope either but was only a step away from reaching the spirit fire level. Lin Yuan intended to change the entire main world and unite the dimensional worlds with the human world. This would not only enable both sides to become equal but would also raise their individual resistance. Both sides would then begin improving in the right direction. Lin Yuan needed to expend significant effort in order to change and improve the main world. Recently, he had been fully focused on this endeavor. Since Lin Yuan had Winter to take care of the spies from the sky beyond the clouds, he would no longer have to worry on that front. Firstly, Lin Yuan trusted Winter. Secondly, it was very likely that the continuous evolution of his phase would startle some big shots from the sky beyond the clouds. Those big shots were not as easy to handle as Tower Cannon. It was unlikely that Lin Yuan had the capabilities to take them on even if he wanted to. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want to waste time on matters that were beyond his means. Once the people from the sky beyond the clouds arrived in this world, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the sky beyond the clouds through them despite not having been there yet. Half a year had passed since Lin Yuan had dealt with the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. During this time, the main world had not changed significantly. The death aura's impact on the ley lines was only beginning to recover, and the main world was recovering from the disaster. As the number of phases that could heal death aura increased, many regular people infected by death aura had recovered. Although the main world had not changed drastically, Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone had changed enormously. Hu Quan had remained in the spirit lock spatial zone to construct and set up the interior. Lin Yuan had not used spirit lock to spirit lock more phase. Hence, Morbius grade had not increased even after the Jasmine Lily and Blackie evolved. The size of the spirit lock spatial zone remained unchanged. After being nourished by the high concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, the more than 100 deposit vegetable pods that Lin Yuan had planted had successfully changed into human form. They took over the Medusa Snake Demon's jobs and were able to take good care of all the plants in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. They were also able to look after the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls with outer radiance to raise their purity. Hu Quan was the type of person who liked to immediately materialize his ideas and designs, meaning he was very willing to do rush jobs. All of the spirit craftsmen working in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had contracted vitality sloths and could work for 20 hours daily without feeling tired. Hence, through cooperating with the land imps, a new base and structure were completed in the Spirit Lock spatial zone on an almost weekly basis. Lin Yuan intended to return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to gain an understanding of all the changes before he began altering the main world. Upon entering the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Chu Ci barreled into him and wrapped him in a big hug. She had done as he said and remained in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to increase her power. Lin Yuan had told Chu Ci almost nothing about what was happening in the main world, but she knew everything nonetheless. Chu Ci knew that Lin Yuan had been unable to look after her recently because he had been battling a large faction called Tower Cannon. This battle was linked to the safety of the entire main world. Chu Ci did not feel a great sense of responsibility or a need to save the world. She never wanted Lin Yuan to take it upon himself to save the world, nor did she feel exceptionally proud that he was the savior of the main world. All she wanted was for her only family to be able to live happily and healthily, regardless of whether the world was currently in a state of prosperity or catastrophe. Worry and longing led Chu Xi, who normally never showed her emotions, to lose control of her composure. Lin Yuan returned Chu Xi's hug and enjoyed this warm feeling. A moment later, he patted her back and said seriously, "Sister, from now on, nothing that happens in the main world can ever shake us. You can rest easy." Chu Xi clenched her fists when she heard what Lin Yuan said. Soon, she choked out, "Brother, the only thing I've ever worried about is you. I stopped worrying a few months ago when you told me that you dealt with Tower Cannon, but you've been so busy for the past few months, and I've missed you." Chu Xi inhaled deeply to get a full whiff of Lin Yuan's scent. He smelled exactly the same as she remembered. This smell filled Chu Xi with a sense of security. After separating from the hug, Lin Yuan noticed that Chu Xi was taller than he remembered. She was at the age where her growth was the most rapid. This growth was not limited to her body but also her mental maturity. Unlike him, this was not her second life, and she had developed a stable and well-rounded perspective from her previous life. Lin Yuan was very worried that her thoughts would become twisted after experiencing so much conflict and complications. If that happened, he would have failed as her brother. "Chu Xi, when I told you about Tower Cannon, I mentioned the sky beyond the clouds. Do you have any thoughts about the sky beyond the clouds?" Chu Xi smiled and shook her head. "Lin Yuan, anywhere is home as long as you're there. I am grown up now and have done my best to increase my power. From now on, you must take me with you wherever you go." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. Chu Xi rarely made any requests of him. Whenever she did, it meant that it was a sincere plea. Firstly, with spring, summer, autumn, and winter around, Lin Yuan would not be in much danger even when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Moreover, the Spirit Lock spatial zone was large enough to house millions of people. Lin Yuan had no plan to house too many people in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, close people like Chu Xi could live in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Regardless of where they were, Lin Yuan could be assured of Chu Xi's safety as long as she was in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would do the same as when he first went to the marsh world and select a suitable location to develop. His territory would thus become Sky C's base. Hence, none of the resources Lin Yuan spent on the territory would go to waste, regardless of the quantity. This was because his base was mobile. Lin Yuan could ensure Chu Xi's safety in the territory. Rather than keeping Chu Xi in the main world, her development would undoubtedly be better if she went to the sky beyond the clouds with him. Chu Xi was still a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, and her phase were all Diamond X/Fantasy V. It would take time for her to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Lin Yuan did not feel rushed in the slightest. He had already instructed Chu Xi to form a contract with the Lifespan Mouse, so she now possessed an endless lifespan. When a life form had an endless lifespan, it could completely ignore the passage of time. Lin Yuan did not go to check on the Spirit Lock spatial zone immediately. Instead, he spent 3 days with Chu Xi in the underground palace before he went to see Hu Quan. Hu Quan had finished the construction of the Precious Lifeform Garden. Precious lifeforms did not refer to a specific lifeform but all lifeforms that possessed a high value. Hu Quan had moved all the resources like the Twin Red Pagoda that could ignite the lifeform sacrificial fire and the Soldier Ration Radish, which was considered a foundational resource to the Precious Lifeform Garden. The Precious Lifeform Garden was not overly large, but it was tended to by 200 questions beasts and 20 myth breed deposit vegetable pods. They both looked after and protected the life forms in the garden. The 20 deposit vegetable pods were never swapped out, but the 200 questions beasts worked in shifts. Each day, a new group of 100 questions beasts would come to the Precious Lifeform Garden to take over the previous day's group. This ensured that the 100 questions beasts that worked in the Precious Lifeform Garden would not become complacent due to any particular reason and would continue to keenly look out for possible issues in the Precious Lifeform Garden. The precious life-form garden had been constructed after a discussion between Hu Quan and Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's explicit instructions, Hu Quan would not casually waste resources to turn his designs into reality. This was a trait that Lin Yuan always admired about Hu Quan. Currently, Hu Quan was making plans for the demon insect nest. The demon insects were multiplying faster than expected, so the space dedicated to the demon insects had to be continuously expanded. Hu Quan estimated that if Kira put her whole effort into developing the demon insects, they would take up half the space in the spirit lock spatial zone even if some of them were shifted out. Hu Quan did not want to give Kira so much space. Hence, he was resolutely finding ways to improve the structure and design of the nest. Hu Quan had been trying to find a way to bring this matter up with Lin Yuan. He could not come outright and say that the large occupancy of demon insects affected his plans for the spirit lock spatial zone. This matter did not trouble Hu Quan for long because when Lin Yuan found out about Hu Quan's plan, he said, "Uncle Hu, do you remember me instructing the land imps to fortify the mobile base when I asked you to build an insect nest for Kira? My purpose was to make the demon insect nest easy to move around so it can even be moved out of the spirit lock spatial zone. You don't need to worry about Kira's situation. Just focus on the designs for the other areas." Before his battle with Tower Cannon, Kira's nest was not in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had only ever promised Kira that he would supply her with pure spirit chi. This was an extremely easy promise to fulfill for Lin Yuan. All he needed was to give her some spirit chi crystals. If she performed well, Lin Yuan could use his body to supply her with spirit chi. The demon insects were notorious in the sky beyond the clouds and feared by all the species. The main reason for this was that the demon insects needed to consume the bodies of other species to extract their bloodlines. As such, they consumed all that was in their sight in order to develop their species. The demon insects that were born without much intelligence and were mainly used as tools lived only to plunder and grab resources. However, once the demon insects had enough resources to expand their species, they would become more peaceful than other species. Kira's words. With enough to eat and drink, only idiots would be willing to work hard. Lin Yuan was unsure how long he would stay in the main world. But he would be here long enough for Kira to turn the demon insects into a powerful species. It would be best if Kira could produce the second batch of insect eggs before they went to the sky beyond the clouds. Previously, Kira filled all her insect eggs with death aura, which became their root energy. This limited the development of Kira's demon insects. Lin Yuan intended to use Blackie's Divine Kingdom ability to change the root energy of the female insects with Class 1 genetic locks. This would allow Lin Yuan to test out the effects of turbid spirit cleansing, as well as the drain that it would have on Blackie. Hu Quan could not contain his delight when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He could not ask for anything better than to remove the demon insects that did not have a shred of aesthetic sense from the spirit lock spatial zone, and for him to take full control of the spirit lock spatial zone's design. Living in the spirit lock spatial zone, Hu Quan was bathed in pure spirit chi and felt refreshed and energized every day. He already saw the spirit lock spatial zone as his home. All the Fays in the spirit lock spatial zone had very high intelligence, and Hu Quan felt at ease around them. When it came to artistic design, Hu Quan had some insecurities. He believed that an artist should not socialize too much but focus on comprehending beauty and attempting to merge said beauty into their designs. Lin Yuan understood Hu Quan's pursuit of beauty. It was evident from his attention to and insistence on the intricacies. Lin Yuan now had a job he would assign to Hu Quan. "Uncle Hu, do you remember the submerged flood dragon lake that you constructed in the Return from Faraway Mansion? I would like you to move it into this space. However, it needs to be much larger than before. It will have to be able to house at least 10,000 flood dragons." Lin Yuan expressed his request simply. But after hearing what Lin Yuan wanted, a majestic image unfolded in Hu Quan's mind. Thousands of flood dragons flying atop the surface of a lake would make for a breathtaking sight. Hu Quan believed that such a scene could not be done justice by imagination alone and needed to be witnessed in reality. Even without the help of the land imps, Hu Quan could have created the lake Lin Yuan wanted with all the spirit craftsmen he had, much less now that he did have the land imp's support. Young master, if we begin work on that lake now, it will take around 2 months to complete. There was sufficient Larimar and Amazonite among the resources you previously gave me. They are both treasures and are even better than what was used in the return from faraway mansion. However, jade-textured wood shards were used to lay the foundation previously. A large amount of jade-textured wood is produced in this space daily. I suggest that we use this jade-textured wood to cover the bottom of the lake instead. On the outside, Sunlight King lotuses need to be planted at the bottom of the lake for the water to appear transparent. The pure spirit chi nourishing the spirit lock spatial zone will enable the jade-textured wood to glow on its own. This will cause the lake to look like the surface of a mirror, and the dragons swimming within it will be seen clearly. Lin Yuan smiled. Uncle Hu, you can come up with a design and make all the decisions about such matters. If you have any other design ideas or need any resources, just contact me through the Thoughts letter paper. Aside from the main lake, I hope you can create smaller lakes that lead out from the main lake. I will be nurturing some special aquatic phase in these small lakes. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had become the main base where Lin Yuan nurtured phase, and he needed to think carefully and thoroughly when it came to the design. He might be able to discover some excellent aquatic phase species in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan continuously perfected Sky City's structure. The combination of Sky Sea and Dark Blue made up Sky City's gate. The base on Lift Marsh was the ground on which Sky City was built. Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers protected and adorned the ground. In the eyes of other factions, these seemed to be giant secret establishments. But in actuality, they were not even Sky City's core. As Morbius grade continued to increase, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone continuously grew larger. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone perfectly realized all the ideas and plans that Lin Yuan had. It was now Sky City's core. As long as Lin Yuan wanted to, he could move Sky Sea and Lift Marsh into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The construction of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's interior had become a top priority. From now on, Lin Yuan would nurture various phase and species in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone that were rare in the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, Lin Yuan would rather spend more resources now than have to alter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone later. Hu Quan was very serious about his work and took the same attitude toward leading the team. Having to redo the work when there were no issues with the design was the greatest disrespect to Hu Quan and the other spirit craftsmen. Hu Quan barked out a few delighted laughs. Ever since he began working for Lin Yuan, Hu Quan had been very satisfied and carefree. There was nothing that a spirit craftsman was more afraid of than having their resources limited, as this would restrict their inspiration. With Lin Yuan, not only had Hu Quan's inspiration never been limited, but he was frequently enlightened by the new resources that Lin Yuan gave him access to as well. As a result, Hu Quan had broader horizons. He also came to understand that in order for a spirit craftsman's class to be raised, they required not just skill and experience but, more importantly, an elevated mind. Hu Quan had his reasons for using jade-textured wooden planks rather than jade-textured wood shards to cover the bottom of the lake. Amazonite had the ability to purify water. With the spirit chi's nourishment, Amazonite could produce water that was as blue as the sky and completely absent of impurities. When Larimar was embedded at the bottom of the lake, it would generate water currents. Larimar was essential in creating a comfortable environment for nurturing water-type dragon species phase. The Larimar created very tough water currents that would strengthen the dragon species phase bodies. This gave them more strength when they swam. If jade-textured wood shards were used to cover the bottom of the lake, the churning of the water currents would create some turbidness in the water. But if jade-textured wooden planks were used to cover the bottom of the lake, Hu Quan could alter the genetic model of the wooden planks to suit the environment at the bottom of the lake. When light shone on the bottom of the lake, rays of light were reflected. If the water was absolutely clear, even looking at the lake from a close distance would allow one to see thousands of flood dragons dancing in the sky. Hu Quan had gained benefits and received care from Lin Yuan. As an intelligent person, Hu Quan would not want Lin Yuan to have a reason to form a negative impression of him. Hence, aside from striving for perfection in his designs, Hu Quan never forgot to do his best to minimize the cost that Lin Yuan incurred. Young master, with all the trust you have in me, I will never let you down. I am already done building both the breeding rooms and the living spaces for the 100 Questions beasts. They were built after my extensive discussions with Genius. Would you like me to take you there, so you can have a look? Lin Yuan shook his head. Genius had not stopped reporting Hu Quan's progress to Lin Yuan. Genius had given its input on both the breeding room for the army of 100 Questions beasts and living areas for the cats. Hu Quan had essentially received an order and built the breeding room and living areas according to Genius specifications. Both the breeding rooms and living spaces were functional bases. Anything was fine as long as it was what Genius wanted. With Hu Quan's designs and as long as he was not shackled, the functional bases could also be turned into works of art. Uncle Hu, I don't need to go and see it. Aside from the lake, you can make use of the upper area of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This will maximize its utilization. Lin Yuan's words stunned Hu Quan and opened up new potential ideas. However, Hu Quan did not have any inspiration or thoughts at the moment. He just could not find a way to make use of the Spirit Lock spatial zone's upper area. Hu Quan knew that whenever Lin Yuan brought up an idea, he did so after having given it some thought. Lin Yuan was not the kind to shoot from the hip and ignorantly toss tasks to his subordinates. After ensuring he did not have any ideas, Hu Quan asked, "Young master, what are your ideas for using the Spirit Lock spatial zone's upper area? There is no limit to its height, so it is truly worth using it. I did some tests and found the concentration of spirit chi in the sky to be comparable to that on the ground. It will make a conducive environment to nurture avian-type phase. However, avian-type phase will need to stop to rest. Even if they have sufficiently high intelligence and know not to defecate while in the sky to avoid polluting the Spirit Lock spatial zone's environment, they will need a place to rest." Lin Yuan smiled. "Uncle Hu, you lived in the Divine Wood Federation for some time as well. Have you forgotten about the special plants that are used as tree castles there? Let's take the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's hollowed tamarix as an example. After the hollowed tamarix evolves to myth breed, it will be able to grow up to tens of thousands of meters tall. The hollowed tamarix can lower the external pressure to ensure that lifeforms can live comfortably within it. It is also able to store sunlight, and the backs of its leaves will subsequently release the sunlight. I learned from Elder Wang that the creation breed hollowed tamarix can grow to almost 50,000 meters tall. If we want to make use of the Spirit Lock spatial zone sky, our best option will be to nurture the hollowed tamarix. The light in the Spirit Lock spatial zone is currently supplied by the jade-textured wood. However, the sunlight requirements for all the phase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone are being met. Gray's clear weather and Chime's sun can both be situated in the sky to illuminate the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It won't take long to fill the hollowed tamarix's leaves with energy. The interior of the hollowed tamarix can house people while its branches can be used to rear avian-type phase, as well as insect-spider- and beast species phase that live in trees. The main reason Lin Yuan wanted to make use of the Spirit Lock spatial zone sky was that he wanted to maximize the use of the energy. This would ensure that the spirit chi produced by the spirit pool would not accumulate in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and potentially cause the spirit pool's rate of production of energy ores to slow down. Energy ores were not considered to be very valuable in the main world, and it was the same in the sky beyond the clouds. The spirit chi mineral veins were as precious as they were in the sky beyond the clouds because the spirit stones mined from the spirit chi mineral veins had a purity of more than 40% and could be directly absorbed by lifeforms. The same could not be said for that of the main world. There were also many energy ores in the sky beyond the clouds, and they were used as tradable currency by low-class lifeforms. It could be said that Lin Yuan would be able to obtain as many energy ores as he wanted from the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, it was necessary for the spirit pool to maximize its distilling ability. Lin Yuan's words caused Hu Quan's eyes to light up. Planting many tall tree castles in the Spirit Lock spatial zone could indeed increase the utilization of its upper area. Technically, there was no sky in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan was essentially creating one using the tree castles. The area above the tops of the trees could also be used, as long as the tops of the trees were not crushed. Hu Quan never suspected Lin Yuan's ability to nurture phase. The Spirit Lock spatial zone was essentially a giant treasure trove. The deposit vegetable pods in the spirit lock spatial zone had not been specially nurtured. They evolved into human form after 5 to 6 months of absorbing the pure spirit chi there. The hollowed tamarix would definitely be more difficult to nurture than the deposit vegetable pods. However, it would be able to reach creation breed very quickly if it was planted in the spirit lock spatial zone. Moreover, the army of 100 questions beasts under Lin Yuan were all high-class creation masters. When Hu Quan learned of this secret, he could not believe everything that was in front of his eyes. This secret overhauled his understanding of the sacred profession of creation masters. However, Hu Quan would not reveal this secret. Hu Quan also knew that he would not have the chance to reveal this secret. Lin Yuan would never let him leave again after he began working in the spirit lock spatial zone. Otherwise, regardless of how much Lin Yuan trusted him, he would never share so many secrets with him. Others might see this as a loss of their freedom, but Hu Quan saw this as Lin Yuan giving him a chance. It was a chance for him to map out this Eden of a world. Young master, I will create a garden used to nurture the hollowed tamarixes. Once they have grown to maturity, I will arrange them in the spirit lock spatial zone. They do not let in sunlight easily. Jade-textured wood will still be needed to illuminate the top of the spirit lock spatial zone. I will pick some jade-textured wood and carve them into the shape of stars, and place them on the branches of the hollowed tamarixes. This way, those who look up from the ground will be able to see the gleaming constellations. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, Uncle Hu, the jade-textured wood is a resource that we can produce very quickly. Do whatever you want without worrying about the amount of jade-textured wood that you have to use. If you don't have enough wood, I will send Listen to collect some and deliver it to the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan always held the idea of family close to his heart. This did not refer to people but to a place he was familiar with. It was true that the return from Faraway Mansion was Lin Yuan's home in the Radiance Federation. But he could not shift the return from Faraway Mansion to the sky beyond the clouds. The spirit lock spatial zone would thus become his proxy home. The Moon Empress, Lu Jie, Wenyu, Su Iran, and the rest would all be going to the sky beyond the clouds. They would all be living in the spirit lock spatial zone, and Lin Yuan could rest easy. After telling Hu Quan about his requests, Lin Yuan took a general stock of the situation in the spirit lock spatial zone. Kira was still asleep, and Lin Yuan did not wake her up. After settling the matters in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan decided to focus on the main world as a whole and begin making alterations to the main world. Lin Yuan took out the thoughts letter paper but did not contact the Moon Empress immediately. Instead, he contacted Wenyu. He could not ask his master to give him a report of the circumstances. It was easier and more convenient to communicate with Wenyu and Waluan than the Moon Empress. Ever since the death aura disappeared from the ley lines, when you started helping Lin Yuan to organize and gather information from all over the main world. Wenyu was Lin Yuan's companion and one of the 3 founders of Sky City. She could tap into the channels of information in the main world and quickly organize all of the information. Wenyu was undeniably capable, but she was only able to collect so much information in the short span of a few months because of the source paper's exclusive skill. Hear Heaven's secrets. Lin Yuan. Wenyu? How is Waluan doing with his boats and plans? Wenyu looked surprised and happy when she saw the message from Lin Yuan. Wenyu. Young master, you are finally out of seclusion. With the Moon Emperor's support, everything on Waluan's side is going very smoothly. The Radiance Federation's major cities will soon be able to begin using boats for trading. The only setback is that with all the options of spiritual ingredients that you've given Waluan, the boats are constantly being rebuilt. Luckily, the rebuilt boats have crazily high demand from the other federations and are sold almost immediately after being built. When you felt that it was rather a waste to swap out the boats that had only been in use for less than 2 months. After all, the new fleets were not significantly better than the previous ones. Moreover, the sea clans were now on good terms with the human factions, while the Waterworld's lifeforms were perfectly under Lin Yuan's control. They would never pose a threat to the humans who used the boats for trade. Hence, the change in the new boat's capabilities should not use up so many resources. After a moment of silence, when you told Lin Yuan about her thoughts, Lin Yuan was the one who supplied the obscene amount of resources that Waluan was wasting. The waste of billions of radiance dollars worth of resources caused Wen Yu's chest to ache. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head after reading Wen Yu's thoughts. Firstly, he could produce a large amount of resources quickly. Moreover, the innovation of the boats would determine the main world's main mode of trading in the future. Any amount of resources that was spent was a necessity. Waluan dared to do all this because he had received Lin Yuan's approval. Moreover, the other federations were there to take over the eliminated boats. If this situation was prolonged, all the federations in the main world would eventually have sufficient boats for trading. The Radiance Federation would be the first to receive the cutting-edge boats. This ensured that the Radiance Federation would remain the leader of the pack regardless of what changes took place in the future. Lin Yuan would not call himself selfless, but he had indeed used numerous resources to develop and break ground on this enormous main world, as well as protect all of the humans, sea clans, and dimensional life forms in it. He had caused the plan that Tower Cannon had carefully woven together to fail to achieve its goal of destroying the main world. However, when he developed the main world, Lin Yuan always prioritized the Radiance Federation's profits. Most of Lin Yuan's ties to the main world were with Radiance citizens. In everything that he did, he would fulfill his priority first. Lin Yuan, this is actually a good thing for the main world and the Radiance Federation. Our resources come from the entire main world as well as the dimensional worlds. If these resources are used to build fleets of boats that service the dimensional worlds and main world through enabling trade, the main world will enter a period of rapid development. Lin Yuan, this is critical for a Class 2 world. It isn't bad for every federation to have their own culture. The flow of trade will allow the individual federations' cultures to interact, and this will continuously make up for any gaps in each federation's culture. When you saw the contents of Lin Yuan's messages, she realized that she was too short-sighted. Just as Lin Yuan said, if the main world's federations were enabled to trade using the boats, there would be no more separation within the main world, and the human federations would not be prevented from interacting with each other because of geographical constraints. Humans never stopped gaining new desires. The weaker federations would definitely choose to ally with larger federations in the hope of improving their development. But if they were able to interact culturally and had the financial means, despite the presence of the major federation union, to keep violence from breaking out, the smaller federations would definitely form ambitions to overthrow the larger federations. These were all factors of unease and instability. When you felt that she needed to tell Lin Yuan about these destabilizing factors since she had thought of them. Lin Yuan was not at all surprised by the message that Wen Yu sent him. Given her intelligence, she was fully capable of thinking to such an extent. However, this was still far from sufficient. Lin Yuan had utilized the lifespan mouse, allowing numerous experts with endless lifespans to emerge. However, as Lin Yuan ventured into the sky beyond the clouds and time progressed, the prevailing tranquility in the main world was not sustainable. This remained true despite the efforts of the major Federation Union to maintain peace. It wasn't a lack of trust in the Moon Empress preparations, management, or the major Federation Union's control over the main world. The reason lay in the fusion of the main world with the five-dimensional worlds. Over time, Lin Yuan's influence over dimensional lifeforms would diminish, and the treasures from the five-dimensional worlds would lose their efficacy. Consequently, the new dimensional lifeforms operated beyond Lin Yuan's control. In the past, there was only source type and faith power in the dimensional worlds. But after being nourished by the spirit chi from the main world, the new dimensional lifeforms would acquire spirit chi as their energy source. In terms of potential, the new dimensional lifeforms undoubtedly had more. These new dimensional lifeforms would slowly replace the old dimensional lifeforms. Those that were superior would eliminate those that were inferior. Only the strong would survive. This was the underlying principle of this world, and it applied to the sea clans as well. The collaboration between the sea clans and humans would last for at least the next few hundreds or even thousands of years. However, after tens of thousands of years had passed, the sea clans and humans would resume their fighting and disputes. At that time, humans would only be able to carry on with such trade if they possessed excellent boats and boat-building technology. The human factions were not the only ones who needed the resources that were traded through sea trade. The sea clans needed them as well. The strong sea clans that were not restrained would definitely attack the humans over the resources. It was said that everything possessed a spirit. Greed was one of the ways that the spirit was expressed. This was only something that Lin Yuan came to understand after reaching a certain level. He felt that he needed to find an opportunity to break down and explain this matter to Wen Yu, as it would be extremely beneficial for her critical thinking and broadening her horizons. Once he had expanded her mindset, Wen Yu would be able to analyze issues with a wider and more objective mindset. Naturally, this would lead her thinking skills to improve exponentially. Lin Yuan. Wen Yu, we still need to continue doing everything we can to support Waluan. Additionally, tell Waluan to take in more disciples and pass on his skills just like Uncle Hu did. Waluan comes from the Violent Wind Federation. There should be a fair number of people from there who are capable of building boats. We can use the Radiance Federation's name to recruit and hire adventurers from the Violent Wind Federation who are capable of building boats. There were many aspects of Waluan, and his boat-building skills were not something Wen Yu understood. But since Lin Yuan had given the order to fully support Waluan, it went without saying that Wen Yu would follow Lin Yuan's instructions to the T. After asking the question that he most wanted an answer to, Lin Yuan sent another message. Lin Yuan, I previously asked you to collect and gather information on the 5-dimensional worlds. How is that going? Have the root energy of the new dimensional lifeforms shown signs of shifting? Had Lin Yuan not asked about Waluan first, she would have reported the circumstances of the 5-dimensional worlds to him first. Wen Yu, young master, we have underestimated the pace of change in the dimensional worlds. Currently, numerous descendants of lifeforms from the abyssal, water, alien insect world, and even the previously averse to spirit chi marsh world, are exhibiting a surprising sensitivity to spirit chi. What's more, many of these mutations are hereditary, passing down through generations. This development has sparked intense debates in the dimensional worlds. Wen Yu, numerous apostles and dictators view these newly emerged lifeforms, possessing spirit chi, as anomalies and potential energy sources. Up to now, I have merely observed and documented the unfolding situation, refraining from any interference. I am awaiting your guidance on the appropriate course of action. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before he responded. Lin Yuan, this is a necessary stage that needs to take place after the fusion of the dimensional worlds and the main world. If we issue an order to Samsara realm dictators to forbid the other dictators and apostles from laying a hand on the new lifeforms with spirit chi as their root energy, the destabilizing elements will build up in a short span regardless of whether the Samsara realm dictators obediently carry out the order. Lin Yuan, as opposed to that, we should allow the 5-dimensional worlds to go through the changes naturally. After all, the lifeforms with spirit chi as their root energy will eventually increase in number, and there will definitely be a change of hands in the yoke of authority. When you knew that Lin Yuan wanted to improve the unity between the main world and dimensional worlds, the best way to do this would be to increase the number of dimensional lifeforms that had spirit chi as their energy source. When you had been with Lin Yuan for a long time and was used to taking a judicial and administrative mindset when she analyzed issues. Now, Lin Yuan was showing her an indirect way of examining issues. After mulling over it, when you realized that this way of thinking could indeed unite the main world and dimensional worlds in a stable manner. However, it would take considerable time for everything to play out naturally. Natural development was always the best choice. At that moment, when you felt that she could understand why Lin Yuan wanted to wholeheartedly support Waluan and the building of boats, he must have already predicted the extent of the main world's derivation and the impacts that would unfold in the main world's future. Lin Yuan was already Wen Yu's role model, and she had learned most of her methods from him. But she never expected that even now, there was still so much that she did not understand about him. She had only picked up one way in which he viewed issues. Now that Lin Yuan was done with his discussion with Wen Yu, he was about to contact the Moon Empress when he received another message from Wen Yu. Wen Yu, young master, Bai Qinghuan supervised the construction of the dimensional wall that separates the main world from the dimensional worlds, and which prevents the invasion of the dimensional worlds into the main world. When creating this wall, She did not anticipate the dimensional lifeforms to slam into the dimensional wall so relentlessly. Several parts of the wall are showing signs of damage and need to be fixed by the land imps. Bai Qinghuan asked me to seek your opinion on this. After Bai Qinghuan was done supervising the building of the Radiance Federation's defenses, Lin Yuan placed her at the boundary between the main world and dimensional worlds. The dimensional wall was the biggest project undertaken by Bai Qinghuan to date. She was well aware of the labor and effort that had gone into the project. But now, so soon after its completion, the dimensional wall was showing signs of damage. It would be fine if the dimensional wall was damaged as a result of the dead spirits crisis, but the truth was that it was damaged by the dimensional lifeforms. Because of this, Bai Qinghuan could not explain herself to Lin Yuan. She did not even dare to report the matter to Lin Yuan herself and sought help from Wen Yu. Bai Qinghuan never believed herself to be important to Lin Yuan, especially after she saw how many capable people Lin Yuan had in his orbit. Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Su Iran, Listen, Qin Yu, and Hu Quan were all gifted individuals. She could indeed be of great help when it came to battle coordination. But after the Dead Spirits crisis ended, the main world entered a period of prolonged peace, and Bai Qinghuan's abilities were no longer applicable. As someone who lacked a sense of security, Bai Qinghuan was the most afraid of not being needed. Recently, she had been in a state of constant nervousness. Wen Yu had been observing all of Bai Qinghuan's behavior. However, she had not said anything to Bai Qinghuan because she was Lin Yuan's assistant and could not direct him toward any decisions. Moreover, during the time that Lin Yuan had relied heavily on her, she had been arrogant and conceited. This change in Bai Qinghuan greatly displeased Wen Yu. Wen Yu guessed that Lin Yuan would not put Bai Qinghuan on the spot. The dimensional wall had been built with the intention of defending against the dead spirits and not the dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan wanted to unite the main world and dimensional worlds. The dimensional wall would either be changed or deconstructed so the spiritual materials could be repurposed into other infrastructure projects. With a large number of land imps, repurposing the dimensional wall would not come at a high cost. If Lin Yuan was willing to divert 200 million land imps to this endeavor, they would be able to deconstruct the dimensional wall in a little over 20 days. It would take the land imps much less time to deconstruct the base than it had taken them to build it. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He pondered over the matter and guessed that new dimensional lifeforms were the culprits that damaged the dimensional wall. The dimensional lifeforms that were fully under his control would never do such a thing. If even when you could guess what Bai Qinghuan was thinking, it went without saying that Lin Yuan could do the same. Lin Yuan had heard from Return to Ruins about Bai Qinghuan's behavior during the building of the bases that linked the dimensional worlds and main world. Return to Ruins found Bai Qinghuan's demeanor to be over the line. Otherwise, Return to Ruins would never have brought up this matter to Lin Yuan with the insinuation of complaining about Bai Qinghuan when he knew that she was his subordinate. In her pursuit of quick progress, Bai Qinghuan had even eliminated several land imps that were moving too slowly. Bai Qinghuan was a native of the Divine Wood Federation and was influenced by its culture. Hence, she carried the aristocratic degeneration as a member of the Divine Wood Federation's elite. Lin Yuan believed that he could use this opportunity to get Bai Qinghuan back on the right track. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, I intend on taking Bai Qinghuan to the sky beyond the clouds. With her ambition, it is not suitable for her to remain in the main world. Her abilities will come in handy there, but I intend on placing her under you in the future. You can handle this matter. Lin Yuan never needed to be overly explicit when he spoke to Wen Yu. She was always able to understand his meaning. After reading the thoughts letter paper, Wen Yu paused before she responded. Wen Yu, Bai Qinghuan isn't to blame for this matter. However, with the matter of the dimensional wall, it won't be appropriate for her to lead the team of land imps that deconstruct the dimensional wall. Return to Ruins is free. Why don't we send him to lead the team while Bai Qinghuan supports him? Once Bai Qinghuan returns, I am sure that she will obediently work under me. When Lin Yuan saw the message from Wen Yu, he could not help but sigh to himself. Wen Yu had managed many matters and was now familiar with the procedures. Return to Ruins had pent-up rage against Bai Qinghuan. When he worked under her, he had not been able to protect the land imps under him, and she had not extended any courtesies to him. Now that Return to Ruins was the one leading the team, it went without saying he would vent all his anger. During this assignment, Bai Qinghuan would understand that every dog had its day. In the future, she would be more restrained in her actions. Return to Ruins had reached the afterlife realm and was the strongest of the three dictators from the subterranean world. It was also necessary to bear with his way of doing things. The land imps were selfish, shallow, and petty. If Return to Ruins had to continue suppressing his rage, it would inevitably lead to bumps in the road in the future. An outstanding person with internal governance talent needed to have broad horizons. Lin Yuan could not be overly focused on the few subordinates under him. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to issues in the team. Lin Yuan was very happy with the ways that when you handled issues. He liked talented people but did not like those who were arrogant and abused their power to unreasonably grab benefits for themselves. There were issues with Bai Qinghuan's supervision of the construction project. If he did not take this opportunity to understand this and she was let off easy, there was no guarantee that she would not cause trouble for Lin Yuan again in the future. After ending his discussion with Wen Yu, Lin Yuan contacted the Moon Empress. The main world was currently in a state of peace and calmness. There would be no more trouble in the main world for a very long time. However, the sky beyond the clouds spying into the main world would put the main world in danger. According to Autumn, the four universes were in conflict with each other. The four universes had agreed on a rule. Even if they were warring with each other, they would never lay a hand on worlds that were Class 3 and below. The low-class worlds were the bricks that made up the entire system of the sky beyond the clouds. If the low-class worlds did not exist, they would lower the combat power of the sky beyond the clouds experts. If experts from the sky beyond the clouds were allowed to interfere with the operation of the low-class worlds, a light consequence would be that the low-class world's evolution would be affected and cause them to be stuck at their grade without being able to progress even at the point of extinction. A heavy consequence would be the direct collapse of the worlds. The dominant factions from the four universes would not allow the members of other factions to interfere with the low-class worlds. However, they could play some tricks in the low-class worlds to obtain some profits. Once the sky beyond the clouds decided to target a low-class world, they would come up with a reason to legitimately suppress the low-class world. Winter had promised Lin Yuan that the people from the sky beyond the clouds who came to the main world would not leave any impact on the main world. Lin Yuan believed Autumn and Winter but could not risk the Radiance Federation being put in any danger. Lin Yuan intended to send Summer to the Radiance Federation to protect it while Autumn would accompany him to collect Spirit Chi crystals. Lin Yuan would be the only one who collected the Spirit Chi crystals. No one else could perform this task in his stead. Spirit Chi crystals were his most precious resource. Although Lin Yuan had activated his body composition and could inject pure Spirit Chi into the bodies of targets by placing his hand on their bodies and circulating the energy in his body composition was his secret and was irreplaceable. The Moon Empress was the highest level of management of the human factions. Lin Yuan needed to let the Moon Empress know of these matters so she could be mentally prepared at the very least. With Summer protecting the Radiance Federation, no issues would crop up. If the main world was affected by the experts from the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would become a criminal of the main world. If Lin Yuan had not evolved 3 of his phase to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, something like this would never have happened. After Lin Yuan resolved the 8 pages of Tower Cannon, the Moon Empress could not help but worry about Lin Yuan's safety despite knowing that he would not be in any danger. If the Moon Empress received such news before learning about his abilities, she would definitely be panicked. But now, Lin Yuan carried the heavy responsibility of protecting the main world. With the guarantee from Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress would not have to worry about possible dangers. Firstly, even if the Moon Empress focused on this matter, she would not be able to stop the dangers even if she racked her brain. Moreover, there were many things that the Moon Empress needed to do and decisions she needed to make. Rather than focusing on issues she could not solve, it would be better for her to focus on issues that were more meaningful. Lin Yuan, Master, the dimensional life forms are merging rapidly with the main world. I will generate natural sparks in the dimensional worlds without direct interference. The entire process will be deliberately prolonged. Humans won't be adversely affected by these developments, but I believe it's crucial for us to prepare in advance for the integration of the dimensional worlds and the main world. Lin Yuan. As spirit qi becomes the fundamental energy for dimensional life forms, humans can attempt to form contracts with many of these life forms. We must shift the antagonistic perception between humans and dimensional life forms. However, it's essential to note that reducing hostility doesn't imply that humans should let their guard down against dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan. My plan involves manually creating several dimensional rifts and reinforcing them with minerals infused with spatial energy. If the human federations wish to open dimensional rifts in their territories, they can submit requests to us. I propose opening multiple dimensional rifts in each city to enhance the quantity and resilience of the city guards. The Moon Empress' eyes lit up when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She had been thinking about the best way to train the Radiance experts. If the dead dimensional life forms were used to train the Radiance Federation's men, the endurance of the Dead Spirits crisis would become extremely important. But now, Lin Yuan had extracted all of the death aura in the ley lines. If the humans had not created the Dead Spirits wells, it would be very unlikely for the Dead Spirits to appear in the main world again. This would significantly deflate the potential effects of using the Dead Spirits to train the Radiance troops. After the dimensional world fused with the main world, no more dimensional rifts opened in the main world. The dimensional rifts were always an excellent way for the humans to train their combat powers. It could be said that the youths from most federations had experienced training and hunting in the dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan was capable of creating many dimensional rifts and handing over the authority to the Radiance Federation to do so. This increased the leverage that the Radiance Federation had over all the human federations. In the future, the other federations would need to acknowledge the Radiance Federation's leadership position in order to open dimensional rifts in their own federations. Moon Empress. Little Yuan, your idea will be very helpful for humanity. What is the cost of manually creating the dimensional rifts? I would like to start in the Radiance Federation's major cities before slowly expanding outward. We will meet the Radiance Federation's needs first before thinking about the other federations. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. He did not know how much it would cost to open a dimensional rift. Lin Yuan asked the Samsara realm dictators from the various dimensional worlds to help make estimations for the various classes of dimensional rifts. But since the Moon Empress had asked him for numbers, Lin Yuan would definitely collect the information diligently. After a moment, Lin Yuan organized the data and handed it to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had looked at the data before handing it over to the Moon Empress. Aside from the substantial amount of resources required to open Class 5-dimensional rifts, it also required a significant amount of resources to open Class 4-dimensional rifts. As for Class 6-dimensional rifts, they could not be opened regardless of the amount of resources spent. In the past, the dimensional worlds and main world overlapped with each other. But now they were combined. The dimensional rifts were very similar to the space tunnels. However, the space tunnels could not cause the space to overlap, and this significantly raised the difficulty level. Lin Yuan had excavated sufficient resources from the subterranean world to create millions of dimensional rifts. The main world's federations would definitely not require so many dimensional rifts. Moreover, the dimensional rifts only needed to be opened on land. The sea clans were getting along swimmingly with the dimensional lifeforms. They had a close affiliation with water elemental energy and spirit qi. Even the dictator sea beasts were able to temper their bodies with spirit qi to slowly subsume spirit qi into their bodies. The mermaids came from the sky beyond the clouds and were naturally affiliated with spirit qi. But without spirit qi, they had no choice but to use source-type power to strengthen themselves. Now that they had spiritual power, all of the mermaids transformed in a very short period of time. Lin Yuan thought to himself that it was possible that the water world dimensional lifeforms and sea clans would be fully united in the next few thousand years and live harmoniously in the sea. The situation in the sea could not be compared to the situation on land. Although the major Federation Union maintained order on land, there were still undercurrents of instability during this time. Meanwhile, all of the life forms in the sea had become close to the mermaids. Mermaids used to exist in the main world. Otherwise, the goddess of mercy would not have been able to evolve her mermaid bloodline to king class after gaining the mermaid bloodline. Back then, the sea clans of the main world had all been treating the mermaids as gods. The mermaids were as capable as the heavenly family phase when it came to controlling water elements. Once their bloodline reached king class, they would even become stronger than the heavenly family phase at controlling the sea. The sea clans put the mermaids on a pedestal. Even Iceflow and the other leaders of the vast sea labyrinth were extremely respectful toward Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and the other Emperor-class mermaids. After Lin Yuan recounted the recent events and sent the data, the Moon Empress was over the moon. She was aware that Lin Yuan possessed the Mermaid Thearch-class bloodline. After Lin Yuan left the main world, the mermaids would also carry on his will. Once the Sea Clan's faith was applied to the mermaids would soon replace Vast the Sea Labyrinth as the leaders of the Sea Clans. As a result, regardless of how the water world dimensional lifeforms and sea clans changed over time, the mermaids would be able to promise that the lifeforms from the sea clans would not clash with the humans. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan no longer perceived resources in the same way they used to. In the past, the Moon Empress' knowledge utterly surpassed that of Lin Yuan. The first time Lin Yuan had entered the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure trove and seen the thousands of bottles of potions and exquisite resources stacked together, he had felt as though his eyes were being opened for the first time. But now, the difference between their experiences was even larger than that of Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress in the past. When the Moon Empress fully understood Lin Yuan's store of resources, she knew how she was going to negotiate with the other federations who wanted to open dimensional rifts in their own territories. Ever since Lin Yuan picked Autumn to remain by his side, the smile had yet to leave his face. Autumn had handsome and stony cold features. His eyes had the dashing elegance of autumn wind. In the words of Lin Yuan's previous life, he was classically handsome. Now his lips were curled into a broad smile. But this did not clash with his chiseled coldness. Rather, it gave the air of brilliant chrysanthemums blooming at the height of autumn. While remaining by Lin Yuan's side, Autumn supplied him with faith every second. Lin Yuan could sense genuine sincerity and trust from spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 2 years had passed since Lin Yuan began taking Autumn around with him to collect spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan had spent the entire 2 years traveling. For his own convenience, Lin Yuan had asked Lu Jie to instruct the land imps to build teleportation arrays and 10 teleportation nodes in Thick Soil City while collecting the spirit chi crystals. From then on, all the experts in the main world who were ready to evolve would be transported to Thick Soil City through these 10 teleportation nodes. Once Lu Jie was done overseeing this matter, Lin Yuan would no longer have to run around the main world in order to collect the spirit chi crystals. For the past 2 years, Lin Yuan had been waiting for the experts from the sky beyond the clouds to arrive. It was just as Winter had said at the beginning. The deaths of many border patrol guards in the sky beyond the clouds who supervised the low-class worlds would definitely attract the attention of Honor Absent Palace. However, there had been no movements in the past 2 years, and Lin Yuan felt as though they were all talk and no action. Autumn knew what Lin Yuan had been thinking for the past 2 years. Autumn said calmly, "Lord Saint, the low-class worlds are under the protection of the world rules, and time passes much slower than in the sky beyond the clouds. In the 2 years that you've spent in this Class 2 world, only around 20 days have passed in the sky beyond the clouds. The larger the faction, the more degenerate their internal affairs. If the upper management of Honor Absent Palace learns of this matter, they will definitely begin fighting like dogs. But regardless of how slow the fighting progresses, someone will come within 6 months." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. That explained everything. Time passed in the main world at a different rate than it did in the sky beyond the clouds. The difference was more than 10 times. In these 2 years, aside from collecting resources, Lin Yuan had also been seriously observing the development of the main world. Today was Lin Yuan's 21st birthday. He was now an adult. The Radiance Federation had returned to the same state as before the Dead Spirits crisis. Various classes of dimensional rifts had opened in various areas of the Radiance Federation. After the Radiance Federation took control of these dimensional rifts, They became the Radiance Federation's main training grounds. The Dead Spirits Wells had the same function. After the dimensional rifts opened in the Radiance Federation, the 12 aristocratic families of the Azure Federation immediately contacted the Moon Empress in the hopes that dimensional rifts could also open in the Azure Federation. The Moon Empress first agreed to the Azure Federation's terms before she offered the same incentive to all the other human federations at the next Imperial meeting. Since the Radiance Federation sat at the helm of the major Federation Union, they needed to carry a suitable attitude. The Radiance Federation needed to treat all the federations equally. While Lin Yuan was waiting for the visitors from the sky beyond the clouds to arrive, there was finally news from Merciful Soul's side. After absorbing calamity for so long, Merciful Soul was finally beginning to evolve to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. With Spring to protect Merciful Soul, the latter's evolution would definitely proceed smoothly. Merciful Soul's abilities and exclusive skills were extraordinary. It was the only curse type/spiritual type/soul type Fae that Lin Yuan knew of. In the past, Lin Yuan never used Merciful Soul. But this was not because it could not be of help to him, but because its abilities were too domineering. Steal the fate of a nation and Demon Concubine's promise would allow it to take over all the fate within a territory, as well as inject calamity into the territory. All the life forms in the territory would become entangled in the calamity. If such an ability was expanded, it would be even more terrifying than the Dead Spirits Crisis. The Dead Spirits Crisis was terrifying in a structured way, and the fear could be linked directly to the dead dimensional lifeforms. On the other hand, Merciful Soul was terrifying in an unstructured way. It was a fear that could not be linked directly to anything. This fear would cause the fear of inferior lifeforms to grow endlessly and create hardship for many. Merciful Soul had yet to use its ability in the main world, but there was a chance that it would be able to demonstrate its ability in the sky beyond the clouds. Even if Merciful Soul was not by Lin Yuan's side, its evolution would bring him benefits. Autumn sensed the energy fluctuations coming from Merciful Soul and said softly, "Lord Saint, if this Fae of yours evolves to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, it will definitely trigger the opportunists in the sky beyond the clouds. It will likely bring forward their eventual visit. It's possible that they will arrive soon after your Fae evolves." Autumn felt significant unease. In the many years of waiting for the saint to reincarnate, Autumn had suppressed himself, bringing out a tranquilness in him. But now that he was by Lin Yuan's side, all the anxiousness resurfaced. Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. He had already expected the experts from the sky beyond the clouds to come to the main world because of his phase evolutions. The timing of their arrival made no difference to him. Even if the experts from the sky beyond the clouds came, spring, summer, autumn, and winter would take up the duty of protecting the main world. With his power, he could not offer much help against the experts from the sky beyond the clouds experts. Autumn could sense the energy fluctuations from Merciful Soul, but Lin Yuan could not. But it did not take long before Merciful Soul's data appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Fae name: Death Demon Concubine Beast, Fae species. Demon Concubine Beast species/Faceless Beast species. Fae grade: World Emperor, 1 out of 10. Fae type: Curse, Spiritual, Soul. Fae quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade: Miniature. Abilities: Death. Make judgment on the target's willpower, soul, spirit, and mind power. If the judgment decides that the combined power of the 4 powers is weaker than it, the lifeform will not be able to attack it. Heart words cross disaster. Place a voiced curse on the target. The strength of the target's spiritual energy will determine the strength of the curse. Under the influence of the curse, if another curse is placed on the target's mind, the effects of the curse will multiply, and the target's soul will start to corrode. Demon Concubine's promise. The Death Demon Concubine can turn its heart into a pill that can be gifted to a target. The target will become the Death Demon Concubine's dependent, and their lives will be tied together. Heart stolen, soul photographed. After disaster, heart curses the target's soul, it can enter the target's body and use its soul to control the target's body. Deepened curse imprint. Magnify the effects of the curse on the target and bewitch the target's mind, soul, and spiritual energy simultaneously. Steal the fate of a nation. If it can influence the fate of a country that sits upon a certain area of the earth, the fate can be stolen. The price of this ability is the burning up of one's lifespan. Demon Concubine's Chaos. When affecting the fate of the nation that the territory belongs to, a chaotic destiny can be injected into the territory. The chaotic destiny will afflict all the life forms on the ground with bad luck. The bad luck's effects will be linked to the strength of the chaotic destiny. Calamity Gathering. Calamity will be absorbed from the environment. When the calamity is gathered, the curse effects faced by other life forms in the environment will be removed and cleansed. Calamity Trigger. This will target calamity in the bodies of life forms. The calamity in targets will be triggered, and their fortune value will be lowered. They will encounter accidents and mistakes both in life and in combat. Adversity Growth. At necessary moments, the calamity can be transformed and used as lifespan to elongate its own lifespan. When its calamity is used up and its lifespan is about to come to an end, the calamity can be fully depleted. The fully depleted calamity will need 100 years to be replenished. Exclusive Skill. Faceless Appearance. Set a target and absorb its bloodline, spiritual energy, and soul. It will then assume the appearance of the target and obtain all of its abilities. Fate of Chaos. Absorb the fate of the ground it is present on. The fate can be used to enhance the effects of its abilities. Payment in Life. Use its lifespan to investigate the lifespans of other targets. If its own lifespan is sacrificed, it can take away another's lifespan by touching the target. Disaster Fortune Application. A Disaster Fortune imprint will be applied on the target. The Disaster Fortune imprint will measure its own calamity to the fortune in the target. If the calamity in its own body is greater than the fortune in the target, it will absorb the fortune in the target while injecting calamity into the target. Shared Affection. The damage suffered can be shared with targets that feel affection for it. The targets that feel affection for it will share the damage it suffers. Demon Concubine's Control. Each of its eyes carries the ability to control life forms. As long as the target's divine kingdom grade is not more than 2 grades above its own and the target has less calamity in its body, the Death Demon Concubine Beast will be able to take hold of the mind and spirit of the target that feels affection for it and become its puppet. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Hardship Transformation. The calamity and fortune in the Divine Kingdom can be transformed. The Calamity Eye and Fortune Eye will be formed on the Fortune Calamity Tablet in the Divine Kingdom. The Calamity Eye can enable calamity to accumulate continuously in the target's body. The Fortune Eye will enable fortune to accumulate continuously in the target's body. Just like Blackie and the Jasmine Lily, Merciful Soul gained 3 new abilities, 3 exclusive skills, and a Divine Kingdom ability. Merciful Soul's creation breed exclusive skill was called Disaster Fortune Application. Disaster Fortune Application would place a Disaster Fortune imprint on the target's body before measuring its own calamity with the target's fortune. If there was more calamity in its body than fortune in the other party, not only could it absorb the fortune in the target's body but could also inject its own calamity into the target. Calamity was intangible. But as Lin Yuan's power and level continued to rise, he could not deny the existence of calamity. Compared to energy and fortune, calamity was on a comparable level to faith power. It was a very rare type of energy. When Spring saw Merciful Soul, surprise appeared on her face. Merciful Soul could absorb calamity from the environment into its own body, but other life forms did not have the ability to absorb fortune from the environment. Disaster Fortune Application could be linked with Calamity Gathering and Calamity Trigger. Calamity Gathering strengthened Merciful Soul's ability to gather calamity from the environment and could remove and cleanse the curse effects experienced by life forms in the environment. The ability to remove curses from a group was a very rare support ability. According to Spring, there were many species in the sky beyond the clouds that were held in high regard because of their curse abilities. These species were rarely trifled with. The species with curse abilities were famed and feared for these abilities. However, in front of Merciful Soul, these species would have no choice but to keep their heads lowered. Calamity Trigger would trigger the calamity in other life forms. The calamity would be used to lower the fortune of targets and turn their fortune values to negative. When a person was unlucky, they would feel pain in their teeth when they drank cold water and trip when they walked. These misfortune effects would all be triggered in the target, and even living would become a challenge, much less during combat. The disaster fortune imprint applied on targets by the exclusive skill, disaster fortune application, would allow targets to have more calamity than other energy in their bodies. Meanwhile, adversity growth and demon concubine's promise could be linked with payment in life. The lifespan mouse that Merciful Soul had contracted through demon concubine's promise would enable Merciful Soul's lifespan to lengthen endlessly. As such, Merciful Soul's lifespan became a lethal weapon. However, the lifespan mouse accumulated lifespan at a set rate and could not be evolved. Hence, after Merciful Soul reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, the help offered by the lifespan mouse decreased significantly. However, adversity growth made up for this drawback as it would turn calamity into lifespan. If it lacked lifespan, it could overdraw on its calamity. However, overdrawing on its calamity came at a cost. If Merciful Soul could not replenish its overdrawn calamity in the next 100 years, its lifespan would also come to an end. This enabled Merciful Soul to have the ability to roll numerous grades to fight. But now that Lin Yuan had spring, summer, autumn, and winter by his side, he would not have many opportunities to send Merciful Soul out even if he was in danger. The immortal ability Merciful Soul gained was Shared Affection. Shared Affection was a self-preservation ability. When Merciful Soul was attacked, it could share the damage with entities that felt affection for it. Merciful Soul was capable of breeding chaos and was a beast life form. If many life forms felt affection for Merciful Soul, it would be very difficult for it to be killed even by powerful enemies. The new exclusive skill, Demon Concubine's Control, could be linked with Shared Affection. This was the exclusive skill that Lin Yuan favored the most. Each of Merciful Soul's eyes could take control of a life form. As long as the target had less calamity in its body and its Divine Kingdom grade was not more than 2 grades above that of Merciful Soul, the latter could attempt to take control of the target. For 2 life forms to have Divine Kingdoms that had more than a 2-grade gap, they had to have many magnitudes of difference in power. They were not fit to be compared at all. Yet, Merciful Soul could take control of many of such targets. This was enough to see its potential. Merciful Soul could create a powerful World Emperor/Divine Kingdom army for Lin Yuan. While Lin Yuan was checking Merciful Soul's data, he glanced at Merciful Soul, which had transformed into the form of a beautiful human. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt as though his looks could not measure up to that of Merciful Soul. Its clear doe eyes and slightly curled shapely lips adorned its round head with petite bone structure. It wore a purple and pink dress that did not look gaudy at all. Rather, it could be described as beautifully elegant. It was a pity that there was too large of a gap between Spring and Merciful Soul. Spring only admired Merciful Soul's looks and did not feel any other special emotions. Currently, Lin Yuan was thinking about what level Merciful Soul's Divine Kingdom ability could affect. Merciful Soul's Divine Kingdom ability could be seen as a functional and production type 1. Merciful Soul could transform calamity and fortune within the Divine Kingdom with hardship transformation. After Merciful Soul absorbed the calamity from a place of peril and transformed it into fortune before injecting it into the environment, it would have used its own means to create a place of fortune. Once the power of life forms reached a certain level, they would be able to sense danger. Currently, Lin Yuan could not come up with a use for the calamity I produced on the Fortune Calamity tablet in Merciful Soul's Divine Kingdom. Rather than using the Calamity Eye to increase the amount of calamity in the target's body, it would be better to use Disaster Fortune application to place a Disaster Fortune imprint before injecting a large amount of calamity into the target's body. Every life form sought fortune. The Fortune Eyes on the Fortune Calamity tablet in Merciful Soul's Divine Kingdom could be seen as an excellent spiritual ingredient. If this spiritual ingredient was sold on the market, many factions from the sky beyond the clouds would fight over it. However, Lin Yuan did not lack resources. Rather than trading these resources at the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan preferred to keep them for his own use. The Fortune Eyes would bring fortune to the Moon Empress Chu Xi, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and the rest. It would allow them to encounter even more opportunities while they were increasing their powers. The increase in fortune would bring immeasurable benefits to a life form. If there was something like the Fortune Eye in Lin Yuan's previous life, Even a person who was down in the dumps would be able to win the lottery after obtaining the fortune eye and increasing the amount of fortune in their body. After Merciful Soul evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Spring would bring it back to the Radiance Federation. Then, Spring and Summer could protect the Radiance Federation together. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone to see how the Windspeed Rapid Antelope was doing with its organization of the resources, he received a message from Peace on the Thoughts letter paper. Peace was an official member of the Astronomical Parliament, and Lin Yuan had invested significant resources into her to enable her to grow. Each delivery of resources to the broiling rock continent required a large amount of law power. Luckily, Lin Yuan's sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed numerous law runes and could make use of the broken law runes. Peace had a merciful heart that wanted to save the broiling rock continent. However, this also limited her sights to the broiling rock continent. Even now, she was still worried about Green Continent City's development. A person's potential and demeanor determined their future development. The impact of a person's abilities on their future also rested on their potential and demeanor. With Peace's experience and mindset, Lin Yuan believed she was only suitable to being the city lordess of Green Continent City. After confirming this, Lin Yuan became somewhat disappointed in Peace. He had brought this up with Peace in the past. Although he had never explicitly said he would be taking her with him to the sky beyond the clouds, he had told her he would be giving her opportunities. Alas, she had not properly made use of these opportunities. Lin Yuan did not like to force or coerce others, much less try to manually alter their perception and demeanor. Hence, Lin Yuan had not paid much attention to Peace lately. If Peace had any issues, she would go to Wen Yu for help. Lin Yuan was rather surprised to see the sudden messages from Peace. Peace. Leo, Green Continent City has officially changed its name to the Green Continent Federation. We have a population of more than 20 million and are still growing. However, many marshes form in the Green Continent Federation's current location during the monsoon season. Peace. The various plants and animals that die in the marshes will create a poisonous air that limits the Green Continent Federation's development. Are you able to arrange for a suitable location for the Green Continent Federation's development where we will be able to lay down our roots permanently? Peace should not be coming to Lin Yuan over such a matter. However, Wen Yu had not given her a definite response after sending her request to her. There were very few natives of the broiling rock continent. Green Continent City had just changed its name to the Green Continent Federation. If a suitable location for development was not found, it would be difficult to expand the Green Continent Federation's population. Peace was also unwilling to accept the homeless from other federations. This was not because she was picky about the Green Continent citizens, but because most of the homeless that had been ejected from other federations were bad eggs. After all, during the crucial stage of a federation's development, its population was a critical resource. From a certain angle, a population would increase the transfer of resources and represent the labor force. Peace was afraid that taking these people in would lead to a coup in the Green Continent Federation. Normally, Wen Yu treated Peace very well. As such, she assumed that Wen Yu's lack of reply was due to her being too busy. She had no idea her request had wholly disappointed Wen Yu and even caused Wen Yu to look down on her. Wen Yu felt that Peace, Bu Pe, Luolan, and Su Iran had a similar set of circumstances. All of them wanted to use their own capabilities to bring prosperity to their federations. All of them had been blessed by Lin Yuan. Wen Yu and Lu Jie had been helping the four of them and treated them equally. But, during the development of their federations, Bu Pe, Luolan, and Su Iran never sought help from Wen Yu. No one was forcing the four of them to become the leaders of their federations. Since she was incapable, why did she want to manage a federation? Moreover, Peace was in a rush to change Green Continent City's name to Green Continent Federation but had yet to meet the requirements of being called a federation. Green Continent City's population had not even reached the size of an inferior federation like the Iron Hammer Federation. There were even more people in two diamond tribes. At the beginning of the migration, Peace had asked Wen Yu which region would be the most suitable for development. Wen Yu had seriously responded that the best option would be a place that had 4 clear seasons, a complex environment, and wide plains. As long as there were 4 clear seasons, they would be able to nurture special phase. With these special resources and phase, the Green Continent Federation would not be able to trade with other federations. A region with large plains would be suitable for growing production-type plants. As long as the area experienced a relatively normal level of rainfall, such an area would be able to bring in regular bountiful harvests. When you had given peace the best answer. However, peace had not heeded when Yu's advice. This was likely because the broiling rock continent was traumatized by their experience with water scarcity. As such, peace eventually selected a location with many bodies of water. Each time rain filled up the bodies of water, they would have no issues obtaining drinking water. However, finding food would become even more of a struggle than when they were on the broiling rock continent. When you had already pointed out a path of development for peace, but the latter had not listened to her. When you did not want to help her anymore. In the astronomical parliament, Tale lacked talent and could only be the city lord of Thick Soil City at best. Hence, he dared not hope for too much for himself. The only other member of the astronomical parliament who was single-mindedly focused on the development of their federation was Luolan. Su Iran and Bu Pa had talked with Wenyu and set their sights on the sky beyond the clouds. Wenyu felt that peace had wasted Lin Yuan's nurturing. It would be fine if peace could do a good job of being the city lordess of Green Continent City and properly manage its development. However, she was unable to accomplish this and insisted on changing Green Continent City's name to Green Continent Federation. When you liked people with ambition, only such people were capable of achievements. But if capabilities could not match up to ambition, doubling down on one's ambition would be a stupid choice. At the end of the day, peace lacked a sufficient mindset and character. When you had guessed that peace would go to Lin Yuan if she did not receive a response from her. This was not a bad thing, as this would give Lin Yuan the chance to understand peace's situation. When you believed that with her understanding of Lin Yuan, he would definitely help her with her request, especially if it was a matter he could handle easily. But once he helped her, she would never be able to advance past being the ruler of the Green Continent Federation. Whether the Green Continent Federation subsequently survived or was destroyed would also no longer have anything to do with Lin Yuan. The truth played out as per Wenyu's expectations. Lin Yuan frowned after seeing Peace's messages. In Lin Yuan's previous life, 20 million people was not a small number at all. But in this Fey world, even the Xia region, where Lin Yuan used to live, had a population of more than 8 million. The Xia region was a very small region in Redbud City. It was likely that the Green Continent Federation's name was being spread by Peace herself. The official federations would never acknowledge the Green Continent Federation's presence. However, Lin Yuan's brows soon relaxed. Everyone chose their own paths. Peace had already chosen her path, so she needed to bear the associated consequences. Peace was a member of the astronomical parliament. Since she had already made her request, Lin Yuan would definitely help her. Lin Yuan, if you want to relocate with the Green Continent Federation, it will be best to head far away from the various dimensional rifts. Look for a place with 4 clear seasons that is also near to a powerful federation. Lin Yuan could only tell her about the right spot to pick. He did not have the time to understand the main world's current map and territories. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, many federations migrated. Previously, many federations made their choice under duress from the Dead Spirits crisis. Even the Azure and Freedom Federations had intentions of migrating back to their original locations. It could be said a place would change regardless of whether there was a leader facilitating the change. The major Federation Union had just managed to establish and sustain the peace. Lin Yuan could not give the Green Continent Federation special rights when it came to choosing a location, as it would interfere with the Moon Empress plans. The Green Continent Federation's subsequent development would depend on Peace's individual capabilities. Having made the decision to embark on the journey to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan shifted his attention toward those who would be joining him, emphasizing their significance over those who opted to stay in the main world. Peace's matter was only a small interlude. After replying to Peace, Lin Yuan immediately went to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to select a few resources. He would be supplying even more resources to nurture his companions who would accompany him to the sky beyond the clouds, as well as the main world's experts. Lin Yuan did not know that his answer had confused Peace. Most of the residents in Green Continent City could not even fill their stomachs now. In regions bordering lakes, the monsoon season rendered the ground damp and soft. While ordinary plants might endure such conditions, their roots would inevitably succumb to rot. Regret lingered within Peace. Had she only needed when used advice, her current predicament would have been averted. To the southeast of the Green Continent Federation's current location, a spot precisely matching when used description existed. This was where the Dense Forest Federation had chosen to establish its roots. The Dense Forest Federation garnered bountiful harvests every few seasons, sustaining its development and amassing surplus resources for trade with other federations. Lin Yuan's response closely mirrored when used. However, Peace couldn't fathom why Lin Yuan deliberately emphasized the importance of the Green Continent Federation aligning itself with a formidable federation. The strength of a federation directly correlated with the influence it could wield. A dominant federation naturally asserted control over its neighboring federations. While the major federation union prevented outright absorption of weaker federations, it didn't preclude the powerful federation from exerting covert influence over them. This would be a cause of considerable stress for Peace while she developed the Green Continent Federation. Peace believed that it would be better to be positioned near a weaker federation than a powerful one. The weaker federations would gather together to increase their overall strength but would not be able to take down each other. They would be able to develop simultaneously for the long term. Peace's idea deviated from that of Lin Yuan. This was just like when her idea deviated from that of Wen Yu. Peace hesitated before she eventually decided to do as Lin Yuan said and relocate the Green Continent Federation to the vicinity of a powerful federation. Peace did not know if she was making the right choice. With the current situation in the main world, powerful federations would only grow stronger. It was inevitable that fights would break out among the smaller federations while they were developing. The Moon Empress had already decided to separate the main world into 17 sections. The federations in these 17 sections were allowed to compete like they used to. The major federation union only served to prevent the powerful federations from devouring the smaller ones and not maintain peace in the main world. The Moon Empress did not announce her decision, so many federations were unaware of this. With powerful federations holding down the fort in each section, the smaller federations could establish collaborations with them and receive their protection, thereby continuing their development. If there were many small federations clustered together in a section, they would eventually fight with each other until only the 2 or 3 strongest ones emerged victorious. When you only found out a few days later that Peace had sought out Lin Yuan and that he had pointed her in the right direction, it was likely that Lin Yuan would completely give up on Peace going forward. They were all members of the Astronomical Parliament. As long as Peace was not requesting an unreasonable amount of resources from Lin Yuan, he would likely grant her request. But once Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, Peace would lose this source of support. The Green Continent Federation that Peace presided over would soon be destroyed. After all, the Green Continent Federation's population was far too small and could not be seen as a complete federation. This was especially so because Peace did not possess overwhelming power. Just as Wen Yu was about to report the information about the various dimensional worlds she had obtained from the Samsara realm dictators, Spring and Summer's eyes narrowed, and they immediately appeared next to Lin Yuan. Spring and Summer bowed to Lin Yuan before Summer said, "Lord Saint, I sense that this Class 2 world's wills are being suppressed. The people from the sky beyond the clouds are almost here. Don't worry. Summer and I will protect the Radiance Federation while Autumn and Winter capture them. Given Autumn and Winter's strength, no harm will be done to this world." When Summer was done speaking, she looked nervously at Lin Yuan. Her actions could be considered her giving advice to Lin Yuan. This suggestion sounded good to Summer, but Lin Yuan might not think so. If her suggestion enraged Lin Yuan and earned his ire, Summer would have to suffer the repercussions. A look of agreement appeared on Spring's face when she heard what Summer said. It could be said that Summer had echoed her thoughts exactly. However, Spring and Summer had different personalities and did not offer suggestions to Lin Yuan like Summer had done. Lin Yuan began thinking deeply after hearing what Summer said. It was true that Lin Yuan had intended to remain in seclusion in the main world for some time to increase his and his companion's strength before heading to the sky beyond the clouds to begin a new chapter of his life. But after his trip to Epic God Palace, Lin Yuan had emerged from the returning Saint Pool as a birth horoscope expert. His strength was now top class in the main world. It would take a very long time for Lu Jie and Wen Yu to increase their strength. The Moon Empress was about to set her spirit fire alight. After setting her spirit fire alight, it would be very difficult for her to become a Divine Kingdom expert because of the limits of this Class 2 world's will. But once she left the Class 2 world and went to the sky beyond the clouds, her grade would no longer be restricted by these limits and would truly be able to increase her power endlessly. It was true that it would be better for him and the Moon Empress to head to the sky beyond the clouds than remain in this Class 2 world. It would not make a difference where Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and the rest increased their strength as he was the one supplying them with their resources. But now, the Radiance Federation and main world had reached a key stage of development. There were numerous issues that were only just beginning their preparation. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of the Moon Empress, she would never head to the sky beyond the clouds at such a juncture. So neither would he. Lin Yuan could give out spirit chi crystals and heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls at will in the main world to increase the main world's expert strength. But he could not do that in the sky beyond the clouds. He would have to keep to himself and protect his assets. Otherwise, it would not be long before news of his sea of resources spread like wildfire. Even with spring, summer, autumn, and winter protecting him, being too ostentatious would not benefit his future development. Hence, regardless of which factors he took into consideration, Lin Yuan would have to remain in the main world for some time. Summer, your suggestion is very good. However, I have my own considerations. If we capture all the experts from the sky beyond the clouds who are targeting the main world's experts, will it attract more spies to the main world? Summer nodded. Lord Saint, things will definitely play out as you expect. If many experts are detained in this Class 2 world, Honor Absent Palace will only have two options. They can either pull out and stop concerning themselves with this Class 2 world or send stronger people to spy on this Class 2 world. What would you do if you were in charge of Honor Absent Palace? After this wave is over, it's likely there will be a second wave of visitors from sky beyond the clouds. If you want to change this, you can pick one of us to send to deliberate with the sky beyond the clouds and Honor Absent Palace. Alternatively, you can take control of this first wave of visitors from the sky beyond the clouds and use them to send a message to the sky beyond the clouds. With such a message, the experts from the sky beyond the clouds will no longer pay attention to this Class 2 world. But it goes without saying this will mean you will no longer be able to continue evolving your phase in this Class 2 world. Otherwise, it will definitely continue attracting attention from the sky beyond the clouds. When Lin Yuan heard that, he had a general outline of understanding. It seemed that his thinking had been overly simple in the past. The arrival of the experts from the sky beyond the clouds was only just the beginning. However, there were ways to make changes to the matter while it was progressing. Summer had given two options. Lin Yuan was leaning toward the second option rather than the first one. Lin Yuan did not know exactly how strong the experts from the sky beyond the clouds were. He could not send spring, summer, autumn, and winter to head there on their own. It would be much better to first take control of this batch of experts. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Spring said, Lord Saint, now that you've enlightened your birth horoscope with the returning Saint Pool and activated your body composition will improve as your power grows. You should have been using your body composition to evolve phase. In a way, you can also be seen as a fae. Your body composition can also help humans to improve rapidly without leading to any negative effects. All you need to do is give it a try, and you'll see that I'm telling the truth. Your body composition can also combine the bloodlines of many species and nurture them. All you need to do is test out these traits that I just spoke of. Back when Lin Yuan had only just confirmed his identity as the saint, Spring would have never dared to say such things to Lin Yuan. But now that Lin Yuan had enlightened his birth horoscope in the returning Saint Pool and had made it clear that he did not want to regain his past memories as the saint, he was in a newly awakened state and it was acceptable for Spring to say such things to him. Spring could tell from Lin Yuan's actions and manner he was anxious to raise his companion's strength. There was a definite difference between human and regular phase. Spirit chi had a much more obvious effect on phase than on humans. Rather than wasting these resources, it would be better for Lin Yuan to use his body composition to speed up the increase of his companion's strength. Spring felt that if she did not elucidate this clearly and allowed Lin Yuan to learn and experience it all on his own, he might not fully experience the extent of his body composition even by the time he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan looked surprised when he heard what Spring said, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Lin Yuan could not be happier. If what Spring said was right and he could use his body composition to speed up his companion's increase in power, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about increasing Lu Jie, Wen Yu, Chu Ci, and the rest's strength. If he continuously increased their strength, they might even be able to surpass him. Given their current power, if they went to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to keep them in the spirit-locked spatial zone. They would not be able to roam around outside on their own. Any native expert would be able to compromise their safety. Lin Yuan intended to find the time to test out the extent to which his body composition could speed up a spirit chi professional's increase in power. Once he was done with his tests, he would systematically increase his acknowledged companion's strength. Ever since Lu Jie returned to the Radiance Federation, he had been in seclusion so the insect queen could take control of new insect species carcinoma phase. Ever since elegance evolved to suzerain/myth, its spiritual energy had been steadily growing stronger. It could now take control of many more phase than it originally could. Wen Yu had just returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion after using the elemental papers Hear Heaven's Secrets to organize information. Upon seeing Wen Yu, Lin Yuan inquired, "Wen Yu, considering your current rank as a spirit chi professional, how long do you think it'll take for you to achieve S-rank status?" Wen Yu found herself momentarily uncertain about how to respond to Lin Yuan's question. Having recently attained the status of an A-rank spirit chi professional, Wen Yu attributed her swift progress partly to Mystic Moon's Dragon Pearl embryo. Additionally, Lin Yuan's consistent supply of rainbow fish coats for her consumption played a significant role. Without these contributions, Wen Yu acknowledged that reaching even B-rank status would be considered fortunate at this point. Wen Yu was well aware of her talent and potential. There was an enormous gap between an A and S-rank spirit chi professional. This was why so many people were stuck at Emperor class and were unable to evolve to Thearch class despite the large amount of resources that Lin Yuan was pouring into the main world's experts. Wen Yu had used up almost all of the energy in the Dragon Pearl embryo. She could no longer use it to quickly increase her rank. When she first started using the rainbow fish coats, the effects had been astounding. But after using them for a prolonged period, the effects would decrease precipitously. With the help from the rainbow fish coats and her talent, Wen Yu believed that it would be impossible for her to become an S-rank spirit chi professional in the next 20 years. From Lin Yuan's words, Wen Yu could sense that he had high hopes for her increase in rank. As such, Wen Yu was at a loss about how to respond to Lin Yuan. Was she really going to say that she would only be able to become an S-rank spirit chi professional when she was 40 or 50 years old? Lu Jie had more talent than her. It should only take him around 15 years to become an S-rank spirit chi professional. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu's expression, he realized she had misunderstood him. He smiled and reached out his hand to her. "Wen Yu, give me your hand." Wen Yu was stunned and confused about what Lin Yuan's intentions were, but she was well aware that Lin Yuan only saw her as a good friend, and there were no romantic feelings between them to speak of. As Wen Yu matured, she was also able to control her emotions better. It was true that it would be best for her and Lin Yuan to maintain their state of friendship. This was the most sustainable relationship that could exist between them. Wen Yu smiled and placed her hand on Lin Yuan's. At that moment, Wen Yu felt an energy flow from Lin Yuan's palm into her body. The energy was warm. Once it entered her body, she felt her body greedily absorbing the energy. The energy in her body was being strengthened at a visible rate. Wen Yu gaped at Lin Yuan in shock. Lin Yuan did not answer Wen Yu's question but asked her again. "Wen Yu, given the rate at which your power is rising, how long will it take for you to become an S-rank spirit chi professional?" Wen Yu earnestly sensed the changes in her body before squeaking out in shock, Young master, given the current rate of power increase, I should be able to condense a spirit chi vortex in a day and a half and become a fully fledged S-rank spirit chi professional. Spirit chi professionals condensed spirit chi vortexes to protect themselves. It was a symbolic ability of S-rank spirit chi professionals. Even with Wen Yu's intelligence, it took a while for her to recover from her shock. Lin Yuan's actions went beyond Wen Yu's comprehension. Lin Yuan smiled brightly. Since that is the case, I'll help you to raise your rank first so you can become an S-rank spirit chi professional. If you feel any discomfort during the process, I will immediately stop helping you to increase your power. Safety is more important than anything. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was using his body composition to increase the power of a human. Although Spring was the one who informed him of this ability, he still needed to test it out for himself. Lin Yuan was delighted. If he could promote an A-rank spirit chi professional to S-rank in a day and a half, it would not take long for him to increase his companion's strength. Once one became an S-rank spirit chi professional, one's phase grades would no longer be restricted. At that point, one would truly be free and have boundless possibilities. This would give Lin Yuan a reason to head to the sky beyond the clouds as soon as possible. If he could help increase the Moon Empress power, she would be able to devote all her time to managing the Radiance Federation and governing the main world. In just a few years, with the main world system working at full capacity, every facet of the main world would be overhauled. It was rather strange to continue clutching Wen Yu's hand to increase her power. He only asked Wen Yu to give him her hand because he wanted to test his abilities. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu to sit on a bench while he sat opposite her and placed his hand on the back of her hand. Normally, Lin Yuan would not call on Lu Jie while he was in seclusion. But after spending a day and a half strengthening Wen Yu, he asked her to call Lu Jie. When Lu Jie saw Wen Yu calling him while he was in seclusion, his chest tightened. He and Wen Yu mostly communicated through the thoughts letter paper. As such, there was no longer a need to communicate through phone calls. Wen Yu was calling him despite knowing that he was in seclusion. Could something have happened? Lu Jie hurriedly asked, Wen Yu? Did Lin Yuan? Before Lu Jie could finish speaking, Wen Yu cut him off with a laugh. Lu Jie was shocked. He knew that Wen Yu would never joke with him when it came to such matters. This meant that she had truly become an S-rank spirit chi professional. Just like Wen Yu was aware of Lu Jie's talent, the latter understood Wen Yu's talent. Wen Yu was able to become an A-rank spirit chi professional before him because she used the Dragon Pearl embryo. However, the energy in the Dragon Pearl embryo had been used up. How did Wen Yu accomplish something that should have taken her more than 20 years within only a few days? Could she have encountered a massive opportunity? Lu Jie was delighted after making this guess. There was no longer any unfamiliarity or need to stand on ceremony when it came to Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. They were the closest of companions. In the past, Lu Jie only saw himself as Lin Yuan's retainer. But as he spent more time by Lin Yuan's side, his thoughts changed continuously. Lu Jie now saw himself not just as Lin Yuan's retainer, but also as his companion. There were only certain circumstances that would cause Lu Jie to change his perspective. For example, if Lin Yuan was in danger, Lu Jie would still use his body to defend Lin Yuan against deadly attacks like he had done in the past. True friends would not be jealous of each other. It was true that Lu Jie was envious of Wen Yu, but this did not stop him from genuinely being happy for her. Congratulations, Wen Yu. If you become an S-rank spirit chi professional, it will probably take at least a few decades before I manage to catch up with you. When Wen Yu heard this, she knew that Lu Jie had not grasped her meaning. How could she have the capabilities to increase her spirit chi professional rank so abruptly? Aside from a small part that came from Mystic Moon, most of what Wen Yu had now came from Lin Yuan. Big brother Lu, how long will you be in seclusion this time? If you aren't in too much of a hurry, my advice is that you head home. Young master is the one who increased my grade in a little over a day. When you return, he will do the same for you. A look of shock crossed Lu Jie's face before his breath turned ragged. He was one of the 3 founders of Sky City and knew that he was the least useful of the 3 of them. Lin Yuan could easily swap him out for a subordinate such as Listen and Bai Qinghuan. In terms of intelligence and strategy, he could not match up to Wen Yu. His martial force was where he had the most improvement. However, not only was he unable to defeat Lin Yuan, but it was also a struggle for him to distinguish himself among Sky City's experts. Hence, it was difficult for Lu Jie to gain any confidence. When they went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would surely become a burden to Lin Yuan. Lu Jie was putting all his effort into increasing his power, but this was not an easy endeavor. Lu Jie could no longer deny his potential. If his spirit chi professional rank could be raised, there would be specific environments where even Lin Yuan would be no match for him. If Lin Yuan could help Wen Yu increase her power within a day or so, he would definitely be able to help Lu Jie as well. He had been occupied with being in seclusion and contracting carcinoma phase in the spirit guard's land. However, all of these would be placed below raising his spirit chi professional rank. Once his spirit chi professional rank was raised to S rank, elegance's grade and quality could be evolved. At that point, he would no longer have to be selective about the insect species carcinoma phase. He contracted and could contract any one of them stored in the spirit guard's land. Wen Yu, I'll come back now. Lin Yuan should not be leaving anytime soon, right? Lu Jie's tone contained anticipation, joy, and hope. In truth, Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and Lin Yuan had not lived together for a long time. All three of them were busy with their own tasks. The three of them all had their own tasks to attend to. With an enemy such as Tower Cannon looming over them, they had been leading each day nervously and feeling as though they were tiptoeing on the edge of a knife. But now that the Dead Spirits crisis had come to an end and they had defeated Tower Cannon, Epic God Palace was not on hostile terms with Lin Yuan and was even on extremely friendly terms with him. Given the circumstances, Lu Jie really hoped that he could enjoy simple days with Lin Yuan and Wen Yu in the main world before they went to the sky beyond the clouds. Although power was important to Lu Jie, he also believed that living was the key part of life. Lu Jie especially missed the feeling of living with his friends and family. Hope also bloomed in Wen Yu's eyes when she heard what Lu Jie said. Wen Yu turned to look at Lin Yuan. She knew that his spiritual energy was currently strong enough to hear the contents of her conversation with Lu Jie. When Lin Yuan saw the hope in Wen Yu's eyes, he smiled and nodded. Recently, aside from occasionally collecting spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan spent most of his time in the Radiance Federation. If he had any tasks that he needed done, he could send out orders. There was no need for him to handle matters on his own. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter would handle the people from the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan intended to enjoy life in the Radiance Federation for some time. He would sear memories of his time in the main world into his brain before he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had not felt much reluctance when he left the Xia region for the royal capital. Instead, all he felt was excitement and hopefulness. But now that he was about to leave for the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan felt reluctant to depart from the main world. This thought brought a smile to Lin Yuan's face. Since he felt reluctant, he would use the best of his abilities to enable the main world to develop. When Lin Yuan nodded, Wen Yu smiled radiantly, resembling a blooming crabapple. Big Brother Lu, young master, will be remaining at home for some time. I'm not sure exactly how long he'll be staying, but don't forget to buy more ingredients before you return. Young master and I haven't had your cooking in a very long time. Even if Wen Yu did not give him the reminder, Lu Jie had already planned on buying more ingredients to cook for Wen Yu and Lu Jie. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Jie, and he asked, "Is the mother of Bloodbath at home?" Wen Yu checked the time before answering. Sister Love is currently with the team from the Heavenly Family Cottage. They are tending to and settling the various face species. She will only be able to return 6 months later at the earliest. So you only have to prepare food for the few of us. I will fetch Little Flower and Little Grass home tomorrow. During the next month, Listen, Qin Yu, and the rest would slowly make their way back to the return from faraway mansion. Since the mother of Bloodbath was not at home, Lu Jie did not have to worry about the quantity of food he made. Although Wen Yu also had a large appetite, her appetite was nothing compared to that of the mother of Bloodbath. Since Lin Yuan intended on remaining in the return from faraway mansion to rest for some time, Wen Yu also needed to make her own preparations. After ending the call, when you poured out a cup of 3 treasures tea for Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, Big Brother Lu cares more about increasing his power than I do." He almost exploded with happiness when he found out he could speed up his spirit chi professional rank promotion. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie was competitive and ambitious. This was especially so after he became certain of his talent. Since then, his desire to increase his power became even stronger than before. It would take some time for Lin Yuan to use his body composition to evolve phase grades. Lin Yuan was in no rush to help Wen Yu to evolve her phase grades. Instead, he gave her a chest filled with spirit chi crystals that she could use for her daily needs. Rather than using his body composition to evolve Wen Yu's phase grades and qualities, Lin Yuan preferred to help spirit chi professionals to raise their grades. Lin Yuan was not satisfied with just helping Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and the rest to become S-rank spirit chi professionals. He was going to help them become birth horoscope experts at the very least. Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and the rest could evolve their phase grades quickly using spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan already had a general plan in mind. After Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he should head to the Radiant Moon Palace first to spend time with the Moon Empress. But the Moon Empress had gone to the Startling Lines continent to participate in the first major Federation Union meeting since the Dead Spirits crisis had come to an end. She would only be returning 2 weeks later at the earliest. Lin Yuan needed to stay in the Return from Faraway Mansion for another 2 weeks before he could head to the Radiant Moon Palace. Autumn was currently above the Startling Lines continent to protect it. Everyone had selfishness within them. In order to protect the main world, Lin Yuan would concentrate most of the defensive forces in the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. Wen Yu did not bother with courtesies when it came to resources provided by Lin Yuan. She knew she needed to utilize these resources in order to improve her management and building of Sky City. While sitting on the sofa, Lin Yuan stretched out just in time to see Lu Jie striding into the mansion. Since Lu Jie had also contracted the lifespan mouse, his lifespan would not shorten, and his looks would be frozen in their current state. Hence, even if they were apart for a long time, Lu Jie did not look any different to Lin Yuan. Lu Jie was always very restrained when it came to his emotions. Yet, now that he was reuniting with Lin Yuan after such a long time apart, he could not stop himself from giving Lin Yuan a hug. A hug between brothers needed to be as passionate as possible. Lu Jie realized that Lin Yuan had grown much taller since they last met. They were almost the same height now. In terms of looks, he could not even begin to compare himself to Lin Yuan. He would never be able to match up to him. When they went to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would attract attention everywhere he went. Spring remained by Lin Yuan's side. When Lin Yuan and his friends were enjoying and sharing warm moments, Spring and Summer hid their physical selves in auras. Spring's body composition allowed her to control all that had just emerged and sprouted. This included new ideas. After sensing Lu Jie's thoughts, Spring could not help but nod. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits would indeed cause him to become the center of attention in the sky beyond the clouds. But this would not just be because of his looks. The life forms in the sky beyond the clouds were very practical. There were many species that could alter their looks after increasing their power. Hence, appearances were no longer something that was permanent. Even if one's true looks left a lot to be desired, they could use special life forms and spiritual ingredients to change their looks into a perfect facade. At the sky beyond the clouds, the definition of beauty was determined by one's bloodline aura. Bloodline aura was even above wealth. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits could temper any bloodline and apply the bloodline to his own body. As such, there was no life form in the sky beyond the clouds that could be compared with Lin Yuan. However, with Lin Yuan's elite status as the saint, he would never compete with other entities in the sky beyond the clouds in terms of attractiveness. A group of life forms from the sky beyond the clouds would receive an unprecedented transformation, which would be enough to alter the future development of their species. This transformation would come from them joining Lin Yuan. Spring and Summer felt Wen Yu and Lu Jie were extremely lucky. They were Lin Yuan's subordinates, yet he saw them as friends. Because of Lin Yuan's attitude, even Spring and Summer were extremely respectful toward them. After all, followers were beneath friends. Lin Yuan, I will go and cook now. It will just be the three of us, so I won't cook too much. But I promise that I will make your favorites. If Wen Yu was the return from faraway mansion steward, Lu Jie was the chef. Not only did Lu Jie have great skills as a chef, but he also remembered the individual tastes of every person. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu liked to eat meat. They especially liked the meat of the blackback mountain boar but were also fine with beef and lamb. However, Lin Yuan did not like eating fish. Chu Ci shared Wen Yu's tastes and liked eating tender fish. Hence, when Lu Jie cooked, he needed to cater to not only Lin Yuan's taste but also Wen Yu's taste. Chu Ci was previously in seclusion in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, Chu Ci went to see Cold Moon and Cold Moon took her to the Startling Lines continent to train. Lin Yuan did not have any objections to this. Cold Moon was Chu Ci's master and could take charge of molding her. Cold Moon was also capable of protecting Chu Ci. After Mystic Moon, Cold Moon managed to break through her power as well and was now an above-eternal expert. Otherwise, there would be four of them having dinner together in the Radiance Federation today. Lu Jie did not need Wen Yu and Lin Yuan's help when it came to cooking. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa and took out all the information that Wen Yu had organized. The mansion's hall soon filled up with paper. When Wen Yu saw this, she scratched her head and said, "Young master, this is only around 1/7 of the total amount of information. I was going to summarize this information after organizing it, but there was no way to do so. Once you're done reading through this information, you should be able to gain a detailed understanding of the recent happenings in the main world." Although Wen Yu could use the elemental paper's exclusive skill to gather information, Lin Yuan could tell from the sheer volume of information she had worked hard to gather. There was no way that Lin Yuan could read all this information page by page. There were far too many events happening in the main world each day. If Lin Yuan used his eyes to read this information, it would take him around 3 years to finish. If Wen Yu continued organizing information in these 3 years, the amount of information would pile up even higher. Lin Yuan summoned Genius. After being summoned, Genius was about to cling to Lin Yuan when it suddenly wiggled its nose and meowed in a childlike tone. "Yuan, I smell red braised meat. I haven't eaten red braised meat in a very long time. Please include some red braised meat in my meal later." Genius appeared akin to a creature sprung from the realms of imagination and fantasy. Its tail billowed and flowed, its form exuding an elusive and celestial air. However, when it communicated, Lin Yuan observed a genius adorned with matted fur, possessing a penchant for devouring red braised meat. Curiously, it consistently recoiled and never dared to consume any when Lin Yuan presented the dish before it. Back then, Genius had the intelligence of a child that was around 14 to 15 years old. It acted that way because it had overcome its desire for food and wanted Lin Yuan to eat more. At the time, Lin Yuan was responsible for bringing up Chu Ci. Sending Chu Ci to school and nurturing her phase did not come at a small cost. The Lin Yuan of then had been riddled with illnesses. He had neither awakened Morbius nor discovered that he had a unique physique. He could only trim the fat when it came to his clothing, food, and comforts of living. It was usually Auntie Zhang who brought over red braised meat when she came to visit Lin Yuan. Recently, Genius had been remaining in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and its diet consisted of the soldier ration radish. If Genius did not mention it again today, Lin Yuan might have forgotten that it was a glutton in its own right. They shared the same tastes in food as well. Lin Yuan reached out and patted Genius' small head. Genius closed its eyes as it enjoyed the experience of being showered in Lin Yuan's affection. It turned its head and gently nudged Lin Yuan's hand before quickly lifting its head to signal that it wanted its chin scratched. When Wen Yu saw this, she could not help but run her hand down Genius' back. Genius was very close with Wen Yu. In truth, Genius had spent even more time with Wen Yu than it did with Chu Ci. Hence, they had a deeper relationship. "Genius, not only will young master prepare a meal for you, but so will I. Besides red braised meat, you will also love the ribs and spicy chicken. I'll also spoon out a bowl of fish chowder for you." When Genius heard that, It left Lin Yuan's embrace and snuggled into Wen Yu's arms before the two of them began playing. For the first time in a long while, Lin Yuan felt the rowdy joy that came with having his phase by his side. Lin Yuan lifted his hand and summoned Chimey. After being summoned, Chimey spotted Genius playing with Wen Yu and hurriedly landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Its small head nudged Lin Yuan's face before it let out a few pleasant chirps. Chimey was uninterested in the smell of red braised meat that was drifting through the air. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Chimey, since you see the past as miserable and your present as happy, I will get some normal usnia for you, so you can reminisce the taste." Sunlight streamed through the windows into the return from faraway mansion, temporarily keeping the space basked in light. Aside from the fact that the phase in the mansion had all evolved their grades, this scene was no different from a few years ago. The 5 Fortune Ranchu Spirit Siphon goldfish in the Sandalwood Longevity fish tank were the best witnesses to this. Genius did not forget serious matters. It knew that Lin Yuan had summoned it to use connected tales to comprehend the contents of the information and relay it to Lin Yuan. Genius circulated its spiritual energy, and the first pile of information began flying around in an orderly manner. Genius used its spiritual energy to begin reading through the information. In less than 10 minutes, the rain of paper in the room stopped. After organizing the information, one of the cattails turned into a strip of light and linked Genius to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan received all the information that Genius had organized. Lin Yuan immediately gained an understanding of the situation in various areas of the main world. This was not the first time that Wen Yu was seeing Genius use connected tales. Genius had also used connected tales to transfer most of Wen Yu's perspectives and knowledge to her. It could be said that Wen Yu had around the same amount of knowledge as Lin Yuan. But it went without saying that Lin Yuan had more knowledge than Wen Yu. This was because his knowledge included his own secrets and secret weapons. Once Genius was done looking through all the information that was present, Wen Yu immediately took out a new set, and Genius repeated its previous actions. It would take at least 2 hours for Lu Jie to finish cooking. There were many dishes that needed to be stewed for some time in order to maximize their flavor. In the time that Lu Jie spent cooking, Lin Yuan finished going through all the information on the events that had taken place in the main world in the past 3 years. This included the information on the Green Continent Federation. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu seriously, "The Startling Line's continent's current position is extremely important. It has become the hub of the entire main world. It is also the gateway to the Radiance Federation." Wen Yu nodded seriously. She had been wanting to bring up this matter to Lin Yuan. This was the most important matter at hand. Due to the rise in importance in the Startling Line's continent's position, the harbor Lin Yuan had built outside of the Great Lush Federation became even more critical. This was especially so because the entire main world was about to begin sea trading. The harbor had become the best channel for other federations to interact with the Startling Line's continent. Lin Yuan had provided all the resources for the construction of the harbor. The Great Lush Federation was only managing it. However, Jin Qianxuan had set his sights on the harbor and had been using it to gain personal benefits. This matter displeased Luolan and Yi Huailong greatly, and they had sought out Wen Yu multiple times. Yi Huailong had been performing well. After he became the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation, he did his best to develop it. Yi Huailu had been helping Sky City to concoct potions and could be considered one of its more central members. As a member of the Astronomical Parliament, Luolan was closer to Wen Yu. Wen Yu had not made her decision immediately after hearing Luolan and Yi Huailong's opinions. Even if Lin Yuan had not brought this matter up, Wen Yu was already intending to ask him about it after this meal. Could be said that Lin Yuan's decision was the best option. There was no way that the Great Lush Federation could be allowed to have sole ownership of the harbor. Lin Yuan had invested more resources into the harbor than the entire Great Lush Federation. If the Great Lush Federation was allowed to take sole control of the harbor and obtained 3 years' worth of profits from the harbor, the Great Lush Federation's position in the main world and foundational resources would be above that of the Divine Wood and Iron Hammer Federations. If the 3 federations were going to develop simultaneously in the Startling Line's continent, they had to stand on equal footing. Once the balance was disrupted, the Startling Line's continent's current structure would be affected. Lin Yuan would not permit such destabilizing factors to appear in the startling lines continent. Since such thoughts had formed in Jin Qianxuan's mind, it meant that his dishonesty needed to be reined in. When you give out instructions for this matter, inform Jin Qianxuan personally. Tell Jin Qianxuan about the reasons and repercussions. Then, tell Jin Qianxuan to provide me with an explanation. If something similar happens again in the future, you can select a suitable secret aristocratic family from the Great Lush Federation to replace Jin Qianxuan. When you heard that, she knew that Lin Yuan was seething. He had already given the Great Lush Federation the best space to develop. Yet, Jin Qianxuan had not been satisfied. Although he would not punish the entire Great Lush Federation, he would definitely penalize Jin Qianxuan. They could only hope that Jin Qianxuan could learn his lesson and stop foolishly trying to claim profits that did not belong to him. Young master, I'll arrange everything after dinner. Apart from that, I'd like to seek your opinion on another matter. Once Chef Supreme fulfills the Radiance Federation's requirements and distributes the soldier ration radishes, coupled with your supply, other federations won't have to worry about food shortages. Their only obligation would be to provide resources in exchange for the soldier ration radishes. However, some federations haven't engaged in this trade, and the Green Continent Federation is one of them. They are also grappling with food scarcity. Do you think it's advisable to dispatch a portion of soldier ration radishes to assist them? Lin Yuan had just replied to Peace through the Thoughts letter paper. He knew that Peace would encounter significant issues after changing Green Continent City to Green Continent Federation. But he had not expected the problem to be so serious. The citizens could not even keep their stomachs full. Lin Yuan was always aware that the environment in the Broiling Rock Continent was harsh. Peace was a native of the Broiling Rock Continent and had never received any education. She survived on her own abilities. It was true that Peace had changed the name of Green Continent City to Green Continent Federation because she wanted to become a member of the elite. But she also hoped to use her own strength to protect the citizens of the Green Continent Federation. Her desire to do so only grew stronger after seeing how powerful the other federations were. Although Peace would not be going with him to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would still step in to help if he knew that she was encountering issues. After all, the citizens of the Green Continent Federation were innocent. When you send these 2 soldier ration radishes over, also send an experienced teacher to teach Peace the ways of the world, as well as the knowledge that a leader needs to have. Have a chat with Peace again 3 years later to see if her thoughts have changed. If she is still focused on being the Green Continent Federation's leader, then she shall compete fairly with the other federations. When you pursed her lips, she knew that Lin Yuan was being very generous with Lin Yuan. This was how he was with everyone. Since Lin Yuan hadn't provided an alternative, it implied his awareness that, despite 3 years of education, Peace would persist in making such decisions, transforming from an uninformed ruler into one possessing knowledge. Currently basking in the bliss of ignorance, Peace would soon confront the harsh realities of the main world, realizing its complexity far exceeded her initial perceptions. Within the Green Continent Federation, not a single proficient creation master existed. The once esteemed rain masters had lost their relevance in the face of water abundance yet retained their high-status positions. This stark reality exposed the superficiality of Peace's governance. Su Iran and Luolan had received special nurturing and education from a young age. Su Iran was able to manage the Dark and Sand Island continents because she had outstanding intelligence and enviable talent. Luolan had more talent than the average person and was more excellent than her peers. But she still ran up against obstacles and felt trapped often. When Yu did not have any wicked intentions toward Peace. She only found it a pity when she thought of all the effort Lin Yuan had put into nurturing her. If the resources that Lin Yuan had spent on Peace had gone to others instead, he would definitely have been able to produce a splendid subordinate. Lin Yuan could nurture Peace thanks to the support of the Astronomical Parliament. Whenever Lin Yuan depleted his resources, when you played a crucial role, the thought of the laws Lin Yuan had utilized to secure resources for Peace evoked a pang in Wen Yu's chest. Once Lin Yuan completed his preparations and issued instructions, Lu Jie emerged from the kitchen carrying a variety of dishes. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu hurriedly moved to help him, but he waved them away. I am all done. All you need to do is eat. I have never been very good with plating. I secretly learned a few of Zhongzai's plating skills from him when we last tested our skills against each other. I still need to add a few things after the dishes are served. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu looked at each other. Since Lu Jie had already spoken, the two of them dutifully sat at the table and watched as Lu Jie brought out dish after dish. It was true that Lu Jie's plating skills used to be weak. His dishes looked homely and rustic, and their appeal came from smell and taste. But now, every one of his dishes looked intricate. They looked so exquisite that Lin Yuan and Wen Yu could not bear to touch them with their chopsticks. Aside from plating, Lu Jie had another reason for not wanting Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's help. Whenever Wen Yu had a meal, she would always fill up her bowl to prevent herself from having to refill her bowl. The rice that had just been cooked was fluffy and had the best texture. Compressing it in the bowl would affect their taste and the taste of the meal. With this thought, Lu Jie decided to carefully fill up Wen Yu's bowl for her. Fan Lu had been walking on eggshells recently as he remained by Kong Huan's side. He had come into contact with more big shots recently than he had over the course of the first half of his life. Moreover, these big shots were all unimaginably esteemed. There were even some to whom Kong Huan had to be polite. Honor Absent Palace was a faction composed of experts of different species. If there was any activity, the powerful species would quickly catch wind of the news. This matter would undoubtedly lead to enormous repercussions. The appearance of a world emperor/divine kingdom lifeform went against all that was known. This was not to say that something like this had never happened, but whenever it did happen, it indicated that a valuable treasure had emerged. Aside from feeling nervous and anxious about having to watch his every word in his replies to the big shots, Fan Lu also felt as though he was holding a secret and was the only one in the know while everyone else was blinded. Fan Lu had not told anyone besides Kong Huan that an intermediate fairy had appeared in this Class 2 world. All the members of the 6th Boundary Patrol team who knew of the matter had been secretly dealt with by Kong Huan. Kong Huan was always merciless when profits were at stake. Fan Lu was not worried about being under Kong Huan's thumb, because she still needed his help to collect resources from that Class 2 world. Once the matter was settled, things would have reached a checkpoint. As long as Kong Huan received resources she was satisfied with, she would have no reason to make use of this subordinate with whom she was in the same boat. Fan Lu had thought things through well. He had even set up schemes and plans for himself. Unfortunately, things would never progress the way that wicked people like himself planned. On the day before they left, Fan Lu was preparing all the resources they needed to bring with them. As the guide to this Class 2 world, Fan Lu would need to prepare more resources so he could use them to make connections with the big shots at important moments. Even if he could not make connections with them, he could at least leave a good impression on them. It was possible that a big shot would be willing to give him a chance and open up a new path for him. Before Fan Lu could finish organizing the resources, he noticed that Kong Huan had come to his residence. As the Boundary Patrol envoy who led the 6th Boundary Patrol team, Fan Lu had his own private residence in the sky beyond the clouds. He was the master of his residence, and everyone else was his servants. Given Kong Huan's identity and status, she should not come to his residence. If there were truly any issues, Kong Huan only needed to send out an order, and he would go meet with him. Her sudden appearance there had to mean that something urgent had happened. Fan Lu understood better than anyone else just how important Kong Huan's image was to her. He was not the only Boundary Patrol envoy who Kong Huan was supporting. Previously, a Boundary Patrol envoy had helped Kong Huan with a large favor and received a large reward from her. Later, that Boundary Patrol envoy became extremely arrogant. Despite continuing to serve Kong Huan, he no longer humbled himself to the extent that he used to. This Boundary Patrol envoy's actions had enraged Kong Huan, and she immediately stopped supporting and nurturing him. Moreover, when this Boundary Patrol envoy took on private jobs, Kong Huan punished him and kicked him out of the East Universe. The 4 universes were constantly competing with each other. After being kicked out of the East Universe and having held an official position in the East Universe, The other universes would never take him in. He would be forced to roam around the abyss as a homeless nomad. Fan Lu's smooth development was partially credited to his abilities. But it was also because he was always acutely aware of his place. Fan Lu knelt on one knee in front of Kong Huan and said humbly, "May I know why you have come to my place of residence? If you needed to speak with me, you could have sent someone to inform me, and I would have rushed to you." Fan Lu kept his head low while he spoke. His demeanor pleased Kong Huan greatly. It was true that Kong Huan had an urgent matter she needed to discuss with Fan Lu. Otherwise, she would never lower herself to the point of coming to his residence. If word of this matter got out, it would affect her reputation. She would never permit such a thing. The various representatives from honor-absent parliament clashed against each other often. However, they were usually restrained to verbal blows and never reached the point of physical attacks. Once it reached the point of physical attacks, it would be a war between two powerful species. Moreover, the other members of the parliament would also do their best to stop conflict from breaking out. This was unless the two sides truly reached an irreconcilable point. Since they were unable to lay a hand on each other, and the two sides possessed comparable power, reputation and might were the only weapons they could use against each other. Fan Lu, it goes without saying that I came here because I need to speak with you about something. Apart from me, there will definitely be other members of the parliament who will come to speak with you before we set off. You need to be clear about whose camp you're a part of. I hate subordinates who are a slave to their desires and are always dissatisfied with their current position and trying to climb the ladder. You became the guide because I put a lot of effort into promoting you. As long as you do well, you won't have to worry about living in comfort. You have yet to marry an official wife. I will arrange for a match between you and a female from my species. She will help you manage your affairs in your residence. You will also gain the right to participate in meetings held by my species. After hearing what Kong Huan said, the kneeling Fan Lu could not help but begin trembling. Kong Huan had made such promises, to the extent of arranging for him to be married to a female from the Alluring Foxes. He would even gain the right to participate in the Alluring Foxes meetings. This was an enormous honor. He would also have the Alluring Foxes imprint applied on him, and everyone would be able to see that he was a relative of the Alluring Foxes. In the sky beyond the clouds, the stronger species held higher statuses. Hence, the sky beyond the clouds had a very different societal structure to the main world. As the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, he had more than 100 unofficial concubines in his residence but had yet to marry an official wife. This was because he had been waiting for just such an opportunity. If he had already married an official wife, he would not be able to grab hold of the opportunity even if it arrived. Fan Lu thanks Lordess Kong Huan's generosity. Don't worry. You are the only one I'll serve for the entirety of my life. Kong Huan nodded in satisfaction when she heard this and immediately left Fan Lu's residence. Fan Lu had been following her for a very long time and had always been extremely loyal. Hence, she was not as worried about him. Firstly, people were generally aware that Fan Lu was part of her camp. It was unlikely that someone like Fan Lu, who already had a master, would be recruited by others. Additionally, Fan Lu was relatively timid and would not trust the promises of others unless he knew them well, even if they were also the honor-absent parliament's members. The promises of others were unreliable. They could turn on their word at any time. As long as they eliminated Fan Lu in secret, no one would find out about their dealings. The Alluring Foxes were an elite species, and Fan Lu did not deserve to be their relative. Kong Huan had made Fan Lu such a promise because she also had no intentions of allowing Fan Lu to live. After Fan Lu helped her to obtain resources from that Class 2 world, many members of parliament might set their sights on this Class 2 world. It would not be beneficial for her image for it to become known she had brazenly broken the rules. Rather than nurturing someone like Fan Lu, Kong Huan decided to nurture more members of the Alluring Foxes. Kong Huan had begun nurturing Fan Lu before joining the honor-absent parliament. Now that she was a part of the honor-absent parliament and had attained some authority and power, she could begin claiming profits for the Alluring Foxes. Fan Lu only stood up some time after Kong Huan had left. He felt his heart racing and was full of hope for the future. At first, Fan Lu had been holding on to some selfishness and wanted to make use of this trip to the Class 2 world to connect with some parliament members. But now, he felt that he only needed to dutifully remain by Kong Huan's side and do her bidding. Soon after Kong Huan left, Fan Lu received a message from his subordinate while he was in the middle of a meal. A man wearing a blue fur cloak had come to Fan Lu's residence. He had an impressive background and did not enter Fan Lu's residence immediately. Instead, he informed Fan Lu's subordinate at the entrance that he wanted Fan Lu to come to greet him personally. The powerful species in the sky beyond the clouds all had their own unique traits. It was clear with one look that this man was a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf species. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had never even entered the top 1,000 ranks of the East Universe's species ranking. Nonetheless, he was still far from someone whom Fan Lu could afford to offend. The ranking of the species ranking was not only determined by the power of the species experts but also by the size of the species. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolf was a branch of the moon-worshipping wolf species and had a rather small population. Otherwise, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would definitely be able to enter the top few ranks of the species ranking. When Fan Lu heard that a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves was there to see him, he immediately set down his utensils and went to receive this visitor with the utmost respect. This man wearing a light blue fur cloak finally smiled when he saw Fan Lu's respectful demeanor. Fan Lu, Feng Lin and I are old friends. He mentioned you to me in the past. I am here to see you because you are about to lead the team to that special Class 2 world. I will be going with you. The lord of my family would like to meet with you before we set off. Do you have time? The gears in Fan Lu's brain immediately started turning when this man from Chaos Wind Demon Wolves mentioned Feng Lin. Feng Lin was also a captain of a boundary patrol team. He became a relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves a few years ago. After doing so, he held a lavish banquet in his residence, which Fan Lu attended. Fan Lu had not interacted with Feng Lin many times, but they had no hostility between them. As such, it was unlikely that Feng Lin would speak ill of him. Although this expert from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves said that he was here to extend an invitation, in actuality, there was no way he could reject it. If he did not agree, the matter would definitely be reported to higher authorities. How should I address you? How could I not accept an invitation from Lord Feng Qing? With Fan Lu's agreement, this man from Chaos Wind Demon Wolves said, "Since it is convenient for you, why don't you come with me now? My name is Feng Xian. I hope that we will be able to help each other and have a good time with you in the Class 2 world." Feng Xian immediately emphasized the part about them helping each other. Fan Lu immediately understood Feng Xian's intention to come to see him. With Kong Huan's promise, Fan Lu had already decided to become the relative of the alluring foxes, just like Feng Lin had become the relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, Fan Lu was at a loss about how to turn Feng Qing down. It would not be simple or easy to turn down Feng Qing. He held as much authority as Kong Huan did in the honor-absent parliament. However, he couldn't feign agreement due to the pressure he felt. If he agreed and word of this spread, not only would he struggle to prove himself to Kong Huan, but also, if he refrained from assisting Feng Xian in the Class 2 world and Feng Xian later disclosed his actions to Feng Qing upon their return, he would be guilty of deceiving Feng Qing. At that moment, Fan Lu once again cursed his luck. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. A single wrong move and he would be crushed. Fan Lu went with Feng Xian to Feng Qing's palace. This was the first time that he was interacting with Feng Qing face-to-face. Feng Qing had handsome features, a muscular physique, and a pair of light silver eyes that were full of gentleness and did not carry even a hint of pressure. Feng Qing chuckled after seeing Fan Lu bow to him, and he said in a gentle voice, "Let's sit down to chat. You don't have to be so nervous around me." The 6th Boundary Patrol Team finding a Class 2 world like this within your jurisdiction is also a gift from you to me. Feng Xian, go and pluck a few light wolf fruits. Envoy Fan, I'm not sure if you are interested in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf and the Light Wind Wolf species bloodline. 3 light wolf fruits should be enough for you to obtain a portion of the Light Wind Wolf bloodline's characteristics. Fan Lu was taken aback by Feng Qing's immediate gift and the way he addressed him. Fan Lu knew of the light wolf fruit. It was a fruit that Fan Lu would never be able to touch in the past. It was a resource that he could not even buy with money. Powerful species always had dependent species attached to them. The light wolf fruit was sacred to the light-winged wolves as their ancestors were all buried beneath the light wolf tree. Members of beast species who consumed the light wolf fruits would obtain traits of the light-winged wolves. Fan Lu just happened to be a member of a beast species. The light-winged wolf's bloodline would enable him to significantly increase his speed, and wind would become his aid instead of an obstacle. Kong Huan would be hesitant to give him such a reward even if he asked her for it. Feng Qing's generosity touched but also bothered Fan Lu. When Feng Qing saw that Fan Lu did not turn him down immediately, his lips curled slightly. It seemed that Kong Huan did not treat her subordinates very well or give them generous promises. Otherwise, he would not be so easily tempted by 3 light wolf fruits. Feng Qing and Kong Huan were not considered rivals. In fact, the two of them were not linked in any way. However, Feng Qing would not show mercy when it came to fighting for profits. He was also unafraid of offending Kong Huan. It did not take long for Feng Xian to bring the 3 light wolf fruits over and place them in front of Fan Lu. Feng Xian was aware of Feng Qing's intention. Given Feng Qing's identity, it was not appropriate for him to extend an invitation to Fan Lu directly. Hence, Feng Xian picked an appropriate moment and said, "After consuming the 3 light wolf fruits, there will be sufficient light-winged wolf bloodline power in your body to make you a distant relative of the light-winged wolves. You will receive the protection of the light-winged wolves. If you are willing to help Lord Fengqing, he will be willing to give you the Chaos-Wind Demon Wolf's essence blood to change your bloodline. That will make you a branch member of the Chaos-Wind Demon Wolves. This gift will definitely enable your status to skyrocket. I don't think the master you serve will also be willing to gift you the essence blood of her species. Right?" The 3 light wolf fruits had only tempted Fan Lu, but the mention of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf essence blood had an effect that went beyond temptation. Fan Lu lifted his gaze and looked at Feng Qing with his eyes full of hope. Feng Qing's tone was no longer as amicable. He said sternly, "The Chaos Wind Demon Wolf essence blood is talk for the future. You will only get your hands on it after you've helped me. Additionally, I can personally transform your bloodline so you won't be put at any risk." Feng Qing paused before he continued. "Do you really think that Kong Huan thinks highly of you? The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves do not care about bloodline as much as the alluring foxes do. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves have always had a history of taking in other species. But can the same be said of the alluring foxes? Think about the other boundary patrol envoys you used to work with. You should be better aware than anyone else where they are now." Feng Qing had not said much, but each word he uttered hit just the right spots. It was true that the alluring foxes cared more about bloodline than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were a branch of the moon-worshipping wolf species. It was said that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' ancestors had abandoned the moon-worshipping wolves' traditional method of evolving their bloodline and stopped worshipping the moon. Instead, they began using wind elements to temper their bodies. A species like this that chose to change their bloodline during their development was very capable of taking in other species. The alluring fox's dependent species had a much lower status than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The alluring foxes were willing to nurture only members of the fox species. Fan Lu knew that his bloodline did not align with them. Since both paths led to him becoming a member of a dependent species, it would be better for him to become part of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves rather than the alluring fox's dependent species. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were extremely protective of their own. In the past, they even got into conflicts with other species on behalf of their dependents. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves was also one of the few species that had dealings with the blood species, aka Bloodians. With the Bloodians' protection, most species did not dare to get on the wrong side of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. One of these species was the alluring foxes. At first, Feng Qing's words only riled up Fan Lu's appetite and caused him to waver in the face of profits. But the latter part of what Feng Qing said caused any willpower Fan Lu had to crumble. Kong Huan was an elder of the alluring foxes and could decide which dependent species they took in. However, there was no reason for Kong Huan to strengthen another dependent species for his sake. Kong Huan looked down on dependent species and took the same attitude toward him. Kong Huan had gotten rid of all the Boundary Patrol envoys under her command for various reasons. If she was willing to abandon them, he knew she would do the same to him. Fan Lu suddenly felt a strong sense of peril. Even if he continued to do her bidding, he could not guarantee she would treat him well after they returned from the Class 2 world. Would she really do as she promised and give him all those profits? A mysterious smile appeared on Feng Qing's face when he saw Fan Lu's expression. There was still some time before they set off. If he buried the seed of doubt within Fan Lu, the latter would eventually come back to look for him, even if he did not agree to his terms today. How could he have any sense of security working under Kong Huan? Feng Qing shot a look at Feng Xian, and the latter shoved the 3 light wolf fruits into Fan Lu's hands. Why aren't you accepting Lord Feng Qing's generosity? The Boundary Patrol envoy of the 346th Boundary Patrol team traded for 10 drops of the wild billowing spirit water from the mermaids for Kong Huan. He should have been promoted from the position of Boundary Patrol envoy long ago. How did he end up killed on an investigation that was not dangerous in the slightest? If Lord Feng Qing is willing to protect you, Kong Huan won't be able to touch you even if she finds out that you've betrayed her. You have never stopped providing Kong Huan with offerings, and she doesn't have anything that she can use against you. Kong Huan won't start a war between the alluring foxes and light-wind wolves over this grudge. After all, this might bring down the wrath of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves on the alluring foxes as well. Now that all the pros and cons were laid out in front of Fan Lu, he would have no reason not to join Feng Qing's camp as long as they gave him a sense of assurance. Feng Qing had put some effort into his plan to recruit Fan Lu. If Fan Lu truly joined him and provided him with benefits from the Class 2 world, Feng Qing would not mind helping Fan Lu and turning him into another obedient and useful subordinate. After Fan Lu heard what Feng Xian said, he looked up at Feng Qing as though he was resolving to make a serious decision before bowing deeply. Lord Feng Qing, I am willing to become a member of the Light Wind Wolves. When we get to the Class 2 world, I will do my best to help you to search for resources. I will also look after Feng Xian. I hope you will truly be able to protect me. Feng Qing scoffed. Are you doubting my sincerity? Protecting you is a small matter to me. If you are willing, you can eat the 3 light wolf fruits and change your bloodline before you leave. Then, you can announce to the outside world that you have become a member of the Light Wind Wolves. I will tell the leader of the Light Wind Wolves to respond accordingly. Feng Qing's words set Fan Lu at ease. Previously, Kong Huan never allowed Fan Lu to let their relationship become known. She did not want him to affect her reputation in case an accident happened. Yet, Feng Qing was willing to go public with their relationship. Reputation was extremely important for the members of the honor-absent parliament. There was no need for Feng Qing to risk tarnishing his reputation for the sake of a trivial character like him by making the news public. As Fan Lu contemplated agreeing to ally with Feng Qing, he was interrupted by Feng Qing's solemn inquiry. Kong Huan, though cruel, possesses intelligence and foresight. If the events in that Class 2 world merely involved the evolution of a few lifeforms into World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, she wouldn't go so far as to suggest you as the guide. There must be undisclosed information. I need to know what that is. Fan Lu knew that this was Feng Qing's way of telling him that he needed to make a declaration. After being made aware of the pros and cons, Fan Lu had decided to join Feng Qing. There was no need to continue keeping this secret for Kong Huan's sake. Moreover, there was no way that Feng Qing would reveal this secret after learning of it. Kong Huan would not know that he had betrayed her. Now that he had sorted his thoughts out, Fan Lu said in a pleasant tone, Lord Feng Qing, your strategy is truly profound. The true meaning is indeed not as simple as it appears to be. Besides having 2 World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase, there were fairies born in that Class 2 world. A look of shock appeared on Feng Qing's face, but it was quickly replaced by realization. It was no wonder that someone like Kong Huan, who did not like to use her resources, was willing to spend too much for the sake of honor-absent palace. It turned out that fairies had appeared. A low-class world that could produce fairies was worth investigating, no matter how sizable the cost. The fairies alone represented unimaginable value. Fan Lu was very skilled at reading someone based on their body language. When he saw the expression on Feng Qing's face, he knew that Feng Qing was very satisfied with his answer. However, he had only given half the answer and was not done yet. If Fan Lu was compelled by his circumstances and was only temporarily siding with Feng Qing, he could keep the latter part of his answer to himself. But now that Feng Qing had made a promise to Fan Lu and guaranteed he could assure Fan Lu's safety, Fan Lu was more than willing to prove his value to Feng Qing. Fan Lu added earnestly, "Lord Feng Qing, this Class 2 world is far more amazing than what I've already revealed. It was only just promoted from a Class 1 world to Class 2. Although World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms appeared after the world's promotion, the fairies appeared when it was still a Class 1 world. At first, Feng Qing only wanted to search this world in the hopes of obtaining profits. He wanted to see if he would be able to discover a new resource or treasure in this world. As a member of honor-absent parliament, Feng Qing held an extremely high status. Searching for outstanding resources and treasures was not only his hobby but also the method through which he built up his foundational power. He became especially interested after finding out that there were a few World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Fays in this Class 2 world. But he never expected this information to have been intentionally released by Kong Huan. The deaths of so many people in the 6th Boundary Patrol Team could not be kept under wraps forever. Even if Kong Huan wanted to hide it, she was incapable of doing so. However, she had used that information to hide a secret that would shake up the entire sky beyond the clouds. There were a few big shots in the sky beyond the clouds who were uninterested in the Class 2 world and had not sent people to join the investigation. But if they found out that fairies appeared in this Class 2 world when it was still Class 1, they would do anything they could to get a piece of the pie. Feng Qing already decided to send more people to this Class 2 world. After receiving this news, Feng Qing's impression of Fan Lu improved significantly. "Fan Lu, you are great. The information you told me is extremely important. Once the matter is settled, I will arrange for a marriage between you and a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves dependent species, so you can become a relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. You will then have the right to participate in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves meetings." Previously, Feng Qing had only promised that Fan Lu would become a member of the Light Wind Wolves. But now, he was promising an engagement between him and a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. This was a similar level of generosity to what Kong Huan had offered him. However, Fan Lu felt more secure in this promise from Feng Qing than the one from Fan Lu. There were very few members of the Light Wind Wolves. They always cherished their members, so their relatives were much more valuable than the Alluring Fox's relatives. Now that the benefits had piled up, Fan Lu said excitedly, "Lord Feng Qing, I'm not done speaking yet. You are unaware of this, but there is not just one fairy in the Class 2 world. One of them is an intermediate one." Feng Qing was already interested in this Class 2 world. When he heard that there was an intermediate fairy there, Feng Qing could not stop himself from slamming his hand down on the table. Despite being a superior, he was showing his emotions in front of his subordinates. This was enough to show the extent of Feng Qing's shock and excitement. Feng Qing let out 2 peals of laughter. "In the past, Feng Xian was the only one by my side. There are many tasks that are too much for him alone. If you perform well this time, you can join him by my side from now on." Feng Xian could not hide the hostility in his gaze as he looked at Fan Lu. He never expected the Fan Lu he brought there to one day share his authority. Feng Xian believed that all the work he had done under Feng Qing had been impeccable. There were no tasks that had been too much for him. Feng Qing was the type to follow his heart and act as he pleased. If he said that he was going to support Fan Lu, it was very possible he would keep Fan Lu by his side in the future. Fan Lu had to be relatively capable in order to become captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. It was only his power that was still lacking. Feng Qing patted Fan Lu's shoulder, and his gaze softened. In all the time that Feng Xian had spent by Feng Qing's side, he did not know that Feng Qing cared a lot about luck and fortune. This was the first time that he was meeting Fan Lu, but the latter was already bringing him such enormous fortune. Feng Qing believed that keeping Fan Lu by his side would bring him luck. Otherwise, Fan Lu would not deserve such support from Feng Qing, even if he gained the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf essence blood and bloodline. There were many members of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf species who racked their brains for a plan that would allow them to remain by Feng Qing's side. As a member of the honor-absent parliament, there was no way that Feng Qing could personally head to the Class 2 world. The same went for Kong Huan. A Class 2 world's world wills had a limit to what they could handle. If overwhelmingly strong experts arrived in a Class 2 world, there was a high chance that said world would collapse. They could only harvest resources from low-class worlds in secret. If they wrecked a Class 2 world and the other 3 universes found out about it, they would work together to exert pressure on the East universe. Fairy Institution would also look into the matter. Feng Qing did not want to be dragged into trouble. Among species of equal power, the Bloodians possessed extremely high dominance. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were on good terms with the Bloodians, and Feng Qing intended to borrow a few World Emperor/Intermediate Divine Kingdom experts from them. This would deepen their connection to the Bloodians. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were in urgent need for resources. The Bloodians' energy mainly came from absorbing vitality and death energy. Hence, they had a large amount of resources they could trade with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Even if the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves obtained fairies, they would have to share them with the Bloodians. Feng Qing would feel more secure if the Bloodians were involved. Kong Huan was definitely aware of the information that Fan Lu had just revealed. She also had to have already made her preparations. Hence, he needed to guard himself against her. Fan Lu, I have already been sufficiently generous with you. Now, I want you to announce that you've joined the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. You will remain in my palace for the next few days. You don't have to interact with any outsiders. I will personally settle things with Kong Huan on your behalf. What do you think of this? If he was capable of using his authority and offering profits to seduce Fan Lu into joining him, the other members of the honor-absent parliament could do the same. Feng Qing had absolutely no doubts about this. Feng Qing would only feel at ease if Fan Lu remained here until he had to depart. Fan Lu nodded enthusiastically. Lord Feng Qing, I will do everything as you say. I will make a record of all the resources found in the Class 2 world and hand it over to you. Feng Qing's suggestion suited Fan Lu perfectly. If he joined the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, his peers would be green with envy. Moreover, Feng Qing would help him to settle things with Kong Huan. This settled all of his worries. Feng Qing immediately left for Kong Huan's residence. Feng Qing believed that Kong Huan also did not want news of an intermediate fairy appearing in the Class 2 world when it was still only a Class 1 world to become known. If she did not want this information to be exposed, their negotiation would go smoothly. The alluring foxes were not as powerful as the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Hence, despite it being rather unsavory that he had poached Fan Lu, Kong Huan would have no choice but to swallow this injustice. The Startling Lines continent was less than outstanding before the Dead Spirits crisis. In order for a continent to make a name for itself in the main world, it needed to achieve impressive results during the major Federation meetings. However, the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federations had no Federation envoys in the past and had been absent from the past few decades of major Federation meetings. It could almost be said that they were hiding from the rest of the world. Aside from the few neighboring continents that were aware of the Startling Lines continent's existence, the federations located further away had never even heard of the Startling Lines continent. The Radiance Federation had fully overshadowed the Startling Lines continent. But now, the Startling Lines continent was a glittering territory of fortune that was known by every person in the main world. The major Federation Union's headquarters was located in the Startling Lines continent, and all the experts of the main world who wanted to receive resources from the Radiance Federation to increase their power needed to report to the Startling Lines continent. The Startling Lines continent also had a harbor. The boats that the Radiance Federation had eliminated were ready and prepared to begin trading. The Startling Lines continent was now a superstar in the main world. If not for the fact that the Startling Lines continent did not speak the lingua franca, many experts would have already flooded the Startling Lines continent as tourists. The Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federation's officials sent out official notices that they would begin taking in experts 3 years later. They would use these experts to build up their guard teams and address the safety and peacekeeping issues in the federations. The younger generation of the startling lines continent's three federations all contracted phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. The Sacred Wood bloodline was vestiges of Begin Lady's intermediate fairy bloodline. With Begin Lady's current power, it could easily allow these phase to evolve to suzerain/creation. The experts who joined the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer federations could also contract phase that possessed the Sacred Wood bloodline. This was an extremely attractive point. The startling lines continent seemed to be basking in glory and was the hub of the entire world. However, its three federations were mired in contention. This was all focused on the harbor. The ruler of the Divine Wood Federation, Huailong, was currently in a secret room speaking to a man who resembled him but with softer eyes. Huailu, I am not thinking too deeply into this. Although you have joined Sky City and Lord Lin Yuan, the Divine Wood Federation is your roots. The Yi family's establishment is fully within the startling lines continent. I put all my effort into developing the Divine Wood Federation into what it is today. Why can't I be troubled by the matter of the harbor? Huailu could not help but massage his temples. He was well aware of how much effort Huailong had invested into the Divine Wood Federation. He had truly devoted his heart and soul into it. However, the matter of the harbor was much too serious. Given that the Radiance Federation had placed the eliminated boats in the harbor, it meant that Lin Yuan had not forgotten about the harbor's existence. The harbor could not be stolen away due to its geographical location. Once the harbor was connected to the entire main world, its profits could exceed that of the entire Great Lush Federation. The Radiance Federation was continuing to deliver the eliminated boats to the harbor. This meant that Lin Yuan had plans to expand the operation. Huailu believed that if Lin Yuan had expanded the harbor earlier, Jin Shenshuan would not have dared to reach his selfish hands into the harbor. At that moment, Huailu did not know if his brother was too short-sighted or cared so much about the ownership of the harbor because he was hyper-focused on developing the Divine Wood Federation. Big brother, I understand your meaning. However, you might not be aware of this, but I don't have much speaking authority around Lord Lin Yuan. I can't be considered one of Sky City's main members. Even if I was, I couldn't speak up on your behalf in this matter. Huailu was extremely vexed when he spoke, but this was the truth. He did not have the ability to influence Lin Yuan to change his strategies. Back when he was in the startling lines continent, Huailu believed that the end of the line of Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. If one was able to become a Class 5 Creation Master, one would be able to stand on the peak and look down on the rest of the world. But after joining Lin Yuan, he realized just how wrong he was. Creation Masters did not receive any special treatment from Lin Yuan. Rather, those who were skilled at management stood out. Huailu was well aware of how much resources he had supplied to Lin Yuan. He had only made a marginal contribution to the resources that Lin Yuan had supplied. Huailu knew that if he told his brother about the truth, Huailong might not believe him. Nonetheless, Huailu still needed to say what needed to be said. Huailong was definitely the type who would ask him to collude and scheme together. If Huailong sought him out and asked him to do such, Huailu would have to draw the line between them. Huailong's heart sank when he heard that. He looked at Huailu with heavy disappointment. With Huailong's perception of values, he would never have expected a Class 5 Creation Master to be unimportant. Huailong was not a Creation Master and did not know of a Creation Master's resource production abilities. He contemplated questioning Huailu about whether the family had received insufficient resources over the years because Huailu had allocated them all to Lin Yuan, who then distributed them across the main world. In a self-centered manner, Huailong believed that even if Huailu had aligned with Lin Yuan, he should prioritize the Yi family's interests. As long as the Yi family maintained substantial power, Huailong could enjoy a higher status among Lin Yuan's subordinates. Observing Huailong's expression, Huailu discerned that his brother hadn't fully grasped his point. Without delving further into explanations, Huailu opted to reassure Huailong. Big brother, I can't promise that the harbor will be shared equally among the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer federations. But I can promise that the Great Lush Federation will not have sole ownership of the harbor. The harbor's position is extremely critical. It will be the channel through which the startling lines continent trades with the other continents. Even the few harbors in the Radiance Federation can't compare to the one in the Great Lush Federation in terms of location and environment. The profits will roll in if we can get our hands on that location. Big Brother, because of the geographical location of the startling lines continent, the Great Lush Federation will make it into the top 300 at the major Federation meeting. As long as the Great Lush Federation continues to develop, the Divine Wood Federation will be able to raise its ranking as well. The Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federations are all at the forefront of change. There are countless federations who are eyeing the Divine Wood Federation's position. At such a time, laying low and being restrained will be the best course of governance for you. If you charge ahead in everything, others will misunderstand you as having unsavory intentions. Luolan is much closer to Lord Lin Yuan than I am. If you can, try to communicate more with her to follow in her lead. I came back this time to give you some creation master resources that you can use to nurture the family. Big Brother, I will never forget who I am, regardless of where I am. I will also never forget to give resources to the family. Yi Huailu spoke with utmost seriousness and expressed his stance to Yi Huailong. Given Yi Huailu's character, he would not be bothered to provide an explanation to anyone else. However, Yi Huailong was his brother. If Yi Huailong still did not understand him after this explanation, he would explain himself again. Yi Huailu knew that Lin Yuan's goal was not in the main world, and that he intended to take a group of people with him to a higher-level world. Before he witnessed the fusing of the dimensional worlds with the main world and the promotion of the main world, Yi Huailu would not have believed in the existence of a higher world beyond the main world. However, given the circumstances, Yi Huailu could not help but believe. Lin Yuan still had yet to come to see him. Moreover, it was true that he was not important to Sky City. Hence, it was more likely than not that Lin Yuan would keep him in the main world. At that time, he might not be able to overly support the Divine Wood Federation but could still strengthen its development and grow its power. It was true that Yi Huailong had not accepted Yi Huailu's words. However, Yi Huailu was there to provide resources to the family. As displeased as he was, he did not bring up the Divine Wood Federation again. Yi Huailong was still concerned about the harbor, but he believed that he needed to contact Luolan. There was no way that Luolan would want Jin Chenxuan to occupy the harbor on his own. Yi Huailong did not know that Luolan had not thought about this that deeply. Luolan had always been open about the harbor's ownership issues. She believed that it was not an issue that needed to be overly analyzed. While Lin Yuan was preparing the startling lines continent's defenses, he had invested almost 1/3 of the resources into the harbor. This was a clear indication of the harbor's importance to Lin Yuan. Since then, Luolan knew that Jin Chenxuan would never be able to retain full control over it. Luolan had reported the matter to Wan Yu because she believed she needed to report her circumstances as a member of the Astronomical Parliament. Luolan, Jin Chenxuan, and Yi Huailong had collaborated for numerous years, and her favorable opinion of Jin Chenxuan exceeded that of Yi Huailong. She opposed the idea of Jin Chenxuan being replaced as the leader of the Great Lush Federation due to reckless scheming. But once ambition had bred in a person, it could not be dissolved easily. Luolan could not give Jin Chenxuan advice when it came to this matter. If she did, it would be seen as her trying to stir trouble. Some time had passed since she had reported her information to Wan Yu. Lin Yuan had only just gained some time to rest. Wan Yu would definitely relay the situation to Lin Yuan so he could make the decisions and come up with the plan. The aides in Luolan's court had been worried about the ownership issue of the harbor and brought up the issue with Luolan. When Luolan saw that her aides were still troubled over this matter, she said, "All you need to do is focus on developing the Iron Hammer Federation. You don't need to think about anything else, so don't waste your time thinking about this. Otherwise, your thoughts will be led astray. The harbor will either end up being shared by the startling lines continent's 3 federations or it won't. With how far the Iron Hammer Federation is from the harbor, how can we even attempt to interfere?" Luolan was silent for a moment before she continued. "Help me pack my things. I will make a rush journey to the Dark Continent. I will be staying there for some time. You must send me daily reports on the Federation's internal affairs using that magical paper I gave you. I will give my authorization for any plans through the paper. Luo Lan's aides were shocked when they heard that. She was actually going to leave the Iron Hammer Federation at such a time? The startling Lines continent was currently riding a wave of prosperity, and countless federations wanted to strike up deals with the Iron Hammer Federation. The aides believed Luo Lan should focus on the Iron Hammer Federation's development. Luckily, even if Luo Lan left the Iron Hammer Federation, they could communicate with her through the magical paper and inform her of any developments in the Federation. Luo Lan had thought deeply before she decided to leave for the Dark Continent to help Su Iren. Luo Lan had already organized all of the development issues in the Iron Hammer Federation. She had sought Wen Yu's opinion on many matters. The Iron Hammer Federation was operating well and on the right path. Even if Luo Lan remained in the Iron Hammer Federation, she would only need to call the shots and make decisions. Su Iren had decided to return to the Dark Continent after the Dead Spirits crisis came to an end. Aside from the Dark Continent, Su Iren also needed to manage the people in the Sand Island continent. Millions of people were seeking shelter in the Sand Island continent, and there was endless work to be done. This was the time that Su Iren most needed her. Luo Lan was well aware of all the help that Su Iren had given her in the past. It was now time for her to repay Su Iren. When a ruler left their federation, they were most afraid of losing their power within their federation. This was what had happened to Luo Lan's father. However, this would never happen to Luo Lan. Firstly, Lin Yuan had Lin Yuan's eternal weapon by her side. Additionally, even if the eternal weapon could not handle those who tried to overthrow her, Lin Yuan, who had been capable of putting an end to the Dead Spirits crisis, would definitely have the ability to regain power on her behalf. All those concerned about the harbor ownership were unaware of who truly controlled the startling Lines continent. Without knowing this, mulling over the matter would only lead to erroneous and harmful conclusions. Luo Lan could not tell Jin Qianxuan about this upfront, but she could use another method to advise him. Luo Lan looked up at one of her aides and patted her shoulder. Fei Xing, I remember that a year before the Dead Spirits crisis began, your sister married into the Jin family in order to form an alliance between the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation. How is your sister doing in the Jin family? Fei Xing hurriedly answered, My sister is living very comfortably in the Jin family. She attends every important gathering in the Jin family and even helps with the management at times. She does have some sway in the family. Luo Lan smiled faintly. Are you still in contact with your sister? Go and tell her to pay respects to Jin Qianxuan and give him some spiritual ingredients as well as a fei. Remember to remind her not to speak too much about other matters. Luo Lan was certain that once Jin Qianxuan saw these spiritual ingredients and fei, he would understand what she was trying to say. Saying too much would not only be meaningless but could also cause news of their interaction to spread. Luo Lan did not want Lin Yuan to think that the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation was trying to interfere with the plans of the Great Lush Federation. She also did not want Yi Huailong to think that she was meddling where she did not belong. Luo Lan did this after thinking through her own considerations. Firstly, Luo Lan had set her sights on the sky beyond the clouds. If there were any changes to the structure of the startling Lines continent, Luo Lan would have to refocus her efforts on managing the Iron Hammer Federation. Moreover, the new ruler of the Great Lush Federation might not be as intelligent and understanding as Jin Qianxuan. Luo Lan had built up a chemistry with Jin Qianxuan and gotten used to his way of doing things. If the new ruler of the Great Lush Federation liked to cause trouble, Luo Lan would have to waste a lot of effort handling him. A person who was chosen by Lin Yuan would not be obvious about any trouble they were trying to cause. It would be much more challenging to try to handle someone who was trying to cause trouble from the shadows. Fei Xing thought about this for a moment, but she could not figure out what the spiritual ingredients and fei could be. Since she could not figure it out, she could only ask, Your Majesty, I hope you will tell me clearly what the spiritual ingredients and fei you would like my sister to prepare so I tell her to get them ready immediately. She might have married and moved to the Great Lush Federation, but she is still a member of the Iron Hammer Federation's Turquoise tribe and will do what is best for the Federation. Luo Lan nodded non-committally. Back then, This was exactly the reason for picking someone from the turquoise tribe to marry into the Jean family. If the member of the turquoise tribe who married into the Jean family was unable to work for the Iron Hammer Federation, the marriage alliance would be meaningless. The spiritual ingredients and fae I want you to prepare are common. They are the flower mink mouse and a large amount of quince blossom buds. There must be enough quince blossom buds to overstuff the flower mink mouse. The flower mink mouse was a fae that was common in the Startling Lines continent. It was the evolved version of the flower branch mouse. There were very few people who formed contracts with the flower mink mouse. It had a special habit, which was an insatiable appetite. It was especially weak toward quince blossom flower buds. The quince blossoms happened to be in full bloom, and there were many flower mink mice with exploded stomachs littered below the quince blossom trees. Quince blossoms could be found in wild forests and reproduced easily. Fei Xing knew that there was no way the flower mink mouse and quince blossoms were meant to be gifts. After pondering for a moment, Fei Xing understood Luo Lan's intention of telling her sister to present the quince blossoms and flower mink mouse to Jin Qianxuan. When a flower mink mouse saw the quince blossoms, it would begin consuming them in a frenzy and eventually become so bloated that its stomach exploded and it died. Luo Lan was trying to warn Jin Qianxuan not to become like the flower mink mouse over the matter of the harbor's ownership. It was said that the human heart was never content, just like a snake that tried to swallow an elephant. But would Jin Qianxuan truly listen? Fei Xing was unsure if her sister would be implicated because of this matter. But even if she did end up implicated, this was a task that her sister needed to complete. Your Majesty, I will go and deliver the news now. Fei Xing started to leave the hall. At that moment, she heard Luo Lan say, "You have always had a more agile and intelligent mind than others. You must pay more attention to the management of the court. You are better suited than the others to manage the court meetings. I hope that you will work hard from now on so as not to disappoint me." Luo Lan waved at Fei Xing to signal she should pass down her order as quickly as possible. Fei Xing's expression did not falter as she departed the hall. But once she exited the hall, her body started to tremble uncontrollably. Fei Xing could read between the lines of Luo Lan's remark. Luo Lan intended to rely heavily on her in the future. Her words were a clear message. Luo Lan had been intentionally distributing power and authority in the last few years. Now, she was giving away the authority to manage court meetings. If she obtained the authority to manage court meetings, she would be second only to Luo Lan when it came to power and authority in the Iron Hammer Federation. Fei Xing was not stationed next to Luo Lan from the beginning. Rather, she had captured opportunity after opportunity and had been promoted after Luo Lan noticed her abilities. Luo Lan let out a sigh after Fei Xing left. She saw Jin Qianxuan as exceedingly important. Someone as smart as him would not be so impulsive as to act foolishly. Jin Qianxuan had to have thought deeply and carefully before acting. He also had to have already made preparations to face the associated risks. Luo Lan hoped that her warning would help Jin Qianxuan to see the light. A supervisor who had received authority should not make independent decisions. It was possible that Jin Qianxuan had forgotten this after becoming accustomed to being a ruler. In the evening, Jin Qianxuan finished his harbor patrol, a routine he diligently performed to oversee the ongoing construction. His regular checks had become a recent habit, ensuring the harbor's smooth operation. Observing the boats arriving and departing from the harbor, Jin Qianxuan experienced a sense of elevation, as if he were overseeing everything from a vantage point. The island whales, representing different federations, paid their dues and docked in the harbor. Those who utilized these majestic creatures always took a moment to acknowledge him. The newfound respect and admiration directed toward Jin Qianxuan were sensations he had never experienced before. It was because he had all these Federation managers clustering around him that Jin Qianxuan's mindset began to change slowly. Jin Qianxuan did not employ members of the Jin family while governing the Great Lush Federation because he did not want Lin Yuan to think he was abusing his power for selfish reasons. Instead, he selected excellent managers from various secret aristocratic families who together served as advisors for court meetings. But it went without saying that Jin Qianxuan remained the true and ultimate decision-maker. He would never allow the authority he had jumped through hoops to obtain to leave his hands. Your Majesty, another large batch of resources has been invested into the harbor. According to news from the envoys, the harbor is about to be expanded to include the entire outer sea. This will make the harbor even larger than the Great Lush Federation's 6 major cities combined. May I be so brash as to ask if we will truly have full control over such a harbor? With the continuous stream of resources that we've invested into the harbor in the past few years, we could have rebuilt the Great Lush Federation 4 times. Your Majesty, I don't think you should hope to have sole control over the harbor. Jin Qianxuan's assistant was the most intelligent junior of the Jin family's younger generation. He intended to nurture this nephew. This nephew always had a clear grasp of the perspectives of different matters. However, what his nephew had just said was not something that Jin Qianxuan wanted to hear. Jin Qianxuan frowned and yelled, "The issue of the harbor has been mentioned at the imperial meeting more than 3 times, and a decision has been made. You don't need to be unnecessarily worried. Leave now. I will go through these documents on my own. You can come back when you have something to report to me." When Jin Zhangming heard what Jin Qianxuan said, he pursed his lips but did not say anything else. Instead, he left Jin Qianxuan's private room and began standing guard outside. Jin Zhangming was well aware of Jin Qianxuan's state and guessed that Jin Qianxuan would react in such a way after hearing his suggestion. However, Jin Zhangming had been keeping these words to himself for a long time. The function he served by Jin Qianxuan's side was to give him some advice during special situations. The larger the harbor became, the less secure Jin Zhangming felt. Jin Qianxuan had always remained pleasant toward him. Such a reaction from Jin Qianxuan meant that he also shared the same foreboding. However, he intended to take the risk and take a gamble. With this thought, Jin Zhangming sighed. A truly dumb person could be given a wake-up call. But if an intelligent person chose to stake everything on a final dice throw, such a person would not turn back unless there was something they were truly worried about. When Jin Qianxuan was alone in his private room, he continuously poured tea for himself. He finished a large pot of tea in a little over 10 minutes. Jin Qianxuan placed the teacup heavily down on the table as Lin Yuan's face flashed through his mind. Lin Yuan was aware of all that he did. Lin Yuan was always decisive in his actions and never dragged his feet. Most times, he was generous and never held back when he invested resources. He also enabled people like Jin Qianxuan to truly be able to rule over federations. But behind all of this, he drew up plans for the federation's development. The leaders he chose needed to follow the paths he had set to develop their federations. One of the reasons Jin Qianxuan wanted so badly to take control of the harbor was that its existence had allowed him to regain his pride. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of being flattered and fawned on by the other Federation envoys. Furthermore, it was true that the harbor was located within the Great Lush Federation. However, the harbor had never been developed before Lin Yuan took control of the Great Lush Federation. Jin Qianxuan could not help but be afraid each time he was alone. If he had nothing now, Jin Qianxuan would be very willing to take the gamble. But now, the Jin family had become the Great Lush Federation's royal family, and he was its ruler. Once he lost, everything he had now would vanish. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of his private room. Jin Zhangming peeked in before saying softly, "Your Majesty, Jin Lu would like to see you. Are you willing to meet with her?" Jin Lu was Fei Xing's sister and had the direct bloodline of the Turquoise tribe. She had changed her last name in accordance with the Great Lush Federation's customs because she had married into the Jin family. Jin Lu represented the friendship between the Iron Hammer Federation and the Great Lush Federation. Given their friendly relations, the Jin family treated Jin Lu extremely well. Jin Lu was acutely aware of her circumstances. She never forgot about her identity and did not forget about her roots just because she lived in luxury in the Jin family. Her behavior pleased Jin Qianxuan greatly. Jin Lu was most likely there to see him pass on a message on behalf of the Iron Hammer Federation. He and Luolan had been sending messages to each other through the Thoughts letter paper. Why did she not do the same this time? Let Jin Lu in. Zhangming, go and brew a pot of tea and prepare some snacks. Jin Zhangming left immediately. It was clear that Jin Qianxuan had sent him on a task at such a time because he did not want him to remain in the room. He could have served the tea and snacks after Jin Qianxuan and Jin Lu were done with their conversation. Jin Zhanming started to make guesses about Jin Lu's reason for coming at such a time. Upon entering the room, Jin Lu greeted Jin Qianxuan with a smile and a respectful bow. She had come as a representative of the Iron Hammer Federation, adopting the appropriate demeanor befitting an elite of the Federation. Jin Qianxuan waved at Jin Lu to indicate that they should sit next to each other to speak. Jin Lu did not sit down immediately. Instead, she fixed her determined gaze on Jin Qianxuan. I just went to take a walk around the harbor and found a flower mink mouse, as well as some quince blossom buds. Jin Lu took out the flower mink mouse and quince blossom buds she had prepared and placed them on the floor. Quince blossoms had an extremely strong scent, and it was gaudy to place them in the room. But once the flower mink mouse in the cage caught a whiff of the quince blossom buds, it began chittering loudly and gnawing on the bars of the cage. It started to slam its body against the cage, and signs of injury appeared on its thick fur. Jin Lu ignored the way that the flower mink mouse's expression changed after it saw the quince blossom buds and opened the cage. The flower mink mouse charged toward the quince blossoms. In the short span of a few tens of minutes, it began happily and madly stuffing the quince blossoms down its throat. It did not take long for the flower mink mouse to die in front of Jin Lu and Jin Qianxuan. When Jin Lu saw the flower mink mouse's round and distended belly that was about to burst, she took out a dagger and gently swiped it across the flower mink mouse's abdomen. All of the quince blossoms spilled out from its stomach. Jin Lu pulled a frightened expression and began bowing repeatedly to Jin Qianxuan. Your Majesty, I never expected such a thing to happen. I have disrespected you. Jin Lu cleaned up the carcass on the ground before bidding goodbye to Jin Qianxuan with a solemn expression. As Jin Lu was walking out of the private room, she bumped into Jin Zhanming, who was standing by the door and carrying a tray of tea and snacks. Jin Zhanming was very surprised to see Jin Lu leaving. She had only been there for tens of minutes. That was almost too quick. Just as Jin Zhanming was about to enter the private room, Jin Lu gently pulled him back and shook her head to tell him not to go in now to bother Jin Qianxuan. Jin Zhanming watched Jin Lu's lips move and saw that she was mouthing the word harbor. Jin Lu nodded and did not say anything else. She had come to see Jin Qianxuan about the issue of the harbor and was a representative of Luolan's stance. Luolan would never advise Jin Qianxuan to occupy the harbor on his own. It was likely that she was advising him to stop trying to gain selfish profits from the harbor. Jin Zhanming did not know if Jin Qianxuan would give up his desire to gain sole ownership of the harbor after his conversation with Jin Lu. Having spent considerable time by Jin Qianxuan's side, Jin Zhanming discerned that among the three Federation rulers, Luolan held the closest rapport with Jin Qianxuan. The probability of him attentively heeding and learning from her was significantly higher. The Iron Hammer Federation was on the best terms with the Great Lush Federation. The latter's trade volume with the Iron Hammer Federation was far greater than its trade volume with the Divine Wood Federation. Although the Startling Lines continent had entered a state of peace, there was deep resentment between the Divine Wood Federation and the Great Lush Federation. Even if this resentment was not actively mentioned, it was still seared into their citizens' bones and could not be removed easily. Hence, even if Luolan wanted to scheme against another federation, her target should be the Divine Wood Federation and not the Great Lush Federation. Waves of fright washed over Jin Qianxuan. He struggled to calm down even some time after Jin Lu left. Given Jin Qianxuan's understanding of Luolan, she was open to communication but strongly enforced her stance. Luolan would never intentionally interfere with other federations. She knew that if she did so when the three federations were structured the way they were, Lin Yuan would be displeased when he learned about what she did. Lin Yuan wanted there to be equality among the three federations because he did not want any federation to fall under the control of another federation. Luolan had to mentally prepare herself before sending Jin Lu to warn him. The flower mink mouse had been as healthy as it could have been when it was in the cage, jumping around and baring its teeth. But after consuming the quince blossom buds in a mad frenzy, its stomach expanded and broke. By trying to take sole control of the harbor and claiming benefits for his own federation, Jin Qianxuan was just like this flower mink mouse. At that moment, fear gripped Jin Qianxuan. He ignored everything else and prepared to contact Luolan. After some pondering, he did not use the thoughts letter paper to contact Luolan. Instead, he called her over the phone. Originally, communication in the Great Lush Federation was limited to within the Federation. But as Lin Yuan altered the startling line's continent's infrastructure, he set up numerous special spiritual ingredients that could transmit signals. This enabled calls to be made across the entire continent. However, after becoming accustomed to using the thoughts letter paper, Jin Qianxuan had not used his phone for communication in a very long time. The messages in the thoughts letter paper were recorded and could be checked. Jin Qianxuan did not want evidence of his attempt to take sole control over the harbor to be left behind. Luolan picked up his call very quickly. She had been waiting for Jin Qianxuan's call ever since she arranged the matter. Given her understanding of Jin Qianxuan, he would respond to her gesture regardless of whether he heeded her advice. If he had yet to heed her advice, she could still try to persuade him over the phone. However, if Jin Qianxuan insisted on his original plan even after the call, there would no longer be any hope for him. Luolan could thus prepare herself for a change in the Great Lush Federation's ruler. Jin Qianxuan, you must be calling me because of Jin Lu. If there's anything you want to say to me, don't beat around the bush and just come out and say it. I can keep your secrets as long as it doesn't disrupt the startling line's continent. If I wasn't sincere, I wouldn't have sent Jin Lu to you. Luolan did not want to argue with Jin Qianxuan. Just like how she did not trust him most of the time, he would not be fully trusting of her either. At the end of the day, both of them were rivals. Hence, they needed to clear the air in order to communicate effectively. This would also bring the two of them closer together. Now that Luolan had expressed such an attitude, she would understand his intention if he showed an unwillingness to continue the topic. In such a case, she would no longer communicate with him in such a manner again in the future. She might even shove him from the back to quicken his fall from grace. Jin Qianxuan's expression faltered. He felt certain that she knew something. Otherwise, she would not have sent Jin Lu to deliver trash like the flower mink mouse and quince blossom buds to him. You know that I have been trying to take control of the harbor. I want to ask you if you think that by doing so, I am like the flower mink mouse guzzling the quince blossom buds. Luolan's straightforwardness led to the right response from Jin Qianxuan. Luolan smiled brightly. It seemed that Jin Qianxuan intended to form an alliance with her. If she helped Jin Qianxuan and the Great Lush Federation, he would inevitably have to return the favor in the future. At least the flower mink mouse could overstuff itself with quince blossoms before it died as a result of its gluttony. The harbor is something that the Great Lush Federation should never have tried to covet. In the beginning, 50 island whales were immediately invested in the harbor. I thought this was enough to make you see things clearly. I never expected your mind to become clouded by some insincere flattery from the other Federation envoys. Once the harbor is expanded, the startling line's continent's 3 federations combined won't be able to compare, much less the Great Lush Federation on its own. The harbor is meant to be the Radiance Federation's gate to the rest of the world. It doesn't have much to do with the startling line's continent. You actually tried to dip your fingers into such an important entity. How do you think Lord Lin Yuan will feel about this? If I were you, I would immediately remove my men from around the harbor and then find the opportunity to explain myself to Lord Lin Yuan. If he decides to step in before that happens, you might lose the opportunity to salvage the situation. Buckets of cold sweat began dripping down Jin Qianxuan's back. Luolan had given Jin Qianxuan a similar warning in the past. However, she had not been as clear as she was now. Jin Qianxuan had been blinded by his desires back then as well. But now, as the harbor's construction came closer and closer to completion, Jin Qianxuan realized that the Great Lush Federation did not have the ability to manage the harbor. Jin Qianxuan had already spent numerous lonely nights terrified by this realization. Now, he no longer felt confident about gambling with his and the Jin family's future. Luolan, you are the closest to Lord Lin Yuan. Please help me. What do I need to do to resolve this misunderstanding? Luolan fell silent instead of responding immediately. It was only when he repeated his question that she said, "I can't give you an exact answer to this. It depends on your actions. Acting now might not earn the Lord's forgiveness. But if you don't act within the next week, you will have to pay the price for your greed." Luolan hung up upon saying that and stopped concerning herself with Jin Qianxuan. She knew that when you had to be by Lin Yuan's side now that he had some free time, she would definitely give him unfiltered reports of the recent happenings in the main world. After learning of what had happened, Lin Yuan would certainly step in to handle the situation. Luolan was still the one reporting to Wenyu about the situation in the Startling Lines continent. As Jin Qianxuan listened to the static sounds on the other end of the call and mulled over Luolan's final words, he eventually called Jin Zhanming in hastily. Jin Zhanming was still holding the tray of tea and snacks. Before he could place them on the table, Jin Qianxuan said anxiously, "Zhanming, send out my order this instant. All the men stationed around the harbor are to be dismissed immediately. Let the harbor's workers continue their work as usual. By tomorrow morning, I want it to look like the harbor is separate from the Great Lush Federation." Jin Zhanming had never seen Jin Qianxuan in such a state. At that moment, his demeanor was slightly unbecoming for the Great Lush Federation's ruler. However, this also showed just how urgent the matter was. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will send out your order right now." Jin Zhanming immediately went to work. Jin Qianxuan did not wait until the next morning when all of the Great Lush Federation's forces had retreated from the harbor to contact Lin Yuan. Rather, once he composed himself, he immediately contacted Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. Jin Qianxuan never expected to get a response from Lin Yuan on the same day. Usually, whenever he contacted Lin Yuan, it took a very long time for him to get a reply. Lin Yuan was not overly interested in what was going on with the harbor because he knew that the harbor and the entire Startling Lines continent were under his control. If there were any issues, he would cleanly remove the source of the problems. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want to swap out Jin Qianxuan. This was because Jin Qianxuan had been doing a good job of governing the Great Lush Federation. He was also able to develop it in the right direction. Lin Yuan could not be certain that Jin Qianxuan's replacement would be equally as competent. Moreover, Lin Yuan did feel some attachment to these people who had been with him for some time. If they committed errors but were able to see and fix their issues, Lin Yuan would give them a chance. Jin Qianxuan was one such example. Lin Yuan did not know why Jin Qianxuan suddenly changed, but all that mattered was that Jin Qianxuan was able to see the error of his ways. Lin Yuan replied to Jin Qianxuan, "Lin Yuan, I am aware of your previous thoughts and motives. You don't have to try to spin your ambition in a positive light. Having ambition isn't a bad thing. However, it needs to be directed toward the correct objectives. If directed towards the wrong objectives, it will only lead to trouble. The Great Lush Federation doesn't have the ability to take sole ownership of the harbor. I'm sure you have come to realize this. Lin Yuan, in the future, a specific faction will manage the harbor. At the end of the day, the harbor is located in the Startling Lines continent. The Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federations will be able to participate in its management. The three federations will share 30% of the profits from the harbor. This means that you will also need to take up the respective responsibility of managing the harbor." Lin Yuan did not waste time reprimanding Jin Qianxuan. This was the last chance he was giving him. Wenyu would send out her instructions tomorrow afternoon. At that time, white-clothed followers would take over the harbor's supervision. If the Great Lush Federation maintained control of the harbor upon the arrival of the white-clothed followers, Wenyu's directive was clear: eliminate Jin Qianxuan immediately. Jin Qianxuan had essentially saved his own life. Furthermore, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about Jin Qianxuan forming harmful ambitions. If he did, Lin Yuan would not offer him any more chances. After his conversation with Lin Yuan, Jin Qianxuan's gratitude toward Luolan increased exponentially. But at the same time, he was extremely happy. Lin Yuan had decided to give 30% of the profits to the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federations. After the harbor was expanded, it would be able to house at least 1,000 island whales. Even sharing 30% of the profits would allow each federation to earn enormous wealth. Jin Qianxuan felt that he needed to thank Luolan. Lin Yuan was currently holding Merciful Soul. Even after evolving to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Merciful Soul still preferred not to be in human form. Rather, it took the form of a small beast that was about the size of the palm. Merciful Soul wanted to cling to Lin Yuan at every moment. Genius and Chimey were already very clingy, but neither of them could hold a candle to Merciful Soul. At the sky beyond the clouds, in one of the halls of Honor Absent Palace, the ground was covered in a mess. Countless valuable items had been smashed to smithereens. Kong Huan slammed her hand forcefully on one of the stone pillars in the hall. Luckily, the stone pillars in the hall were all made of exceptionally sturdy stone. Otherwise, Kong Huan's hand might have broken the stone pillar apart. Kong Mu stood off the side. She dared not even take a breath. In truth, she felt every bit as furious as Kong Huan. Kong Huan had been under the impression she had successfully recruited Fan Lu into her camp and turned this captain of a boundary patrol team into her obedient servant. She never expected him to betray her and join Feng Qing. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had even publicly announced that they were taking Fan Lu in as a relative. Fan Lu was the crux of the search of the Class 2 world. Kong Huan had invested considerable resources and used many favors to enable Fan Lu to become this expedition's guide. But now, all that she had spent had essentially become a dowry that she paid to Feng Qing. Fan Lu did not hold any value of his own. The only reason to explain why Feng Qing saw so much value in Fan Lu was that the latter had revealed extremely important information. Given that the information had been sufficient for Fan Lu to be taken in by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, it had to be related to the Class 2 world. Meanwhile, since Fan Lu was no longer part of Kong Huan's camp, how could he still hand over the resources he had promised to Kong Mu? Kong Mu could not ask for resources from Kong Huan either. If this matter was revealed, it would affect Kong Huan's trust in her. Fan Lu is truly scum. I must make him pay. He better not think that things will be smooth sailing for him from now on just because he has become a relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Kong Huan's voice was full of rage, and her fury was so intense that Kong Mu could not help but recoil. At that moment, a clear voice echoed from outside the hall. What Fan Lu is doing is akin to a bird nesting in the finest tree. You only provided Fan Lu with resources so you could earn profits for yourself. So there's no need for you to be this outraged. Kong Huan was not very familiar with this voice, but after thinking for a moment, she recognized the owner of the voice. Kong Huan narrowed her beautiful eyes. Feng Qing had poached from her and stolen one of her subordinates. Now, he had come to strut around and reproach her. Whether Fan Lu could be considered a talented individual was one matter. But what did Feng Qing mean by choosing the finest tree? Did he mean that he was one, but she wasn't? Or was he trying to brandish the power of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to suppress the alluring foxes? Now that she was facing an expert who possessed comparable power to her, Kong Huan repressed her flaring fury. She had guessed Feng Qing's reason for coming to see her. It was likely he was there to save Fan Lu. Before Kong Huan's venture into the Class 2 world, she was under constant scrutiny, unable to act freely. However, Fan Lu would lose his significance in her plans upon her return, and no one would dare intervene or oppose her to defend someone as insignificant as him. Kong Huan could see no reason for Feng Qing to come to see her for the sake of such an insignificant character. This made Kong Huan feel that Feng Qing was slighting her. Feng Qing, there has never been any hostility between us. We even worked together in a few operations in the past. I never expected you to rob me of one of my subordinates. I was the one protecting the 6th Boundary Patrol Team all these years. You should be aware of this. Kong Huan had deployed the 6th Boundary Patrol Team in the presence of Feng Qing in a previous operation. Back then, Fan Lu had presented himself as Kong Huan's servant. Despite knowing that Fan Lu was her servant, Feng Qing had poached him from her and allowed Fan Lu to join the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. To Kong Huan, this was an insult to the highest degree. By now, Feng Qing had entered the hall. When Feng Qing saw Kong Huan's enraged face, his lips curled slightly. So what if I'm aware? So what if I'm unaware? I spent a large sum of resources to poach Fan Lu. He made his choice of his own free will. It has nothing to do with me trying to poach from you. With all those profits within reach, even you would reach out to try to grab them. You have poached more people than I have over the years. What? You can poach from other leaders, but I can't? That doesn't make any sense. It was already a fact that Feng Qing had successfully poached Fan Lu and that the latter was now part of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. After Fan Lu made his announcement, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had issued proof of that. There was no way that Kong Huan would be able to get Fan Lu back. Kong Huan wanted Feng Qing to compromise with her, so it would be easier for her to collect resources from the Class 2 world. At the very least, Feng Qing would accept that he was in the wrong and offer her some sort of compensation. Yet, not only did he refuse to meet her halfway, but he also chose to bite back stubbornly. This caused Kong Huan's repressed rage to erupt. Feng Qing, you must give me some sort of an answer for this matter. Otherwise, I will make you pay, even if it means I won't be able to collect resources from the Class 2 world. You won't make it there if I can't go. Since Kong Huan failed to strike a deal, she threatened him. With how strongly Feng Qing was standing up for Fan Lu, it was clear he had found out that fairies had been born in that Class 2 world. Feng Qing wouldn't give up on his plan to harvest resources from that Class 2 world. If Feng Qing did not provide her with satisfactory compensation, Kong Huan would rather give up her profits than let him get off scot-free. She could always tell the other members of Honor Absent Palace about the Class 2 world's fairies. Once the powerful individuals learned of this, they would definitely become interested. At that point, Feng Qing would no longer have the right to stir up turmoil. Feng Qing's expression did not change when he heard what Kong Huan said. It was as though he did not feel threatened by her words at all. Feng Qing kept his gaze on Kong Huan's enraged face as he said calmly, I have already informed the Bloodians of this matter. They will be sending people to participate in this operation. If you ruin the Bloodians' plan, the alluring foxes will experience a repeat of what happened to the mermaids. If that happens, you can't blame me for not warning you. Given your love for the alluring foxes, I believe that you won't reveal this secret. If you are willing to work with me when harvesting the resources, I will share some of the pie with you. I don't do things in the same overbearing manner as the Bloodians. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to see you. After mentioning the Bloodians, every word Feng Qing uttered sounded as though he only wanted what was best for Kong Huan. But in actuality, he was threatening her. This became especially evident with his mention of the mermaids' tragedy. The war between the mermaids and Bloodians had resulted in the mermaids being kicked out of the East Universe's species ranking. The mermaids had yet to regain their prosperity. The alluring fox's strength in the East Universe could not be compared to the mermaids, much less the Bloodians. If this was only a spat between the alluring foxes and Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Kong Huan could take Feng Qing on without being overly worried. But since the Bloodians had been roped in, Kong Huan had no choice but to consider the alluring fox's safety. The Bloodians consumed blood, so all species with vitality in their bodies could become their source of food. If the Bloodians found a legitimate reason, they would be more than willing to conquer the lifeforms with vitality. To the Bloodians, this was considered hunting. Honor Absent Palace successfully maintained control over the Bloodians, ensuring they refrained from harming species they had acknowledged. Honor Absent Palace was the dominant faction in the East Universe of the Sky Beyond the Clouds. Regardless of how strong the Bloodians were, they had no choice but to listen to Honor Absent Palace's orders. But if any grudges were formed, or there were any fights over profits, the Bloodians would have a reason to make their move. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had betrayed the moon-worshipping wolves, severing their allegiance. Despite harboring resentment, the moon-worshipping wolves refrained from retaliation, as the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had allied with the Bloodians and secured their protection. Contemplating the altered situation, Kong Huan opted to control her anger. To ensure the safety of the alluring foxes, she reluctantly portrayed a vulnerable facade in the presence of Feng Qing. Typically, considering her personality, Kong Huan would cease interactions with Feng Qing after feigning vulnerability. However, if the Class 2 realm proved to be rich in resources or harbored valuable treasures, the alluring foxes could gain a share of the profits. Any amount would be preferable to leaving with nothing at all. Feng Qing, I won't cause any more trouble for Fan Lu. During this operation, my people will listen to your orders. But I hope that you will keep your promise and provide me with all the resources I deserve. Feng Qing was very happy with Kong Huan's reply. When Feng Qing saw the indignant but helpless expression on Kong Huan's face, he was extremely satisfied. This was not the first time that Feng Qing was mentioning the Bloodians in front of a member of the honor-absent parliament. This was a very effective card. Feng Qing had always been skilled at using his connections to achieve his objectives. With the looming terror of the Bloodians, there were many species ranked below the top 1,000 of the species ranking who needed to take the safety of their species into consideration. Feng Qing would ask the Bloodians for fighters but would not report the exact production volume of resources of that Class 2 world to them. The people Feng Qing sent would work with Fan Lu to store away the most precious of the resources. Even if he had to pay the Bloodians under the table, he would still be able to earn astronomical profits. After Feng Qing left Kong Huan's palace, she punched another stone pillar in a fit of fury. The instant her fist collided with the stone pillar, the alluring image of a beautiful fox appeared behind her. Cracks even appeared on the foundation of the stone pillar. Bright red blood with flecks of pink appeared on Kong Huan's fist. Kong Mu was so frightened that she hurriedly went up to Kong Huan. "Lordess, no matter how angry you are, you can't hurt yourself. Feng Qing is outright bullying us. Do you think we need to have a discussion with the elders about this? Don't forget that the snow-covered fox species has been trying to form ties with us in the hopes that we will relocate the alluring foxes to the North Universe. They promise that the alluring foxes will gain a seat in glow-evoking Palace's parliament within the next 400 years. That will give the alluring foxes a similar status in the North Universe to what we currently hold in the East Universe." Kong Mu was Kong Huan's aide and knew a lot of information. Normally, Kong Mu would not say this much. But this time, there was no avenue for Kong Huan to vent her overwhelming anger. If she did not demonstrate her value, it was highly possible that Kong Huan would vent her anger on her. Kong Huan's eyes flashed when she heard what Kong Mu said, and she began thinking deeply. The snow-covered foxes of the North Universe had extended their first invitation to the alluring foxes more than 200 years ago. This matter had been the cause of many debates during the alluring foxes' meetings. However, they always decided against the migration. This was not because the snow-covered foxes' terms were not tempting, but because there were many uncertain factors to moving away from a universe they had settled so well into and lived in for so long. If the alluring foxes moved to the North Universe, they would essentially be betraying honor-absent Palace and would never be able to return to the East Universe. However, the alluring foxes' roots had always been in the East Universe. But now, the alluring foxes were under threat from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Given the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves style, using the Bloodians as a successful threat once would lead to them repeating this method. Kong Huan could represent the alluring foxes as a member of the honor-absent Palace's parliament because she possessed a special divine kingdom ability. It allowed her to use her energy to block the detection of world wills. This divine kingdom ability did not have any use during combat, so Kong Huan had yet to utilize it. However, she could use this divine kingdom ability to head to the Class 2 world first. In the past, she hesitated to undertake this task because if her actions were exposed, not only would honor-absent Palace impose punishment, but it would also lead to the implication of all the alluring foxes. But now, she wanted to use her divine kingdom ability to enter the Class 2 world ahead of the others. This idea had popped into her mind because she now saw the snow-covered foxes as a safety net for the alluring foxes. The snow-covered foxes were almost permanently part of the top 100 of the North Universe's species ranking. At their prime, they made it to 19th on the species ranking and left snow wherever they went. The snow-covered foxes had taken in other fox species from other universes in the past. All of these fox species had become their dependent species. This was a similar relationship to the one between the Light Wind Wolves and Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Those that became the snow-covered fox's dependent species were all living in relative comfort. The alluring foxes were more attractive to fox species lifeforms than other lifeforms. While the alluring foxes were communicating with the snow-covered foxes, it was likely that they would be treated favorably. Kong Mu, go and contact the elders so we can hold a meeting. Also, send people to visit the snow-covered fox envoy. I will personally arrange the personnel that will be heading to the Class 2 world. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Kong Mu was unaware of Kong Huan's Divine Kingdom ability. But now, Kong Huan wanted to hold a meeting with the elders and contact the snow-covered fox envoy. Was she going to take her up on her suggestion? This filled Kong Mu with delight. If Kong Huan truly used her suggestion, she would definitely be handsomely rewarded in the future. It was said that the snow-covered foxes were all tall and charismatic men with hair more luscious than that of other fox species. If she managed to marry one of the snow-covered foxes, her future would be a bright one. Once Kong Huan decided to become one of the snow-covered fox's dependent species, she stopped fearing the Bloodians. Although the Bloodians' might was notorious across the 4 universes, the Bloodians in the East universe did not have close connections with the dependent species in the other universes. The Bloodians prioritized bloodline. This did not refer to the bloodline of all the Bloodians but the legacy of a powerful bloodline. When the Bloodians hunted other species, they worked as a team. Internally, they functioned as a family. The Bloodians of the East universe did not want the Bloodians of other universes to leave their bloodlines in the East universe as it would taint their bloodline. The infighting within the Bloodians was that of competing bloodlines. The Bloodians of the North universe did not possess as much power as the snow-covered foxes. The snow-covered foxes' frozen physiques allowed them to summon snow that effectively countered the Bloodians' blood-type enchantments. Half of the alluring fox's elders wanted to migrate while the other half wanted to continue developing in the East universe. Kong Huan had been supporting the side that wanted to remain in the East universe. If she told the elders about how the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were threatening them and that the Bloodians were involved, the elders who wanted to stay would definitely change their minds. Now, Kong Huan needed to come up with a way to use her own power to capture all the resources from the Class 2 world and bring them with her to the North universe. The resources would be able to help the alluring foxes with their development and could also be used as gifts to earn the favor of the snow-covered foxes. This would allow the alluring foxes to be protected by the snow-covered foxes in the North universe and improve their standard of living. Lordess Kong Huan, I will go and contact the elders now and hold a meeting. I will also liaise with the snow-covered fox envoy. I was present when we greeted him, so I am somewhat acquainted with him. When Kong Mu saw the expression on Kong Huan's face, she knew that Kong Huan had made her decision. Hence, Kong Mu was now doing her best to claim resources for herself. If she represented the alluring foxes and liaised with the snow-covered fox envoy, she would be able to stand out. Even if she did not manage to seduce the envoy, she would be able to leave a deep impression on him. This would allow her to tap into this connection once she went to the North universe. The envoy's journey to another universe highlighted his significant status among the snow-covered foxes. Kong Huan cast a glance at Kong Mu, fully aware of the plan unfolding in her mind. Each alluring fox could be characterized as egotistic. Kong Mu aspired to represent the alluring foxes in engaging with the envoy, hoping to establish a meaningful connection. However, her status fell short, not reaching the level that would qualify her to interact with the envoy directly. Typically, only a direct descendant of the alluring foxes could liaise with the snow-covered fox envoy. Surprisingly, Kong Huan not only didn't oppose Kong Mu's proposal, but also intended to endorse her. Kong Mu, a closely nurtured subordinate, belonged to Kong Huan's circle of prophets within the alluring foxes. Discontent among many alluring foxes toward Kong Huan had risen in recent years. Her membership in the honor-absent parliament hadn't brought substantial profits to the alluring foxes. Kong Huan was aware of that. This was not because she did not want to contribute to the alluring foxes but because honor-absent palace had been extremely messy in recent years. There were always big shots fighting with each other. Kong Huan was afraid that trying to obtain profits for the alluring foxes would result in her becoming embroiled in the conflict. Stability was key to survival in such a complex environment. This was in spite of their constantly being members of the alluring foxes who used this as an excuse to attack her. Previously, Kong Huan did not agree to migrate to the North Universe because she was worried that doing so would destabilize her position. In the East Universe, she was a member of the honor-absent Parliament. But when they went to the North Universe, there was a high likelihood that another alluring fox would become a member of the glow-evoking Parliament. Kong Huan did not plan on using Kong Mu to get closer to the snow-covered fox envoy. After all, he was not one of the true decision-makers. In order to secure her position in the North Universe, she would have to form close ties with the snow-covered fox's main members. Aside from making use of the alluring fox's current resources, Kong Huan also intended to leverage the resources she collected from the Class 2 world. Kong Huan's Divine Kingdom ability allowed her to hide from the detection of world wills and escape their restraints. She could use her power freely when she arrived at the Class 2 world. Someone from the sky beyond the clouds searching a Class 2 world was against regulations. If they employed too much power and caused the world to collapse, Honor-Absent Palace would be targeted by the factions from the other 3 universes. The big shots from Honor-Absent Palace would never permit something like this to happen. The last time something like this happened, 5 members of Honor-Absent Parliament were kicked out. This time, even if Feng Qing sought help from the Bloodians, the latter would not provide help that was beyond World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. In Kong Huan's eyes, such power was not worth mentioning. In order to cover her tracks, Kong Huan decided to kill all the people who were going to the sky beyond the clouds. This would include Fan Lu, who had betrayed her. Kong Huan wanted to crush all of Fan Lu's bones and scatter them in one of the Class 2 world's volcanoes. This was the only way to quench the hatred in her heart. Kong Huan took out a ring with an outdated design and a pink and purple stone embedded in it. When she held the ring with both hands, Kong Huan's body disappeared instantly, and the ring clattered onto the table's surface. The ring shook lightly a moment later, and Kong Huan's body reappeared. Kong Huan placed the ring on her finger with satisfaction. This ring made from World Wall Crimson Gold and Mirage Stone was truly perplexing. The World Wall Crimson Gold would create a stable space that teleportation could not destabilize. Mirage Stone was a gem that the alluring foxes in the sky beyond the clouds often used as an accessory. The female alluring foxes used them as accessories or wore them in their hair. If the warrior she dispatched was wearing a ring with a Mirage Stone, no one would bat an eyelid. Kong Huan could hide in the ring and follow the warrior to the Class 2 world. Once she fully investigated the Class 2 world, Kong Huan would swoop in to attain victory and obtain all the resources in that Class 2 world. Collecting all the resources from a Class 2 world was difficult. It would take a long time for Kong Huan to do it all on her own. In her eyes, every person on the team was labor that she could use. Regardless of whether these people had hidden resources away, the resources would all end up being owned by her once she eliminated them. Kong Huan returned to the alluring fox's base and participated in a meeting of the inner circle. Kong Mu had been interacting with the snow-covered fox envoy. She was ready at any moment to receive an order from Kong Huan and seal a partnership with the snow-covered foxes. Almost 200 years had passed since Han Rong left the North Universe and came to the East Universe. Envoys like him had to return to give a report every 300 years. At first, Han Rong assumed that nothing would come out from this trip to the East Universe. Yet, right as he was due to return, he received such a piece of good news. There were not many members of the snow-covered foxes. They were able to achieve a high ranking on the species ranking because all their adult members possessed exceptional power. Powerful species like them that also had a small population liked to take in dependent species and use them to increase their power. The more dependent species an envoy roped in for the snow-covered foxes, the higher their status would be. Han Rong had his eye on 4 fox species in the East Universe. 3 of them had turned him down. The alluring foxes were the only ones who had yet to firmly express their rejection. Han Rong could sense that the alluring foxes were leading him on. Under normal circumstances, Han Rong would typically venture farther to explore additional fox species instead of lingering around the alluring foxes. Exploring distant regions might lead him to the discovery of even more fox species. Yet, Han Rong held great expectations for the alluring foxes. They possessed all the captivating qualities of a fox, and other foxes were naturally drawn to them. This allure targeted the senses rather than the intellect. If he managed to bring the alluring foxes to the North Universe, they would undoubtedly stand out amidst the myriad dependent species of the snow-covered foxes. There was even a possibility that a prominent snow-covered fox elite might consider taking one of the alluring foxes as a mate to continue their bloodline. To the snow-covered foxes, a potent dependent species held the same value as another elite member of their own kind. Regardless of how strong the dependent species were, they would receive protection from the snow-covered foxes. The special fox species were the ones that truly attracted the attention of the snow-covered foxes. The alluring foxes could be considered one such special fox species. Since the alluring foxes were initiating contact with him, it meant that they were open to the idea of moving to the North Universe. Han Rong had already been waiting for almost 200 years. He could handle waiting for a little while more. This was so long as the alluring foxes gave him an answer before he returned home. Han Rong could tell that the alluring foxes wanted to negotiate with him. However, he would not make it easy for them because the snow-covered foxes did not give much authority to their envoys. Han Rong could not promise much. If he was unable to fulfill his promises, the alluring foxes would riot once they migrated to the North Universe. This would affect his reputation among the snow-covered foxes. There were a few envoys who had given false promises and had been hounded by the dependent species who wanted to collect on the promises made. Han Rong was relatively friendly to Kong Mu after finding out she was only Kong Huan's aide. However, Han Rong did not host her personally. Powerful species prioritized status. Han Rong felt that Kong Mu did not deserve to liaise with him. Han Rong would not use force on the alluring foxes before they migrated to the North Universe. But once they went there, not only would the alluring foxes have to keep their heads down, but their backs had to be bent too. If the alluring foxes were obedient and had a few exceptional individuals, they could receive the favor of the snow-covered fox's top level. This would also inflate the alluring fox's status. It was possible that even he would have to end up trying to curry favor with them. When Kong Huan left the alluring fox's base and headed to Honor Absent Palace, she took 2 warriors with her. Kong Huan's expression was extremely sour. Although she had facilitated the decision to move the alluring foxes from the East Universe to the North Universe, she realized that her status was a shadow of what it used to be. The other branches of the alluring foxes were becoming increasingly brazen. If they were fighting back against her for no reason, she could suppress them without holding back. However, they had found a legitimate reason. The other branches had members whose bloodlines had reached the alluring bone grade. The alluring bone bloodline would extend the alluring fox's charms past the superficial appearance. It was said that beauty was in the bones and not the skin. Once they reached the alluring bones grade, the alluring fox's aura would be renewed. Kong Huan's bloodline was pinnacle alluring bones. Kong Huan was unable to find a reason to suppress the branch bloodlines because they had gained confidence and power from their improved bloodlines. If she tried to suppress them, it would seem as though Kong Huan's branch was petty. This was unbecoming behavior for a superior. Kong Huan pondered over how she would manage the alluring foxes in the future. She needed to have perfect control over the alluring foxes before they went to the North Universe. This way, the alluring foxes would be united when they arrived at the North Universe. In the Radiance Federation, the sky was clear, and the weather was perfect. Wisps of clouds flowed through the sky, occasionally clustering into clumps before quickly evaporating by the sun's rays. It was difficult to maintain self-discipline when the weather was this hot and the Radiance citizens were all on summer vacation. The Radiance Federation's sea trade had been fully established. Hence, the Radiant citizens who had recovered from the trauma of the Dead Spirits crisis were now riding boats to travel and visit the other cities. In the past, only Spirit Chi professionals were capable of crossing cities. The regular people rarely had the opportunity to leave the city where they lived. But now that the boats had replaced the island whales and the seas were safe, travel became a pastime that regular people could enjoy. The economic growth of the Radiance Federation cities was propelled by travel. Cities boasting unique environments, where the production of phase and spiritual ingredients was relatively low, emerged as popular tourism hotspots. Lin Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment as he listened to Wan Yu describe this occurrence. He held the belief that within the next 3 to 5 years, or at most a decade, tourism would extend beyond a handful of cities in one federation and span across various federations. Aside from tasting good food and enjoying beautiful scenery, experiencing culture was also an important part of tourism. Scholars valued culture far more than food and scenery. After the white-clothed followers took over the harbor in the startling Lines continent, the harbor's management became organized. The people from other federations also realized that the Great Lush Federation did not have any authority to manage the harbor. As a result, they stopped trying to curry favor with Jin Qianxuan. Jin Qianxuan was slightly disappointed by this, but he was also glad. He was glad that Luo Lan's warning had allowed him to save his own life. In order to express his gratitude to Luo Lan, Jin Qianxuan promised her substantial private benefits. However, she did not accept them. She resisted not because she lacked interest in his offer but because she understood Lin Yuan's desire for a balanced distribution of power among the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer federations. Lin Yuan aimed to prevent scenarios where the Great Lush Federation could form exclusive alliances with the Iron Hammer Federation. Knowing his intentions, she saw no reason for actions that might upset him. When Spring and Summer first started following Lin Yuan around, they did not think much of life in the main world. They did not think that a Class 2 world's culture could be overly impressive. But after tasting Lu Jie's delicacies, Spring and Summer became slaves to gourmet food. Slowly, they assimilated to life in the Radiance Federation. There were many things that might seem unacceptable at first that could be slowly accepted after giving them a shot. After learning that Sky City was a faction that Lin Yuan had built personally, the two of them even donned Sky City's uniform. After promoting Wen Yu to an S-rank Spirit Chi professional, Lin Yuan did the same with Lu Jie. From now on, Lu Jie could continuously evolve Elegance's grade and quality and strengthen his insect species carcinoma phase. As Lin Yuan contemplated visiting the Moon Empress to potentially elevate her Spirit Chi professional rank, he discerned a sudden shift in the auras of Spring and Summer. Their attention was fixed on the domed roof above them. Lin Yuan looked up to the distance where Spring and Summer's gazes were now fixed. He knew that they were reacting this way because the people from the sky beyond the clouds had arrived. Lin Yuan was rather nervous. He was used to relying on himself for everything and had become accustomed to his own style of handling matters. But now he needed to rely on Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter to take on the people from the sky beyond the clouds. He was not capable of taking them on. Hence, he would have no choice but to accept the final result, regardless of what it was. Despite knowing that the four of them would never lie to him and had already given him their assurances, Lin Yuan still could not calm down. After all, the invasion of the main world by the people from the sky beyond the clouds jeopardized the survival of the main world. Spring soon shifted her gaze away from the distance and smiled at Lin Yuan. Lord Saint, the people from the East Universe are riding an abyss beast. Only people from Honor Absent Palace are capable of using teleporting abyss beasts as a mode of transportation. Aside from Honor Absent Palace, the other factions might be capable of capturing the abyss beasts, but are unable to tame them. Winter has used his aura to lock onto the abyss beast. Once the abyss beast arrives in this Class 2 world, it will be captured along with all the lifeforms riding on it. You will be able to control all of them. Unlike your expectations, it won't be an obvious conflict. It will be akin to the Spiritfire experts from your world taking control of D-rank Spirit Chi professionals. It won't cause a fuss at all. Spring had likened Winter to a Spiritfire expert and the people from the sky beyond the clouds as D-rank Spirit Chi professionals. It was clear that despite not knowing how powerful these people from the sky beyond the clouds were, Spring was not concerned by them in the slightest. The people from the sky beyond the clouds were aware that there was more than one World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform in this Class 2 world. Hence, the lifeforms from the sky beyond the clouds who had come to the main world had to possess World Emperor/Divine Kingdom power, at the very least. Spring's attitude allowed Lin Yuan to relax significantly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt clear energy fluctuations coming from the distance. However, it did not take long before this energy was enveloped and blocked by other energy torrents. Winter's soul voice was transmitted to Lin Yuan's mind a moment later. Lord Saint, I have already helped you to capture all the people from the sky beyond the clouds. Are you going to interrogate them yourself? Winter paused before continuing. There is internal strife among these people from the sky beyond the clouds. Many of them were killed before I took control of them. Only 17 of them are still alive. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed when he heard that. It seemed that the people from the sky beyond the clouds saw the main world as a slab of mouth-watering meat that they were all eager to gobble up. As a result, some of them lost patience during the journey and eliminated their rivals. These people were not concerned about the main world's defenses at all. Otherwise, they would have waited until they arrived at the main world and understood the main world's circumstances before they made their move. Lin Yuan's guess was right. The people from the sky beyond the clouds truly thought nothing of the main world. However, the conflict that had taken place on the Abyss Beast's back was not the result of a carefully premeditated plan but an accident. Before the departure, Feng Qing, having taken Fan Lu under his wing, didn't permit him unrestricted freedom. Recognizing the significance of Fan Lu's secrets, Feng Qing securely kept him by his side. Fan Lu was only granted permission to depart when it was time for him to guide the group to the Class 2 world. Feng Qing blocked all other members of the honor-absent parliament who sought to explore the Class 2 world and dispatched individuals to reach out to Fan Lu. Feng Qing had contacted the Bloodians, and they sent 2 outstanding World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts to help him. Feng Qing checked these 2 experts' strength himself. Once he ascertained that their strength met his standards, Feng Qing finally set all his worries to rest. The only other person who was aware of this, Kong Huan, had also sent people to help him. Feng Qing did not believe that the alluring foxes were capable of causing impactful problems. Earlier, Fan Lu had been in a very good mood of late. He never expected he would one day become a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing had visited Kong Huan on his behalf. This cruel ex-mistress of his would no longer come after him. According to Feng Qing, as long as things went well, he would be able to remain by Feng Qing's side as his close aide. He would have a much easier time working for a member of the honor-absent parliament like Feng Qing than working as a boundary patrol envoy. Boundary patrol envoys often encountered danger while they were patrolling the Class 1, 2, and 3 worlds. With so many members of the 6th Boundary Patrol team dead, Fan Lu could not help but feel an aversion to being a boundary patrol envoy. He did not want to become the next sacrificial lamb who lost his life while searching the lower worlds. Due to the fact that a Class 2 world's world wills had strong repulsion, the people from the sky beyond the clouds intentionally chose a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Abyss Beast, which had an acceptable level of power for a Class 2 world. Since Fan Lu was the only guide, there was no point in sending more Abyss Beasts when he could only ride on one. The alluring foxes were aware that Fan Lu had betrayed Kong Huan. The 2 alluring fox warriors came from the same branch as Kong Huan and were not courteous toward Fan Lu at all. They verbally insulted him numerous times. Fan Lu did not comment on this. In truth, he still deeply feared the alluring foxes. After all, he had been working for them for so many years. But now that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had acknowledged his identity, despite not being a main member, he was still a relative whom Feng Qing had personally recruited. Fan Lu could endure the 2 alluring foxes' verbal insults, but the 2 Chaos Wind Demon Wolves accompanying him could not. It went without saying that the Bloodians sided with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Bloodians didn't intervene in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' conflicts with other species solely due to their strong connection. Instead, it was their disdain for the alluring fox's unrestrained auras. A dog's behavior was a reflection of its owner. It was not a secret in the East Universe that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had the Bloodians' protection. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would never have been able to break free from the moon-worshipping wolves without their help. By continuing to pick fights with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves despite knowing this, the alluring foxes were disrespecting the Bloodians. When did the alluring foxes become so daring? Normally, the alluring foxes had better control over their tempers. However, these 2 alluring foxes were harboring too much displeasure against Fan Lu. Moreover, they knew that the alluring foxes intended to migrate to the North Universe, and saw no need to remain courteous toward the East Universe's native factions. The two alluring foxes never expected the Bloodians to strike. Compared to other Divine Kingdom experts, the Bloodians possessed unparalleled combat power. The two alluring foxes were no match for them. Hence, they were soon grievously injured by the Bloodians. The two alluring foxes had no idea that Kong Huan was hiding in the ring. However, Kong Huan knew what was happening outside of the ring. It went without saying that Kong Huan could not allow these two alluring foxes from her branch to die. This operation was far too important, and one of the two warriors chosen was Kong Huan's direct relative. Hence, Kong Huan had no choice but to abandon her original plan and save the two alluring foxes from the Bloodians, thereby exposing herself. In order to prevent news of this from reaching the sky beyond the clouds, Kong Huan had no choice but to kill all the lifeforms on the Abyss Beast. Once she rode the Abyss Beast back to the sky beyond the clouds, she would need to think about whether to eliminate this Abyss Beast. Kong Huan's appearance startled the two Bloodians. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves looked at Fan Lu suspiciously. They could not help but suspect that he was still involved with Kong Huan and was deceiving the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Kong Huan did not say much after making her appearance. She immediately demonstrated her power and killed one of the Bloodians while heavily injuring the other. The experts from other species who had arrived at the Class 2 world were just bystanders, taken aback by the sudden presence of Kong Huan, a member of the honor-absent parliament. They hadn't anticipated she would start killing. They were about to arrive at the boundary where the influence of the Class 2 world's world wills began. Was Kong Huan not worried that releasing her power would cause the Class 2 world to collapse? In spite of the questions and admonishments, Kong Huan did not hold back. She continued even when they reached the boundary where the influence of the Class 2 world's world wills began. Kong Huan looked at the two severely injured alluring foxes behind her. She only relaxed when she felt certain that their lives were not in any danger. These two juniors in her branch harbored the highest hopes of advancing their bloodline to the alluring bones grade. Kong Huan, aware that she would be present to supervise, had tasked them with the mission as part of their training. Kong Huan knew that the alluring fox's self-healing capabilities were inferior to those of other species. Her plan was to wait until they reached the Class 2 world before seeking resources to address injuries. Before Feng Qing approached Kong Huan on his behalf, Fan Lu speculated on various ways Kong Huan might seek revenge. However, even in his worst-case scenario, he never foresaw her arrival on the Abyss Beast bound for the Class 2 world. Kong Huan even dared to kill the Bloodians supporting the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. There was no question she would not hesitate to kill him. Fan Lu was frozen with fear. With his knowledge of Kong Huan's power, Fan Lu did not have any thoughts of resisting. Kong Huan did not rush into attacking Fan Lu. If she killed him so quickly, she would be letting him off too easily. She intended to take her time dealing with him once they arrived at the Class 2 world. The most pressing matter at hand was to take control of all the other experts on the Abyss Beast. Once they arrived at the Class 2 world and these people fled, it would be difficult to search for all of them. After killing so many members of other species, the others would never obediently come to her when she tried searching for them. Since that was the case, Kong Huan decided to do her best to kill as many experts on the Abyss Beast as possible before they arrived at the Class 2 world. She might not be able to control the experts from other species, but she could form a trade with this World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Abyss Beast. Abyss Beasts were akin to slaves. As long as she promised this Abyss Beast sufficient profits, it would not mind betraying its old master. But whether she eventually fulfilled her promise would depend on her mood. Kong Huan rarely had the opportunity to kill since becoming a member of the honor-absent parliament. This slaughter had reignited the viciousness within her. Fan Lu fell into despair as he watched Kong Huan's mindless slaughter. He was about the same distance from Kong Huan as the two dead Bloodians had been. Kong Huan's reason for not killing him yet was obvious. Fan Lu did not dare to think about all the ways in which Kong Huan would be torturing him. Kong Huan was strong enough to threaten the life of this Abyss Beast, which quickly agreed to her request. It created a shield around itself to prevent the warriors from other species from fleeing once they arrived. More and more experts fell to the bloodshed, and Kong Huan had used up the majority of her physical energy. She fully relaxed when she saw the more than 10 heavily injured fallen experts. Kong Huan looked up, her eyes shooting deadly glares. When Kong Huan laid her eyes on Fan Lu, he fell to his knees in fright. At that instant, everything was cemented and frozen by a certain might. Kong Huan realized she could not move a single muscle in her body while she was shrouded in this might. A few flakes of snow landed on the abyss beast and every life form was on its back. All of their bodies were covered in a layer of ice-like snow. A thought formed in Kong Huan's mind before she lost consciousness. Even if the individuals from Honor Absent Palace colluded and used their full strength, they would not be able to generate this level of power. How could such a powerful life form exist in this Class 2 world? Why didn't this Class 2 world's world wills break because of this life form's power? After receiving the transmission of Winter's soul voice, Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "Spring, send a soul transmission to Winter on my behalf. Tell him to bring all the captured experts from the sky beyond the clouds to Epic God Palace. We will leave for Epic God Palace immediately." Normally, it would be much more convenient for Lin Yuan if Winter brought the experts from the sky beyond the clouds to the Radiance Federation or even the Startling Lines continent. However, he chose not to do so because he was still worried. If the experts from the sky beyond the clouds escaped Winter's control, it would unleash destruction upon the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan had World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase now and knew how shocking and terrifying their strength could be. It was possible that one misstep would result in an explosion of might that decimated half of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had accepted his identity as the Saint, so Epic God Palace could also be regarded as his residence. It was undeniably more appropriate to address the invaders there. After receiving Lin Yuan's instruction, Spring immediately contacted Winter. From this matter, Spring gained a better understanding of how important the Class 2 world was to Lin Yuan. She also began to value the Class 2 world even more. Perhaps Lin Yuan felt an affection for this Class 2 world itself and not just a specific group of its inhabitants. This was an affection that Spring could not understand. In a complex environment like the sky beyond the clouds, few species staked their claim on territory and were worshipped by other species. Most roamed around like nomads. It was difficult for them to breed affection for a specific location because they were mostly guided by opportunities and blessings when they moved around. Hence, the various species were more fond of opportunities and areas of blessing. Winter was not concerned by the internal conflict that had taken place among the experts from the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, he only mentioned that this event had taken place but did not describe the scene on the Abyss Beast's back in detail. Spring thought things through much more thoroughly than Winter did and had also been with Lin Yuan the longest out of the four of them. She knew that Lin Yuan liked to have control over everything. Hence, she intentionally asked more questions. After comprehending the situation, Spring said, "Lord Saint, the people from the sky beyond the clouds arrived in this Class 2 world, riding on a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Abyss Beast. Due to the special properties of world wills, the Class 2 world will only be able to accept World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms at the very most. If lifeforms beyond Intermediate Divine Kingdom arrive here, they will be in conflict with the world wills and could cause the world to crumble. Hence, these people should only be of the Intermediate Divine Kingdom level. But if they all had this level of power, a fight wouldn't have broken out. Someone used their Divine Kingdom ability to escape the repulsion of the world wills. This means their power has reached the pinnacle higher Divine Kingdom level. It was this person who killed 3/4 of the experts from the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan looked surprised when he heard that. But soon, he asked Spring anxiously, "This person is using their Divine Kingdom ability to block the world wills. Will they affect the world wills if they stop using their Divine Kingdom ability?" Lin Yuan was the most concerned about the main world's safety. Spring nodded seriously. "You're correct. If that person ceases using their Divine Kingdom ability and unleashes their full power, the world will soon succumb." Fortunately, she maintained her Divine Kingdom ability until captured by Winter. It's probable she ventured into the Class 2 world in search of potential treasures. She must be unaware that you're the catalyst for the birth of fairies and the emergence of world emperor/divine kingdom lifeforms here. She wouldn't consider destroying this world until securing the treasures. Additionally, as per the agreement among the 4 universes, members from higher-class worlds aren't permitted to harm lower-class worlds. Once Winter takes control of her, he can employ his aura to conceal her from the world will's detection, even if she ceases using her divine kingdom ability. It's akin to the centuries we spent waiting for you when this was a Class 1 world, using our aura to elude the world will's notice. Lin Yuan laid all his worries to rest when he heard what Spring said. It was likely that world emperor/pinnacle higher divine kingdom experts held considerable status in the sky beyond the clouds. This level of power suited the magnitude that Lin Yuan wanted to control. Apart from this expert, Lin Yuan was also very interested in the other invaders who were still alive. Lin Yuan finally had the opportunity to interact with lifeforms from the sky beyond the clouds in close proximity. Recently, Lin Yuan had been investigating his body composition. He had discovered that he could not only help phase and spirit chi professionals to increase their strength, but it could also absorb and temper the bloodlines of various species to strengthen them within his body. This would enable the bloodlines to improve continuously. When Lin Yuan circulated a bloodline he had absorbed, he could even take on some of its properties. This was similar to the mermaid bloodline. Before Lin Yuan activated his body composition, he assumed that the mermaid bloodline was suppressing his original human bloodline. But now that he had awakened the body of all spirits, the mermaid bloodline had become subordinate to his body of all spirits and was a tool he could utilize. If the dead dimensional lifeforms did not have such an inferior bloodline, Lin Yuan would have absorbed their bloodline. Most of the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds had been killed. They all came from different species, so Lin Yuan could extract their bloodlines and select the best few to absorb and temper in his body. Lin Yuan called the Moon Empress before he left for Epic God Palace. However, the call was answered by Mystic Moon. Once he picked up the call, Lin Yuan could sense there was something off about Mystic Moon. The latter was a laid-back sort of person and interacting with him was a form of enjoyment. Now, all the danger in the main world had been eliminated, and it was unlikely that Mystic Moon was unaware of the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. For Mystic Moon to be this tense, it could only be because the Moon Empress was experiencing problems. Lin Yuan's expression turned stern as he asked, "Uncle Mystic, is Master in some sort of trouble? If she is, you can just tell me." Mystic Moon was still tense, but his expression was slightly more relaxed than before. "Young Lord, the Moon Empress is in seclusion. She is trying to use Forage Moon's power to reach the Spirit Fire level. Forage Moon's power can be directly applied on the Moon Empress. However, only a few years have passed since the Moon Empress awakened her birth horoscope. It isn't safe for her to use Forage Moon's power to try to reach the Spirit Fire level now. There is a high chance that her roots will be damaged. But I can't persuade her to do otherwise." Mystic Moon understood the Moon Empress' temper and character. He knew that she felt an urgent desire to increase her power. Mystic Moon did not dare to ask Lin Yuan to persuade the Moon Empress to give up on the idea of breaking through to the Spirit Fire level. However, he had already expressed the message he wanted to get across. He hoped that the Moon Empress could achieve a breakthrough but did not want her to be in any peril. Currently, given the state of the main world and Radiance Federation, there was no need for the Moon Empress to put herself through any danger. Now that the main world had entered a period of peace, there was no storm that the Moon Empress needed to address by increasing her power. This was unlike in the past when the Freedom Federation was constantly targeting the Radiance Federation, or when the main world was facing the Dead Spirits crisis which threatened to destroy the entire main world. Considering the Moon Empress's ability, if she chose to slow down, she could ignite her spirit fire in the future. Lin Yuan reflected on how fortunate it was that he had reached out to the Moon Empress. This call held immense importance. This was particularly crucial because Lin Yuan could use his body composition to elevate the ranks of other spirit chi professionals. The thought of the Moon Empress facing any danger troubled him. His affection for her was as strong as that for Chu Ci, differing only in the nature of that affection. "Uncle Mystic, how long has Master been in seclusion?" Will I affect her negatively if I go and see her now? Lin Yuan had spoken to the Moon Empress on the phone 2 days ago. Hence, she could not have been in seclusion for too long. The biggest concern one had while in seclusion was being disturbed. If the Moon Empress had been in seclusion for more than 2 days, Lin Yuan would need to think twice before he went to see her. Mystic Moon hurriedly said, "Young Lord, the Moon Empress decided to go into seclusion today. Less than 2 hours have passed." Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to transport himself to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. Mystic Moon was currently in Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. Once Mystic Moon saw Lin Yuan, he hung up the call. Lin Yuan knew that as the Moon Empress subordinate, Mystic Moon would not do anything that crossed the line and displeased her. Otherwise, he would have already tried to talk the Moon Empress out of this. "Uncle Mystic, is Master in the quiet room at the Moonlight Gallery's end?" Mystic Moon nodded and was about to greet Lin Yuan when the latter's body flashed and disappeared from the inner palace. After passing through the Moonlight Gallery to the door of the quiet room, Lin Yuan knocked lightly on the door twice. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yuan said, "Master, I remember you mentioning it would take at least 8 years for Forage Moon to temper the energy in the 6 moons. It's unlikely that you have fully tempered the energy in the moons. If you try to use the energy in Forage Moon to break through, you might break your birth horoscope. I wish that you would come out of seclusion." Lin Yuan knew how strong-headed the Moon Empress was. Hence, he did not mention he could help with her breakthrough. Despite being in the quiet room, the Moon Empress had sensed Lin Yuan's presence from the moment he arrived at the inner palace. At that moment, the Moon Empress was overcome by a very strange feeling. She had just been reproached by her disciple. Yet, she did not dislike this feeling. It was true that she wanted to increase her power as quickly as possible. However, she was not a reckless person. While in the quiet room, the Moon Empress had been sensing Forage Moon's state and mulling over her choice. With the supply of resources from Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress had finished tempering the energy in the 6 moons in advance. Now, even if she used the energy in Forage Moon to set her spirit fire alight, a mistake would damage her roots but would not break her birth horoscope like Lin Yuan had said. Regardless of how brash the Moon Empress was, she would not do anything that harmed her roots. When she heard the anxiousness in Lin Yuan's voice, the Moon Empress sighed and pulled open the door of the quiet room. With this sigh, she not only gave up on the idea of using Forage Moon to break through but also acknowledged that despite being Lin Yuan's master, she was now trailing further and further behind him. Henceforth, even with her endless lifespan, it would be difficult for the Moon Empress to catch up to her disciple. The Moon Empress smiled lovingly at Lin Yuan. "Little Yuan, since you don't want me to put myself in danger, I won't do it." Lin Yuan was relieved when he heard this. Since the Moon Empress said that she was not going to put herself in danger, it would be the truth. She would never lie to him. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan placed his hand on the Moon Empress' hand. Lin Yuan's action stunned the Moon Empress. He was always extremely respectful toward her and never put on such displays of affection. Before the Moon Empress could think too much of this, she sensed a stream of energy flowing from Lin Yuan's hand into her body. The Moon Empress realized that as Lin Yuan injected energy into her body, her power grew continuously. This energy would enable her to temper her birth horoscope. Before the Moon Empress could marvel at Lin Yuan's amazing ability, she hurriedly pulled her hand away and frowned as she asked, "Little Yuan, will you harm your body's energy by doing this? I know you have your secrets. Your power suddenly broke through to pinnacle birth horoscope, and your roots are even stronger than mine. But regardless of what happens or who it is, I don't want you to do anything that will harm yourself." Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Despite being in the middle of something as beneficial as improving her power, the Moon Empress was still able to put Lin Yuan first and worry about him. Lin Yuan was not at all surprised by this. Nonetheless, he was very touched. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had said similar things in the past. Lin Yuan was the creator of resources and would not harm himself to help his companions as it would affect his creation of resources. However, nothing that Lin Yuan was doing now would affect him in any way. "Master, Helping you to break through won't negatively affect me in any way. In fact, it might even help me. One of my secrets is my body composition. There are some matters I need to go and handle now. Once I return, not only will I help you set your spirit fire alight, but I will also help you break through to an even higher level so you can become a true world emperor/divine kingdom expert. Lin Yuan spoke extremely calmly. When he placed his palm on the Moon Empress hand, he could sense that the energy in the Moon Empress body had improved slightly because of his body composition. He had left his palm on the Moon Empress palm for tens of seconds. Yet, it was already enough for Lin Yuan to sense such a thing. He believed that if he left his hand on hers for a few weeks, he would be able to improve her level. After helping the Moon Empress to set her spirit fire alight, Lin Yuan could try to help her open up her divine kingdom in the future. As long as he could help the Moon Empress become a divine kingdom expert, Lin Yuan would even be willing to spend a few years of his time. When Lin Yuan helped Wen Yu and Lu Jie to raise their spirit chi professional ranks, he noticed that his own energy improved as well. Lin Yuan experienced the same thing when he helped the Moon Empress to improve her level. Since he possessed such capabilities, it went without saying he would help his master first. It was more important for Lu Jie and Wen Yu to evolve their phase grades and qualities than to raise their spirit chi professional ranks. On the other hand, it would be difficult for the Moon Empress phase to evolve anytime soon. Hence, it was more important for the Moon Empress to focus on increasing her own power. Eventually, both humans and phase needed to open up their divine kingdoms. However, humans needed to go through the birth horoscope and spirit fire levels before they reached the divine kingdom level, while phase needed to pass through Sovereign 12 in order to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The stronger and more knowledgeable one was, the more one's perception would be broadened. Lin Yuan had discovered more knowledge in the past month than he had in the past 2 to 3 years. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, but his words were as shocking as strikes of lightning to the Moon Empress. This revelation went beyond the Moon Empress' comprehension. He had also done many things in the past that shocked the Moon Empress. Regardless of how many resources he supplied, even if he had taken control of the 5-dimensional worlds, combined the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world, as well as promoted the Class 1 world to Class 2, the Moon Empress was able to comprehend all of this. However, what Lin Yuan just said overhauled all the knowledge the Moon Empress had acquired since childhood. Lin Yuan could use his body composition to raise a spirit chi professional's rank without any cost. If the words had not come out of Lin Yuan's mouth, the Moon Empress would never have believed such a statement. The Moon Empress had just personally experienced the energy increasing in her body. She blinked and forced herself to accept this fact. The Moon Empress could not help but feel that this was absurd. The experts in the main world were all stuck at a set level. This included the experts from the Radiance and Freedom Federation's royalty and the 12 aristocratic families of the Azure Federation. All of them had to put their lives at risk when they attempted to break through. A few had accidentally died during the process of the breakthrough. But this new reality allowed the Moon Empress to see that the effort of all these experts could be accomplished by Lin Yuan with ease. The Moon Empress suddenly realized why Lin Yuan had managed to gain so much power and was even able to take control of the 5-dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan did not know what the Moon Empress was thinking. If he did, he would feel rather vexed because he did not know how to go about explaining himself. His current accomplishments were not strongly related to his body composition. All along, he had been relying on Morbius. He was starting to realize the usefulness of his body composition now that he had awakened his birth horoscope and body composition. At present, his body composition was just as useful as Morbius. Little Yuan, if you have anything to attend to, go and take care of it now. If that's the case, I can spend all my time governing the Radiance Federation and main world. I will do my best to achieve my previous 30-year goal in 10 years. Lin Yuan smiled at the Moon Empress. Master, aside from your own level, I will also help you to evolve your phase grades and qualities. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to depart from the Radiant Moon Palace and headed in the direction of Epic God Palace. He could not leave the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds alone for too long because he planned on making use of them. Since he was going to make use of them, he would definitely allow them to return to the sky beyond the clouds. If they remained there for too long, it would draw suspicion from their factions. From the moment Lin Yuan made contact with the invaders, he would begin his strategy against the sky beyond the clouds East Universe. Spring maintained communication with Winter while following Lin Yuan on his journey. When she heard that the strongest of the invaders was a world emperor/pinnacle higher divine kingdom alluring fox, an amused expression appeared on her face. When did the alluring foxes become so destitute they were even willing to send people to search a Class 2 world? To Spring's memory, the alluring foxes were brimming with power. They were even stronger than what was regarded as the limit for fox species lifeforms. Not only were the alluring foxes attractive to other fox species lifeforms, but they could also mesmerize other species. However, Spring's memory was from many epochs ago. It was likely that the alluring foxes had declined in power over time. Spring believed it was necessary for her to refresh her knowledge of the sky beyond the clouds through these invaders. The alluring foxes valued Kong Huan's divine kingdom ability to escape the detection of world wills. Kong Huan herself significantly valued her divine kingdom ability as well. However, Spring and Winter felt that this divine kingdom ability could only be used as a functional type ability and did not have any special potential. Lord Saint, one of the individuals Winter caught, is from a very powerful species. You can try to use your body composition to temper this species' bloodline. If you improve this species' bloodline, you will gain an advantage against many species. Lin Yuan looked interested, as Spring rarely gave him recommendations. He could tell that despite humbling herself in front of him, Spring was innately arrogant. A species that was recommended by Spring had to be exceptional. Ever since Lin Yuan awakened his body composition and discovered its uniqueness, he decided to make use of it to increase his power. The Radiance Federation was very far away from Epic God Palace, and Lin Yuan rested multiple times in between. Took him some time before he finally arrived at Epic God Palace. The ethereal jellyfish had yet to comprehend a willpower rune and evolve to fantasy breed. By using the ethereal jellyfish's abilities more often, Lin Yuan was helping it to comprehend a willpower rune. Upon reaching Epic God Palace, the ethereal jellyfish swiftly comprehended a willpower rune. Its once diminutive form, now a radiant red, hovered in the air, bearing little resemblance to its previous self that could rest atop Lin Yuan's head. Contrary to its ethereal nature, the jellyfish indeed possessed weight. If it were to rest on Lin Yuan's head now, his neck might struggle under the burden, and its delicate tentacles could easily enshroud his entire body. A luminous silver willpower rune materialized beside the ethereal jellyfish. Lin Yuan could feel a compelling force emanating from this silver rune, as if it were a central core drawing the surrounding space toward itself. Before Lin Yuan could carefully examine the willpower rune, it entered the ethereal jellyfish's body. The ethereal jellyfish had evolved from Diamond X/Legend to Fantasy Breed. Its size did not change, but it now had many more tentacles than before. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the ethereal jellyfish. Fey name: Ethereal Jellyfish, Fey Species. Almerity/Floating Jellyfish, Fey Grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fey Type, Spatial, Fey Quality. Fantasy Eye, Abilities. Tentacle Node. By breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node Teleportation. By sensing a spatial node, it would transport targets toward a certain spatial node. Node Activation. The spatial teleportation marked by the tentacle node will be activated, and the target of the activated node will be teleported to other tentacle nodes or towards itself. Tentacle node would be invalidated after the teleportation. Dissociate Catch. When the ethereal jellyfish is traveling through various dimensions, it can catch some of the spatial energy in the different dimensions and condense them into spatial crystals. Main Tentacle. A main tentacle will grow from the ethereal jellyfish's body. When a large amount of spatial energy is supplied to the main tentacle, it will fall off. The fallen main tentacle can create a space tunnel anywhere that connects to the ethereal jellyfish's location. Spatial Shift. The energy in a specified area can be rounded up. When the ethereal jellyfish lights up and goes to another dimension, the energy from the specified area can be brought to the other dimension. Exclusive Skill. Space Tunnel. break off a large number of tentacles or fuse the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form a special long-distance space passageway. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed before a new one can be set up. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation. Form an antenna formation from all the tentacle nodes. When the tentacle nodes are sacrificed, the energy can be used as a guide to the antenna formation. Once the guide has been accepted, the spatial energy will freeze the surrounding space, and one will cross through space to return to the antenna formation. At first, Lin Yuan did not have high hopes for the ethereal jellyfish's new exclusive skill. After all, with all his experience of nurturing powerful phase, they usually only gained powerful exclusive skills when their quality evolved. However, the ethereal jellyfish's fantasy breed exclusive skill, tentacle sacrifice antenna formation, stunned Lin Yuan. In an instant, he came up with a way to use tentacle sacrifice antenna formation. Lin Yuan had a few methods to bring the dead back to life, but all of them came at extremely high costs. Lin Yuan could not use them when Sky City's white-clothed followers died. Lin Yuan greatly valued abilities that could increase the white-clothed followers' chances of survival. These white-clothed followers had been recruited into Sky City and were also a part of Sky City. Lin Yuan needed to ensure their safety when they were loyally carrying out tasks for Sky City. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation led Lin Yuan to think of an online game he played in his past life. It was very similar to the checkpoints and revival points in the game. The cost of using tentacle sacrifice antenna formation was only one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. Even when it was still only a normal Fae, the ethereal jellyfish's ability to produce tentacles was very strong. Now, as the ethereal jellyfish's quality increased, it had twice the number of tentacles than before. After communicating with the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan found out that regrowing all the tentacles took 2 weeks. If he could obtain thousands of tentacles in 2 weeks, it would be sufficient for his daily use. Even without life-saving methods, Sky City's white-clothed followers would be able to use the tentacle nodes to return to the antenna formation while they were out on missions. Lin Yuan would set up tentacle sacrifice antenna formation on Sky City's back. This would allow it to be mobile and could be shifted to whichever location best suited Lin Yuan's plan. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation once again added to Sky City's establishment on Sky City's back. Lin Yuan would collect as many tentacle nodes as he could while he was in the main world and store them away. In the past, Lin Yuan did not plan on taking the white-clothed followers with him to the sky beyond the clouds as they would not be able to survive there at their current level. If they went, they would only become living targets. But now, Lin Yuan could use his body composition to strengthen them and increase their power to suit his needs. As a result, the white-clothed followers would become a source of support for his operation in the sky beyond the clouds. Among all the phase Lin Yuan had contracted, he provided the least resources to the ethereal jellyfish. This was because the ethereal jellyfish was just like the acid corrosion queen bee in that it needed to comprehend a willpower rune from nature. Before it comprehended a willpower rune, its power would not increase regardless of how many resources it had. But now that it had comprehended a willpower rune, Lin Yuan could use his resources to increase its overall power. Spring was also observing the ethereal jellyfish and was amazed by its exclusive skill. Spring thought, only a Fae nurtured by Lord Saint can gain such an exclusive skill when it is only fantasy breed. Lin Yuan looked at the nearby Four Seasons mountain and shrugged, raising his own spirits. He could finally begin putting his plan for the sky beyond the clouds into action. When Autumn sensed Lin Yuan's aura, he immediately came to greet him. Autumn's expression changed slightly when he saw Spring next to Lin Yuan. He could tell that Lin Yuan favored Spring the most out of his 4 followers. This might be because Spring had spent the most time with him. Once Lin Yuan saw Spring as his closest and most trusted servant, his trust in her would only deepen. This made Autumn rather jealous of Spring. However, jealousy was the end of it. Before Lord Saint reincarnated, Spring had also spent the most time by his side. Lord Saint Winter is watching the people from the East Universe. Do you want to go and see them together? Or should I bring them to you one by one? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. Take me to see the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds. I will select a few of them who I will then see individually. Meeting with the invaders individually would allow him to better size them up and take control of them. It would also be more convenient for him to glean the information he wanted. When there were many people in the same environment, it would be inconvenient to discuss some things. But before he spoke to them individually, he needed to discern which one of them was deserving of a private conversation with him. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time on these minor lackeys. Although all of them were from the sky beyond the clouds and came from different species, Lin Yuan was not interested in learning about the inner workings of their species. Winter had proved his power by taking control of these experts. With spring, summer, autumn, and winter by his side, Lin Yuan did not have to watch where he stepped when he headed to the sky beyond the clouds and began his development. Thanks to the protection of such martial force, Lin Yuan would quickly accumulate might in the sky beyond the clouds. Autumn hurriedly began leading the way. He believed that these mere world emperor/intermediate divine kingdom experts did not deserve the honor of meeting with Lin Yuan. On the other hand, Spring admired Lin Yuan's style of doing things. Although this was a reincarnation of Lord Saint, the soul of Lin Yuan's previous life had merged with his current one from the moment he stepped out of the returning Saint pool. Spring was the first of the four to begin following Lord Saint. But by the time she began following him, he was already the esteemed saint. He was also the most mysterious of the six figures. Hence, Spring had not had the opportunity to see how the saint had risen to his prime in his youth. But now, Spring was getting a glimpse of the saint's youth in Lin Yuan. Guided by Autumn, Lin Yuan soon arrived at the entrance of Winter's palace. Winter was keeping the invaders prisoner in his palace. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into Winter's palace, his gaze fell on the totem on the wall illustration behind the throne. He was very familiar with the depictions on the totem. At the center of the totem was a majestic figure with an enormous ring behind him. Lin Yuan had seen this ring in his subconscious when he awakened Morbius. The two were basically exact copies of each other. Around this majestic figure's wrist and neck was the same Morbius ring as the one that Lin Yuan was currently wearing. Every single fey around the figure matched the ones that Lin Yuan had contracted and was nurturing. It was no wonder that spring, summer, autumn, and winter were certain at first glance that he was the saint. Autumn and winter were just as respectful toward the totem behind the throne as they were toward Lin Yuan. The two of them kept their heads low and did not look directly at the totem on the wall. Autumn pointed at the long corridor at the side and said, "Lord Saint, once you pass through this corridor you will be able to reach the remote hall where the East Universe's people are imprisoned." Lin Yuan walked over to the remote hall. As the corridor leading to the remote hall was at the back of the main hall, Lin Yuan's shoulder brushed against the totem on the wall when he passed. At that moment, it was as though the totem connected with his birth horoscope, and it lit up. The previously faceless majestic figure took on Lin Yuan's features. In the past, spring, summer, autumn, and winter bowed down and prayed whenever the totem changed in any way. Now that they had found Lin Yuan and were following him, the totem on the wall was no longer as important as it used to be. In spring, summer, autumn, and winter's eyes, the totem on the wall represented their longing and reverence for Lin Yuan. But now, their longing and reverence had been transferred to the living Lin Yuan. When Winter spotted Lin Yuan, he hurriedly bowed before pointing at the 100-odd figures on the ground. The snow covering the figures vanished. The figures were devoid of life. "Lord, this is the exact scene as I encountered it on the Abyss Beast's back. These people were all killed by this alluring fox." Winter shifted his gaze onto Kong Huan while she spoke. His glare frightened Kong Huan to the point she reverted to her original form. A slender and lithe fox with pink and faintly purplish-red fur was now crouched on the ground, its expression terror-stricken. Its 10 long tails waved around restlessly. It had an inexplicable charm. Normally, such charm had a large impact on birth horoscope experts like Lin Yuan. However, spring had blanketed Lin Yuan in her aura, so Kong Huan would not have the opportunity to affect Lin Yuan. In truth, Kong Huan was already petrified to the point she no longer had any courage. Winter's power exceeded Kong Huan's imagination, and she regretted coming to this Class 2 world. If she had not stubbornly made the trip to this Class 2 world, she would have fallen into such peril. She could have remained in honor-absent palace as a member of the honor-absent parliament, basking in the worship of millions of life forms. Yet, she was now captured by these people, and it was uncertain if she would be able to hold on to her life. It was clear that this young man was the one who called the shots in the group. When she sensed Spring and Winter's hostile auras directed at her, Kong Huan did her best to retract her aura. From the way that Spring and Winter were protecting his young man, Kong Huan could be certain that this young man was not strong. While she was trying to come up with a way to plead for mercy, the young man's pleasant voice sounded. I heard that you are a member of the Alluring Foxes. The two flirty fellows next to you should also be Alluring Foxes, right? Faced with Lin Yuan's question, Kong Huan hurriedly nodded before saying in a respectful tone, My lord, they are indeed Alluring Foxes. My lord, from the moment I saw you, I felt a desire to submit to you. If there is anything that you want to know, feel free to ask me. I won't hold anything back. Lin Yuan was slightly dumbfounded when he heard what Kong Huan said. Her way of currying favor was much too crude. She had the desire to submit to him from the moment she saw him. If Spring and Winter were not sufficiently strong, he would already have been killed by this alluring fox. However, this strongest member of the Alluring Foxes was clever enough to comprehend his objective immediately. Lin Yuan always liked clever people. Kong Huan was trying to find a way to save her life. She had no idea her attitude had already received a positive review from Lin Yuan. Kong Huan was not the only one present who was alive. Lin Yuan asked everyone present, There should be a leader among you. Step forward so I can take a look at you. Lin Yuan was certain that the leader was not Kong Huan, who was the strongest in the group. If she was the leader, there would be no need for her to unleash a massacre on the Abyss Beast's back. While Lin Yuan was asking his questions, he could sense that Kong Huan was only interested in protecting the two alluring foxes. He intended to give the leader of the group an opportunity. If the leader of the group had the courage to step forward, it would show that they were responsible despite not being the strongest in the group. If the person did not step forward after his call, Lin Yuan would not make use of this leader in his future plans. Once Lin Yuan spoke, but before the others could shift their gazes toward Fan Lu, the latter raised a shaky hand and said solemnly, My lord, I am the guide sent by Honor Absent Palace. I am under orders to search your world. I am also the leader of a boundary patrol team. This Class 2 world is under my jurisdiction. At this point, Fan Lu paused before saying seriously, My lord, do you intend on remaining in this Class 2 world? I am sure the appearance of the Fairies and World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase are all linked to you. I am willing to submit to you. Once I submit to you, I will help you to cover up everything that happens in this Class 2 world. I won't reveal anything to anyone. Lin Yuan looked at Fan Lu with surprise. Fan Lu had likely guessed from Spring and Winter's strength they were not natives of this world. Rather, they had just come to this Class 2 world early on. Fan Lu had introduced his background, implying it would be able to bring him convenience. Could be said that Fan Lu was much smarter than Kong Huan when it came to fighting for his life in a dangerous situation. He could also accurately guess what Lin Yuan wanted. It was clear that Kong Huan's massacre had nothing to do with Fan Lu. When Lin Yuan controlled his subordinates, he liked to create an environment where they could compete on equal footing. If any of them made a mistake, another would report the mistake to Lin Yuan as a means of dealing a blow to their rival. Lin Yuan looked around at the rest who were present and saw that they all looked timid. Once Fan Lu stepped forward, none of them tried to engage him in conversation, not even the Bloody Yin. As Lin Yuan was about to instruct Autumn to bring Fan Lu and Kong Huan to see them later, a robust man beside Fan Lu interjected, My lord, I am a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf. The guide is part of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves dependent species and is under our control. If you need to speak with Fan Lu about anything, you can speak with me first. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are very willing to work with you. Feng Huan was Feng Xian's relative and represented the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in this operation because he was one of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' strongest World Emperor/Intermediate Divine Kingdom warriors. Furthermore, he was there on behalf of Feng Xian to watch Fan Lu. Feng Qing trusted Fan Lu greatly and did not think he could cause any significant problems. However, Feng Xian did not trust Fan Lu. If Fan Lu could betray Kong Huan, he could do the same to Feng Qing. Moreover, there was an abundance of resources in this Class 2 world, and Fan Lu had ample opportunities to embezzle the resources. At the end of the day, Fan Lu was not a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf and would not put their profits first. Feng Xian would like nothing better than for Fan Lu to make a mistake. Once he made an error, Feng Qing would not be able to keep him by his side. At that point, Feng Xian would have one less competitor with whom he had to fight for Feng Qing's attention. Feng Xian knew that Feng Qing cared a lot about fortune and luck. If Feng Qing encountered any issues while Fan Lu was by his side, Feng Qing would attribute the problem to Fan Lu. Then, Feng Xian would be able to topple Fan Lu. Fan Lu did not speak after Feng Huan spoke because the latter had spoken the truth. He was indeed a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves now. Everyone there could attest to that. There was no point in him trying to rebuke what Feng Huan said. Rather, it would cause him to come across as insincere. Fan Lu was very worried that Lin Yuan would choose to speak with Feng Huan instead. It was likely that only the few who had the right to speak with this young man would be able to keep their lives. If the young man chose Feng Huan, Fan Lu would lose his chance at survival. There were no issues with what Feng Huan had said, but Kong Huan could not help but purse her lips when she heard those words. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were truly wildly arrogant. It was unlikely that even the first descendant of the moon-worshipping wolves would have the right to speak with this young man. What right did the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves have to work with this young man? The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had backing from the Bloodians. Yet, the young man seemed unfazed by any potential trouble from the Bloodians, as he didn't even bother to give the Bloodian present a lingering glance. If he cared about what the Bloodians had to say, he would have let them speak. If one did not know one's place at such a time, one would not deserve to live. Lin Yuan did not continue the conversation with Feng Huan. Rather, he turned to look at Kong Huan. Since this member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves has presented his identity, why don't you tell me about them? I would also like to know how the alluring foxes see the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Lin Yuan did not say this because he truly wanted to understand the relationship between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and alluring foxes. Rather, he wanted to give Kong Huan and Fan Lu the chance to assert their dominance. As the saying went, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Given that Kong Huan had the courage to attack the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves members, it showed that they were not to be feared. Otherwise, Kong Huan would have restrained herself. Moreover, the truly powerful species from the sky beyond the clouds would not brazenly break the rules just to search for resources in a Class 2 world. A powerful species would have more sources from which they could search for resources. The more powerful the species, the more ties they would have. Feng Huan glanced at the heavily injured Bloodian numerous times. This gave Lin Yuan reason to believe that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were under the Bloodians. Lin Yuan was not interested in getting to know a species that hid behind another species. There was no species that Kong Huan hated more than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing had caused Kong Huan to suffer an enormous humiliation. This was an unbearable insult to her. If the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves did not have the Bloodians supporting them, Kong Huan would have insisted on battling it out with Feng Qing. But now that Lin Yuan was asking about the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, this was a very good chance for Kong Huan. She could use the opportunity to suppress and smear the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. One message could be interpreted in many ways depending on how it was expressed. Kong Huan was well versed in the art of speaking. My lord, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are traitors who betrayed the moon-worshipping wolves almost 10,000 years ago. Have you heard of the moon-worshipping wolves? Their internal power fell. As a result, the overall power of the species diminished. When the moon-worshipping wolves were on the brink of losing all power, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, a branch species at the time, detached themselves from them. It would be fine if the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had only been the moon-worshipping wolves' dependent species. However, a few of their members had already married into the moon-worshipping wolves. I was the one who propped up Fan Lu, the guide for this operation. However, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves used dirty tricks to steal him away. He is now an official member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. If they did not have the support of the Bloodians, they would be no match for the alluring wolves. The moon-worshipping wolves had not gone after the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because they had linked themselves to the Bloodians. Occasionally, fights in the sky beyond the clouds led to the extinction of a few species. However, the species in the sky beyond the clouds could thrive because many other species cracked and became divided. The division of species was not a big deal. However, Kong Huan spun her words in a way that made the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves seem like a despicable species. However, Fan Lu could not rebuke Kong Huan. Firstly, it was true he used to serve Kong Huan. Hence, the background of her claims was true. Moreover, Fan Lu was still terribly afraid of Kong Huan. Given the current circumstances, there was no way the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves could continue to protect him. This young man's attitude toward Feng Huan's face flushed when he heard what Kong Huan said. He was about to speak when a terrifying aura enveloped him and paralyzed his movements. Winter frowned and looked at Feng Huan. Lin Yuan was currently in the middle of asking them questions. By interrupting Lin Yuan before he posed a question to him, Feng Huan was disrespecting Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan's follower, there was no way that Winter would permit such disrespect. Winter's body composition allowed him to sense that Kong Huan was telling the truth. Although she was bending the message, the statements were facts nonetheless. Winter did not feel any negative emotions toward species that split off. There were many species in the sky beyond the clouds that split off from their main species and eventually rose up to attain even greater power. However, a species like this that attached itself to another faction after splitting off from its original species constricted its own development and prevented itself from gaining prominence. Winter despised species like these, but there were a fair number of them in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan knew that Spring and Winter were capable of discerning truth from lies. When Spring nodded at him, Lin Yuan knew that Kong Huan was telling the truth. But it was always more convenient for him to discern the truth for himself rather than depending on others. Lin Yuan intended to strengthen the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom once he was done asking his questions to Kong Huan and Fan Lu. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom spores would then be able to judge if World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts were telling the truth. Given the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's power, its spores would not have much of an effect on Kong Huan and Fan Lu even if they did not put up any resistance. Once Lin Yuan was done asking Kong Huan his questions, he ignored the rest of the invaders. Instead, he turned his gaze to Winter and asked, "Winter, do you think any of these species' bloodlines are worth nurturing?" Although Lin Yuan had seen the invaders, he did not know much about the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. More often than not, asking Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter for their opinions was better than doing research on his own. Winter had already guessed that Lin Yuan would use his body of all spirits to nurture more bloodlines. Using the body of all spirits to nurture bloodlines took time. Each time a bloodline was abandoned, all the time that had gone into nurturing it would be wasted. Hence, recommending a bloodline to Lin Yuan was extremely important to Winter. After a moment of silence, Winter said seriously, "My lord, if you would like to nurture a bloodline, the alluring fox, Bloodian, and burning demon bloodlines are all worth considering. As for the other bloodlines, it will be easy to find better alternatives in the sky beyond the clouds. The Bloodians have various variations of their main bloodline, making the bloodlines significantly diverse. The two Bloodian warriors they dispatched for this mission possess bloodlines closely aligned to the original one, which is considered the most authentic. Extracting their bloodlines eliminates the need to replace them for nurturing a different one upon reaching the sky beyond the clouds." Lin Yuan nodded and looked at the three alluring foxes, Bloodian, as well as the dead burning demon. Before Lin Yuan spoke, Spring said seriously, "Lord Saint, I will help you to extract the bloodlines. Once I've extracted them, I will bring over the two individuals you have selected. As for the others, you can decide what to do with them once you are done speaking to the two." Lin Yuan really liked how thoughtful Spring was. She always thought one step ahead of him and could understand what he wanted. When he was in the Radiance Federation, Summer was also by his side. When it came to such matters, Summer was no match for Spring. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits did not require much bloodline energy in order to absorb bloodlines. Hence, extracting the bloodlines would not have much of an effect on Kong Huan and the others. Moreover, if he extracted too many bloodlines at once, his body of all spirits would be contaminated. Lin Yuan went to the main palace and sat down on the throne. The totem on the wall behind the chair became increasingly clearer. Soon, the entire totem lit up with a reddish-bronze light. Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, I can sense that my body is being filled up with power, which is coming from the totem on the wall. I want to take some time to absorb this energy. Partner, I might need you to stay here for a little longer." Morbius rarely asked Lin Yuan for anything. Since Morbius could absorb the energy from the totem on the wall, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to turn Morbius down. Lin Yuan really hoped that Morbius would be able to evolve its roots. As his lifelong Fae, Morbius' accumulation of energy also strengthened Lin Yuan's power. Lin Yuan remembered Spring and Winter mentioning that there was a totem on the wall of all four of their palaces. Once Morbius absorbed all the energy in the wall illustration, Lin Yuan would head to the other three palaces to see if Morbius could also absorb the energy from the wall illustrations there. Lin Yuan was not in the main palace for long before Spring brought him 3 crystal bottles. These 3 crystal bottles contained 3 strange types of energy. In the main world, the best way to extract bloodlines was to temper the essence blood in the life form. However, this method would result in the extracted bloodline containing impurities. Spring had used her own body composition to extract the bloodlines of Kong Huan and the rest. Spring's body composition had filtered out the impurities for Lin Yuan, ensuring the purity of these 3 bloodlines. First, Lin Yuan received the crystal bottle that contained the burning demon bloodline and held it in his palm. In an instant, Lin Yuan could sense that the burning demon bloodline felt extremely affectionate toward him. Lin Yuan circulated his energy and absorbed the burning demon bloodline into his body with ease. Spring said softly, "Lord Saint, this burning demon is weak, and its bloodline level is low. However, the burning demon bloodline is straightforward and doesn't have as many variations and branches as the Bloodians. Once you begin nurturing the burning demon bloodline, fire elements will no longer be able to harm you. Rather, they will enhance you. There are also many abyss demons that can control flames in your Class 2 world. The abyss demons are able to control flames because of the Lotus species life form you have taken control of. On the other hand, the burning demon's ability to control flames comes from their own bloodline. The burning demons are a very elite type of life form." Lin Yuan thought, so the abyss demons are also an enormous species in the sky beyond the clouds. It was just as Spring said. The abyss demons could control flames because the abyss wombs produced by the abyss red lotus had been infected by its aura. Now that the abyssal world had fused with the main world, there was no abyss red lotus to infect the abyss wombs. The fire elemental energy in the abyss wombs decreased continuously. As a result, the newly born abyss demons had lost the ability to wield fire elemental energy in combat, and only had a body that was highly resistant to fire elemental energy. After thousands of years passed, once all the fire elemental energy had disappeared from within the abyss wombs, the abyss demons would revert to their original forms. Lin Yuan felt that taking control of and nurturing a bloodline to gain resistance to and benefit from a type of elemental energy was a very good thing. In this regard, the burning demon bloodline could be equated to the mermaid bloodline. After absorbing the burning demon bloodline, Lin Yuan 753 picked up the crystal bottle that contained the Bloodian bloodline and began absorbing it. The Bloodian's bloodline was highly capable of infecting the bloodlines of other life forms. High-class Bloodians would use their own bloodlines to infect and take control of other life forms, turning them into their slaves. Their bloodline was one of the main reasons the Bloodians were so feared by other species. If they were infected by the Bloodian's bloodline during combat, it would be difficult to solve this issue even if they won the fight. Yet, in Lin Yuan's hands, the Bloodian bloodline was very tame and submitted to his body composition. After absorbing the burning demon bloodline, Lin Yuan's body would light up with a fiery glow when he activated it. Lin Yuan's eyes would also turn faintly orange. This was because the burning demon bloodline was not strong. The two Bloodian bloodlines that Spring had extracted were of a much higher level than that of the burning demon bloodline. Lin Yuan's eyes turned blood red, and his hair also changed from black to crimson. The bright red hair fell past his shoulders, giving him a devilishly elite air. Lin Yuan could sense that his physical strength increased exponentially when he tapped into the Bloodian bloodline. Lin Yuan casually took out a piece of radium steel and gripped it lightly. It buckled under his grip, changing its shape. Lin Yuan used a little strength, and the hard metal began seeping through his fingers. The improvement in his physical strength made Lin Yuan very interested in this bloodline, so he decided to strengthen it first. The Bloodians could take control of bloodlines, and their bodies were powerful. It was no wonder that the mermaids were no match for them. Just like the mermaid bloodline, the Bloodian bloodline had numerous distinct levels. Lin Yuan could not be bothered with these complicated levels. To him, the bloodlines were nothing more than tools. All he needed to do was make use of those tools. Now all that was left was the alluring fox bloodline. Both Spring and Winter had praised the alluring fox bloodline, piquing Lin Yuan's interest. However, rather than taking control of the alluring fox bloodline to mesmerize other fox species and lifeforms, Lin Yuan believed that the boost and resistance to flames and the blood-type enchantments and physical strength boost from the other two bloodlines were much more beneficial. While Lin Yuan was absorbing the alluring fox bloodline, Spring spoke. Lord Saint, most of the alluring fox bloodline was extracted from Kong Huan's body. When I extracted her bloodline, she told me its level is the most elite of all the experts in her species. Her bloodline has reached pinnacle alluring bones, and is only one step away from reaching alluring soul. In spite of its eliteness, Lin Yuan did not experience any difficulty absorbing the alluring fox bloodline. But once Lin Yuan absorbed it, 10 long pinkish-red tails emerged from his back. They were even wider and more graceful than Kong Huan's own when she was in her original form. Lin Yuan's long black hair slowly faded to a light peachy pink. His hair reached his knees, and there were flecks of gold and purplish red within the pink. It was as though the underside of the hair had been highlighted. A pair of animal ears sprouted from the top of his head, and his eyes turned crystalline pinkish purple. Lin Yuan's handsome features softened and became more alluring. At that moment, Spring felt that Lin Yuan could be perfectly described as a charming natural beauty. After assimilating the alluring fox bloodline, Lin Yuan began to feel the full extent of its enhancing effects. Interestingly, the alluring fox bloodline not only captivated fox species lifeforms but also stirred affection in cat species lifeforms toward him. Additionally, it bolstered his resistance to charm, shielding him from external influences. Thanks to the alluring fox bloodline's support to his soul and spirit, Lin Yuan gained immunity to various negative effects of soul and spirit-targeting curses. Remarkably, when it came to these capabilities, the alluring fox bloodline proved to be on par with, if not stronger than, the formidable Bloodian bloodline. Lin Yuan finally understood why Spring and Summer had so strongly recommended the alluring fox bloodline to him. It was like the bloodline of kings that dominated all other life forms. Unfortunately, evolving the alluring fox bloodline in the sky beyond the clouds proved to be exceptionally challenging for unknown reasons. Lin Yuan held the belief that the pinnacle alluring bones bloodline faced difficulty in dominating the most potent fox species lifeforms and failed to appeal strongly to other cat species lifeforms. The alluring foxes could consider themselves fortunate for not becoming the pets of other fox and cat species lifeforms. However, if the alluring fox bloodline could be successfully evolved, its standing on the species ranking would experience a significant boost. Spring had mentioned the snow-covered foxes to Lin Yuan. Spring had not heard of the snow-covered foxes before, yet they occupied a spot in the top 100 ranks of the East Universe's species ranking. There was no way that Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter would be unaware of such a species if they existed while they were in the sky beyond the clouds. Given that Spring had not heard of them, it meant that the snow-covered foxes had only risen to power in the last few epochs. Kong Huan had mentioned that the alluring foxes intended to migrate to the North Universe to become the snow-covered foxes' dependent species. Lin Yuan felt that a species that knew how to seek protection was a smart one. However, due to the special characteristics of the alluring foxes, It was challenging for them to become a dependent species. Without a powerful source of support, the alluring foxes would likely become playthings to the snow-covered foxes as well as the other dependent species. There were no restraints when it came to fighting between the species of the sky beyond the clouds. The powerful species did not need any reason to destroy the weaker ones. Lin Yuan sensed that his alluring fox bloodline had indeed reached pinnacle alluring bones, and there was only a weak wall obstructing the bloodline from the next step in its evolution. Lin Yuan could sense that this wall could be broken with one tiny push. Lin Yuan circulated the energy in his bloodline to temper the alluring fox bloodline. Once he injected his energy into the alluring fox bloodline, it became active and began hacking at the thin wall. Lin Yuan could sense that the attacks from the alluring fox bloodline were causing the wall to weaken. If this trajectory persisted, the energy in his body would be able to help the bloodline to evolve. Now that he had confirmed this, Lin Yuan concentrated on activating his body composition. While he was strengthening the alluring fox bloodline, his charm intensified, and Spring found it difficult to keep her eyes off of him. Charm was an influence that came from the bloodline and manifested through the body. The less impurities in the body, the stronger the manifestation of charm. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits had enabled him to become the source of all spirits, and his body could naturally boost other bloodlines. Hence, despite the fact that both Lin Yuan and Kong Huan's bloodlines were at pinnacle alluring bones, his ability to mesmerize other fox species and cat species lifeforms was much stronger than hers. All of a sudden, Spring sensed that Lin Yuan's aura had changed. The charm of alluring bones did not come from the appearance but was kept within the body. Nonetheless, the body was the source. But now, all the charm in Lin Yuan's body had been concealed and stored in his soul. As a result, the charm no longer manifested through the surface. If the two types of charm were compared, the alluring bones bloodline was akin to the ape stage of evolution, while the alluring soul bloodline was already at the Homo sapien stage. Lin Yuan's peachy pink hair that fell to his knees was shortened so that it only reached his waist. The color also became lighter, and the curls had golden hues. Given that his charm was all concealed within his soul now, Lin Yuan's appearance was very clean. His purplish-pink eyes took on a more crystalline beauty. Spring could not help but marvel that his current appearance could not only mesmerize other fox species and cat species lifeforms, but also have a significant effect on other species. The alluring bones bloodline in Lin Yuan's body had only just evolved to alluring soul. But thanks to Lin Yuan's body of all spirits, it had reached higher alluring soul. It was said that during the golden age of the alluring foxes, the high priest's bloodline had broken through past alluring soul. The evolution of the high priest's bloodline had required the help of all the alluring foxes. But to Lin Yuan, evolving the bloodline was not a difficult task at all. The alluring foxes were a species that prioritized bloodline. Now that Lin Yuan's bloodline had reached alluring soul grade, it would be extremely easy for him to take control of Kong Huan by brandishing his bloodline. However, as Spring came to learn more about Lin Yuan, she discovered that he liked everything to be done with certainty. Hence, he would never just rely on his bloodline to take control of Kong Huan. In Spring's eyes, this was a virtue. Using one's bloodline to take control of other bloodlines involved the bloodline suppressing the bloodlines of other species, thereby attaining their loyalty. Unlike the demon insects, not every species' bloodline afforded them as strong of a controlling power over their peers. If he used his bloodline to take control of Kong Huan, she would be able to betray him once she decided to turn her back on the alluring foxes. Lin Yuan sensed his current state. After the evolution of the alluring fox bloodline, he noticed that his spirit and soul were much more resistant to negative effects than before. Lin Yuan needed to use his own energy in order to use the body of all spirits to evolve a bloodline. Hence, before taking control of a bloodline, he needed to ensure there were sufficient merits that warranted its use. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his energy. Morbius was currently absorbing the energy on the wall illustration. Lin Yuan would need to remain in Epic God Palace for 4 months at least. Lin Yuan sat on the throne and pondered for a moment before he said, "Spring, go and bring these 2 people over to me. What do you think I should do to ensure their loyalty when I take control of them?" Lin Yuan had never interacted with World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts before, and did not know if they could swear on their willpower and law runes like Spirit Chi professionals and Fays could. Spring smiled and said, "Lord Saint, despite recently awakening your birth horoscope, your divine kingdom has swiftly integrated with the sacred mountain, boasting unparalleled accommodation capabilities. Utilize your divine kingdom to absorb theirs, leaving your distinct imprint on their divine kingdoms. Employ your fountain of faith to bind their fountains, gaining control over their power sources. While their lives may not be within your grasp, their obedience is assured." Spring guessed what Lin Yuan was thinking. When Spirit Chi professionals swore on their law and willpower runes, they were being restrained by the world wills. However, once Divine Kingdom experts opened their divine kingdoms, they were able to use their divine kingdoms to fight back against the world wills. Hence, swearing on law runes and willpower runes might work for other lifeforms but no longer worked for them. In the sky beyond the clouds, power was everything. There were countless experts who put their lives on the line in their pursuit of power. Some species even ran themselves into the ground because of this. The alluring foxes were the best example of that. It was likely that the high priest that evolved past alluring soul had encountered some issues and might have even died. Otherwise, the alluring foxes would never have fallen down such a spiral. Lin Yuan relaxed when he heard what Spring said. He would only allow the two of them to return to the sky beyond the clouds once he found a way to take full control of them. If the two were allowed to return and they brought disaster back to the main world, it would be too late for Lin Yuan to regret his decision. But now, he could use his divine kingdom to take control of the two of them. Lin Yuan believed that experts from a place as complicated as the sky beyond the clouds would treasure power over their own lives. Lin Yuan had always known that his divine kingdom was very special. He had only been a D-rank Spirit Chi professional when he opened his divine kingdom. Spring said that his divine kingdom had fused with a sacred mountain. What was a sacred mountain? After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan decided not to ask more questions. As his power continued to grow, he would eventually gain the answers to many of his questions. Soon, Kong Huan and Fan Lu appeared in front of him. Lin Yuan gazed down at the two of them and could clearly sense the fear they felt toward him. This fear came from their fear of his power, as well as their unfamiliarity with him. They still could not figure out how experts like Spring and Winter could exist in a Class 2 world. Kong Huan was the strongest expert in the group. She had revealed her objective during Winter's preliminary questioning. Kong Huan wanted to kill all the other experts who had come to the main world from the sky beyond the clouds, aside from the other alluring foxes, so she could occupy all the resources in the main world. As the leader of the boundary patrol team in charge of the main world, Fan Lu had the best understanding of the main world. He had leveraged this to join the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and successfully elevated his status in the sky beyond the clouds. Fan Lu used to be Kong Huan's subordinate but had betrayed her. As such, the two of them were now bitter enemies, and Kong Huan wanted nothing more than to see him dead. But now that they were both prisoners, they had no choice but to try to get along with each other. Due to the differences in their stances and the enmity between them, they would both jump at the chance to undermine each other. However, neither would agree to work with their captor without first discussing it with each other. How long did the two of you plan on searching this Class 2 world before returning to the sky beyond the clouds? This was the question that Lin Yuan most wanted the answer to. But to Fan Lu and Kong Huan, it sounded as though Lin Yuan was interrogating them. Previously, Kong Huan was always the one to speak first. But this time, Fan Lu reacted first and said, "My lord, we didn't set a deadline because we don't know much about this Class 2 world. We only need to return before all the abyssal space energy in the abyssal beast's body is depleted." Fan Lu understood the circumstances. All their lives were in the hands of this young man. This young man was not showing Kong Huan any special favor, so he had the right to compete with Kong Huan for this young man's favor. This young man's two subordinates were unbelievably powerful. Evidently, this young man was a big shot from one of the sky beyond the clouds' top factions. There was a chance that he might not be from the East universe. Kong Huan's power was insignificant in the face of such a big shot. Fan Lu needed to do his best to leave a good impression on this young man. A good start would be to answer all the questions he had. Lin Yuan looked at Spring as he did not know how long it would take for all the abyssal space energy in the abyssal beast to run out. Spring hurriedly explained, Lord Saint, given a regular level of activity, it would take at least 2 years and 4 months for all the energy in the abyssal beast's body to be depleted. Lin Yuan could not help but remember Spring mentioning that the experts from the sky beyond the clouds went into seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. There were also many of them that only emerged hundreds of thousands of years later. 2 years and 4 months was nothing to life forms from the sky beyond the clouds. Moreover, given the difference in the flow of time between the sky beyond the clouds and the main world, 2 years and 4 months in the main world was the equivalent of around 2 months in the sky beyond the clouds. Since there was so much time left, there was no need for Lin Yuan to rush. He was going to visit all 4 palaces so Morbius could absorb the energy in the walls. Hence, he would allow Kong Huan and Fan Lu to tell him all about the current East universe. When Lin Yuan traveled from the main world to the sky beyond the clouds, his arrival point was the boundary of the East universe. When you knew yourself and your enemy, you could fight 100 battles without fearing defeat. Hence, Lin Yuan believed that it was imperative for him to gain an understanding of the East universe. Kong Huan and Fan Lu had the same sentiments toward Lin Yuan. In the sky beyond the clouds, Kong Huan was always able to keep Fan Lu under her thumb. Even if he had become a relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, she could still strike at him if the opportunity arose. Everything came down to evidence. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would not try to persecute the alluring foxes over a dead man. The dead had no value. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had to pay the Bloodians handsomely to obtain their help. But now, Kong Huan did not feel superior in the slightest. She needed to compete with Fan Lu for this young man's trust. Kong Huan had kept Fan Lu by her side all this time because of his competency and his ability to bring her amusement. When it came to currying favor and bringing amusement, Kong Huan had to admit that she was no match for Fan Lu. She was born into the main branch of the alluring foxes and possessed outstanding talent from a young age. She evolved faster than the rest of her species. Her upbringing had been smooth sailing, and she never needed to try to please anyone else. Kong Huan looked delighted when Lin Yuan said he wanted to hear about the sky beyond the clouds. Since she was of a higher level than Fan Lu, she possessed more information than him. Kong Huan would not mind revealing some secrets if she could trade them for her survival. But it went without saying she would prefer not to reveal information about the alluring foxes unless Lin Yuan asked her about it directly. Regardless of where she was or what danger she was in, Kong Huan put her species first. This was the difference between her and Fan Lu. Fan Lu was now a relative of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and was valued by Feng Qing. However, he only saw them as a safe haven where he could take shelter. If Fan Lu was able to seek support from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, he would do everything he could to get into Feng Qing's good books and raise his status among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. But if Feng Qing and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were unable to protect him, Fan Lu would not feel too much guilt over betraying them. Fan Lu needed to compete with Kong Huan while figuring out Lin Yuan's objective. If Lin Yuan did not mind that he and Kong Huan lacked power and were willing to take them in, Fan Lu would do anything to grab onto the opportunity. Unlike Kong Huan, he did not have the alluring foxes backing him up. This situation was not only dangerous but was also a possible opportunity for Fan Lu. Since we have time, the two of you can tell me everything you know about the sky beyond the clouds. If you find that the other person's information isn't accurate, you can point it out. I have always liked subordinates who are able to prove their value to me. If the two of you are able to prove your value, I will be willing to offer you an opportunity. Lin Yuan already intended to let Kong Huan and Fan Lu live and to make them work for him. There was no need to hide his plans. Under the threat of death, the two of them would definitely tell him everything they knew in order to live. However, if he paid out the pros and cons for them clearly, they would be inclined to hold back some information about the sky beyond the clouds. From Fan Lu and Kong Huan's descriptions, Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of the situation in the East universe. Spring was also listening to Kong Huan and Fan Lu's descriptions. She realized that the East universe had changed significantly over the last few epochs. The only thing that had not changed was that honor-absent palace was still the dominant faction. Kong Huan thought about the snow-covered fox envoy from the North Universe liaising with the alluring foxes and felt she needed to tell Lin Yuan about this. She hoped he could guide her in the right direction regarding this matter. At that moment, Kong Huan was unsure if moving the alluring foxes to the North Universe was still the right decision. The reason for their move to the North Universe was that Kong Huan did not want to be bothered by Feng Qing. Additionally, the Bloodians were always looming over the alluring foxes. Kong Huan believed that an entity of Lin Yuan's level would surely return to the sky beyond the clouds once he was done exploring this Class 2 world. Asking Lin Yuan about decisions that concerned the alluring foxes was also a way of demonstrating subordination. My lord, the alluring foxes have been communicating with the snow-covered fox envoy recently. According to our plan, we will be moving from the East Universe to the North Universe soon. The snow-covered foxes promised me a seat in the parliament there. Lin Yuan's lips curled upward. Kong Huan was very smart and guessed his objective. By saying this, Kong Huan was signaling she would lead all the alluring foxes to submit to him. After Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would begin developing in the East Universe. However, there was no need for the alluring foxes to remain in the East Universe. They could not bring Lin Yuan any benefits by remaining there. Once they went to the North Universe, the alluring foxes would become his eyes there and help him gain insight into the North Universe. Rather than staying in the East Universe, the North Universe might be a more beneficial environment for the alluring foxes. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "Your bloodline has reached pinnacle alluring bones. It won't be difficult to evolve your bloodline." Kong Huan looked astonished when she heard what Lin Yuan said. It was true that her bloodline was pinnacle alluring bones. But what did he mean by it not being difficult to evolve her bloodline? She had been stuck at pinnacle alluring bones for a very long time, and there was no alluring fox with a more elite bloodline. Kong Huan had absolute confidence in her bloodline. Otherwise, she would not have been recommended as the alluring fox's representative member of the honor-absent parliament. My lord, you might not be aware of this, but the alluring fox bloodline is more difficult to evolve than the bloodlines of other species. I have the most elite bloodline of all the alluring foxes in the past hundreds of thousands of years. I will only have the opportunity to evolve if I somehow encounter a giant lucky break. Lin Yuan did not bother to explain. Instead, he circulated his alluring fox bloodline in his body. Lin Yuan's appearance changed in an instant. The bloodline power flowing out of Lin Yuan's body stupefied Kong Huan. She stared at him in shock. Based on his aura and state, she could be certain that his bloodline had reached pinnacle alluring soul. Moreover, his alluring soul bloodline had extremely solid roots. Just what was happening? Kong Huan could also sense that Lin Yuan's bloodline came from her own. Otherwise, she would not feel such an intimacy toward his bloodline aura. When Kong Huan first saw Lin Yuan, she was certain that he knew nothing about the alluring foxes. Could it be that the bloodline in Lin Yuan's body was related to the bloodline that the female expert named Spring had extracted from her? His bloodline had broken through the wall and successfully evolved to alluring soul grade in such a short time. Kong Huan finally believed that Lin Yuan would be able to evolve her bloodline. She hurriedly knelt, lowered her body to the ground, and said with respect and anticipation, "My lord, if you can help my bloodline to evolve, I will be of great help to you once I take the alluring foxes to the North Universe." Kong Huan was not the type to make promises easily, especially in such situations. As an alluring fox, she was well aware of the attraction that her bloodline had on other fox species and beast-type lifeforms. She might not be able to use the alluring soul bloodline to seduce the upper echelon of the snow-covered foxes, but she would still be able to mesmerize other powerful dependent species and gain their protection. Kong Huan had suggested leaving for the North Universe because she believed that Lin Yuan wanted her to do so. Even if she did not head to the North Universe and the alluring foxes continued developing in the East Universe, evolving her bloodline would definitely elevate her position as a member of the honor-absent parliament. Fan Lu became extremely anxious when he heard the conversation between Kong Huan and Lin Yuan. He had come with Kong Huan to tell Lin Yuan about the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. However, his status was lower than that of Kong Huan, and there were many things about Honor Absent Palace he did not know. This gave Kong Huan the chance to seize the lead. Now, Kong Huan was clinging to and forming a connection with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had Kong Huan's bloodline in his body. This made Fan Lu feel as though he would be abandoned by Lin Yuan at any time. This thought was a wake-up call to Fan Lu, and he brought out the information he believed would be the most useful to Lin Yuan. "My lord, how long do you intend on staying in this Class 2 world? I will remain as a boundary patrol envoy even after I return to the sky beyond the clouds. If you intend to continue nurturing fairies or evolving phase in this Class 2 world, I can help you to keep the news under wraps so no one finds out about what is happening in this Class 2 world." Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. It was true he intended to remain in the main world for some time. While he was in the main world, not only would he evolve his own phase but would also increase the strength of those around him, followed by their phase grades. Hence, it was likely that another world emperor/divine kingdom expert would appear in the main world soon. Lin Yuan was concerned that if the commotion from the evolutions was not hidden, there would be a second, third, or even more groups of visitors from the sky beyond the clouds. At that point, the main world would become a giant target. Once Lin Yuan left the main world, it would have no one to protect it. If Fan Lu could use his identity as a boundary patrol envoy to cover up any activities in the main world, it would save Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. With someone as intelligent as Fan Lu, Lin Yuan believed he could help him gain access to Honor Absent Palace and become a member of the Honor Absent Parliament. This would allow Lin Yuan to obtain classified information from within Honor Absent Palace. Otherwise, once Kong Huan moved to the North Universe, Lin Yuan would lose a set of eyes within Honor Absent Palace. "Not bad. That is exactly what I need you to do. I will ask Spring to check your bloodline. Then, I'll give you some resources to slowly nurture your bloodline." Fan Lu was overjoyed. Lin Yuan said that because he intended to keep him around and would not kill him. Fan Lu was well aware of the bloodline in his body. His original bloodline was lacking. Currently, the strongest bloodline in his body was the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline. When he returned to the sky beyond the clouds, he would also have to return to Fengqing's side. If he strengthened his bloodline, his position among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would also improve. But from Spring's words, Fan Lu could tell that Lin Yuan was not interested in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. At that point, Fan Lu heard Lin Yuan say, "There is still one Bloodian who is alive. The other one in the team has died. It will be difficult to explain their deaths when you return. I will take control of that Bloodian so that when he returns to the sky beyond the clouds with you, he will communicate with the Bloodians on your behalf and allow you to gain their protection. This will not only elevate your position among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, but will also allow you to become the bridge between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and Bloodians. Everything depends on effort. There is nothing that cannot be achieved. It's possible that with my help, you will become a member of the Honor Absent Parliament." While Lin Yuan was speaking to Fan Lu, he could clearly sense Fan Lu had always acted cautiously and timidly. A person with such a manner of action had predictable potential. In a complex environment like the sky beyond the clouds, time could easily erode a lifeform's ambition. Lin Yuan's words were meant to expand Fan Lu's mind and give him hope for the future. This would also allow Fan Lu to understand the benefits that could come from dutifully sticking by Lin Yuan's side. After speaking to Kong Huan and Fan Lu, Lin Yuan told Kong Huan to stay behind. Kong Huan's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation as she watched Lin Yuan walk over to her from the throne. Once her bloodline evolved from pinnacle alluring bones to alluring soul, she would not only be able to lead the alluring foxes toward a new future, but would also be able to suppress the various branches and fortify her control over the alluring foxes. Lin Yuan did not place his hand on Kong Huan's body immediately to refine her bloodline with the body of all spirits. Unlike in the past, Lin Yuan no longer hid his secret weapons in the main world. This was because there was nothing in the main world that could endanger him. But once he went to the unknown environment that was the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would need to do his best to ensure that his secret weapons were not exposed. Lin Yuan asked Kong Huan in a low voice, "What type of resources do you usually need to refine your bloodline?" Kong Huan hurriedly replied, "My lord, the best way for life forms like us that use spirit chi as our main source of energy to evolve our bloodline is to absorb pure spirit chi. The spirit chi will nourish and refine our bloodlines. Although other methods will also be able to evolve our bloodlines, they always come with drawbacks. A light consequence would be our bloodline being unable to evolve any further in the future. A serious consequence would be our bloodlines becoming contaminated or the emergence of harmful mutations. Kong Huan did not understand why Lin Yuan asked her such a question. Although a few species did require some special resources to evolve their bloodline, it was clear that the alluring foxes were not one of them. It was evident that Spring had extracted her bloodline to give to Lin Yuan, so he should have realized this after examining the bloodline. Frankly, Kong Huan could have replied to Lin Yuan with her first two statements. She only added the two statements at the end because she did not want Lin Yuan to use a special method to forcefully evolve her bloodline. She did not want to suffer any negative side effects after doing so. The inability to advance her bloodline was already torture to Kong Huan. It left her no choice but to make do with the current benefits that her bloodline brought her. She could not compete with the new alluring foxes, who were born with more excellent bloodlines. If her luck got any worse and her bloodline ended up being contaminated, she would have to grapple with her bloodline backfiring on her. Having one's bloodline backfire on oneself was no joking matter. She would get off easy if her body deteriorated. But in the worst-case scenario, she would become a monster that was neither fox nor demon. The sky beyond the clouds was very accommodating. If an expert could not thrive in one universe, they could move to another universe to jumpstart their development. This was just like how the alluring foxes could move to the North universe to seek a new source of support. If Lin Yuan was going to use a technique that affected her potential in order to forcefully evolve her bloodline, Kong Huan would prefer to keep her bloodline at pinnacle alluring bones. It was possible she would encounter an opportunity in the future that enabled her to evolve. Nonetheless, these were all Kong Huan's personal wishes. At the end of the day, she could not call the shots on her future developments. After hearing this, Lin Yuan now understood that the resources needed by the lifeforms in the main world and sky beyond the clouds were relatively similar. As such, if he supplied Kong Huan with spirit chi crystals, her bloodline would be able to evolve within 2 years. With this thought, Lin Yuan lifted his hand, and a spirit chi crystal appeared in his hand. Lin Yuan tossed the spirit chi crystal at Kong Huan and asked, "If you are provided with spirit chi of such purity, how long will it be before your bloodline evolves?" It was true that Lin Yuan had a certain level of understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. However, his understanding of most matters was only superficial. Hence, he needed to hear from the sky beyond the clouds lifeforms in order to confirm his ideas. For example, he now needed to confirm with Kong Huan how many spirit chi crystals she needed in order to evolve her bloodline from pinnacle alluring bones to alluring soul. But the next time he encountered a similar situation, he would know how many spirit chi crystals to offer in the negotiation. When Lin Yuan took out the spirit chi crystal, Kong Huan did not know what it was. As Morbius grade increased, the spirit chi crystals produced by the Pure Land of Bliss increased in concentration of spirit chi. Their ability to hide the aura of the spirit chi within also improved. Unless one's body made contact with the spirit chi crystal, it would be very difficult to discover the spirit chi crystal's effects. Lin Yuan saw this as a positive. If the spirit chi crystal's value was obvious, any faction would try to use it as a bargaining chip during their negotiations. If the spirit chi crystals were better able to hide the aura of the spirit chi, Lin Yuan could take out the spirit chi crystals while other experts were present without worrying that doing so would place a target on his back. Once Kong Huan's hand touched the spirit chi crystal, her body shuddered. She would never have expected such a small crystal to contain such concentrated spirit chi energy. Lin Yuan had asked her how many spirit chi crystals she needed in order to evolve her bloodline, but she could not give him a definitive answer before absorbing its spirit chi. This was because she had never absorbed such pure spirit chi before in her life. "My lord, I need to absorb the spirit chi crystal before coming up with an exact number. Once I've absorbed it and estimated the extent to which my bloodline has improved, I will be able to estimate a calculation." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Then you can go ahead and absorb it now. But before I give you more spirit chi crystals, you have to allow me to place my divine kingdom's imprint on your divine kingdom and merge your fountain of faith with mine. The meaning behind Lin Yuan's words was clear. He wanted to have complete and utter control over Kong Huan. Kong Huan had already expected Lin Yuan to make such a request. This was a humiliating act, and there were very few people from the sky beyond the clouds who would agree to it. Kong Huan had not even asked Fan Lu to swear his loyalty to her through his divine kingdom when she first took control of him. Otherwise, he would never have been able to betray her. If Lin Yuan had made this request outright from the beginning, Kong Huan might not have agreed. After all, unlike Fan Lu, who was indecisively shifting between her and Feng Qing, she had the pride of an expert. Hence, she could not easily throw her pride aside to curry favor with others. But now, Lin Yuan was giving her the chance to evolve her bloodline. On top of that, he was offering such pure spirit qi. Based on the resources that Lin Yuan was offering, Kong Huan could guess the level of power that Lin Yuan wielded. If he did not possess a large volume of such pure spirit qi, he would never be willing to give her the chance to use it. She was nothing more than a captive. Lin Yuan was very generous. Kong Huan believed that he would definitely be able to bring enormous blessings to the alluring foxes. Moreover, Lin Yuan possessed the alluring soul bloodline, which inconspicuously influenced Kong Huan and made it very difficult for her to say no to him. There were plenty of potential benefits, and nothing worse could come out of this. Kong Huan immediately said, "My lord, I can swear my loyalty to you on my divine kingdom, even if I don't absorb the spirit qi crystal." To Kong Huan's memory, Lin Yuan was not strong. He had not even reached the level of being able to open his divine kingdom. But since he had made such a request, it meant he had already opened his divine kingdom. Kong Huan thought, "This lord I'm about to pledge my loyalty to must be a sly fox who likes to hide his true power to deceive others." Kong Huan could not think of any other reasons. She summoned a miniature version of her divine kingdom from her soul. A kingdom shrouded in amber light appeared in front of Lin Yuan. It looked like an intricate model. When Lin Yuan looked closer at the divine kingdom, he realized he could look at its details by directing his spiritual energy at one of its parts. Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that Kong Huan's divine kingdom had deviated to a considerable extent, but it did not have any holy spirits. Moreover, her divine kingdom had reached higher divine kingdom but was not even 1/5 the size of his divine kingdom. However, it was still much larger and more abundant than the divine kingdoms of Green Vine, Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, and Merciful Soul, who had only just evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan never expected his divine kingdom level to exceed that of a divine kingdom expert by such a large extent. Kong Huan could sense that Lin Yuan was investigating her divine kingdom. As the owner of the divine kingdom, Kong Huan had the ability to destroy Lin Yuan's spiritual energy that was infesting her divine kingdom. Not only did she not do this, but she intentionally put her divine kingdom on display as well. Kong Huan was very proud of the development of her divine kingdom. Once Lin Yuan finished looking through Kong Huan's divine kingdom, he asked, "Your divine kingdom has already reached the higher divine kingdom level. How long will it take before your divine kingdom advances?" Suddenly, Kong Huan did not know how to reply to Lin Yuan. Faith power was needed to evolve one's divine kingdom. The purer the faith that another life form felt toward one, the more faith power they would supply. The species in the sky beyond the clouds sought faith more than resources. The snow-covered foxes took in many dependent species from various universes because they wanted to obtain the dependent species' faith power. Faith power would only arise when a life form truly submitted to another life form. Hence, it was very difficult to obtain faith power by force. Around 20 million years ago, one of the Bloodian's branches had gone down the wrong path. They had been powerful and captured weaker branches by force before using various extreme tactics to force these weaker branches to give up their faith power. At first, using force to extract faith power had been effective. But as time went on, the forcefully extracted faith power had affected the roots of these Bloodians and led to the demise of these once famous Bloodians. After this incident, There were no more instances of unorthodox methods being used to obtain faith power. The alluring foxes had a substantial internal conflict. Kong Huan's influence had significantly diminished, so she obtained faith power at a much slower rate than before. The sky beyond the clouds districts had a pyramid structure. The more powerful the species, the easier it would be for them to obtain faith power. The weaker species would not dare to nurture dependent species in the same carefree manner that the powerful species did. If a species had a number of dependent species that did not match their power, it would not be long before trouble struck. Given the circumstances, if she had not met Lin Yuan, Kong Huan believed that she would not be able to evolve her divine kingdom even after hundreds of thousands of years passed. Even evolving to pinnacle divine kingdom was a goal nowhere in sight, much less evolving above the divine kingdom level. But now that she met Lin Yuan, if her bloodline could reach alluring soul grade, there would be no alluring fox that could touch her position. Once the alluring foxes went to the North Universe, she would be able to use her alluring soul bloodline to flourish. Her divine kingdom level might be able to evolve after a few tens of thousands of years. As for above the divine kingdom level, she could not dream of reaching that level even if her bloodline reached alluring soul grade. Kong Huan truthfully told Lin Yuan about her situation, and he nodded. However, his furrowed brow did not relax. When Spring saw this, she guessed that Lin Yuan wanted to obtain information from Kong Huan's answers. Spring thought a little deeper and guessed that Lin Yuan wanted to ask what was after the divine kingdom level. Spring told Lin Yuan through her soul voice, "Lord Saint, after the divine kingdom level, there is the Holy Spirit level. The most basic requirement for the Holy Spirit level is the presence of a Holy Spirit that manages the divine kingdom on the owner's behalf. Once one reaches the Holy Spirit level, one will have the right to venture out of the sky beyond the clouds." When Lin Yuan heard this, not only did his eyebrows not relax, but they were furrowed even deeper. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that his divine kingdom was utterly disorderly. His divine kingdom already had a Holy Spirit. Technically, he was already a Holy Spirit expert. However, his true power was only at the birth horoscope level. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter had never asked about his divine kingdom and did not know the exact circumstances of his divine kingdom. Otherwise, they would already have mentioned the level above the divine kingdom level to him. There was no way that having such a divine kingdom could be a bad thing. Lin Yuan had already accepted his status as the saint. It was likely that this was a gift left behind by his previous life. Going forward, Lin Yuan was going to attempt to use his fountain of faith to find ways to take control of the fountains of faith of other divine kingdom experts. He could show his uncertainty to Kong Huan because his bloodline was sufficient to induce her submission. However, there was no way that he could show his uncertainty to Fan Lu. When it came to someone like Fan Lu, who was always seeking out the most powerful entities, he could only keep Fan Lu in line by putting on as strong of a front as he could. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy landed on Kong Huan's fountain of faith, and he circulated his divine kingdom. In an instant, powerful faith power burst out from Lin Yuan's fountain of faith and enveloped Kong Huan's fountain of faith. Without Lin Yuan having to do anything, his fountain of faith left an imprint on Kong Huan's fountain of faith. With this imprint, Lin Yuan could use his fountain of faith to seal off all the faith power in Kong Huan's fountain of faith. The instant Lin Yuan activated his divine kingdom to control Kong Huan, she sensed a special aura from his divine kingdom. A moment later, Kong Huan felt certain that this was the aura of a Holy Spirit. There were Holy Spirit experts in the Honor-Absent Palace, and Kong Huan had sensed the aura of Holy Spirits in the past, so she was not unfamiliar with it. Since she sensed the aura of a Holy Spirit, it meant that Lin Yuan had to be a Holy Spirit expert at the very least. It also was possible he was even more powerful. This was because the Holy Spirit aura she sensed from his divine kingdom was even stronger than any Holy Spirit aura she had sensed in the past. The faith power in Lin Yuan's fountain of faith was extremely pure. Kong Huan was very curious to find out how he had obtained such pure faith power. Just how many dependent species did he have to take in to attain such pure faith power? Lin Yuan did not know what Kong Huan was thinking. If he did, he would mumble to himself, "Spring, summer, autumn, and winter have provided way too much faith power to me. The faith power from the four of them had caused the volume of faith power in Lin Yuan's fountain of faith to multiply many times. This was why Lin Yuan possessed such rich and abundant faith power. However, it was not only related to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Even without them, Lin Yuan's faith power would still be far greater and purer than that of Kong Huan. In Kong Huan's eyes, a Class 2 world was insignificant. However, Lin Yuan's faith power came from the humans, sea clans, and phase of this Class 2 world. Lin Yuan had saved the main world when it was only a Class 1 world. Ever since he became the Moon Empress disciple, his trajectory had continued climbing upward, and he received the idolization of all the youths in the Radiance Federation. It was then that Lin Yuan first began accumulating faith power. Lin Yuan was a young hero in the Radiance Federation who had saved Millstone Town. The faith power that he had accumulated on every step of his journey was extremely pure. The dots of faith in the fountain of faith that represented people who first began worshipping him had only grown brighter. It was very unlikely for such pure faith to exist in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had used Morbius Klein Hub to enter the Marsh world and open up new lands. In the process, he discovered the Marsh world secrets and used the Abundance Treasure Tree to take control of all the life forms in the Marsh world. The life forms from the Marsh world provided Lin Yuan with solid faith power that only grew with time. Even if the new dimensional life forms felt animosity toward humans, Lin Yuan was never their target, and they continued to see him as a god. After being taught by the older generation of dimensional life forms, all of them became Lin Yuan's believers. The same situation took place in the abyssal, water, alien insect, and subterranean worlds. Lin Yuan collected the dimensional world's faith by taking control of them. On the other hand, he collected faith from the main world and sea clans by saving them. Lin Yuan's method of collecting faith power could not be replicated by other life forms. Firstly, no one else had Lin Yuan's body composition or Morbius. They also did not have the identity of the saint. Hence, they were unable to create as many miracles. When Lin Yuan saw Kong Huan's amazed expression, he felt that it would be better for him to collect faith power from Class 1, 2, and 3 worlds instead of the sky beyond the clouds. It would be easier for him to collect faith power from these worlds, and the faith power would also be purer. The endless gems existed in the dimensional worlds. However, Morbius needed to use its root power to combine the endless gems to create treasures like the Abundance Treasure Tree, Earth Source Cube, and Tide Herb Treasure Conch. Even if others got their hands on 1 or 2 endless gems, they would not be able to use the treasures to take control of the dimensional worlds. Previously, Lin Yuan was unaware of this. He only found out by accident after speaking to Spring. Now that her fountain of faith had Lin Yuan's imprint, Kong Huan was Lin Yuan's subordinate. As Lin Yuan's subordinate, Kong Huan began absorbing the spirit chi crystal. As the pure spirit chi entered her body, Kong Huan closed her eyes happily. At that moment, Kong Huan felt as though she was at a summer festival and had just taken a sip of a cold drink. She could clearly sense that his pure spirit chi was beneficial for her body. It could be said that this was the first time she was feeling her bloodline improve at such a rapid rate. When she was done absorbing the spirit chi crystal, Kong Huan began telling Lin Yuan about the state of her body. "My lord, given my current state, my bloodline will be able to evolve after I absorb another 7,500 spirit chi crystals." Lin Yuan nodded. 7,500 spirit chi crystals were not a large amount to him, and he could offer it with ease. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to take out a brocade box that contained around 8,000 spirit chi crystals. He handed these spirit chi crystals to Kong Huan. "I will give you around 500 extra spirit chi crystals. Use these spirit chi crystals and evolve your bloodline as quickly as possible. If you have any other needs, you can tell them to me directly." When Kong Huan heard what Lin Yuan said, she bowed to him with delight. "My lord, the alluring foxes and I will be relying on you to nurture us in the future." Power and strength had undeniable benefits. This allowed Lin Yuan to acquire Kong Huan. Currently, Kong Huan could be described as being devoted to Lin Yuan. After Spring led Kong Huan away, she led Fan Lu in. Fan Lu's body currently contained the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline. He had even consumed the light wolf fruits, but the light wind wolf bloodline could not compete with the chaos wind demon wolf bloodline. The chaos wind demon wolves were able to take in so many wolf species as dependent species in the East universe because they were sufficiently capable. The chaos wind demon wolf bloodline came from the moon-worshipping wolf bloodline. In the past, the moon-worshipping wolves were a high and mighty species. They even had a Holy Spirit expert once. If the moon-worshipping wolves did not end up clashing with that fairy, they would never have fallen so far. Fairies looked after their own and were domineering. Any species that threatened fairy institutions' overall profits would immediately be subdued by fairy institution. There were factions in the past that were displeased with fairy institution. However, regardless of how they felt, none dared to express their unhappiness. The demise of the moon-worshipping wolves had opened the opportunity for fairy institution to rise up. Fan Lu's bloodline was not worth nurturing. At first, Winter wanted to nurture Fan Lu and awaken the moon-worshipping wolf bloodline. However, this would cost far too many resources. Fan Lu was not worth all those resources. Lin Yuan nurtured his subordinates so they could provide him with profits. If the cost exceeded the profits, it would be a foolish endeavor. Kong Huan was an alluring fox and could call the shots among them. She was their mouthpiece. If she did not possess considerable status among the alluring foxes, she would not have been chosen as the member of the honor-absent parliament. Fan Lu did not have much potential that was worth developing. Hence, there was no need to put as much emphasis on nurturing him as on Kong Huan. As long as he was promised some benefits, he would follow Lin Yuan around like an obedient puppy. Kong Huan had mentioned that Fan Lu had betrayed her for the sake of profits. She was the one who had nurtured and given him his start. Spring and Winter could not feel any positive feelings toward someone like this who abandoned their previous leader. If anyone tried to convince them to abandon Lin Yuan, Spring and Winter would never agree. Fan Lu was nervous and anxious as he faced Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, "You should be familiar with Kong Huan. She is now my subordinate. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate as well? If you become my subordinate, I can promise that you'll be able to take over Kong Huan's position as a member of the honor-absent parliament. What do you think?" Fan Lu was over the moon. Becoming a member of the honor-absent parliament was a pipe dream for Fan Lu. He never dared to have such aspirations in the past. Once he became a member, he would be able to use his bloodline to develop his species. Fan Lu was aware that his bloodline was extremely weak. But once he became a member of the honor-absent parliament, he would be able to join his bloodline to that of a powerful female lifeform to improve the bloodline of his offspring. Through this, his descendants' bloodlines would become better and continue to pass on the improved bloodline. Fan Lu never dared to dream of such a luxury. But now, Lin Yuan's promise stirred up his ambitions considerably. Fan Lu knew that if he wanted to obtain benefits, he would have to buckle down and work hard for Lin Yuan. Hence, Fan Lu said sincerely, "My lord, if there's anything you need, just let me know. I will definitely do all I can to meet your requests. I won't disappoint you." Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction when he heard what Fan Lu said. Fan Lu was the guide to the main world. It would be difficult for him to explain what had happened now that Kong Huan had killed so many people. If Feng Qing wanted to escape persecution and continue to be valued by Feng Qing when he returned to the sky beyond the clouds, he would have to bring back useful resources with him. Otherwise, once he returned, he would have no choice but to wait to be eliminated. Fan Lu felt that he needed to tell Lin Yuan about all this. The resources that he would have to show Feng Qing once he returned to the sky beyond the clouds would also have to come from Lin Yuan. After listening, Lin Yuan waved his hands and said, "I will prepare the resources you will need when you return to the sky beyond the clouds. As for what you will say when you return, that's up to you. With your intelligence, I shouldn't have to teach you. The two alluring foxes will back you up. I am sure that given your relationship with the alluring foxes, no one will be suspicious of you if they support your claim." Lin Yuan did not give Fan Lu any promises and managed to use his fountain of faith to take control of him. Not only was Fan Lu not upset over losing his freedom, but he was even happier than he was before. In his eyes, he had found an even stronger source of support. It was true that Lin Yuan had also promised Fan Lu benefits. Apart from giving him the chance to become a member of the honor-absent parliament, Lin Yuan also promised to give him more resources whenever he made a contribution or performed well in his tasks. Lin Yuan did not give Fan Lu any benefits now, but his promises were extremely attractive. When Fan Lu received these resources, he could do many things that he was unable to do in the past. Lin Yuan did not spend too long talking to Fan Lu. The two of them had already told Lin Yuan about the sky beyond the clouds. Rather than speaking to Fan Lu, Lin Yuan could learn more information by speaking to Kong Huan. The leader of a boundary patrol team did not hold much sway in the sky beyond the clouds. Fan Lu's true function was to use his identity as the captain of a boundary patrol team to hide the evolution of phase in the main world. Epic God Palace on Four Seasons Mountain was maintained by spring, summer, autumn, and winter strength and was long ready to be evolved into a fairy. Lin Yuan did intend to evolve Four Seasons Mountain into a fairy. Based on its roots, Four Seasons Mountain's roots could not be compared to that of Begin Ladyback when it was the Jia Begin River. Lin Yuan had reason to suspect that once Four Seasons Mountain evolved into a fairy, it would immediately be born as a higher fairy. Lin Yuan had been communicating with Begin Lady and had an understanding of the fairy bloodline. In his subsequent conversations with Spring, he now knew the implication of a fairy that was born with a high-class bloodline. Almost all the elites of fairy institution were born as higher fairies. Lin Yuan would need Fan Lu to cover up the evolution of his phase, the evolution of Sky City's members' phase, and the commotion caused by the Four Seasons Mountain's evolution into a fairy. Time flew by, and Lin Yuan finished going through all four palaces of Epic God Palace. As Morbius continuously absorbed the energy in Epic God Palace, its roots became increasingly stronger. Lin Yuan had been maintaining contact with Lu Jia, Wen Yu, the Moon Empress, and the rest. Otherwise, all of them would be worried about him disappearing for 4 to 5 months. Lin Yuan did not have anything else to do and began drawing up his plans for Sky Beyond the Clouds. His body composition could help spirit chi professionals raise their ranks, and he would be able to increase the power of his subordinates and companions very quickly. He could evolve phase by just throwing resources at them. All the white-clothed followers phase were bronze/legend when they contracted them. With such a good foundation, their potential was boundless. While Lin Yuan was in Epic God Palace for the past 4 to 5 months, many humans and Sea Clan experts had gathered in the Startling Lines continent. Based on their backgrounds, they were housed in 6 newly built cities. The 6 cities were now filled with spirit chi professionals who were waiting for Lin Yuan to help their phase evolve. To Lin Yuan, these 6 cities were treasure troves of resources. Under Mang Shui's management, the manor in the North District had devolved into chaos. The 6 cities were managed by the white-clothed followers and operated smoothly. It went without saying that issues did arise. However, if the provokers did not learn their lesson after being warned by the white-clothed followers, they would be punished by having their faction's ration of resources reduced. After catching a few perpetrators and making an example out of them, even the biggest of troublemakers forced themselves to get along amicably with the others. Almost all of the resources in the main world were supplied by the Radiance Federation. If any faction stopped obtaining resources from the Radiance Federation, they would soon be left in the dust and never be able to recover. Just as Lin Yuan felt that it was about time for Morbius to be done absorbing the last of the energy from the wall in Autumn's palace, he felt his wrist grow hot. Morbius lit up with a reddish-bronze light, and Morbius' voice appeared in his head. "Partner, it turns out that all my root energy was left here after I reincarnated alongside you. While I was absorbing the power, my memory recovered. I am about to fully unlock myself. This time I will have to sleep for a few years. This slumber won't affect the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's abilities, and it will be able to continue functioning as usual. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone will only begin to transform once I awake from my slumber and inject my energy into it." At this point, Morbius paused. Now that Morbius had recovered its memory, it was feeling many different emotions while speaking to Lin Yuan. His heart ached inexplicably for Lin Yuan. Back then, it was this friend who had stepped forward and taken on the duty of being the rescuer. Luckily, the sacred mountain merged with Lin Yuan's soul when he reincarnated. Otherwise, the saint's reincarnation would not have taken place smoothly. Without the protection from the sacred mountain, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy and soul could have been damaged during the reincarnation process. If that had happened, Morbius would have chosen to end its own life. But if it had done that, it would not have been able to meet and accompany Lin Yuan in his life. Before it recovered its memory, Lin Yuan was Morbius' closest companion. This did not change even now that it had recovered its memory. Morbius knew that once it absorbed all this energy and was restored to its complete state, its abilities would improve tremendously. At that time, it would be of even more help to Lin Yuan during their journeys. However, this impending slumber would last for a few years, and Morbius would miss Lin Yuan while it was asleep. With the memories from their previous life, Morbius felt as though it was reuniting with Lin Yuan. Morbius knew that Lin Yuan had decided not to recover the memories from his past life. Morbius did not think that this was a bad idea. He would only be able to break through without being affected by anything else and carve out a new path for himself if he was unencumbered by his past life's memories. If Lin Yuan accepted the previous saint's memories, he would inevitably be affected by these memories in the future. It was possible that the paths Lin Yuan took in this life would allow him to reach unprecedented heights that went beyond that of his previous life. The spirit fountain on the sacred mountain's peak had transformed into Lin Yuan's divine kingdom, while the sacred mountain itself had fused with Lin Yuan's body and was now a part of him. Now that Morbius had recovered its memories, it could clearly sense that only Lin Yuan's body of all spirits could merge perfectly with the sacred mountain and absorb all of its energy to nourish himself. If the sacred mountain was paired with the other individuals, they might be able to use their bodies to absorb the sacred mountain by force, but it was highly probable that its energy would cause their bodies to mutate. Going forward, if there was anything that Lin Yuan did not know, he would not have to ask spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Morbius could answer all the questions he had that pertained to basic knowledge. As the totem god, Morbius was always by the saint's side and knew more than spring, summer, autumn, and winter, who were only followers. The three bloodlines that Lin Yuan had just used the body of all spirits to attain were decent and worth nurturing. Moreover, Lin Yuan already had the mermaid bloodline. As such, Lin Yuan's physique had powerful combat abilities. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. It was good news that Morbius had evolved after absorbing the energy in the wall illustrations. However, it would have to go into slumber for such a long time. Ever since Morbius joined him, they had never been apart for more than a year. Morbius was not only his friend but also his shadow. Lin Yuan was now used to discussing all his issues with Morbius. During their conversations, Lin Yuan could not only assess his decisions objectively, but Morbius would also offer new insights and perspectives. Morbius sensed that Lin Yuan was feeling reluctant. In its semi-tangible form, Morbius appeared next to Lin Yuan and hugged him tightly. Partner. A temporary parting is necessary for a better union in the future. Judging by how things are going now, you should be preparing to head to the sky beyond the clouds by the time I awake. You will only be able to better protect our current world by heading to the sky beyond the clouds and amassing power. Once the Abyss Beast returns, many people will become suspicious that so many members lost their lives in this Class 2 world. It's true that Fan Lu will be able to hide the subsequent evolutions of Phase, but once the other species become suspicious, they can send people secretly to the main world to investigate it. Suspicion and curiosity will convince the wealthy species to pay the price in exchange for searching for the truth. Unless you remain in this Class 2 world forever, such incidents could happen at any time. Once you arrive at the sky beyond the clouds and gain sufficient power, you will be able to protect the Class 2 world. With your power looming over the Class 2 world, no one will dare to cause trouble for it. Additionally, once you leave, this Class 2 world will return to a state of peace. It is your presence that led to the creation of so many fantastical tales about this world. This world is lucky to be the host of your reincarnated life. Morbius was speaking objectively. It believed that without Lin Yuan, this world would be a regular Class 1 world. Given that there were spirit fire experts in this world, it would not be conquered by the dimensional worlds. As it continued to develop, there would be more and more Spiritfire experts as well. It was possible that they would eventually have been able to take over the dimensional worlds. Of the 5-dimensional worlds, the abyssal world's changes were the most largely attributed to Lin Yuan. The changes in the alien insect world were due to the demon insects. As Kira continued to develop the alien insects, she could have used them to awaken herself and subsequently proliferate the demon insects. Once the demon insects expanded, even a few Spiritfire experts would be no match for them. As such, if that happened, it was likely that the conflict would lead to the widespread death of the main world's lifeforms. Given that the demon insects had taken over the Class 1 world civilization, they would eventually try to promote the world to Class 2 on behalf of the original lifeforms. That was the original playbook for this Class 2 world. It was Lin Yuan's presence that put the world on a different course. Lin Yuan shook his head gently. He did not think that this world was lucky to host his reincarnation. Rather, he believed that he was the lucky one. If he had not been born into this Class 1 world, he would never have met Chu Xiai, the Moon Empress, Auntie Zhang, Uncle Li, Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and the rest of his friends. To Lin Yuan, these relationships were his most precious treasures. Power made one strong, but it was not meant to allow one to recklessly break the rules. Instead, its purpose was to enable one to protect those who were precious to them. Relationships were the only thing that a person could possess for eternity. After releasing each other from the hug, Lin Yuan said, "Partner, don't worry about anything and go and sleep. By the time you awake, it should be time for us to head to the sky beyond the clouds." Lin Yuan did not agree with what Morbius said about this world being lucky to have hosted his reincarnation. But he did agree with what Morbius said about him not being able to remain in the main world forever. Lin Yuan's protection of the main world should not limit his development. It was true that he could only improve his protection of the main world by making a name for himself in the sky beyond the clouds. The experts from the sky beyond the clouds were able to come to the main world on the Abyss Beast. This meant that Lin Yuan could do the same to return to the main world in the future. Once Morbius fell asleep, Lin Yuan left for the Startling Lines continent to begin collecting resources. Spring remained at Epic God Palace to watch over the visitors from the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had given Kong Huan and Fan Lu permission to decide what to do with the visitors from the sky beyond the clouds. Winter would wait until Kong Huan and Fan Lu had left with the rest of the visitors before going to the Radiance Federation to meet up with Lin Yuan. Once he was done collecting resources and returned to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan would begin helping the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, Mystic Moon, and the rest to increase their strength. When the Moon Empress went with him to the sky beyond the clouds, she would definitely take Cold Moon and Mystic Moon with her. With the Moon Empress' current power, she would not be able to offer Lin Yuan much help in the sky beyond the clouds. In truth, the Moon Empress' current power could not hold a candle to that of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan currently had 4 World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase. If these 4 phases decided to unleash mayhem, they could easily destroy this Class 2 world. The Moon Empress might not be able to help Lin Yuan, but she was far more capable than Wen Yu when it came to governance. Governance was an ability that was built up through time and experience. Most of Wen Yu's skills were taught to her by Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon was skilled at internal governance, while Cold Moon was skilled at external governance. External governance involved far more tasks, while internal governance was more complex. Cold Moon was just as capable as Mystic Moon. In fact, she was more decisive than him when it came to handling issues. When Cold Moon went with them to the sky beyond the clouds, Lu Jie could be left by her side for some time. Sky City would only grow stronger in the sky beyond the clouds, and Lin Yuan's current pool of management talent was far from sufficient. He badly needed the Moon Empress' help. Lin Yuan could be certain that the Moon Empress would not hide any selfish intentions while helping him. After the recent storm, the main world had entered a period of true peace. Lin Yuan greatly enjoyed this peace. Prior to this peace, Lin Yuan had been far too busy for far too long. The trip to the Startling Lines continent to collect Spirit Chi crystals went extremely smoothly, and another small mountain of Spirit Chi crystals now sat in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope got to work again. It was not just the main world that had undergone substantial changes. The same went for the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he went directly to the Radiant Moon Palace and handed the Moon Empress a Fey storage box that contained 300,000 spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan said seriously, "Master, hold on to these spirit chi crystals. Don't distribute them. Instead, use them to increase the power of your own phase. Try to evolve your phase to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom at the same time that you reach the Divine Kingdom level." Lin Yuan always kept his circumstances in check and was aware of the limitations. It would not be a good thing for World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts to appear in the world when it was only a Class 2 world. When Lin Yuan helped a lifeform to increase its power to the point that it exceeded the power of this world, this lifeform would be at the peak of the world. In such an event, it was highly possible that the lifeform's mindset would change toward a negative trajectory. Possession of unrestrained power always clouded the mind. Before Lin Yuan left the main world, he would help all the members of the Radiance Federation's royalty to reach the Spirit Fire level and give them a Divine Kingdom human weapon. Red Thorn had stored away all the corpses of the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds. It would use the Tongue of Relinquish to take control of these lifeforms. With Red Thorn's current power, it was difficult for it to use the Tongue of Relinquish to take control of World Emperor/Intermediate Divine Kingdom experts, and it was unknown how much time would be needed to accomplish such a thing. However, it would not be long before Lin Yuan increased Red Thorn's power. Once Red Thorn reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, it would be easy for it to take control of these World Emperor/Intermediate Divine Kingdom lifeforms. The Moon Empress reached out and received the spatial equipment from Lin Yuan. "Little Yuan, I will do my best to increase my power as soon as possible. I only hope that my meager power will be of help to you in the sky beyond the clouds." Lin Yuan said earnestly, "Master, once we get to the sky beyond the clouds, I will leave you in charge of managing Sky City, while Wen Yu will support you." Most of Wen Yu's abilities were taught to her by Mystic Moon. If you manage Sky City, Wen Yu will be able to learn more from Mystic Moon. That will give me more assurance. Lin Yuan wanted to develop Sky City but was not focused on its management. He preferred to be the creator of resources rather than the manager of a faction. As the city lord, Lin Yuan had always been a mouthpiece in name, while most of the heavy lifting of management fell on the shoulders of Wen Yu and Lu Jie. When they departed, Sky City would surely strengthen rapidly. Wen Yu and Lu Jie alone would not be enough to hold down the fort. Moreover, Wen Yu and Lu Jie were very prideful. If Lin Yuan found another group of capable people from the sky beyond the clouds to help manage Sky City, Wen Yu and Lu Jie would not only be indignant but would also grow doubtful. Lin Yuan did not want such a thing to happen. Wen Yu and Lu Jie would not feel any displeasure if the Moon Empress was the one to take over Sky City's management. The Moon Empress was stunned when she heard what he said. She never expected Lin Yuan to trust her with such an important matter. The Moon Empress was always worried she would not be able to help Lin Yuan. Despite being his master, she seemed to fulfill no crucial role in his life. But now that she knew what she could do for Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress was elated. "Don't worry, little Yuan. Once we get to the sky beyond the clouds, I will definitely do my best to help you manage Sky City."